Good mic.
Man, no, I'm now angry with my mic, my fucking mic. Why you did me this important thing? I need to realize the reality about the heaven and everything. And now you're fucking with this fucking. Can you hear me now? My
I'm
check 1, 2, 3.
sorry. I'm not trying to. I'm not
I
trying to
try to go
apologize.
in.
I'm just trying
Okay.
to understand you. So slow down, and I can understand you.
Okay. First of
So,
all, I
what's your
want to
question?
understand. My question is, you will understand me if I understand you.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
If I understand you, then you for sure will understand me.
Right.
But if
And vice versa.
because as you said, the model is in the heaven, and I say the cow is in 13 August is the same thing. But I don't know how you don't understand that.
What's the same thing?
Sasha, your
The-
mic.
wait,
mic
just a
very,
second.
No, sorry, your mic is very.
Oh.
How do you say this?
Mm.
Not understandable.
It's very difficult to understand, but I'm trying my best.
It really is very tinny. It's like an echo of a couple of Coke cans inside.
Yeah, talking through a tin can.
Better? Is it better now?
A little.
Yes, that's a little better. Yeah.
Okay, great. Listen.
All right.
The model in the heaven is the same like the cow 13 of August. Do you understand me now?
The same. Hold on, I gotta turn my music off.
Same thing.
Hey, bro, what are you doing listening to music?
Because to understand the model in the heaven, like
Yes.
that, what you're saying, model in the heaven,
Right.
to understand that, I don't understand you, you need to understand the same thing. Cow.
Yeah.
What
13
do
of
we
August.
understand?
Now you need to speak about model in the heaven, and maybe
You want to hear about the model in the heaven?
Yeah.
You want to see a picture of it, like a model on Earth of the model in heaven? I have
Did you
one
not
of those.
hear? They can make two different models, bro.
Well, yeah, I have a
They can
model
make
in heaven,
very
a
close,
model
not
in
very far
Earth,
away, right?
and a corresponding model of heaven and Earth on Earth.
Right. So
Yeah.
very far away, very close. You understand that?
So what do you want to know about the model of heaven? In heaven.
Are you in heaven?
No, I'm in hell at the moment.
Model in the heaven.
I'm sorry.
Model of the heaven? Model in the heaven. Which one?
Are you in heaven?
Are you in heaven?
I'm asking you, you said model in the heaven or model of the heaven. Which one choose?
Well,
I
it's both.
It's both. Then
Yeah,
again,
it has
then
heaven it has heaven and earth. So the model in heaven, has the model of heaven and earth, and the model.
Sorry, Trinity, Vaga. How can you be two things at the same time?
What do you mean?
You're the model in heaven and the model not in heaven?
No, I'm not the model. No, I said I have the models.
Oh, you have them?
I made the models. Yeah.
Well, can you see them, please?
I made the models.
Show us the one that proves baller.
You want to see it? I can post it.
Yeah, I want to see it. Yeah.
But it's the model. It's the model of the heavens and the earth on the earth.
Okay, but
I can't show you the one that's actually in heaven.
Actually, it's in the heaven. Okay, great. Now I will tell you something. The cow, it's 13 of August. It's cow in 13 of August, but the cow, it's 17 of August.
Do you know, the more I listen to this conversation, the more I wish I was that guy buried his head in the sand.
You and me both, man. You and me both.
It makes sense.
Because if you made the model about heaven and earth, because I will tell you, because August was very important. It was 13 and it was cow, and I made her.
A skull? You made it out of a skull?
Next time I tried, and it was 17 August, and it was second cow, and I succeeded again.
The second cow on 17th of August?
Yeah.
Give me a beat so I can bury my hand in my head, my fucking head, bro.
think this is better. Every point would be better if I take 1 kilo of flour, put 22 grams of yeast.
Oh, you're talking about baking. Yeah. Okay.
No, I still can come back to the cows if you want to speak about heaven and models.
So we were talking about
He's very
cows.
good.
Okay. All right, good.
The way he moved his butt. That's pretty good. Like, yep.
Let's get back to it. Back to it. We're talking about baking or cows or what? Or heaven? I'm confused.
No, I think that we can speak about 18 per 1 square. I don't know, maybe that. Huh?
I'm dying.
Maybe 18 per 1 square. It's interesting on food server because flour, rotation of flour and gas pressure without yeast, it's very difficult,
Yeah.
Pause. Yeah. Whatever he just said, bro.
I love this podcast.
Then I
put
all
it
that
on
food
podcast by
that I
accident.
made,
Oops.
that I put all that food what I made, and I buy the ship, and I go to the Antarctica. But not only Antarctica, in one direction, all directions, see everything. And then I saw everything, and then I didn't even try to make a
Are you
model.
flushing your toilet right now?
Oh shit! Sorry, I gotta mute. Hold on. Sorry.
Don't flush your toilet in the middle of a conversation.
I'm so sorry.
He wants to flash.
I think you can hear
You're
that.
flashing good.
Like you were flushing, bro.
I have more shit to say,
You
You can flash
motherfucker.
more. You flash more.
Stop
No,
talking.
Keep talking. I'm gonna mute myself while I flush.
No. I want to hear model. I want to hear that model. Not only I want to see that model. I want to experience.
Okay, I'll
that
post
model.
like 2 or 3 pictures. Hold on.
I want to connect all my spiritual.
Stand by.
I don't know what to speak
Actual.
to that.
All right, stand by. I'll post it in the live chat. I got like.
Stand
Oh, I'm not allowed to put pictures in here. Never mind.
Oh shit! Fuck.
I'll put it in the biblical.
Can you
useless motherfucker.
Can you DM, text me?
No,
me a
I can't
message.
put it in
I want
the
to see.
biblical either.
Text me.
What's your name?
Sasha.
Paul.
Sasha Gray. There we go.
Sasha the white.
The Viking.
I was
Sasha
the gray,
the white.
before.
Not the gray. Yeah, not Sasha Gray. We don't want that.
The white.
I was the gray in the first part.
You were Sasha Gray. Yeah, well, she retired. You know that, right?
Yeah, you sound tired, bro. Jesus, get some sleep, man. Fuck, you coming on here talking like you're all fucking up. You haven't got no sleep. Get some sleep, bro.
Who?
You, motherfucker.
I just slept like 8 hours. What are you talking about?
That's not long enough. You need 12.
I slept 12 hours yesterday.
That's not enough. You need 24.
Jesus, you're trying to kill me.
I slept all week.
You slept the whole week? That's impressive.
I slept for a week, man.
You're in a fucking coma.
Yeah. Hey, Barry.
I don't think sleeping good,
Evolution.
Sleeping's bad for you. You know that, right?
What?
Sleeping is bad for you. You lose
You think?
every hour you sleep, you lose an hour of your life. Did you know that?
That's horrible, man. What a
It's worse
fucking
than
nightmare.
cigarettes.
What
It's
a
worse than
fucking
cigarettes,
nightmare, bro. Jesus, really?
Well, I guess you can just sleep when you're dead, right?
Exactly. Sleep when you're fucking dead.
You need sleep, right?
No.
What?
No.
Right, you carry on without sleep, bro. See how far you get.
I get about a week usually.
Yeah, fucking couple of days, maybe. I think you're lying. I think maybe 2
we
and a
are
half
still-
days. 2.5 days. If you
Get
could
behind me, Satan.
maybe 3.
Get behind me, Satan.
We're fucking layers, bro.
Still food, health, paradise, and heaven. Nothing about this server. No.
I'm trying to find my models. Okay, I've got a bunch of pictures of
How
them.
do you find your server? How did you find us? How did you come across this fucking gem of a server?
Let me
man?
remember. How did I find this? Oh, I was invited
Hey.
to a Bible study by a friend.
Listen this question. Oh, it's coming.
Oh,
Coming here.
that makes sense.
All right, I'm sending those pictures to you, man. They're the ones in heaven, not the ones in hell.
Don't send us
Okay.
pictures, bro. We don't want to know.
Send you.
We don't.
I will send you now one picture from the hell. It's not funny, but okay.
Oh, it's
What
just
is
not
it, your
It's
funny.
funny enough.
Funny, haha, not funny, queer.
No, it's funny. Haha. Yeah, it's definitely haha.
What was her
Funny,
name?
right? Where?
Her name was the Globe.
Oh, that bitch.
Yeah, that bitch. Does she like that?
I think she likes it.
Yeah, she probably does.
I'll ask her tonight.
You go ahead.
Man, your problem is because you're sending messages and the date is 30th of February, but you will never ever realize that.
It's the 30th of February. How high are you, man?
How high?
Isn't this like the 14th of March or something?
No,
No, it's the 30th of February.
not
Yes,
enough to see.
February.
Not enough. Not enough to see cover.
Okay.
Damn.
Sasha the White. I sent you my best
Yeah.
pictures. It's not all of them, but
Well, I will send you
Larry,
one.
Larry, can I ask you something? Can I ask you something?
Oh, it's here. Okay. Now
Larry,
look at the one. That is the
just wanna ask
hell, my friend. And I'm finished with that for tonight because I'm tired. I have no time for you. You don't fucking know what the fuck is hell. You know.
is that Kosovo?
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Man. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Larry,
Take
can I ask you something?
What's up?
What's up, bro? What do you think about the whole Ukrainian thing?
Oh, I love it.
Why?
Well, everything's going according to plan, you know?
For Russia?
Well, for everybody. The whole world.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's all for the greater good, what's going on.
Really? How
How
so?
old are you? Did you do that 1991, 1992, 1993, 1994, 1995? Did you do that?
I was pretty young, but yeah.
Did you ask that other people do that? What you asking now?
I had help, yeah.
Really?
Do you remember when they used to want to put fucking missiles on Cuba?
Yeah, I wasn't around for that. That was my daddy.
That was too early, right?
Yeah, that was my daddy who did that one.
Same thing, bro. Same thing. The Russians aren't wrong.
They're not wrong.
They're shite at doing what they're doing, but they're not wrong.
No, they're right. They're more right. They're not wrong, but they're more right. Yeah.
So
Do you question a little, only small question? Do you know what is situation in Ukraine in the last 15 years?
More or less.
Okay, can you tell me, please?
15 years ago was what year?
Let's say 2014. And let's say not 15, from 2014 till now.
Oh yeah, of course. I've been keeping up with that quite. All right, let's take a little trip back in time. 2014. So I remember there were lots of protests, right? It was, if we're gonna do the long story, there's a lot of protests in Kyiv.
Yeah.
And protesting the pro-Russian government. Is that correct?
Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there were a lot of fascist paramilitaries that sort of sprung up.
Oh, so there might be fascists in Russia.
Oh, fascist. And what they did?
They instigated violence pretty much against the government, and then that caused sort of a almost.
Can you go more in details? How much violence was?
Gosh, my memory is horrible.
Burning some people in building and not giving chance to go out, something like that.
Yeah, they would lock them in the churches and burn them.
Yeah.
Lock them in the
Okay,
churches
then.
and burn them. Yeah.
But Ukraine
I mean,
all the
now
military-
Russia will do the same thing, and now after that we will look who is guilty. You know.
Tit for tat. Everyone's going to be
USA
equal.
is guilty.
Russia ain't wrong, bro.
Tit for tat.
Russia ain't wrong.
No, sir.
They're not fucking wrong, bro.
They're not right, but they're not
The
wrong.
USA is the villain.
Yeah, bro. I mean, hey, like Cuban Missile Crisis, right? You're gonna put fucking missiles in Cuba, right? So we're gonna do that in Ukraine and
And
the
Turkey.
no, you can't do that. Well, that's totally understandable. Right next to our border, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't put fucking missiles here. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
No, sir.
If there's anyone to blame for this, it's the U.S.
Biden.
Well, they're the one country that could have just said, "Okay, we won't make Ukraine part of NATO."
Let's not name names, okay?
No.
Well,
This time
let's-
it's
let's-
they've got
yeah, let's
bilateral-
not
just say-
name
They're
names.
the
Let's
ones
fucking
sending
name 'em.
mercenaries and
Let's
not-
name
okay.
ethnic groups.
What's the kid sniffer's response?
I call it-
Let's name ethnic groups, not names.
the Joe Bidens.
The Brandons of the world. Yeah.
Yeah, don't say names. But,
But I
what
mean,
is the kid sniffer's part?
Right off. There was a time I
All those
couldn't go to
neocons.
America unless I had a green card. But now, apparently, anybody who comes in through the southern border is exempt.
Yeah, I'm thinking about
That's brilliant, bro.
my
Come on in.
citizenship.
I live in
Thinking about
Texas.
revoking my
That's the way to fucking
You can stay at my house.
bro.
I think I'm gonna revoke my citizenship and come back in through Mexico and then get free school and housing and all that shit.
Aren't Americans looking at this and going, "What the fuck is going on, bro?"
Yeah.
Seriously.
I've been going around trying to like convert people to like Russianism from Ukrainianism.
What?
Yeah.
They're
It's all
drinking
communism,
Kool-Aid.
eh?
Yeah.
What the fuck, bro?
How about brain on Lithuanianism?
People
Come on
need
in,
to know what
we'll
Ukraine
fly
was.
you to New York and we'll
My
give you
brain
a
went to Lithuania.
What's
Yeah,
wrong with you?
My
It's
plan
complicated
actually is
Ukraine
to
right now.
volunteer for the war, right? Volunteer, get sent over for the Ukrainian side, right? We fight till the last city, and then we surrender and get put in POW camps. And then we convince the Russians to let us go and fight for them as they continue to take on the rest of Europe.
Man, you don't
If
think
they
I'm
don't
gonna
wanna
go
conquer-
That
ever.
sounds like a pie in the
They don't even wanna
sky
conquer
kind of like
Ukraine.
that ain't
Hey,
gonna
I think it's a good plan.
It's
They don't-
fucking
they
stupid
don't-
to
They don't
think
even
that.
want to conquer Ukraine.
that's not a good plan.
I'll join the penal battalion.
Good luck with all that. Send us a postcard, will you?
If they let me, yeah. I'm sure it'll be better than Auschwitz.
That's not saying much.
Hey, well, Auschwitz has a
Whatever
swimming
it
pool
was.
and a post office, so. And a whorehouse.
Very you're hilarious, man. What's your deal? My brother, what's your deal?
I'm just getting dressed up to go out tonight.
You're getting dressed up to go out tonight. Is that what you
Yeah.
said?
Yes, sir.
All right, good for you.
Yeah. I just gotta find my underwear. I'm out.
Oh,
Just not
shit.
wearing that.
That's usually the last
Hear
thing I
that
put on
part.
too.
Guess I don't need that. Ugh.
You don't have to be that personal.
TMI.
I need to know. What's his name? I'm not kidding. Shut up. I'm sorry.
You can call me Lucy.
Oh yeah,
It's
Place
Call
is
me
time, bro.
Lucy.
Uses my life was filled with rain, sunny.
Every time I look, you smile again.
Da-da-da-da.
My life used to be so dull and gray.
Oh, sunny.
Till Sunny came around with a brand new day. Sunny, one so true. I love
you.
Sorry,
Warn your
that's
grand.
a dramatic musical part of the.
Ah, Jesus Christ.
Anything Stairway to Heaven?
Who was talking about a model?
Wait a minute. Stairway to somebody says
Very
that.
active.
Me.
I shared the model with Sasha Gray, so you can talk to her.
Made the model of the.
Me.
Jeez. Who made the model? Don't you have to know the extremities to make a model?
Yeah, it's Bart.
Who went there to the extremities?
Or
The gods did.
Okay, so how did the gods come back with this story?
Because they incarnated as man.
What I'm trying to get at specifically is what medium did they use to communicate from the spirit world to the physical world?
The Holy Spirit.
That's just a word. So how did
Electricity.
logistically, how did the spiritual world where they are with their information transmit this information to the beings in the physical?
fucking mobile.
Mobile phone.
A lot
Okay,
of-
there
a
you
lot
go.
of actually-
Internet. You could have just said
by the internet, actually.
internet, bro.
internet.
Internet, yeah. They use the internet.
Okay,
God's
that's
on
what
the
my
internet.
kids used to say.
Yeah.
How did you learn that? Internet.
Yeah, God's on the internet.
Well, God would have to be
Yeah,
everywhere, everywhere and everything.
right. He influences your Google searches.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Everything.
The only way you could be omnipresent is in the internet. That's crazy, bro.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. That's just a word too. What is that? We don't know what God's realm is, but we're probably just these little microscopic things that some
We're the bacteria. We're the bacteria in his
some
toilet.
beings
you know?
put us here. This place is mechanical in nature, a biosphere. Over us is the bio. There is some kind of container. We're on a flat stationary body, and the basement of this universe. Everything else rotates above us, around us in a clockwise fashion. Clock-like, also.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so something created this. That's absolutely fantastic. So does that mean they're here omnipresent watching over us? I don't know. If we're like in a petri dish or some kind of
actually kind of like Squid Game. You know Squid Game, right?
Fishbowl of the god,
Have you seen Squid Game?
No.
Oh, well, watch Squid Game. It's just like that.
Squid Game? Really?
Yeah, it's a Netflix show. It's just like that.
Let's see if I can find it. I don't have Netflix. I boycotted their ass.
Mm-hmm.
I can make another account, get another 30 days. That's the beauty of that.
I think it's more like Truman Show.
Just use a different email. So where was
Sonny, Squid Game's a bit like Bruce Lee's Game of Death. Loosely.
Some strange stuff going on here in this realm. So, like, honestly, I keep saying this, and I don't get much response at all. But we could be these tiny little things. We could be microscopic in nature. We have no idea. Uh-oh. Are you
Sorry,
okay?
It was a ghost. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, just a ghost. Don't worry about it.
Only a ghost. Okay, cool.
My place is haunted. Yeah. By about 1 million of them. So
There might be some here. This building is 93 years old. Used to be a big athletic center.
yeah, I actually had sex with a ghost the other night. It was pretty interesting.
What the hell? Let's not go there, man.
Okay.
Or maybe, I don't know, what does the rest of the panel think?
Who wants to hear about sex with a ghost?
Does anyone oppose? Think about you, baby.
All right. Okay.
Coffee beans in the house.
No, I can't tell you about that. It's private. I'm sorry.
Yeah, please don't.
That's between me and Lilith.
I like how you gave her a name. Did you say Lola?
Lilith. Lillith.
Sounds like another wife. Interesting topic there, but we don't get into that at all.
Third wife, I think. Fourth.
We'll stay out of that conversation.
Okay.
That's too contentious for the live stream. Try to stick to singleness of purpose here today.
She's my first wife that I actually loved. I'll just say that.
All right, so surface of Earth, Variag.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Surface of Earth. What is it?
It depends if you're in heaven or hell from your perspective.
No, perspective is where you are today, standing on the surface. What is the condition?
It's flat.
Of the surface? Yeah.
But not, it's not, well, it's flat also in heaven, but not in hell.
Okay, that may be the case. I can't verify the latter.
Flat in heaven and in on earth, but it's not flat in hell. It's actually more like it's shaped like an ottoman. It's shaped like an ottoman.
We're going to stick to the objective part. So the subjective fantasy of whatever those other things are, we don't have to even go there. We're talking about on the surface of Earth today. We have to know when we're going into our minds and we're leaving the actual reality of the Earth itself. We have to know when we're doing that and call ourselves out on that.
Yeah.
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 So as long as we do that, we're all good here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks flat from my perspective. So.
Yeah, kind of measures that way. We all see that every day. We see it, the way perspective works.
Sorry, I ain't eating myself. I'm scrubbing my toilet.
Yeah, why don't you?
Sounds like it.
Shut up about your freaking...
It needs more scrub. Damn, that shit's
I think I need some more coffee beans.
How do you get the porcelain? How do you get the shit to stick in the porcelain?
The light roast. Let's go with the blonde roast. That stuff's great, man. Oh, maybe I should eat something. How about a waffle? Maybe not. I'm living large. French toast.
I had French toast this morning at the casino, guys. It was awesome.
So did I, dude. I went to the diner with my family.
Yeah.
Hey, Chemtrail. What's up, man?
You are so excited. I love you.
Dude, I know. French toast is my shit.
He loves his fucking French toast, this guy.
Yeah, man. I put ginger in my mix with cinnamon. That's the special ingredient. Don't tell anyone. Shh. Top secret recipe. Secret. I said secret 2 times.
You did.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
I digress.
The secret ingredient is crime.
Okay.
Secret ingredient is cum. I put in everything I make.
I got some of that right up. No, I'm not gonna.
Right.
Okay, there's a little symbolic mute for you.
There you go. Just for you.
Don't do it again there. And then you didn't have to dip. I was just had my finger on the unmute again, but you left.
He couldn't help himself.
Very egg.
Well,
we don't want to have to like permanently mute you.
You're welcome back anytime.
I think unfortunately, since I did mute you before you left, you're still muted when you come back. So it's a nice safety feature.
It's pretty cool, man.
Why would he leave? Make those weird comment like that and then leave?
He was making so much sense before he just
making rude comments about what he's doing in his bathroom. So fucking what? What are you doing? Shh.
Into a tissue.
I mean, if that's what Globers are doing these days, is presenting their foolish behavior online, then
Bro, they've been doing
carry
that.
on. Carry on then.
Years,
Very
bro.
well.
That's all they got.
Yeah. Bring it
I think he's
on.
a troubled young man. He's got a few issues, that kid. Who, Rookie?
Pardon?
I was just seeing if Rookie was there. Rookie Mayo 1973.
Rookie's not in the room right now.
He's Mayo.
He's Mayo.
Oh, he's Mayo now. I'm sorry, he's there. Doi. Thanks for reminding me. I knew that. Rookie's there.
Somewhere.
I'm here. What's up? What you want?
What's up, bro?
Oh, good. Enemy spotted. There you go.
Cool beans.
What's up? You got questions for me? Or you just, because I'm sitting there tilling my garden still. I'm almost done. No, I keep saying that. But
Good.
you got to till the shit out of it if you want it to really be good.
Central Florida, right? Is that what you said? Or no, that's Napalm. I mix them up.
No, I'm in California.
You what? Northern Cal?
No, Central. Bay Area.
Central Cal. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I remember now. That's right. Antioch.
Yep, that's it.
Close. Okay. Yeah, I
Good
know
luck
that.
with the address.
No, we're sending a FE drone to your area. No problems. We're going to send you a
Cool.
drop gift. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, send
Yeah,
you.
that would be. I don't know. I'd be afraid to open it. I think I'd be like, maybe I should call the bomb squad first, right?
Here's some
You never
flour.
know.
Here's some flour, fresh flour from the garden. Flowers.
Yeah.
A drone can carry a few ounces. I mean, easily.
Yeah,
But too bad the drone can't go all the way across the country. Zzz, just keep going.
Well, it could if you had the right radio. You'd have to borrow somebody else's
Power,
radio.
I guess the solar. You could use solar. Might be able to do it.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Or gas.
Yeah, maybe HHO or something. Why couldn't a drone have multiple fuel options? Switch to HHO. Charge battery at the same time because you could generate power then with water. So it's the most simplest form of like energy conversion we could do. Split that hydrogen and oxygen with reverse create that gas.
Like a large charge to get it started.
Burn that shit, man. Burn that stuff. That's good. If you could atomize it properly, you could run your car in that quite easily. It's been known to have been done. Get a couple of those fuel cells in there. You could make a steam turbine instead of a internal combustion. Make a HHO powered steam turbine system.
I don't know why they don't make nuclear cars. If nuclear is really
or even that, it's just a heat supply. That's all. You just
If all a reactant is just a little piece of metal that you smash together and then it causes heat in an unimaginable temperature, then you can make a steam car as long as you didn't run out of water. You'd be all right.
But I like that simple process. Like if I had a yard with a shed with some, like maybe a quad or something, or a 3-wheel or some RTVs or whatever, I'd start messing around with those ideas and try to see what works and what doesn't. Old cars. See, Michael's place would be a perfect place to do that, man.
Well, I know you can convert, like you can buy a kit where you can attach propane to your go-karts and all your like single cylinder engines and whatever, 4-stroke, whatever.
Even cars.
I know that works, but I'm not sure like how efficient it is to have to carry a big tank around. But I don't know. I've never tried it.
Yeah, but that's that's a very labor intensive. But if you're making your own gas.
No, it's not. It's actually not. You just buy a carburetor that does both, and you can run one or the other into it. You just flip a switch.
That's what I'm talking about. Right. Exactly. Yeah, that's the way to go.
You can also collect old electrical motors, big ones, like the ones in washing machines and things like that, and the compressors. You can use those to do all kinds of fascinating things with a small amount of electricity. And you can generate electricity with washing machines and running water. Like if you live near a creek or something, or some running water, you just basically channel off some water into an area that drops at a high rate, and then at the bottom of it, you put the washing machine and you just rewire it, and you cover it with silicone or some kind of thing to keep it waterproof, and then you just drop it at the bottom of your little ramp, and boom, you can generate electricity until the motor goes out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's definitely ways to do all of that.
I heard somebody say something earlier about how, they think that we wouldn't survive on our own with no supplies. I think we would. I think we'd all learn very quickly how to grow our own vegetables, trade with each other. That would happen. I don't think we ever have to worry about that, though.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think that's the way it works. I think it works another way. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I'm just one guy, but what kind of machine you working on?
A
What kind of machine is that?
No, what's the hydraulic sound is what I meant. It's like, is that the pump?
Put some more water out so it sits for 24 hours before I water with it.
Oh, let all the chlorine evaporate out of it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hear you.
Put a little vinegar and make it more acidic. Water's too alkaline.
Natural balancing.
Maybe a little bit of Epsom salt.
So anyway, somebody called me in here. That was it.
What's that?
Did somebody call me in here? I thought they had a question for me or something.
It was me, Ricky. I was just seeing if you're right.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm doing yard work. I'm getting rid of that extra, anger and energy out, finding an outlet for it. So
Good,
that's how I usually do that. I'll get over it. No, it is. I'd share, but you probably wouldn't care to hear it.
I need to go get some pH test strips for the water. That would be good. What was I making again?
I don't know when it's full. Usually I can tell when the pH gets off. I don't usually have to test it. I can usually tell by looking at the water after a while.
Really?
And it's cool anyway, and it's really cool. Seems like the color changes and the way the dirt sinks to the bottom different. It's just kind of interesting how you can almost tell the pH of something.
Yeah, I noticed how fast the water goes through the soil changes. I noticed that. Yeah. Like
Have you ever considered doing that? Have you ever considered filtering it through a large amount of clay and water and sand or whatever? And filtering your water that way?
Well, I live in a little apartment on the 8th floor, so having that much.
Oh, yeah, of course.
No. I mean, I do my gardening and stuff. But like I have a super duper vacuum that's like full seal, like complete seal. which is pretty good. I just need to use it more.
Yeah, I hear that. I have an excuse to use everything. That's why I'm constantly starting projects, and they're all over the house and they're all over the yard. I have a problem with that. Is I get these ideas and I start building something, and then I'll just get bored with it, or somebody will say something to me, and it'll piss me off, and I just want to work on the project for like 3 or 4 months.
Ends up being unfinished. You go, holy shit! It's been a month later. That shit's still sitting there. What?
Sometimes it sits for a year, and then I'll pick it up again. Though sometimes. Just depends. My wife gets so frustrated with me.
Oh man, I have projects saved. Okay, it's late already. Shoot. Well, that's what happens. I stay up too late. I can't get up till after like 9:30. Oh, now it's what? After spring forward. It's after 1. That's why it seems so late. Okay.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. Sun's up and over.
1. Oh, wait a second.
It's lunchtime, huh? Or is that the machine we're using now?
Okay. Clock reset.
That's always fun.
Gonna make a big old pot of chili today, later.
That sounds good, actually.
For
Chili
dinner
now.
tonight.
At least not homemade chili.
Yeah, homemade chili. Okay. 1 second. Living vicariously through somebody else's kitchen noises. Curious bunch. Sorry.
It's gonna be the best day of my life. My life.
All right.
It's gonna be the best day of my life. My life. Of my life. My life. Holy fuck, do you eat that?
Sorry.
So unforgivable.
Okay, let's play this Dell song. Hold on 1 second, folks. Here we go. Finally. The long anticipated. Oh yeah.
2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4.
4, 9.
This is what I'm talking about. Take control of yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Well, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Carrie, you're a fucking bullshit lying piece of shit, fuck off.
Yeah,
I've got a Ferrari that goes to 140 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Carrie, fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum and it all just slides here because of magic stuff. Show me it. Carrie. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Carrie. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. Show me it. Carrie. Fuck off. Show me it. Carrie. Fuck off.
Black holes and stuff. Show it. Oh, fuck off.
Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. Oh, for fuck's sake, Brenda, we're just doing 2 seconds. Now fuck off. We don't want you or your other disciples to go and take a running fuck to yourself, okay?
You look at yourself and fuck off.
Social commentary with Dell. Awesome. Good stuff. Stand
Yeah,
up. Unite.
I love Dale, man. I mean, is there anybody more pure, more true?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nah. I mean, he could have put fucking advertisements on the channel, probably made a semi-good living out of it, pay for some heating, some electricity, but he's like, nah, fuck you. Go and do us a favour. Fuck off.
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Fuck off. Sonny!
No more living on a cartoon ball. Let's see.
Used to think my life was filled with rain. Sonny!
Now listen.
Hey, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I wonder, what am I on? Sonny, I love you. Go on, Sonny. I know you can do it. Yeah, no plectrum. No plectrum. This sound like somebody was grating cheese against the fucking cheese board, right? That's crazy, man. All right. If you want to do it, I'll fucking do it, man.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now with MC Tune's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, MC Tune. The floor is all yours.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Glad to see Austin and Kai here with myself and Carissa. Austin, when you're through Minneapolis, I'm sorry we didn't connect. That would have been fun, but glad to be here. So I have a presentation here. I'm gonna send to you right here. All right. So let me know when you got that and people are seeing it, and I will. I'll go through it. All right. So my what I'm showing is a test, a measurement to see if the Earth is flat or spherical, and it uses absolutely no assumptions, and that's the cool thing about this particular one. So there's just a small amount of math to start. Fortunately, you don't even need to do any equations.
Who is this guy?
On the surface of a sphere, a triangle always has more than 180 degrees. On the surface of a plane, a triangle always has 180 degrees. Exactly. So if the Earth is flat, then any measured triangle, every one of them will be 180 degrees. And if the Earth is round or spherical, a sufficiently large triangle so that the measurement, the precision of the measurement instruments can resolve it, there will be more than 180 degrees.
Fucking water balls.
There are no assumptions in this at all, nothing. So right there is just a little description of how it's done. It's called, the amount over 180 degrees is called spherical excess. So if there's any spherical excess, you know that the Earth is not flat. And here's a little more. This is on my website at mtune.net/SE. All of this stuff is on there. So all my data is cited there. The this shows a little bit with how the triangles work. Since the triangles are not in the same plane on the surface of a sphere, the angles are greater than 180 degrees. So there was a survey. It was published in 1900. It's a 900-page survey. It's called the Transcontinental Triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel. I sent this to Austin more than a year ago, so he's had plenty of time to see it, to review it, to read it, to become familiar with it. I'm sure he has. They used these theodolites. These are 20-inch long theodolites. Very, very precise. Better than 1 arcsecond of precision in this.
Right.
In order to sight them, they set up temporary housing, temporary viewing stations on mountaintops, especially across the Rockies. And they use what's called a heliotrope on the ones that are being sighted. So one person's on a mountaintop with a theodolite, and then there's several people at different mountaintops with heliotropes shining these mirrors on the top toward the other place so that they can sight the different locations. So they have a shiny point to measure towards. Here's somebody using a heliotrope. You can see there's a telescope on it so that they can view the person with the theodolite who is measuring the angles. Now, you may be wondering, how did they deal with refraction? And that is an important issue. It is covered in there in the book, the survey. The thing is about horizontal measurements or azimuthal measurements is refraction doesn't affect it. It does affect zenith measurements a lot, but it does not affect horizontal measurements. So they go over that in the book. And the way that you do get variations due to potential atmospheric effects dealt with is you take lots of measurements, lots and lots of measurements. They take huge numbers of measurements. They get a really tight standard deviation so that they know that the measurements are very accurate. So I want to focus on just one particular triangle to begin with. And you can see right here, it is Mount Loma, Mount Diablo, and Mount Helena, which are Utah, Nevada, and California. They have the observed angles right there, 28 degrees, 49 arc minutes, 8.348 arc seconds. The important thing there is that little number at the bottom, 57.778. That is the spherical excess. That is the amount over 180 degrees that triangle summed to. There are no assumptions in this. It is just a horizontal measurement of these three angles from these
How do you get horizontal?
it sums to more than 180 degrees. Therefore, the Earth cannot be flat. Now, the thing is, there are hundreds and hundreds of these triangles in this particular survey, just this particular survey, and I have 5 others linked on my website at mc2.net/SE.
The guy's name is McToon. He's a clown, but it's good to hear his
50,
debate.
these are one at a time. So that is right there.
Right.
What I would ask anybody to explain, if the Earth is flat, how come all of these triangles do not sum up to 180 degrees? And if you think there's any assumptions in here, please be very specific in what you think they are. So that's mine. Thank you.
We can make it very far away, or we can make it very close.
Thank you, Melvin.
It's up to you.
Is it good for me to go, James?
Absolutely.
Perfect. So I think there are many scientific reasons for the Earth being round, but there are also many ways that we can observe the Earth being round just by using our eyes, using our senses. And that is why even before Christ, right, in 200 BC, Aristophanes actually measured the circumference of the Earth. He used the sun. There were many, it was very accepted even over 2,000 years ago. And there are so many things that we can actually just see and visualize and experience that will lend itself to a spherical Earth. So some of those things that we can see on a day-to-day basis currently,
for sure,
is that for lunar eclipses, we see them at many locations of the Earth. And if you see a spherical or a circular shadow at many different angles, that means that the whatever you're looking at, the shadow of whatever you're seeing is spherical, right? There's also other things that point very clearly to a spherical Earth, such as consistency of the stars. In the northern and the southern hemisphere, Polaris is constant in the northern hemisphere. So you see the other stars rotating around Polaris.
Water ball.
Similarly, we see that in the Southern Cross.
Whitsett and Kai
and also there's some things that it would not add up. So we also
intellectually
see
eviscerating
wherever we are, right? And that
would you like to report my intelligence?
So, for example, if
make the YouTube video.
the moon was spherical, then someone very far away would see a different space of the moon than
let the bimbo speak. I mean the lady
beneath the moon. Or if the moon was a disk, then it would not look circular. It would be distorted depending on where you were on the Earth. So there are many inconsistencies with a flat Earth model that can be observed just by the naked eye. You don't have to have a lot of science. You don't have to understand all of the mathematics behind it. These are things that are very demonstrable. And those are just to name a few. There's so
you don't have a fucking starting point.
Demonstrable with no demonstration. Okay.
That's all I have, and I'm excited to hear the opposing perspective.
You got it. Thank you very much, Carissa. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And we hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. Also, want to let you know, folks, if you have not heard, we are absolutely pumped for this upcoming debate next weekend between Apostate Prophet and Stewart on Christianity versus atheism. You don't want to miss it. Hit that subscribe button, folks, as we have many more juicy debates coming up. And with that, thanks so much, Whitsett and Kai, for being here. The floor is all yours.
What up? This is the beautiful Kai.
Hello.
Whitsett gets it. All right, I'm going to try to share screen here. Maybe this will work. We shall see.
Okay.
Yep.
Fuck yeah, I can see it.
Exciting. All right. Put this together really fast. But the Earth is flat. Don't make this weird, bro. We didn't lie about it. So, anyway.
Stop.
So we're curious as to which one of these is the real curve of the Earth. Is it when we're at 100 feet? Or 10,000 feet, or 33,000 feet, or 7,000 feet, or 128,000 feet, or 1,000,000 feet? Which one's the real curve? which one isn't the real curve?
Don't make this weird, bro.
Blue crickets every time. So once again, here's the fisheye of the infamous Felix Baumgartner jump. And then this is a reality photo of a high altitude balloon, 121,000 feet. This is infamous astrophysicist, scientific communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson. Let's hear what he's got to say about it. Hopefully the audio works.
And the dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix. Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump.
Shut up, Neil. Yeah, fucking moron.
Now, you know, I don't know. It's fine. He wants to, I don't have a problem if he does it. But
Neil, it's not
the
fucking
honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there.
Stop talking. It doesn't work if you talk over it.
Curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's
it's a fucking
wow, he's in space. Look at that.
Tackle.
No, he's not.
Mexican tackle.
You don't see the curvature.
You don't fucking see it.
If you are 2 millimeters above this people.
Who cares what he says, man?
That stuff is flat.
That stuff is.
Of course, the Glove Earthers literally throw this guy under the
Stop
bus.
talking.
They
This
act
is work
like
to be
he's a
talked
complete
over it.
moron, propped up astrophysicist, shown to the whole world. They have no choice but to throw him under the bus, which should be pretty telling, but let's proceed. So here's this infamous billionaire goes to space launch, right? And it shows you this crazy curvature. Then a little bit later, I took a screenshot. I guess the Earth went convex and then concave. Can't make up its mind.
I don't know.
So very interesting.
Sorry.
And then here's your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about this as people ran their victory laps because we've been to space, you stupid flat earthers. People are privately going there now.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. You know how high up above the Earth he was? No. If you take a
63 miles.
It's about 63 miles. It wasn't very fucking long
about high above it, is he? So he's about 2 millimeters
3.6 miles
above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody's seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
Fuck him.
Interesting. So no, you don't see the curvature according to this astrophysicist here from a plane. You don't see it from 128,000 feet. You don't even see it from 63 miles in the air. 63 miles. But why do they show this beautiful curvature here? And then of course you see that it's obviously not always curved. It curves up too. Doesn't matter.
Hey,
so here we go with the infamous blue marble picture, right? Robert Simmons is the artist. This is for the people maybe unfamiliar with it. Here's a quote. We put it up here for you. Then we wrapped a flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds and oceans to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. The ball became the famous blue marble. So it's not a real picture. It was the default picture on the iPhone. But again, they're showing all these fake pictures of curvature, but it's probably because they're telling the truth. Here's all the different pictures of the Earth, and I guess the Earth changes from year to year. They can't figure out it has bipolar.
The size of the continents are changing.
The colors change. Yep. You know, well, we're crazy. You got to believe that these are real, or you are a conspiracy theorist. I like this.
Okay, so again, they say the Earth is a ball. One main proof that they have is things disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. So they use like sunsets or ships disappearing over the horizon as evidence that the Earth is a ball. But you can see here that things in the distance converge with the horizon. You can see with the street lamps, the farther the street lamps are from you, they begin to merge with the horizon. It almost looks like the street lamps are setting. You can see the hallway as well. The further distance, it merges with the horizon. We have a couple pictures, a couple videos. The first video we have is a boat. So again, they'll say, oh, the ship is disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth. When you zoom into the boat, you can see it again. So it's not actually disappearing behind anything, because if it was being physically obstructed, then you couldn't zoom in with the camera. Just like you can't use a camera to see through a brick wall or a mountain, you can't have a camera see through a hump of Earth curvature. So the real reason that boats are disappearing is not behind the curve of the Earth, but simply it's just leaving your field of vision. We also have another video here
explains how sunsets are working on a flat Earth. As the laser gets further away, it's not going behind anything, it's on a flat surface. It's just leaving your field of vision as it gets farther and farther from you. And that explains how a sunset works on the flat Earth.
No, which of course they say, no, there's no way it wouldn't disappear from the bottom up. There's a laser doing it. So the second law of thermodynamics dictates pressure will fill the available space, spontaneously seeking equilibrium. This is, of course, a natural law, not a theory, not debatable. The globe Earth belief system loves to handwave dismiss the second law as if it's flexible or they can make it up or whatever. But here, I'll let you commentate this. But here's a little demonstration of the very simplistic idea of gas filling the available space.
So you can see here gas inside a vacuum chamber fills the available space. And then once
If you're able to just, it's really, I think that they maybe won't be able to hear you while the music's going simultaneously.
All right, my bad. I turned it down. Here you go.
You got it. Go ahead.
Okay, so the second law of thermodynamics describes entropy, high pressure going to low pressure. You can see here that also that gas fills the available space. Inside a vacuum chamber, the gas is still filling the available space. And then once the lid of the vacuum chamber is removed, you'll see that the gas, the high pressure in the vacuum chamber fills the available space, which is the surrounding air. The reason this is relevant is because we know we have gas pressure here on Earth, and they tell us that outer space is a vacuum. And they also say that the atmosphere is uncontained. So if the atmosphere is uncontained, then the high pressure here on Earth should fill the available space, and it doesn't.
Yeah, and just to make it worse, it's really funny that people laugh, but this is not even remotely close to the pressure differential of the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of space people float around in. So this is hilarious that you think that something could be drastically greater with a pressure differential and just sit there chilling, going numerous different vectors, and pressure never fills the available space. The second law gets thrown out the window, but no big deal. Who needs natural law? We have cartoons. So here's the government telling you numerous times that the only way they can do anything with practical use cases when people's lives are at stake is to assume the Earth is flat. But the government's probably trolling with documents that had to be declassified and no one's ever read and they've hidden from the public. They're just trolling. They're just bored. Right here, propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat Earth. This is actually how they engineer a ground weapon system, ground weapon towers, and they had to assume the Earth was specifically a dielectric plane in order for them to acquire the target or to have any accuracy of practical use. Here you go. They're talking about the determinative brightness of the firmament, assuming a near sun and a flat Earth, and that the approximation for the firmament was proven correct in the bottom left. And of course, here we have the air trajectory model. The only way you can even design an aircraft is to assume the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface, as do pilots when they fly them, where people would literally die. They don't assume that the Earth is curving down beneath them or spinning because literally they couldn't fly the plane. So there's numerous government documents. Here's just a couple of them we put together for you, saying that literally anytime that they design any technology or any practical use is used in the real world, the only way it works is to assume the Earth is flat, including electromagnetic propagation for ground weapon systems. Well, no big deal. Probably is a ball. They just have to act like it isn't a ball. Just a coincidence. So here's an infamous picture from 275 miles away, the infamous world's longest photograph. There should be numerous miles of obstruction here, like numerous feet of obstruction here, but it's not there. We just see the mountains and they must not actually be there. They're just where they are. Here are numerous states, science. Several U.S. states led by Florida are flatter than a pancake. There's like a list of 11 or 12 there. 10 flattest places on the Earth. You got all kinds of different places that are incredibly flat for immense amounts of distances. But the Earth is a globe. Obviously, it's just flat everywhere for hundreds of miles everywhere. And they admit it, and this is coming from physical empirical measurement, unlike McToon's little look at something in the distance and presuppose spherical excess, but we'll get into that later, I'm sure. So anyway, the Earth is such a ball that it's flat everywhere. You know how it goes. Okay, you can do this.
Again, on the globe model, the horizon has to be physical. But as you can see with atmospheric refraction, the horizon isn't physical. It's just the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. And you can see throughout the day, the atmospheric refraction changes. And it just confirms again that the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. It's just an apparent location.
Yep. The globe Earth has asthma. So it's breathing, it's breathing in and out here. This is the curvature rate of the Earth, right? So like as we invoke this, people get triggered. This is the globe Earth math, bro. Like the Earth is flat. Don't make this weird. We didn't lie about it. This is what they said we live on, bro. You can test it. It's geometry. There has to be a physical horizon. That's what geometry says, right? So this is the math. This isn't the flat earthers math. It's funny that we weren't taught this in school. No one knows what it is. I go around the entire United States. No one knows anything about the curvature rate or how to test it. We weren't taught that. We were just told there's a ball. And then, you could just be in the majority, make fun of the other side, and that makes them dumb. But good.
And so this is based on, so they told us that the radius is 3,959 miles, which means that the drop rate will be 8 inches per mile squared, I believe up to 1,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see here in the chart, obviously the first mile, there's an 8-inch drop, but as you get further on, for example, 100 miles across, there should be a 6,666 foot drop. So if this curvature rate is real, if the globe is actually real, you should be able to easily detect this, and they can't.
Nope, nowhere other than looking at refracted images, assuming it's physical. So, and here you guys have probably, hopefully seen it, the infamous black swan observation. So for those that don't know, the reason it's called a black swan is because if you say all swans are white, and then you find a black swan, that nullifies or falsifies the notion that they're all whites. You just have to find one black swan. Then your statement that all swans are white isn't true, right? This is the globe Earth's black swan. That means when people run away, they just parrot the word refraction, which we can definitely get into the depths of it, right? It doesn't change anything. If this happens one time, the radius is wrong, right? We have one in Australia right here, the observer height 5 feet, so it should be at 2.35 miles. The horizon's over 7.8 miles. So we'll go through it just for people that are new to it, right? So it's the modus tollens argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. It's just a falsification, proposal, right? So if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, every single horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It has to be. This is geometry based on the radius of 3,959 miles. Right, we have the observation on California right here, 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, and actually even less than that. And the horizon is beyond platform habitat, the furthest oil rig, which is 9.4 miles away. This would require the radius of the Earth be 264,000 miles. It's literally impossible. The physical curvature of the Earth that should block the observer's view should be before this still shot's even taken from the video, much further ahead, but it's not, right? So we have 2 black swans right here. There are all kinds of them. We just threw a couple on here. This can't be recovered from. It's been out there for a year. We still haven't had a sufficient answer. People just hear a word, they're told to say the word, but we're just here to open up the mind of the third-party viewer that's honest. If you don't want to know the truth, it's maybe flat or it's not for you, bro. And then we have an infrared picture here.
10 more seconds left.
The furthest mountain is 255 miles away. Of course, it'll be blocked by over a mile curvature in the back from the top of the mountain, but no, it's just magically we saw through it. X-ray Superman. Here's your boy.
I can go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have...
That is just a bit over 12 minutes.
Oh, okay. Cool. No worries. Everything NASA shows you is fake. It's stupid. They're just bouncing around. You get it.
You got it. Thank you very much, both Witsit and Kai. We appreciate it. We are going to kick it into open conversation, and then after that, we of course have Q&A. Folks, if you happen to have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. If you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, that makes it easier for me to see your question. And then Super Chat is also obviously a way you can ask a question or make a comment, and we read those first just to get through them quickly, and then we'll jump into open conversation right now. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Hey, I'm wondering, why did you not use? Why didn't you look up, Austin, what the actual source was for the 1.22 times in height? Why didn't you look? A couple months ago, I asked you where Quantum Eraser got that. You didn't answer me. That's don't worry about it. Here's the deal. Let me share this because I want to see. I know where he got it from. He got it from the subject matter expert.
So you're not
Thomas Young, our favorite guy. That's who he got it from. This is the page that he lifted it from, right? Being shared. Okay. So you see right here, this is the no refraction part of the page, right? And right here, 1.23 or 1.225, he rounded up, times the square root of the eye height in feet. That's where Quantum Eraser got it from. Okay? That is, again, from Andrew Thomas Young, Quantum Eraser Loves the Sky.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department. So, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department, the subject matter expert.
The subject matter expert. Excellent. So the problem is that Quantum Eraser stopped reading at this point, and he does not read on to where Andrew Thomas Young talks about refraction in measuring the distance to the horizon. And that's the crucial
would you like
point
to shut up
of
at
your
this stage?
black swan
Hello.
image there, is that
Both of you, shut
there's
the
no
fuck up.
refraction. That's the most important part of that. There's no refraction involved. Yet Andrew Thomas Young, the source of that formula from Quantum Eraser, talks about refraction in detail. Look at the rest of this page. That page is significantly longer than just this first part that Quantum Eraser likes to look at. Now, Austin, I know that you love demanding that refraction happen.
Refraction, which we immediately and adamantly claim is always present because there's temperature fluctuation and atmospheric conditions that are consistently affecting what you perceive.
I completely agree. So be sure, Austin, in your analysis to include refraction, or I will just play this.
Refraction always happens
over and over
why
again.
It's important.
Okay.
All right. You're done? Okay. He didn't get it from Andrew Thomas Young, my man, right? It comes from...
Thanks, Neil.
Andrew Thomas Young,
So-
San Diego State University, Astronomy Department.
Kindly
Yes,
fuck
it
off.
did.
Subject matter expert.
That's where he got it from.
Hello,
Dude, we
hello.
heard it. We heard it, bro. You took
Yeah,
forever.
that's where he got it from.
Calm down, man. Calm down. All right.
Be sure to include refraction in your analysis.
Jesus, look at that fucking.
All right. It actually comes from geometry.
Yeah, big fucking.
It's the radius value of 3,959 miles. That's where the number comes from. Now, of course,
but you didn't include refraction in your analysis.
Refraction increases proportionate to the distance. Are you done?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Let's give the same way that we gave you several minutes. Let's be fair and give the same to Witsit.
All right.
Okay, so 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet comes from geometry. Whenever quantum invokes Andrew Thomas Young is because it's the subject matter expert for your side, right? So we have many people run around acting as if that number's wrong or something. He's like, look, even the guy on your side agrees. Okay, so the number doesn't come from Andrew Thomas Young. He didn't create the equation, which is what you're insinuating. It's literally geometry, okay? It's not debatable. Anyway, but when you bring up refraction, right, you should go back to your little page and you should see the formula. We should enlighten everyone what it is. It's 7/6R, R being the radius of the Earth. So you actually have to know an accurate radius value, fluctuate it in theory, not in reality, of course. The Earth isn't fluctuating, you know what I'm saying? It isn't actually increasing by 15%, is it, in tune? No, it's just theoretical to explain this rate we need if the Earth's in fact a ball. So you actually have to reify the R value that's being contended and falsified, and then you have to extend it and then say, look, this formula proves it.
But I don't use that particular measurement or observation to measure the radius of the Earth. That's done external to that particular measurement. It's already known what the radius is. But no, it doesn't matter. You cannot look at that photograph without including refraction in the analysis.
And the radius dissecting of the observations, you even account for refraction that we know for a fact to be present.
Absolutely.
No. Bro, does the radius change? Like when you put 7/6R, can you change the radius?
No, but refraction changes what you see.
When you just throw refraction out entirely, invoking the furthest point away in the image
Absolutely.
and saying that you don't have to account for refraction and making the baseless assertion it doesn't move it because you showed us some
Yes, I
not
can see the
very great
radius.
images where they look to be generally the same is laughable, bro.
That's laughable, bro.
Are you?
No, include the refraction in your analysis, bro.
Okay, so bro, my friend, I'm asking you, can the radius change? And if it can't,
If
then
you're not going to include refraction in your analysis, don't bother.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
I couldn't say.
Yeah, so I thought I'd just pause it there for a moment. McToon is a buffoon. What a numpty, man. Refraction. Yeah, why do they always run away
Thank you.
from their radius? Like they hide that. Like they're afraid to show what there really is behind their fallacious argument. That's why they had that formula. So ridiculous. Comments? Comments, concerns, complaints? Okay, I'll continue on.
Wait, hang on. Can you explain 7 over 6R for the layman?
Well, I'm not an expert, but what I understand is they're using the R as a radius. Their formula is just conforming to a ball of that size. It's just a theoretical concept that they're using this formula, but the R is the part that they do not have verified. They're using something that is in contention in their formula. It's a reification. That's why it's a reification. Besides, it's well known that any effects of refraction are not affecting the horizon's position at all. It's impossible. The only thing refraction can do is shorten your length of vision. Get that? Shorter, not longer. Shorter. So here's what I say. I'll give them some leeway. They want to shorten their length of vision. Okay, so instead of 1.225, we'll just go to 1. I gave them a whole 0.225 in favor of refraction, shortening their view to 1 mile to their geometric horizon.
Actually, that's a good point. A refraction would shorten the observation.
No, yeah, that's the only thing. That's the only thing it has the ability to do is shorten your length of vision. So, okay, they want to shorten it. You say refraction next time, you're going to get a geometric horizon that's at 1 mile instead of 1.225. See how that works. And see if that works in your favor. Oh, gee whiz. Yeah, you got all kinds of problems with refraction. It's a cluster. And on a clear day, I can go out on a hill, not very big hill, less than 1,000 feet, and I can see more than 40 clicks to a point south of TJ in Mexico. At least 40 clicks. I bet if I got to the right vantage point, I could zoom in all the way across the water all that distance. Now, you wouldn't be able to see the shoreline at that far away, but you sure as hell could see the water leading all the way up to it and then going up the hills. The problem with that is there should be an 800-foot wall of bulging earth water in the way. That's only at 40 kilometers.
better myself. Go ahead.
Okay. Once again, bro, you can't actually fluctuate the R value. So they give this theoretical equation to explain how.
No, I'm sorry. You yourself demand. You demand that refraction be included in the analysis. So include refraction in your analysis. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. The horizon is nothing more than an apparent location that fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions, including refraction and the observer's heights, right? So it constantly fluctuates. You're making an additional claim. You're actually claiming it's a physical, actual location based on...
I didn't claim. Well, this is your picture, not mine.
So do boats go over the curvature of the Earth, McToon?
Absolutely, they do get obstructed.
You can claim it's physical. Yeah. Thank you, man. Thank you for just contradicting yourself instantaneously. So if the Earth is a radius value of 3,959 miles, there's a physical obstruction. Flat Earth knows that the horizon is just apparent, constantly fluctuates. We showed that. I don't know if you were paying attention to the presentation. We actually showed a time lapse where the horizon constantly moves.
Absolutely, yeah. That's why you need to include refraction analysis.
But if your refraction,
you made my point.
If it requires the reification of the R value in contention, it is inadmissible, my friend.
No. The radius of the Earth was measured external to that particular observation.
So it doesn't use the horizon.
When the measurements for the radius that I cite do not use the horizon. No.
Right. It uses stuff like we can presuppose the distance of the sun, and then we can come up with some correlative response.
No.
Yeah.
I will happily show you how to measure the radius of the Earth.
Okay, but can we hone in on one thing for the audience, because some people are new to this conversation? Do you agree that on a ball, there has to be a physical curve that will block your view and you can't see past it?
Yes, a physical curve that is affected by refraction. So you must include refraction in your analysis. So anytime you do this, be sure, according to you, because you demand that refraction be included, be sure to include refraction in your analysis.
Okay, once again,
that's all I'm asking.
Hold on. I think what we're missing here is that radius is constant and refraction is a variable. So that might help you in answering Melvin.
No. What will help me is if you know what the subject matter expert says, which is that you have to invoke terrestrial refraction and fluctuate the hypothetical R value to 7/6 star just to get an idea of it. Then you must, in fact, invoke and reify the idea of light rays, which are just an unrealistic concept. This is all coming from the subject matter expert. And that you didn't have to ignore the fact there is no horizontal boundary. So you must assume the Earth's a sphere, assume the R value, fluctuate it hypothetically, which is a category error because you're talking about light over top of the Earth, not the Earth's terrain itself changing. And then you have to invoke light rays, which aren't real. That's what the subject matter expert says. So we're actually
the R value. Here's the deal. According to your own demands, you've still not included the refraction analysis. I'm just waiting for that. Go ahead.
The horizon's just an apparent location that
but if you're gonna bring up an image that obviously has heavy refraction in it, be sure to include analysis of refraction in the analysis. Go ahead.
So you agree then that we always have to account for refraction when we look at the horizon?
It should be, yeah. Definitely.
Okay, so then you can never actually see the literal curvature of the Earth then, right?
Everything we see goes through a medium. So everything we see is modified by that medium. So you just need to control for those conflating variables.
So we can never see the actual curvature of the Earth then, right?
You can never see anything that is just unmodified by the medium through which the light travels.
So we can never see the actual curvature of the Earth then, right?
You can never see actually anything because everything is different. Are you that stupid that you don't understand that if there's a medium, there's a medium?
Live on a ball, okay? For example, a pregnant lady's stomach, right? When she's 9 months pregnant, her belly physically obstructs her ability to see her feet, right? Okay, but you're saying that on your in your reality, you can never ever see this curvature of the Earth. Now you say that boats
can't see it unmodified.
You're saying that
so stop strawmanning me.
Are you
can never see it.
No,
because you're strawmanning me. I'm not gonna sit here and let you strawman.
You're making contradictory statements.
Here's the deal. Everything you see is modified by the medium through which the light travels. You just need to take into account these modifications.
Okay.
So we never
be sure to do that. According to you.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
Go ahead.
Are you promoting my channel, bro?
Include your own declaration that it's the most important variable. Go ahead. Include it in your analysis. If you don't, then you are contradicting yourself.
It's the most important variable because the horizon is an apparent location. You're claiming it's a physical location. You claim that boats go over it. So you now have to admit intrinsically within your contradictory little worldview crafted to you by Jesuit priests that you never see the curvature of the earth. That's what
you never see it unmodified. Everything is subjected to the modification of the medium you see it.
So if we never see the curvature of the earth, how do we know it's there?
You need to, because you can then account for those changes because we know how it affects our vision. So you can account for those changes.
So we have to assume that it's there. We never see it's there, but we have to assume it's there and then make up math to explain why we don't see it.
Just all you need to do is control conflating variables. That's classic science stuff. If you don't like doing it, I understand, because it gives you the result that you don't like.
We won't get into that. You don't know what science is, man, but you agree that you don't see the curvature of the earth, right?
You don't see anything unmodified.
Right. So if you never see the actual curvature of the earth, how do you know it's there, McToon?
Because you can control for conflating variables.
Like the atmosphere?
Yes.
You can, absolutely.
You can control the atmosphere?
Yeah, you remove the atmosphere?
No, you can. No, I'm sorry. You don't understand how controlling conflating variables works.
No, please enlighten me how you control the atmospheric refraction.
You don't control it. You measure it. You quantify it. You figure out how it is affecting your observations.
What the fuck are you
and
talking
then you
about,
include it in the analysis.
So you presuppose there is a curvature that you don't actually see.
No, you are not presupposing curvature. You are using the known effects of refraction.
Okay, and you're saying we never see the actual location of curvature, but since we know that there's refraction,
you only see modified things, Austin. We stop strawmanning me. You only see a modified view of everything. So when you do science, you need to. It's called controlling conflating variables. You take them into account. So if you know that refraction is happening, then you include that in your analysis. And if you don't know much about the refraction that's happening, then you don't have a very good observation.
Okay, so just to make sure that the audience knows, usually when you're on the side that's objectively right, and there's this other fringe group of people that are just really stupid and crazy, you don't have to constantly interrupt them, including females. Just a side note. But my point here is,
if you're going to straw man
identity politics, your identity politics. What is it with his info? Aren't you like what the heck?
Wow,
he's like literally explaining you like the science, like how to actually. You're saying that like controlled studies, you actually have to like control whatever variable. What? No, you have to measure it with it. You have to measure. You have to see the effect of it, and you have to like take that into account. That's all he's saying, and you are 100% strawmanning him.
No, I don't think you understand the argument, Carissa. This is the issue. Is you said when you
literally said you don't think that we can see the horizon.
Go ahead, girl.
The audience is going to see you guys are imploding.
You're interrupting a woman. I'm sorry.
Can she talk yet? Can she talk yet? Is it her turn yet? Can she talk?
Okay.
It's just too funny.
No, thank you. Okay, so I don't think you necessarily understand the issue. As you said earlier, that with our senses, right, we can know that the Earth is a sphere. Here's the problem: there's a claim that the Earth is a certain size and there's a certain radius value.
Of
and
course.
If it's so obvious that this curvature exists, then we have to be able to measure it and detect it, okay?
Yes.
But here's what McToon is saying. McToon is saying that you can never actually observe the curvature of the Earth because of refraction.
That is false, because we can measure refraction and we can control for so
if we never actually see the curvature of the Earth, how do we establish that it's there?
So we can see the curvature, but it is as you were saying, a modified view. We can see it changing. You are interrupting a woman.
Yeah, somebody just interrupted a woman.
You're seeing the change of the curvature to an extent, and that's because of the refraction. But just because you see changes in it and illusions doesn't mean that the curvature itself is not there, right? So like if it's nighttime, and you know that there's a tree, where somewhere, and you're like, oh, I know that there's a tree there, and if you like shine a light there, you're like, okay, so how do you know? Because you didn't actually see it without a light. You're controlling for the darkness, which is a variable, by using a light. It's the same type of thing, that there's a variable that's impeding your measurements. So you measure that variable, and then you're able to take it away and have an actual accurate measurement.
What terrible analogy, Carissa, because we don't know the tree's there. That's what's in contention. Is there curvature there?
No, we know that there's there exists a horizon to an extent, right? You have to, like, there's a separation between earth and sky, right? Do you believe that there's at least at some point a separation between earth and sky?
Watch our PowerPoint.
Do you not pay attention?
So you think that it's the same thing?
Horizon
Of course, there's going to be a difference.
The definition of the horizon is the apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Correct.
The apparent location. But in the heliocentric model with the globe, the horizon is actually a physical location. Like I brought up with the analogy of the pregnant lady's belly, that it's a physical curve that's there. If it's an apparent location, it can't change. And it can't change in distance.
If it's physical.
Horizon is purely... So, okay, we can see the curvature of the earth, and you're right that itself is static. We can see it through the medium of there's heat refracting onto the earth. There's many things happening that might distort our view of the horizon. But horizon itself, everyone's going to see a different horizon because people are at different locations, right?
But that's
so you can't necessarily say that, like, oh, there is one definite. Of course, all horizons are based on your perception. That's the way horizons work.
But see, Carissa, that's our argument.
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
The globe argument is that boats and ships and the
Why
sun
is there 20 people talking at the same fucking time?
And it's interesting.
Shut up.
You're saying so
Holy
the ball is a specific size and
Is this real?
right?
Yeah, man.
It's 25,000 miles in circumference.
Shut the fuck up.
What you're saying is that we're seeing
Light rays, do me a favor.
and that can't work if the
Shut
horizon is a
the
physical
fuck up.
location.
Do you? It's not. Horizon is perception, and the Earth curve is physical. So when you look, when you see a horizon,
What a fucking
when you see
numpty.
a horizon,
Thank you.
you are viewing. Hold on, can you stop interrupting? When you see a horizon,
That was pretty funny.
when you see a horizon, that is your perception of the static Earth's curve. So.
Can anyone make sense of this fucking mess here?
Right? That's affecting it and affecting your perception.
Shut the
We
fuck
don't
up,
have
man.
like telescopic vision.
No, we don't agree. No, fuck you. Fuck you. You agree.
There are some elements. There's gases in the atmosphere. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. But we
What the
can
hell
measure
is this? What the hell? What the hell,
on
man?
our vision of the our vision, and then we can measure it and we can account for it, right? That's like literally how every single scientific study works, even if it's not observational.
Yeah, but let's just recap, right? Because what you've said like 3 times now is, well, that doesn't mean it's not there. Well, I've never seen Superman, Carissa. That doesn't mean he doesn't exist. What is that? Your argument is even though you
why that straw man? That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, she said just because you never actually see it, that doesn't mean it's not actually there. Well,
It means
I've
you
never
can
seen
control.
leprechauns.
You can control for that variable. That's what she means.
Control.
Hello.
You can't control the atmosphere.
Hello.
That's not what she's saying. Don't
Hello.
straw man.
1 sec. All right, just to have
Fuck
order.
off.
Remember, folks, all 4 of you, people are excited to
Nobody
hear
gives a
your
shit.
ideas, and so we just want to be sure that there's not too much interrupting.
You want-
So what we'll do is give you a quick chance to respond,
Save
with it,
me.
maybe a minute or two, and then we'll come back to Carissa and MC Toon for a minute or two as well.
What the fuck is going on? You fucking married each other?
But you know there's a tree there. Well, we don't know the curve's there. Hence why we're here. The Earth's flat, bro. Don't make this weird. Okay, we're trying to figure out if the curve is there. We don't know it's there.
Fucking silly
We're trying to
people
find out if it's
talking.
actually
Hey,
there.
P-Mac,
And then you
keep
shine a flashlight
yourself
on the
muted
tree.
for right now,
You
okay?
control for the variable of it being dark, and then you can see it. Well, you don't get to control the variable of atmospheric refraction now, do you? You don't get to shine a flashlight and see if it's there. The atmospheric refraction is outside of your control. It's just there. You actually try to measure different variables within it, presuppose a certain radius value, a certain curvature rate, and then a differential in the optics of what you actually perceive. That's why it isn't analogous. She continuously says, well, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And that's why I said, well, I've never seen Superman. I guess that doesn't mean he doesn't exist either. We need physical empirical measurement, and we need to know if we never see the curvature of the Earth, how do we know that it exists? It's very simple.
Well, I gave you a physical empirical measurement.
Okay, so you want to move on to that. You concede that optically.
I don't concede. No. I concede that you did not include refraction in your analysis, which you demand must be done.
Yeah, we actually, in our presentation, we showed you a GIF. It says atmospheric refraction right below the
But
GIF.
you did not include atmospheric refraction analysis in that black swan image. As you demand must be happening.
Right, but the differential-
I concede that you contradicted yourself.
But McToon, the difference here is your analysis requires us assume the Earth is.
You need to do the analysis. It's your claim. You're claiming it. You should do the analysis, not me. You go ahead and provide the analysis, or be a hypocrite because you demand the analysis happen and don't do it.
Okay, just to clarify for the audience, right? Because there's some new listeners here.
I'm claiming that you haven't even actually accounted for all the variables, and you're touting your trigonometry that literally hand waves dismiss one of the most important variables when it comes to perception, which is refraction.
There you go.
All right, so just
be a hypocrite.
Just to clarify for the
hand
audience.
wave away refraction. Go ahead. Hand wave refraction. Be a hypocrite.
You're triggered, bro. This is weird. You're making it weird. You need one of my shit.
Hand wave away refraction. Go ahead.
Calm down, man. Drink some water or something, bro. All right. So to clarify for the audience, okay, I'm not claiming that the Earth is a ball. You are. So what the flat Earth says is that the horizon is an apparent location. It just fluctuates based on atmospheric conditions. It's not an actual place. It's just optics, right? When we showed you the hallway, we showed you the railroads, we showed you the laser, right? It's optics, an optical convergence that isn't actual. And this is replicatable. It's very factual. That's what happens. The atmosphere changes where that looks like it's going on. It's an optical effect. You are claiming that there is a physical location there, but the atmosphere takes place, so we never see the actual physical location. You have the burden of proof to substantiate a physical location that we never see. I know that it isn't a physical location. So you need to explain how it is that we never see it. And so what you do is you reify the R value, fluctuate it, which is a category error. The R value doesn't change, Muktoon. So you are.
I'm not claiming that it changes. Sorry, man. So don't straw man me. I didn't claim that the R value changes.
You do when you invoke terrestrial refraction in the.
No, I don't.
Do you not agree with Andrew Thomas Young then? Or you want to throw him under the bus?
He is not claiming that the radius value of the Earth changes either.
The equation utilizes 7/6R.
Yeah, it does that as a way to deal with the effects of refraction.
But is that analogous or is it a category error?
It is not a category error. It is a way to mathematically predict what you would see due to the effects of refraction.
By hypothetically fluctuating the actual size of the Earth.
It is not fluctuating the size of the Earth. It is affecting the radius of the ray of light. That's what it's doing.
The light is, the way that they come up with the rate is by putting 7/6R.
Yes, R, which has been measured.
Okay, so you agree it requires a reification and a fluctuation.
It's not a reification. The radius value has been measured. It's no reification. Don't strawman me by saying it's a reification.
Well, let me.
I can provide for you many measurements of the radius of the Earth. Right. I have one based on the evidence that I provided earlier already.
And so this is pertinent to this to save us some time. Okay, so like you agree, we don't see the actual curvature of the Earth, and that looking at the horizon due to fluctuation based on refraction isn't an adequate methodology to determine the R value, right? So when we go back to like say Al-Biruni, the first person attributed to getting the R value.
Don't strawman me. I didn't bring up Al-Biruni.
Which is why you should stop interrupting, because what I was about to say is then you would agree that isn't actually a sufficient method. So we can throw that one out. They taught us that, but he was actually using an insufficient method because
it doesn't matter. I didn't bring it up.
I know. I'm just saying.
Why are you strawmanning me again?
How am I strawmanning if I'm asking?
Because I didn't bring it up. You're trying to defeat Al-Biruni's measurement of the radius of the Earth, which I did not bring up.
No, I'm trying to help the audience that may be new to this conversation so that they will know that Al-Biruni is the one that's attributed to originally coming up with the R value. Whether or not you want to talk about it or not, we're doing this for people that actually want to know the truth. Right. The person attributed to coming up with the R value is Al-Biruni. He took the fluctuation
fucking nonsense you
of
people
the
are talking
horizon,
about.
made different measurements, and came up with the net.
Is this real? Is this real?
Okay, there's someone new.
Is this real?
There's someone new in the chat. GC. Oh, they just
hello,
left.
I'm new here. Hello.
Hey, PMAC. There was somebody new here. Not saying it's your fault, but I didn't get to them in time, so they bolted. Hank Hill's in the house. Hey, Hank. How's the middle parts of Texas?
Calm down, man. I'm on Star Wars, bro.
Glatflobe is in the house. Hey, Glat.
Glatflobe, he's all right. He's all right.
Can't change in distance.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Great.
I'll be back in to annoy you people with my voice here in just a bit. I gotta take care of a couple
Jesus
things.
Christ. Who let the woman take over, man? Fucking crazy, bro.
So unless PMAC comes up with something really interesting, I'm gonna play a few songs.
Don't let the woman talk, bro.
PMAC, I'll give you the floor. Whatever you do with, whatever you do. I'm not the arbiter of anybody on here. You know that, right?
So,
I want you to have the floor for however long you need. I'm going to be preparing myself for the outdoors.
You're never going to prepare yourself for this, man. What do you hear this, man? Hey, hello.
Speaking of prepare yourself, one thing you can't ever prepare yourself for is all of a sudden discovering the truth.
Women.
How can you prepare yourself for discovering the truth? That's always a shocker. I don't think you can prepare because you don't know what you don't know.
Shut up, Donald.
You know what you don't know.
Shut up, Donald.
You have to know what you don't know first. Before you can know what you know.
Fuck you, fucking Donald.
Paul, fuck off, then.
Fuck. Yeah. Hey.
Just go right around the corner and fuck off over there. Go, there's some cobbly little area over there. Irish.
Just one little favor. Fuck off. Shh. Women
Irish. Fuck you.
Yo, we're having a conversation, right? They still think everybody's listening to them. Nobody's listening to them. Nobody knows what they're talking about.
So PMAC and I are like, oh, maybe not. In the movie Wallace, right? What's his name?
Well, I'm gonna bow out now.
I know it's Scotch. I know that's Scotland, but you remember how the Scots and the Irish all met? They're first like they're gonna fight each other, and they go roar, and they go hug each other on the battlefield.
Fuck you,
they
man.
join forces.
Hey.
We might have different color.
I'll fight you with your dick hanging out, bro. I'll fucking fight you, man.
The Irish, they're crazy motherfuckers. What did they do? They shave their heads bald and paint their whole body blue and shit.
Berserkers. We got a couple of berserkers.
That would be a scary fucking sight, man.
It would, wouldn't it? Like a guy standing on the other side of you in the battlefield with his fucking full-blown hard on, like, oh, give it to me, on fire! Come on!
Naked with his fucking battle axe.
Naked with his fucking hard on.
How do you do anything but get away from that?
I'm actually aroused about the thought of chopping your fucking head off, bro.
Weird.
That's barbaric. Hey? That's the way people used to be, Sonny.
I know.
I'm one of them, bro. I'm one of them. Trust me.
Me too. Or I think I was. I think pretty sure I was in those activities
I used to be.
before.
I have no fear, man. No fear at all.
So
bro.
this is another type of battle. That's all. We're just in a different period of time. So we don't necessarily have those barbaric things going on, but there's another form of warfare happening. It's a battle over our own minds and our lives, our freedom. The same things that people have always fought to keep.
Our minds, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Our freedom. Our freedom of over our minds and our lives and our souls, like that. There's always been those that have tried to stop us.
No chance. There's no chance.
We can't be stopped because you can't stop an idea.
This time has come.
Mm-hmm. So.
Oh, they're still talking about refraction.
Rally the troops.
It's
not a figuratively.
Pull them to me. 500 of the bastards standing behind me going, what's happening, PMAC?
I'm gonna finish smoking this one and go off for a ride.
Yeah, I'm done with it, bro.
Go get some sunshine.
Sunny
Yeah.
used to be my life, was filled with rain.
Like, that's interesting you sing that song because that song brings you back to my childhood. Like,
You look at me and then feel the pain.
Listen, I remember hearing that around the time of the Democratic convention in Chicago in 1968. Remember what happened then?
Bill Clinton.
Big fucking riots all over the U.S.
What a joke, man. What a
Weird
joke.
place. What a weird place for me to grow up, a 10-year-old kid, seeing this kind of stuff on the news. Like police, like with fire hoses, like
yeah,
beating
and
down,
they shot a
beating
couple
down,
too,
beating down us, beating down other humans with water hoses. How brutal! Beating them with sticks, like just insanity.
It is. It is.
Who like? Who authorized them? Who put these?
It's funny how they're talking, but we're listening to each other, and we've no idea what they're talking.
How did the fucking F troop get to be the ones that are in charge, carrying around weapons?
No idea.
The idiots of the whole group. Fucking unreal.
Fucking real, bro.
Yes. which has been measured.
There's a very strong sense I have, though, that they know there's those boundaries. The natural law boundaries. That's why no one fucks with me.
I wouldn't fuck you.
No one fucks with me because I live in natural world. Plus, I move too fast during the day. Like, I do go for walks, stuff like that. That's fine. I've never had any problems that I can't perceive a block away and just take another direction. Justice
I can see it coming in my future.
I can sense it a block away. Just fucking, okay, I'll just go right or left, whatever. Or just move straight through, whatever the case may be. That's because I let my intuition lead the way for me.
Yeah. Sunny.
Yeah.
We're still talking about things. These guys are talking about fucking Earth curvature and all that. We're talking about.
Are you still listening to the? Should I put it back on?
Not really. No.
It's still on pause. I could just keep it going. It's almost over, I'm sure.
Oh, shit! This is a real thing. That actually happened, huh?
No, it happened a while ago. I put it in the voice text. I'm pretty sure. What this video?
Well, thanks. I thought it was fucking some two boys talking about shit while we were talking about real shit.
No, that I guess. I'm
sorry
you didn't get the. Sorry you didn't get the concept. Concept away.
You
I was playing
motherfucker.
this video. I just posted it again in the live stream voice text. Whitson and Kai
She's
debating
hot.
with Mick Toon and this other lady. This other lady.
She's very hot.
So anyway, shut up, P-Mac. Mind your manners, P-Mac. I know you can't help yourself. All right, let's go back to the. Does anybody new in here? Don't see anyone. Let's go back to the bot commands and we'll restart this again. Resuming.
Why am I hearing other things above other things?
I don't know. I hear someone with a Dremel or something in my building close by. It's going.
Are they having a conversation above our conversation?
No, this is a pre-recorded debate.
Okay, I thought.
And I'm starting and stopping it. So it's on pause. I'm going to go ahead and continue it. Okay, so let's finish. Yeah, let's finish listening to the rest of this debate, and then we can comment after. I'll probably be gone for a couple hours after that.
Pause it.
It's on pause. I'm going to start it again.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, let me finish it till it's over.
Average, throwing out outliers that were too extreme of differential, correct? Yes, it is correct, Mattoon. So for the audience, just so you know, the R value they taught us and the methodology, Mattoon and all Globers now in the trenches have to admit is inaccurate. They have to throw it out because we never see the actual curvature of the Earth. I'm just making sure they understand that whenever you look at the horizon, that isn't the curvature of the Earth. You can't use that to come up with the R value. It constantly fluctuates at its apparent location. We've never seen the curvature of the Earth in actuality, but we can assume it's there and then come up with theoretical mathematical equations to explain why it's moving at a certain rate. That's objectively what you've said so far. I encourage the audience to rewind it and listen. Okay, we can move on. Unless you have some contention with my recap.
We also, in addition to MC Toon, would love as well to hear from Carissa as well as Kai, as I know, don't get me wrong, I know that MC Toon and Witsit, you have a very personal history, but nonetheless, just to be sure that we get an equal distribution from everybody. Go ahead, either of you, MC Toon or Carissa.
If you don't mind, I think I would like to bring up.
What am I listening to?
One analogy was interesting, but I think it can also go the other way. Can you give me your visualization of how the map of the Earth would look?
So I understand why people would want a model, but we don't actually have the positive claim.
Okay.
So the positive, because
I like makeup.
Again, I'm going to bring up what you brought up is our senses. It's common sense that the Earth is a sphere.
Visualizing.
We actually don't observe curvature. We don't observe axial rotation.
No, that's not.
Can we just stop shit?
No, I understand.
Just stop.
But
I thought it was two people having a debate. Can we
Okay, well, listen, hold on, PMAC, because it's almost over.
Okay,
This is the very end of
Do
it.
you think it might be a square, or do you think it's actually?
No, we know
because your shirt has a positive claim of the Earth is flat.
Because it has to be.
Literally, are making a positive claim. I'm just asking you to substantiate it.
We don't have the positive claim.
Your literal shirt is a positive claim.
Okay, so the globe has a positive claim because in our day-to-day reality, we observe the horizon, the horizontal horizon. We observe flat, stationary. You don't observe spinning 1,000 miles per hour. You don't observe gas
Can I
pressure.
just say I get women
So
all
when
the
you're
time?
Earlier,
Well,
when you
sometimes
cracked
it's
open
hard,
your little soda
sometimes not.
can, you just demonstrated second law of thermodynamics, okay? And the globe model argues against that. So you do have the positive claim. We don't have a model. We can never know what the actual Earth looks like.
Oh
All
my
we know
God.
is that one, it
Go
measures
shut
flat.
that woman up, please.
Two, it's stationary. And three, there must be some kind of container because we have gas pressure. The definition of gas pressure has container in the definition. So we know that it's not an open system. And the vacuum of space.
Please stop using incorrect terms.
Do you
man.
understand that?
Why are they talking over each
Long
other?
story short,
This is not
we
good.
don't have a model.
Okay.
This is not a
Do you
good.
understand
This is
that
not a
a
good
vacuum
place.
it doesn't mean that it's sucking, correct?
Of course. It's just ultimate low pressure.
It's just nothing. There's nothing there. Vacuum is
ultimate
just
low
nothing.
pressure.
Well, there's no
Right.
such thing as a perfect
So,
vacuum.
but you have space from the spherical Earth, the globe perspective has no particles in it, right? So, but the gravity our Earth has. Do you believe in gravity?
Believe in gravity? Well,
Yes.
let's actually define gravity. Which type of gravity are you speaking?
A vector that has
There's
for this
multiple types.
discussion is a force. It has a direction, and it has a magnitude. It's a vector. Do you believe in that?
Excuse me.
For science,
I have a question.
For science, there should be no belief, right? That's kind of the antithesis.
Okay.
Antithesis of science. But what you're
Does
talking about
gravity
actually-
exist? Let me rephrase this for you. Does gravity exist in your opinion?
Okay, my opinion is irrelevant, but let's go ahead. So you're talking right now about Newtonian gravity, which is mass attracting mass, which said that gravity is a force, okay? And he demonstrated that kind of like the way to think of Newtonian is like the apple falling from the tree, and it's falling to the ground because the mass of the Earth is pulling the weak mass of the apple. Well, that was actually superseded by Einstein. So now gravity, when you're talking about gravity, you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time. I can pull up some academic sources for you.
I understand that, but for this discussion, it can be viewed as a force. Just for for just this contained discussion of what I'm asking. Do you think it has a magnitude?
Why?
And do you think it has direction? That's all I'm asking.
So we're here to debate the heliocentric model. If you're not fully educated on the heliocentric model,
I'm not saying it's a force. I'm saying it's acting as though a force.
Just answer
I'm
her
saying it's
goddamn
acting
question and
as
stop
a
trying
force.
to veer away from
gravity is not a force.
I understand that,
Failed-
but it's
failed
acting
college
as a
astronomy.
force. It's acting as a force.
It's not a
correct.
force. It's the gravity is the bending and warping of space time.
Okay. Do you believe
There's a down-
that there is a vector
That there's a
type
downward acceleration.
that has to do with some type of force-like component?
Obviously there's an observable downward acceleration, but here's the issue: is the established cause. You're saying that the heliocentric model says that the established cause is the bending and warping of space-time.
So,
which they have failed to validate through the scientific method. There's no way that they can actually use a scientific method and verify the cause and effect relationship.
but we understand, so we can have very, very precise measurements of how fast something will fall, the density of things, and how so like in physics, we view gravity as like 9.8. It's literally viewed as a force to see things pulling down to a larger mass, as you said. And that's why I don't think you understand the gas situation. Of course, gas is going to be lighter than our atmospheric air, and that's going to dissipate, correct? But when there is something with no particles, then that gas, and that's why you see rain. That's literally why we see rain, is because water particles get so heavy and they condense together and they fall, correct? And that's because that's why literally gravity is like why we aren't going out into space, and that includes the gas. That includes literally everything.
I agree on that.
That you brought up earlier.
So gravity affects gases?
Yes.
Yes.
So helium, I see helium rising. What's happening?
Yes.
Who said that?
Because helium is lighter than the air around us. Which is oxygen, nitrogen.
Who said they agree with what that woman
So right
said?
now you have two contradicting statements. Right now you have two contradicting statements. You're saying it's
No,
downward
I don't.
acceleration.
I'm saying that our air that we are existing in has many particles in it. So if we
All right,
have lighter
I think we gotta pause the bot because someone just said that they agree
no longer lighter than the air surrounding
that the reason it rains is because of
density,
Newtonian gravity.
You agree with us?
it. What are you talking about?
If the air is lighter than the surrounding air and it goes up, that's because of density. So you
And
agree with
Is it
us.
okay if I
when the
engage
air
with this
goes
dude,
up,
Sonny?
there's fewer particles, therefore it stops going up.
But why does it go up?
Because it's less dense than the surrounding air.
So Lucasy Jew, she said that the reason it rains is because the Newtonian gravity, right? It puts the particles together, and she said when it turns into water, it comes down. Now, I'm claiming that it has to do with.
No.
Sorry, I'm claiming that it has to do with specific gravity. You're claiming that it has to do with Newtonian gravity. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Not the rule.
Did I get your argument correct, Lucasy Jew?
Excuse me?
Did I get your argument correct,
No,
Lucasy Jew?
no, because she was talking about the condensing of water when it actually the water starts to get.
Phase changed into water from vapor, right?
No. It's not really a vapor ever. Like a vapor is when it's heated up, and like it's still in a liquid state, but in such microbials that
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Please don't cut me off.
Yeah, it's a different form of matter. That's why I'm cutting you off.
What? No,
you're
not
skipping the
different
part.
form.
Yeah, it's a different form of matter.
Different form of matter.
It's
Can
a
you explain that?
gaseous. It's in a gaseous state.
Yeah, that is what I'm trying to get to. But
okay, I apologize, my brother. I don't.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys.
It is a form of gas state, but water has multiple ways of being. It has in a vapor state. It has a steam, or not steam, but I don't know, whatever. It's when the water is heated up, and then it has a solid liquid state, of course. But yeah, well, I'm trying. get to is that they're already like small droplets forming from actual dust particles in the atmosphere that most likely either can come from the Sahara or other places which I don't know of. Any desert area, actually. And that's also the reasons why you find dust on your, maybe on your car if it's not been washed for a long time and it's been standing outside and it's rained a lot. And you see like there's this thin dust layer. Because like the dust is the key. The dust is the key part of what forms a water droplet.
Yeah,
and static is irrelevant.
No. But the thing is, then the water droplet is still hanging up there, but it's collecting more and more and more moisture to it, and it gets heavy and heavy and heavy until it drops, basically.
So basically, what you said is that when it goes from being a vapor or gas state to a liquid state, and it starts to condense together, it becomes heavy. And I'm saying, well, heavy is a funny word for dense, right? And you're claiming that it's Newtonian, right? Which the mass was all there in the cloud before the phase change to water, right? It's only at the point to where the phase change to water is where the density changes.
I don't think we're on the same level right now.
Well, what level are you on? I'm on Earth.
No, I don't take it in that way. What I'm meaning is
what way on Earth? Really?
No.
What way should I take it? Please address the argument and not, my person. That'd be great.
Well, the formation. I was talking about the formations of water droplets in the first place, but there also has, of course, there also has to be a downwards force for it to actually fall.
Yeah,
I understand that's your claim, right? But I just said that when the phase change happens and it goes from gaseous state to liquid state, the density changes. Is that true? Is liquid water more dense than gaseous water, sir?
Well, gaseous water is, I don't know why you're calling it that, but in a vapor state, which clouds are not, they're not in a vapor state, they are in a very small, like they're particles, basically, water particles, and they're not actually in a gaseous state. For it to be in a gaseous state...
So you're telling me clouds aren't gas. When I walk outside and it's fog, I'm getting hit in the face.
They're not. They are masses of vapor.
Vapor.
And you don't know why I use the word vapor, but you use the word vapor. Doesn't vapor mean gas?
It is gas, yes.
No.
Vapor is gas. Yes, it is.
Water.
Vapor is gas.
But wait,
it's not moisture. If you're talking condensate, that's different than vapor.
So I'll ask you a question again. When the gas of the water is in the air, we call those clouds, and there's a phase change, and it goes from being a gas to a liquid, right? Does that increase the density of the water?
No. Water doesn't change. It never changes density. Only when it becomes in a more...
Really? How does it go up? How does the water cycle begin?
I was actually about to get to that. When water becomes into a gas state, yes, it's about 200 times lesser dense than in a liquid form. So, of course, there's going to be much more of it, and that's why we have used steam throughout the ages of industrialization.
And at that point, it falls, right?
Excuse me?
Once it becomes liquid state, that's when it falls, because it doesn't come back down in the gaseous state unless that's fog, which is not the reason that we're talking about. But the reason the water comes back down, it leaves when it becomes gas, and it comes back down to the surface when it becomes water, a liquid. So what is the cause of the water coming back down? You say it's mass attracting mass, which the cloud contains the same. I'm almost done. So I'm claiming that the reason it's coming down is because the phase change back into liquid that changes the density, and this is the cause of it coming down. You say that it's mass attracting mass, right? And the problem with that is that the clouds have the same mass whether it's liquid or solid. I'm sorry, whether it's liquid or gas.
Can I get something? Well, could you then explain how the water particles in the first place would be able to bind with each other to form a heavier droplet that would actually be able to fall down in the first place? Because a water droplet may be extraordinarily small, but not actually fall down because the forces of the wind and everything still keeps it up, because there can be updrafts, there can be downdrafts and everything. Wind goes in all directions almost in that altitude where clouds are normally.
Okay, so the answer is static. Static is what causes the water to combine into a liquid state, and it's obvious that there's static going on in the middle of a lightning storm in the clouds. There's quite a bit of electricity up there.
Well, the thing is about that, what you're trying to claim there, is that static electricity is either... how does that exactly work? What do you mean by that?
So when you have a whole bunch of sand, right, and there's static involved on the sand, you'll see that the sand will start clumping together. Let's say it's like on a sheet of paper or whatever. Well, the static electric force is going to be far more attractive than any other force that I can perceive up there. And I'm sure you could do a quick search. What causes the rain, right? And you'll see that static is one of the things that brings it together.
Well, yeah,
All
of
the
course.
clouds.
Electricity always attracts other things. Either it's a negative or a positive. And if it's a negative charge, there's on one side. The positive charge is, of course, attracted to it.
Right. So again, you're claiming Newtonian mechanics. I can't see any Newtonian mechanics in this process. It all has to do with specific gravity, also known as relative density. So can you point out the Newtonian mechanics involved in this process?
Well, yeah, that's the downward force, but seemingly, since you all reject that in the first place, I can't really pull it up.
Einstein rejects the downward force. Einstein replaced Newtonian.
Yeah, he rejects a downward force, that's correct, but he doesn't reject a spherical force, basically, where it's attracted to one point and not specifically downwards point. Because that's a misinterpretation of his words, I think, because when he's talking about a downwards force, he's talking about up or down. But when you're in outer space, there's no up or down, or left or right, or back and forth.
You said spherical force. I'm assuming that you misspoke.
Spherical force?
You said spherical force. Did you misspeak when you said that?
And I must take it more like as if I don't really have the vocabulary for it, because it's a second language. So
right, that's why I assumed it was an accident instead of accusing you of claiming some new force. So I was assuming that it was an accident. So I was giving you the benefit of the doubt already.
Yeah, no, it's if I'm trying to explain something, it's because I don't really know how to explain it, but I actually know what I'm trying to talk about, but I'm missing a bit of words.
Fair enough. Yeah,
but
I'll give you that.
I respect
That's
that you respect that. So
yeah, automatically. Yeah, if your first language is another language, and you're in here debating with me in my language, hats off to you, sir. You automatically get a pass. So I wanted to go back to the Newtonian mechanics. Is there any Newtonian mechanics that you can point out other than the downward force? Because I can explain the downward force as lack of buoyancy, right? Because that's the only thing that has changed during the phase change between the gaseous state of water and the liquid state of water. So what is your explanation? What's causing this downforce?
well, that is a positive and a negative charge in multiple ways of the atoms in the first place, if we go down to that scale, but there's no need for that. Because, again, when it's in a vapor state, water, it may still be heavier than the gas form. It still wants to go down because water vapor is still heavier than oxygen and all those other gases. And therefore it actually wants to go down, but still there's still that form of blanket, and that's when in the morning when you can wake up and it can be all foggy. That can be the reason, and it's all chilly. That's simply because it's gotten cold enough. Because as we all know, cold. I'm getting a bit off here. Well,
it's all good, brother. I was giving you room to breathe and make your argument.
yeah. I'm trying to fucking remember right now, but well, yeah. What causes clouds to go up is basically again, it's 200 times lesser dense than a liquid state of water, but then again, it's correct when water comes up, it's in a vapor state because it has evaporated from the ocean's surface and then it comes up. But when it's up in this atmosphere that's very much colder, it starts to liquidate in a form, but not in a vapor state, but in more of a particle state, where it's basically they are liquid droplets in the air already, but they are so light because there's so little of it, and it's not attached to anything. It doesn't have anything to bind together with, and it's up in this light state up in the atmosphere already. So the wind can actually just push it around because the smaller something gets, the easier you can fucking push it around with just blowing on it. And the same thing goes around for the water in the air because there's always a humidity level going on. No matter where you are, even in the fucking desert, there's a humidity level going on. It's just so small. But in clouds, it's much higher. Because if you were to actually take let's say a cotton ball, a gigantic cotton ball, strap it to a helicopter and fly that cotton ball through that cloud, you would actually notice this fucking cotton ball is all wet now and moist. And that's because it's already in a liquid state, and the cotton is a binding material for it to bind to. But when the effects of sand that's either getting blown from the Sahara or any other desert for that matter is contributed to that very humid cloud, basically. Let's just call it a humid cloud because that's what I can call it. Then it has something to bind together with, and there's actually still that sand corn is still like sand grain, yeah, is still inside of that water bubble when it starts to bind with that. And when it starts to bind with that, it gets larger and larger and larger and larger and larger. It's still in a water state. So when it actually has gotten heavier and heavy enough, it starts falling down. And that's how water gets up in the air and then comes down again.
You said at the last part, it's still in the water state. Did you mean liquid?
Yeah, it is in a liquid state, but it's at such a minute level. Not in a minute level, but the water particles are so small that they can get pushed around, basically, because they're in such a small state. But when they do start binding, that's when they start falling down. And they can actually get pushed up. And the reason why we get larger water droplets are because
you gotta let me respond.
When there's a lot of wind up in the atmosphere, that means basically the water can get pushed up again. Like it keeps staying up in the air for a bit longer, and it collects even more water. And when it actually comes down, like going against that force of the wind, you have a bigger droplet. And the same thing goes around for hail. Because hail is basically where water is kept up in the atmosphere because there's like this wind draft keeping it up. And when it actually turns into ice, and also because it's very cold up there, of course, it turns into ice. And it can collect from the humidity in the air. It can collect water droplets because it is in a solid state, and getting a larger surface area, so it can collect more. So that's also why you can get extremely large hail balls if you're fucking.
All right, bro, you got to let me respond. Right, we're not talking about
Yeah,
hail.
sure.
You went off on a tangent. So I
I was
listened to
just
what you said. I listened to what you said, and I clarified it and made sure that you're claiming that in the cloud it contains liquid, in other words, not gas, rain.
Well,
and
I would
I
call
would
it a
say
humidity
that.
level. Yeah.
Sorry.
I would refer to it as a humidity level because it's a humid state. Like
That's not
it's
what you said.
yeah. Well, again, I was
This is the first
actually
time I heard you say humidity. Right, so let me respond, bro. I was very patient and let you get your argument out. So the thing is that I'm claiming that clouds are gas, and you're claiming that at a very small level, there's actually a certain amount of liquid water in the clouds. And I would say, yeah, when that happens, they don't stay in the clouds very long because, as you said earlier, liquid water is far more dense than the gaseous state. And at the same amount of time that it takes for it to become water and it's no longer gas, at that phase change, I would say that's when the clouds fuck off and they start heading back. I'm sorry, that's when the water fucks off and it starts heading back to the ground at that very same instant that it becomes a liquid or liquid. So I heard you describe this process, but I didn't hear you use any Newtonian words at all. All the words that you used would be words that I describe it from a specific gravity point of view. Do you know what specific gravity is, sir? So it's just relative density, if you didn't know. So the relative density between the cloud and the liquid raindrop is a huge difference. And at the moment that it becomes liquid, it's going to head straight to the ground, like non-stop, all the way to the ground. And sometimes it's so cold that it becomes ice, and then it collects with other ice, and it becomes hail. But that's irrelevant. We were talking about Newtonian physics and why things go down, and the downward vector, as far as I could tell, happens when you have an object that's in neutral
sorry,
buoyancy.
my thing cut out. My thing cut out entirely. I was even speaking. So.
Okay, well, you just have to let me recant. Okay, so here we go. So you described nothing to do with Newtonian, and everything that I heard you describe had to do with specific gravity, which was my argument. And at the moment that it becomes phase change from gas to liquid, the density changes, and this is the cause of the rain heading straight towards the ground. I see no other cause because the cloud's mass never changed. And it's when it becomes a liquid, the density, the relative density or specific gravity changes. So do you know what specific gravity is, relative density?
I wouldn't say that I'm.
You're not familiar with those words?
I wouldn't.
Okay,
no, not exactly that. But I wouldn't be able to explain it because I don't know that.
Well, sure, it's my argument.
Yeah.
So basically, it's the density of the object and the medium. So if you got a
Here's
ping
the
pong
definition
ball,
of specific gravity. The ratio of the density of a substance to the density of a standard, usually water for a liquid or solid, and air for a gas.
What the fuck? What in the hell was that?
right, it's the definition of what I'm talking about. So you guys believe in Newtonian or Einsteinian gravity, depending on your level of education. And we, some of us flat earthers, we say that the reason that things fall has nothing to do with mass or gravity. I love you too, buddy, but I'm not leaving yet. It has nothing to do with your form of mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, because at the moment you change the medium, this changes the relative density between the object and the medium. So let's say you got a ping pong ball, right, in a pail of water, and then all of a sudden someone shoots the pail of water, right? At the moment that all the water is drained out, the ping pong ball is going to be at the bottom of the pail. So what was the cause of the water? I'm sorry, what was the cause of the ping pong ball falling down, sir?
Excuse me. You can use a mathematical term, not mathematical term. You don't need to simplify it that much for me. I would be able to understand it.
Well, it's pretty simple. When you change the density from the water to the atmosphere, because it drains out, this change in density between the ping pong ball and the atmosphere causes the ping pong ball to go down. So specific gravity is actually the real gravity, and I can demonstrate this experimentally. And your gravity has no experiment that you have brought so far. At any time, you can bring an experiment from Newton or Einstein, and we can test your theory of bending and warping of space-time. Good luck getting that in a jar so that you can isolate it. But
well, the thing is, you can't really isolate something that's
right,
around
so it's
already.
not scientific, is it?
No, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying you cannot isolate something that is literally. Excuse me?
I'm sorry, I was talking to my son. I can't find my keys.
Oh, the thing is about that is you can't really isolate something that is already around you everywhere where you look.
So you can't conduct the scientific method on it.
Yes, you can, but it cannot be isolated in that specific manner you would like it to be.
Oh, so you can't conduct the scientific method on it.
You can, as I said, but you cannot isolate it.
Yeah, but you said that and you double spoke.
Excuse me?
You said that and then you double spoke.
Double spoke?
Yeah.
Oh, it's an English term. It means that you said, yeah, I don't ever go to gay bars, but sometimes on Friday nights I go to gay bars. So both of those things can't be true. It's called double speaking. And when you hold the idea in your head that I don't believe in what Hank said, but damn, he sure was right about ping pong balls and pails of water. And when you remove the water, it causes the relative density between the object and the medium to change. And that's what actually causes it to go down. Like, you don't want to believe me, but you know it's true. You don't believe that it's true.
No.
You know it's true.
If there
Don't
is
you?
no Newtonian gravity, the density would not matter. Because for there to be a downwards force, there needs to be a density in the first place, okay? And for there to be the thing is,
can you prove that? Wait a minute. Can you prove that? Because what I see you doing is you're attaching your gravity to my gravity, and they're completely separate. So you can't use electromagnetism, and you can't use specific gravity, right? To say that I'm hijacking yours, but actually you're hijacking my gravity.
Excuse me?
You're saying that Newtonian physics uses specific gravity or relative density. And I'm saying that's not fair because I can demonstrate mine and you can't demonstrate yours. And then you're saying that yours is using mine. That's not fair.
No, again, I have not an easy way of explaining what I'm trying to get to again. But I don't think I'm going to get any longer in this subject because honestly, I cannot explain it. And I'd wish I could. But I'm going to say you have it your way for now, but I can't explain it.
It's all right, brother. Every person I come across, they don't go against specific gravity because they all experience it every time they have a glass of tea. You drink the water, the ice falls down. It has nothing to do with the mass of the water or the mass of the earth or the bending and warping of space-time. So it's okay, brother. It's not the language barrier is why you lost. It's because you have to prove what I proved in the same way that I proved it with everyday experience, because that's where we gain knowledge. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I have one question for you then. Like, this is a completely different subject, but still has something to do with water and movement with water. And I've actually spoken with a professor about this lately because I went on bridge building, basically. It's something where you go out in an entire week on a fucking, like, this is a high-end school, like, basically, not high school, but it's in the Danish term, it's called a high school, but it's not, well, gymnasium.
I get it. You got
So
different
it's
names
where
for
you can,
different schools.
it's where you have, where you can build up on your, like, where you can become a doctor or anything like that. Like you can use this this degree to like fucking become all those things, teacher, anything you want it. So
All right, so what was the question?
I was with the biology teacher, and he was actually explaining all this, and I was very into it. I was looking very much up on it. And he was talking about water currents. Now, I don't know about you, but there has to be a force for the water to be moving in the first place. Would you agree on that?
Well, I wouldn't say there has to be a force, right? Because in the case of buoyancy and density, it's the buoyant force that holds it up and the lack of buoyant force that causes it to fall. So you're saying there must be a force involved. I would agree.
Well, no.
But I don't. Hold on. Let me finish, bro. I wouldn't necessarily say that the application of the force is causing it. I would say sometimes the loss of a force will cause motion, because if a force is holding it up and that force is no longer there because the change in relative density, this force will go away and this will cause it to fall. So I can't say what is causing it to move. I don't know.
Well, if you wouldn't mind if I wanted to explain it, because I was very keen on noting everything I could, and even what you call it, even like taking note. I was taking notes, and I was taking it for his words. And from what he told, it has something to do with salt density in the water, because the more salt there is, basically causes you to have the lesser salt, like the water that has less salt in it. It gets more attracted to the areas where there's more salt. Now, oh, sorry, I meant it's actually the opposite, because like it's the opposite. It's the opposite. Salt water is attracted to areas where there's less salt water, so basically that forms a current. And the reason why there's less salt in the, let's take for an instance, the Caribbean current. No, not sorry. The Gulf current. Yeah, the Gulf current. It goes up north to the area of Greenland, and it cools down up there. But why is it attracted there? Well, there's ice melting there and causing a current up there. And when it cools down, the water like drops down to the seabed and starts drifting downwards again. Not downwards, but it starts drifting in the opposite direction again, because it now is cold and is more attracted to a hotter area. And I can't really explain it. But basically, there's a form of current, but there also has to be other forces to help it, because these are not big enough for it to be moving like this.
So, at what point in this process does the space-time curvature take effect?
Excuse me?
At what point in this process does the space-time curvature take effect?
I don't know where that came into this.
Well, that would be gravity, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't know where that came into this subject.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought you were trying to prove gravity. My bad.
No.
Okay, my bad.
I'm trying to prove the reason why there is so much movement in our oceans, why there are ocean currents, like warm ocean currents and cold ocean currents. The cold ocean currents are normally down low, because even though something has the same density, it doesn't actually mean that it is the same density. And this sounds weird, and I know it. But the thing is, heat has something to do with that. Hot or cold. You know, when something's cold, it wants to go down. And we all know that from hot air balloons and such, right?
Yeah, you can't leave out the sun's role in all of this, so that's where you're leaving out. So the sun has a huge role in this process.
Yes, it does, and it very much does. The reason why that is because more down towards equator you go, the hotter it gets, and therefore the water is actually warmed up down in the Gulf and all of those areas, and therefore it is hot water, and it moves up towards Greenland and such. But there's a problem with that, and it's a bad problem because it's been going on for a very for some time now, for the last 20
since the beginning of the Earth. What's the problem?
No. The problem is actually that it's like, the Greenland, you call it the Greenland pump, right? It's because of the Greenland area. There's a very low salt density in Greenland because water is melting. If that gets too low, it stops pumping like as much water up north, and less water is cooled down and less water is heated up. And air currents has something to do with it as well, because if an area is hot,
Salt
water
and air currents.
Well, water. Water is much more resistant to cooling down. Air is very absorbent in like cooling down or heating up quickly, when water is not. Water doesn't heat up exactly as quickly as air can. That's why you can have a hot air fan and such. But basically, take it when the air moves over the hot ocean, like the warm ocean, it heats up the air as well, and that's why you can get a humid temperature in the coastal regions and all of that. And when you go far into Siberia, it's fucking minus 40 degrees Celsius, even though you're at the same area of latitude. But the problem is, currently, the pump is getting weaker and weaker and weaker. We don't know when it could like stop entirely, but we do know it's getting weaker, and it's like forming this blue spot in the Atlantic. And when they mean blue spot, it's getting colder and colder and colder. Even though the weather is getting warmer, but still, due to the weather getting warmer, there's less ice to help cooling down up north. And when that happens, excuse me.
Is this Itsy Bitsy Spider?
Yeah, it is. Well, basically, what I'm trying to say, even though there's global warming,
Dude, that song fucking rocks. Sorry,
even though there's global warming, there's still going to be areas.
What globe?
There's still going to be areas that are going to cool down.
What globe is warming?
Because, like Europe can actually get extremely cold. We can be thrown into another ice age. Not an ice age exactly, but
right.
We're gonna be very, very fucking cold. And if the Gulf Stream like stops working or is weakened enough, and it can happen very quickly, like the shift can happen very quickly, and it can happen within 100 years.
Lucas,
why am I saying this? Well, because I've noticed it firsthand.
Could you tell us which psychotic climatologist you're getting this information from? Post the source, please.
Yeah, was it the Pentagon?
That is from literally every single climatologist and not biologist, but geologist.
So pseudoscience, then, is what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Both of those are pseudoscience.
Maybe we should have a look at their track record.
I'm not gonna be arguing with you if you're gonna claim it as pseudoscience immediately. It is not.
We should have a look at their track record, maybe.
And provide an experiment in geology or cause or whatever.
Listen, you can even do this experiment by yourself in a laboratory or by yourself. Like
talking
they were actually going to be doing that experiment with the water currents and all that. I was literally explaining how things were getting hotter and how things were getting colder with the water currents and the air currents going in over each other.
Provide which psychotic climatologist you're
that I do not need to provide you with, because that is not what's important here. I was literally explaining everything step by step so you could know what I was talking about.
In that case,
I wasn't making vague claims.
So if it's not pseudoscience, then Britain is it has a Siberian climate now. doesn't it?
No, because it has a humid coastal climate. Siberian climate is a landlocked climate, or whatever the fuck you would call it.
Okay, well, according to the pseudoscientists that you're getting all this stuff from, that's what it should be right now. So who cares? Where's the globe?
What?
Yeah. Check the live stream voice text if you don't know what I'm talking about. But
what do you mean?
Well, we could review the track record of these climatologists that you're talking about all day long, and they'd be wrong all day long. But how does any of this amount to globe? Where's it going?
Yeah, you got to find Earth curvature first if it's going to be a ball of any kind. Ready, go.
Excuse me? I don't know where that even comes into the subject. I'm talking about fucking climate change, not fucking...
Why would you do that in a flat Earth server?
Well, because it has something to do with fucking Earth in the first place, my man. That's why.
Fucking Earth or flat Earth?
Because why is it hotter at equator, man?
Why does it matter? Earth measures flat. Doesn't matter. Earth measures flat.
Stick to Earth.
In your little head, yes. And I'm
no, I've measured it, dude. Sorry.
You've measured it with what? With what? Explain
lasers.
To me. Lasers.
Surveying lasers. It's not hard.
Lasers. Oh yeah. Well,
that's just how it works. You know, when they measure an area before they put a building there, they use lasers. Thanks.
Yeah. That's very nice of you, but that is because it's still on that minute scale. You cannot use a laser for multiple fucking kilometers. You would need a strong laser for that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, you do not have that.
You do the research, see that it's been measured flat by all of us, and then come back and give us curvature measurements or shut your mouth.
Yeah, because we can zoom in with the camera to a point that makes your radius more than 260,000.
Well, the thing is about that is you can seriously not use that fucking argument for this because you've used it so many times and again and again and again and again. It's been proven fucking wrong. And I'm not about to be about that fucking argument because it's
actually the reason that you're trying to gloss past it is because it hasn't been proven wrong.
Yes, it has by so many others, and that's why I'm not going to
name one.
Be specific. Name one person. Narrow it down. Tell us how they proved it wrong.
Just one. Just name one if you can.
Name one. There's so fucking many.
No, you can't even. There's so many you can't name one, right? So many that you can't even name one. How does that make sense?
No, because even yourself, you all say, just search it up for a second.
Lucas,
hey, any shocks in the water?
Lucas, what's the argument you're talking about?
I'm talking about climate change and why it has something to do.
You said it's been debunked many, many times. What exactly?
You want a name? It's called Dickhead.
What?
Hang on. Let him dig himself into this hole. He's going to do it anyway.
I'm not digging myself into a fucking hole here.
Okay, Lucas, let's just calm down.
When you respond like that, sure are. Do you want a different shovel? I can give you a sharper one.
Yeah, anyway, you invoked global warming. We need to know what globe it is that you say is warming in the first place. Do you have a geometric horizon measurement that you could show us to substantiate this globe?
No, because you would fucking go against it immediately. So why the fuck?
I'm not going to go against measurements. I mean, if I measure my height to be 5'10", I'm not going to go against that. You would just give us a measurement. What's that?
You would need to be using the right measurements in the first place yourself, but you're clearly not. Whenever you use,
be specific. What are the right measurements? Be specific about what the right measurements are.
Every single time I've been giving a measurement, they've always been against. Oh no.
Well, maybe the problem, Lucas, is that you aren't doing the measurements the right way. So what do you have to show us? If you have a geometric horizon measurement to show us and you did it the right way, I don't think anybody here will stand against you.
Excuse me?
Geometric horizon, do you have a measurement for that? Because you need that for your globe, right? You can't have a globe without a geometric horizon, so can you just give us a measurement?
I don't have one on me.
Well, then why are you in here arguing for a globe that you have no evidence for? You might as well just be talking about Santa Claus.
There's so many other fucking factors, but you only want one of them.
No, well, that's a pretty crucial factor. Without that factor, there's no globe, Lucas.
I'm not going to argue with you because you're not going to fucking go on with it. You're going to continue.
Well, I think that you came here unarmed, so that's probably why you don't want to argue.
Because I was talking about something else entirely, and you bring up this fucking piece of shit thing. every single time.
Well, this is a server dedicated to the subject of the Earth. For one thing, you invoked global warming, and I just wanted to know what globe it was that you said is warming. So could you show us?
Well, can you then explain fucking currents for me?
That's what you were trying to do. I have no idea how it all amounts to globe. If you could enlighten me, that'd be cool.
Can you explain currents for me?
No.
No. Go.
Where's the globe?
What?
Where's the globe? You're the one who keeps invoking the globe. I'm just trying to see where this globe is at.
It's over there.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about currents. That's something else.
What story, Mark?
It's over
there.
Yeah.
Love the room.
That's a great story, Mark.
What a story.
It's over there somewhere. Hang on.
Yeah, so what globe? That's all I'm asking. Do you have a geometric horizon measurement or something like that to show us so that we can see this globe you're talking about?
Nope.
Curvature measurements, anything?
Nope.
Nope. Oh, come on.
I'm just trying to get on the same page with you. I mean, it sounds like you're taking your
Wouldn't you
currents
agree on
information
this?
to something that's... Sorry? You're talking about currents, so I guess like this is supposed to amount to globe somehow, so I just want to get a look at this globe that you're trying to tie this all to.
No, I was trying to amount to the fucking point of how is it possible? Now, I'm asking you the question. How is it possible that it's hotter at equator and the water wants to move more north or also south in the other currents that are there are?
Listen.
Oh
my God! Who the hell cares?
Without there being a globe.
Thanks, Peter.
How's it possible? How's it possible that it's
well, you see, people have known for thousands of years that the sun transits between the tropics throughout the year, so the equator is the part of the Earth that gets the most sun, so it's the warmest. So anyway, that globe you were talking about, where's that at?
Excuse me?
Hang on, I've got here.
I don't know. I think it was a pretty pointed question. The globe.
No,
where is
I
it?
didn't hear you because of other people speaking.
It's in your pocket.
Oh, okay. Well, as people have known for thousands of years, the sun transits throughout the year between the tropics. So therefore, the equator is the part of the Earth that gets the most sun. So anyway, that globe you were talking about, where's that at?
How does that explain the fucking water stream going?
I don't really care.
North?
Where's the geometric
Well, that's
horizon
the
that you can
fucking
show
point
this
I'm
of this
trying to
globe
get
that you keep
How
talking
do you
about?
explain it then? How are you supposed to explain it? You don't know anything.
I don't have a claim to the currents.
Globe part of things.
I don't have a claim to the currents or anything. You have a claim of a globe, so I'm just wondering if you could measure something that would prove the globe to us.
Well, I have a claim of fucking currents, but you can't prove it wrong.
Well, what does that have to do with
I
anything?
claim there is a fucking globe to it even being a possibility.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's a cool assertion. Okay, so show us how you have to have a globe in order to have any of that.
Again, it has to do with fucking equator and salt density in the water and heat and fucking coldness. I was explaining it.
I just explained to you that the Earth has been known for thousands of years to get the most sunlight at the equator because of the way the sun behaves. So who cares about your assumptions that this is all taking place on a spinning ball in a thermodynamics violating space vacuum? Let's just see your measurements that show us that it is a spinning ball in the first place.
No, because that fucking argument, I've seen multiple people go on.
Yeah, no, it's called measurements, right?
Listen
And you don't have those. And you're making up cool stories about
I've seen
heat currents.
multiple fucking times people arguing with you or any other here on this server, and you always continue in a fucking indefinite manner.
Yeah, that's because you never provide the measurements to substantiate your curve.
Just asking, bro.
Yeah, we could end this all in 5 seconds if you could just show us some measurements of
It's not us. It's not us picking the topic, dude. The curvature is the conversation. Can you find it or not?
That's why you're here, right?
Well, Lucas, just keep in mind, if I was an honest baller, that's what I would want to know so that I could prove it to myself and also prove it to others. If we don't have that, then how are we going to build a foundation that it's really a globe?
Please,
I'm not here to try and
please.
prove that shit for you.
Well,
Yeah, it's
that's
the crux of your globe.
why people ask. That's why we stick to the topic, because if it's really there, then we can shut down the server. And I'm sure people would be
Yeah,
willing to do that
good night, server.
Yeah, Yeah, it's the basis of your whole claim. And you're just trying to go around it to something else. So please just provide the basis for your globe claim.
All right, I'll show you.
Yeah,
the globe model instead of a flat. No, I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna send it. Oh wait, I can't.
You can send a picture, post in DMs.
Are you serious, bro?
Wait a minute now. Everybody accuses us of muting people, and Glober comes in and tries to mute us. Come on now.
Are you serious, bro? Waiting for your globe proof.
Well, in your views.
What?
No. In your views of the world, everything.
I sense another excuse coming on. Can we please just get those globe measurements?
Just show us one proof, bro. Just one.
Okay. I want to ask you one question before I fucking show you shit. Then, how much do you know about fucking
You're
math?
stalling. Just show us the measurements.
Fucking math before I go on to show you shit.
Okay, Lucas, I'll answer that. We know that on a globe with the radius of 3959 miles, the distance to Earth curve horizon can only be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So how's that for math for you?
Yeah, you got to know a couple things if you're going to defend the math there, guy.
Specifically.
Go ahead. Sorry, what? Okay, you're going to have to know a couple things before you defend the math. At the very least, a glober who wants to talk to us about this needs to know that the radius is 3,959 miles. Okay, look up what radius means, because, yeah, you'll probably need to, and then look up what that infers about a spherical Earth. Next, you'll need to know the supposed circumference of the ball Earth, which is just under 25,000 miles. Also, look up what circumference means. Once you've got circumference and radius defined and utilized in your conversation, bring it here and we can talk again.
You know what? You have a fucking great day, because I couldn't care. That's not my argument in the first place. And I will continue.
You care enough to be here, though. So just be an adult, be honest, because you're lying now. You care enough to at least be here and let us jabber at you. Yeah? So.
Jabber at you. Yeah, because this isn't a fucking an equal in conversation. Like, you guys are, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't even fucking want to count.
Hold on. Everybody, give me just a second. I let this guy ramble on. Hold on. I'll let this guy go on and try to make his argument. Supposed to be providing Newtonian principles that's causing the rain to come down, to backing up my claim on accident, which was that has nothing to do with Newtonian action, has to do with relative density, right? And he's claiming that there's liquid water in clouds. How long does the liquid water stay in those clouds? Because he's claiming we didn't let him make an argument. I let him make like 10-minute argument. Like, he had 10 minutes of talking time when he was talking to me. And then he's claiming that nobody
I have a
wants to talk.
shitty way of explaining things, man. How many times do I fucking have to explain that as well? Is it that shit I am at it?
I don't know. I think you understand pretty well that when you drink your beer, your ice goes to the bottom of the cup, and it has nothing to do with the mass of the ice changing. In fact, the ice, when it's in the beer, it's getting less and less mass. So how is it going down if it's getting less and less mass?
The ice is not going down.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you got a mug full of beer and there's ice on top, and you finish the beer and there's no more beer, is the ice going down to the bottom of the cup when you set it back down?
Excuse me, I don't think I get your question. Are you saying that when you drink the beer, the ice goes to the bottom of the cup?
Yeah, and it has to do with specific gravity or relative density, has zero to do with Newtonian physics or Einsteinian spacetime. What's the cause of the ice going to the bottom of the cup? Well, you drink the beer. What was the beer doing? It was causing it to float.
There's less things to keep it up, and that's water, and that's because there's no. I don't get your fucking argument here.
Yeah, well, here's what changed in that scenario.
That when you drink the substance that is literally keeping the ice up in the cup. Yeah, so when you drink that substance, you remove that substance that's keeping the ice up.
That's right. So what changed? The density of the medium changed. That's why it went down.
Well, what density changed of what medium?
Density of the medium that the ice was in.
Yeah, and that's the cause of buoyancy right there. When something's less dense, it floats on top.
Thanks.
Yeah, and that's also the reasons why ice floats, because there's literally no reason. Wait, no, that's
okay. So density and buoyancy, not gravity.
I was
Got
thinking
it.
about what
Thanks.
the fuck I was talking about in the start, but no, forget about it. I don't have the fucking patience for this anymore.
Okay.
Very funny.
I'll sing my song.
I think you got it this time, bud. I think when you said the reason that the ice goes down is because there was no longer a buoyant force. And I think when you said it this time, I heard it in your voice. I think you finally understood my point about gravity. Is that true? Why did the ice go down once you removed the beer?
I think he did understand it because he left.
Oh, he finally understood that. Well, at least I got the seed planted. You know, it may take 30 years to grow.
Yeah, he knew he had nowhere else to go.
Run.
Run. That fucking Run movie is so funny. It's a decent movie, if I'm going to be honest.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Was that Cool Runnings?
Cool Runnings, man. Cool Runnings.
Thanks, coach.
Jamaican bobsled team.
Craziest thing you ever heard of. Gravity causes my phone to flip sideways when I turn it sideways. I used to use that as a proof, by the way. Doesn't your phone turn sideways?
Wait, what? Who used that as a proof for anything?
No way.
In 2015, that was one of their arguments.
Wow.
Wow.
You trust your phone, don't you? You got technology, therefore everything I say about the Earth being a globe is true.
Right. Well, I mean, it's not much different than now. You know, because there's no real globe evidence, they'll point at something and say, you know, that's not possible unless we're spinning real fast.
Yeah, like the guy just did.
Right.
It can only happen if it's a globe. The equator can only be the warmest if it's a globe.
See, pizzas wouldn't be perfectly circular if the Earth weren't moving, man. Like, when you're tossing up that dough, man, you need that extra little push of Coriolis deviation, man. When the fucking thing gets back to your hands. Only on a globe can you make a perfect pizza. That's all I'm saying.
Anytime I start doing the affirmation, the affirm and the consequent formological fallacy, I just say, so saith the king, right? Because that's the point where they're being secret kings and they're affirming their reality, right? And that's not how it goes. I can't just say, the sky is pink every day, right? Well, why? Well, I'm the king, bitch. Do you want to disagree with me? And it's like, it reminds me of a scene from the movie, I think it was Shrek. The king walks up to one of his servants and he just starts like nervously eating the food that's in the plate. And he's like, this is quite good. And he's like, it's the dog food, sir. Right? And why didn't he say, you know, it's dog food before he started eating it and pull it away? Because he could be beheaded. That's why. So he just let the king eat the dog food. So yeah, anytime they start affirming the consequent, so saith the king.
Let them feel like they're the king of the situation.
As soon as he was asked to tie his monologuing to like why we live on the globe, he just quit. Just instantly angry.
Nobody really thinks that thing that someone said they caught on camera, that Star Wars mask that someone's wearing. You know what I'm talking about? The mask that they saw. What was it like in Congress or something? They were swearing an oath, and this person, they got like a split-second shot of this bearded, weird-looking blackface thing.
I saw that.
Yeah, that's a Halloween costume, people. Who thinks that that's real? Anyway.
Yeah, it's easy to make movies and stuff like that.
I mean, I don't know. People are passing it around like, holy shit, there was an alien in Congress yesterday. What?
If it was on TV, it had to be real quiet. Come on, man.
I don't know.
Also, it proves globe. I mean, you can't have aliens on a flat Earth.
Breaking news today, aliens have invaded Ukraine and gave everybody COVID. Left them all up in the air.
They're out there somewhere south of the border.
Well, the whole X-Files thing is funny because it's not what the conspiracy theorists or researchers want. It's what the people on the other side, the vast majority of people, they want to believe, right? Remember the poster that shows the UFO on one side, and then right next to it, it says, "I want to believe." You know, of course you want to believe, but can you demonstrate it in reality? Yeah, I get it. It's more fun to make believe, but come on, can you be an adult now? It doesn't move. It doesn't measure curved. It's over. Exactly, Miguel. Check the voice text, guys. That's what it is.
They might be trying to prep us for this alien invasion, which is the most scary thing.
Dude, I'll tell you what, man. Like, I've already laughed at how sloppy they've been with a lot of other things, but if they try that alien nonsense, I will be laughing so hard at everyone. Oh my god! Like, I'll be like, "Mommy, okay? Everything's fine." She's like, aliens! No! Just ignore it. Just stay at home. Just like it's not. Just stay home. You don't understand, honey. We gotta go. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna stay where I'm at. Give me a call when you realize this is all nonsense.
There is one problem. They might use like a military laser or a sonic weapon, which
Right.
is developed, and
So it'll look like a meteor is coming down. Here, check it. This is what I've heard over and over and over.
Then
And
they can
so this is
hurt
what they're
people.
trying to push.
Then they can say, "Hey, aliens are attacking us."
Well, here's what they want to push. This is what I keep hearing. Now, this is speculation based on someone's dream they had last night. Is that first it's going to be asteroids and meteors and shit falling from the sky that they're going to need space-based weapons to shoot out of the sky to save us from. And then it'll be aliens after that. Like, say, alien bacteria got on some of the rocks that fell once we shot this fucker out of the sky and, blah, blah, blah. That kind of deal. So asteroids, meteors, aliens, I think, or, that's what people, that's the narrative, the fairy tale fantasy that they want us to be talking about, by the way, in our little conspiracy circles. So who knows what they're going to do, but I just think if they pull that trigger, it's just going to be so funny. Like, no way I'm buying it.
How many people do you think will buy it? More than 80%?
I don't know, man. Like I said, most of my family will for sure buy it. And that's just because of a go along to get along attitude. It's, the same thing as believing in the globe in the face of the fact that it isn't.
It'll be 66.6% of the people, man.
That's right. Yep, exactly. Got to keep the sixes in there. Keep them going.
All they have to do.
Isn't what happens in Genesis sort of like an alien invasion?
Yeah,
I mean,
Nephilim, Anunnaki, all that stuff, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, like Revelation. But that's just my take on it.
Yeah, that's the super spooky 33 music.
So what I missed right before I came in, another Glober fail.
Yeah, we let him monologue for a while, and then when asked to tie his monologue to the globe, he just rage quit.
Oh, what a shame.
I love when someone asked him to tie it to like gravity or the curve. He acted like stunned, like, what does that have to do with it? It's like, well, it's a flat Earth server. I mean, come on.
It just shouldn't be hard. The way that we get made fun of, you'd think that they would have even one piece of evidence for their globe, let alone the tens of thousands that they claim to have. Like, we've been here years, guys. That alone means you have no evidence. That alone alerts the audience to the fact that maybe there's something actually fishy here and we don't live on what we've been told.
The laser tests have been debunked so many times. Name one. So many.
It doesn't matter if it's debunked or not. If you come in here claiming Earth's a globe, show us when you measured it. It's really that simple.
And what do they mean by debunked? Did the laser tests accidentally find some curvature?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. See, I post things like laser test links and everything else so that somebody gets interest sparked inside of them to go out and look for themselves. Never will you see me go, hey, this image proves flat or globe. Hey, this video proves flat or globe. The fuck it does. It doesn't matter. It's all supposed to be kindling to the fire that boils up inside of you that makes you want to find out for yourself instead of believe somebody upon what you live.
Yeah, I agree. Someone was asking me the other day, does the black swan prove that it's a globe? And I was like, the picture? No. But you can go out and prove it yourself in the wild and
Right.
The actual Earth.
It's
Get
like
some Earth between your toes,
Exactly. It's like, okay, we're going to show you Black Swan and all kinds of things. How about you do this? Take a screenshot of the math that we give you consistently over and over and over and over in images and GIFs and all kinds of stuff. Print that out. Print a still shot of the math out. You know how to find that. Take it out to that spot. Seriously, if you want to argue the Black Swan, I don't even do that. I let everybody else do that. The Black Swan speaks for itself. There's countless instances of that Black Swan image everywhere, repeated all over the place. You can do it wherever you want. See, that's the beauty of it. So take a shot of that math, take it out to that spot, then you can come back and argue it. Okay.
Yeah. And the way that they're arguing, there should be countless images that prove the opposite, that prove their globe, that any of us could go out and replicate for ourselves. But here we are.
Right, and they're coming to a chat room and say, well, you could do this. It's like, well, first on, when did you do it, right? And second, when are you and I going to go do it again? Like, together. Come on, guys. If they were serious about this, we'd all be out there looking for the fucking curvature. The fact is, they come here to keep us stuck here on the internet arguing with each other. That's my 2 cents.
So I've pointed out quite a few times with the stunt bay time lapse that they're saying atmospheric refraction, right? We call it atmospheric turbulence, right? They're saying it causes us to see further. Well, the stunt bay time lapse, it demonstrates that, well, it actually cuts both off on the bottom and makes it look like they're disappearing over the curve. And it's like, can you give me a GIF? Maybe you got like a Beaver Bay where it shows us seeing like around the curve. And it's like, no, they don't have anything like that, right? So, I'm not saying that it's a demonstration of what's actually going on like every day, all day long, but at least it's a demonstration of this is causing things to disappear from the bottom up. It's not like the bay is shrinking and the globe is getting bigger or something like that. It's not like that, right? It's obviously because of atmospheric conditions, makes the horizon jump around, it makes the bay disappear from the bottom up. And if there was a ship the size of the bay on the other side of the bay, it would literally be disappearing from the bottom up.
I don't want to go there.
Dave, you said something. I couldn't quite make it out, bro.
I'll shut up. I just said, where's Beaver Bay? And I'd like to go there.
Yeah, I know, right? I wondered if anybody caught on to that. Love me some beaver. Because nobody wants that skunk. The skunk. Never mind. Did I kill the show? Let's kill it.
No, not at all.
Yeah, so I think that was a pretty good little conversation we had with that guy. He had nothing, and he ended up saying that there's liquid water in clouds.
Yeah, he couldn't tie
Which I thought
one
was
thing he
pretty
was
funny.
talking about to his globe. And he went on for so long.
Yeah, I let him talk for a while. I mean, I heard CB or somebody playing that music like, dude, that shit's funny.
Yeah, it was well placed.
Got him.
About to pull up to a meetup with Helio.
Sweet.
Tell him we said
Wish
hi.
I was going.
No, I thought about just calling in and getting on the motorcycle, hanging out with Helio for a couple days.
Wait, dude, I know someone driving 4 hours, bro. There's no excuse to miss a meetup.
Well, yeah, I got bills and shit.
I'm caught up in communist Canada at the moment.
I'll do a survey at the meetup. I promise you, everyone there has bills.
Yeah, I know. But somehow they can afford to go. Must be my lack of education.
Yeah, I know. I wish I knew a girl in the area, and she's like, I have to go work for my friend tonight. I don't have money to go. And I wish I was just like, I'll give you $100 to come to the meetup. Like, come on. But I ain't fucking got it like that.
Yeah, I got the money. I don't got the time.
Yo, Nathan, what are you doing on the server, bro?
I got lost.
You got lost? Where'd you get lost?
I don't know, like somewhere, and then I ended up here.
Ah, nice. Hey, I haven't talked to you in a long time. You know me. You met up with me in Florida.
Good times, bro. When I was in the RV or after the RV?
when you're in the RV, you and Austin stayed at my crib for a little while.
Oh, good times. Right on, bro.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us. Florida was one of the best times of my life, dude. That was so fun.
There's worse places you can be, that's for sure.
But yeah, how I ended up here is I was just on a meetup. On my way to a meetup, I'm like 10 minutes away from Helio. He organized it. I just thought I'd pop in and let everyone know because he's a regular here.
I don't know about Florida. I hear you guys got some weird anti-Semitism law, and if I would have been in Florida the other night when I was saying what I said on air at Geo's, I think I probably could have been arrested.
Bro, who knows, man? Cops here have better things to do with their time.
Hey, Nathan, can you please give me a really big, long, uncomfortable hug for Helio? Give Helio, and then have him give you a really big, long, uncomfortable, like really uncomfortable hug. Can we do that, please?
From?
Glatflobe.
Who?
Glatflobe.
Glatflobe.
No, man.
Yeah, he knows me.
Right on, dude.
Witzel.
Oh, whisper
And I
in
mean-
his ear.
I mean uncomfortable, like
says hi.
Yeah. No, like give him a big hug that he has to push you off him. That's how uncomfortable it is.
Like drop my legs on the floor, just carry me around.
Never ending sail, you ready? What's happening, bro? No. Okay.
Man, I wish that Glober didn't rage quit. That was fun.
Never ending, same old story.
Hey, P-Mac, can you hear us, bro?
Not just another. Didn't I say not just another one of your face? You're the pretender. What if I say I will never surrender? You're not like the other. What if I say you're not just another?
Can you hear us, bro? All right, moving on.
Yes.
Anybody play piano here?
Yeah.
Glatflobe, he sounds like a Glober.
Dude, I put myself on idle and muted myself. I'm trying to like make it look like I'm not fucking here. Stop talking about me.
Just the other. What if I say you're not?
So I'm going to pay you $100 to fuck off.
I mean, I can pretend to be a Glober for like 3 minutes maybe, and then I just suck at it. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like going backwards.
Yeah, it's for fun.
Someone asked me one time, Nathan, how do you impersonate Glover so well? And I said, well, I think of a flat earther and I take away reason and accountability.
It's a movie. You know, how do you compare women to men? And wasn't that Jack Nicholson?
Almost right. Haven't met P-Mac.
I think it was Jack Nicholson that said that. Either way, yeah, I take a flat earther and remove all reason and
P-Mac,
accountability. It's perfect. That's exactly what a Glober is.
We're all fans of your singing, but you're kind of interrupting.
I feel like if we just figure out how to talk over it well, he can continue.
All right, P-Mac, I'm going to accept your friend request, but if you don't shut the fuck up.
What if I say you're not just another?
Are you listening to that same song again, P-Mac? Oh, no.
Foo Fighters are globe shills. Aliens shills.
I don't want to disconnect you, P-Mac. You've been here longer than me. But I'm willing to save you from embarrassment.
I mean, I'd just mute him.
No, because then he has to get unmuted by a mod, right?
Well, it's not like he'd be a stranger to the knowledge of why he got muted.
Or I would just disconnect him and then... Yeah, P-Mac, we don't want to, disconnect you, bro. because then you'd have to come back in.
Just turn him down.
And the other thing is, you should listen to a different song sometime today.
Just turn it down. Just turn it down.
Come on, P-Mac.
Sorry.
Having a good time singing? Are you driving?
Yeah, my bad.
No, it's all good.
Driving,
it's all good.
Driving, singing? Are you fucking crazy?
Yeah, do you do that? I don't know.
Well, you might do it.
Don't drive.
When the family's in the car. When the family's in the car, I might.
Yeah, I wait till my whole family's in the car to fucking not drive, bro.
Well, it depends on whose family it is.
Fucking crazy, man.
Right. If it's someone else's family, I probably wouldn't have sing-song time.
Yeah. Or the opposite. It would be the best time for sing-song, sing-along.
If I can get your whole family in the car, I'll drive them into a fucking barrier, bro. Over a cliff.
I was just thinking of my friend April. Like, I'm riding in the car with her and her family, and I'm just singing my ass off. That shit would be hilarious.
Hey, don't mind me, bro. I'm fine. I don't drive drunk.
Found you.
Your whole family's in the back seat, but they're fine.
My mic working and my roboting.
Your mic is working and you're not roboting, so be quick about it, huh?
Real quick, I want to shout out Flat Earth Dude. I was listening to Glowbusters about a half hour ago. He super chatted Bob with our Discord link and shouted us out. So I want to give him a shout out. There was like
absolutely
700 people watching or whatever.
What's his
YouTube.
name?
Flat Earth Dude, Kenny.
Oh, Flat Earth Data. Yeah.
Dude.
Oh, Flat Earth Dude. Yes, Kenny, Flat Earth Dude. Right, the
Kenny,
piano
yeah.
tuner. He builds pianos. He's such an amazing dude. All right, cool. Yeah. Can you post a link?
He can tune a piano, but he can't tune a fish.
Well, no one can tune a fish now. Come on.
Oh. I can't post a link. I'm currently operating a motor vehicle safely across a highway.
I gotcha.
People. Streets. Da, da, da.
You got it before I did.
So who's more confused about their sexual identity? David Bowie or Freddie Mercury?
That's a hard one.
Yeah, it's a hard one. I think it'd be Freddie, though.
No, it's definitely David.
Listen,
Freddie knows he wants a cog meat sandwich.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
I think
Anyway,
David's a little confused.
I just figured I'd ask that question because, like, I rarely see both of them in the same picture together.
Very strange question. Who cares?
And I just wonder who would be the catcher, who would be the pitcher. Well, anyway, so we should talk about Flat Earth at this point.
We should.
No, I like Freddie Mercury. I mean, I really like that guy.
Yeah,
dude is a
great singer.
You're saying Ziggy Stardust might be gay, man. You're running my teenage years.
Yeah,
I can neither confirm nor deny. I'm just spitballing.
So anyway, explain why the water at the equator is warmer. Checkmate,
for
Flat Earther.
fuck's sake. I'm so bored with this shit.
Hey, when did you go to the equator to test the water temperature?
Why is water not bending?
I don't know why. It just doesn't bend.
One more chance. One more chance. Why can't we give love, give love, give love? It bends.
Good point. Anyway, what is an equator?
It's a fucking brilliant point.
It's a spherical term, right?
It is.
Ah, well, it's just a word.
No, you're right.
An imaginary line that the sun traces out.
An imaginary ball. I'm done with that, bro. I almost want to walk around to my friends and bang them on the head and go, hello, hello, are you awake? Hey, Ewick. Water doesn't bend.
Yeah, but warm equator.
Yeah, well, it may stress itself out, the equator, but it's still
A warm equator.
Okay, first we'd have to be at the equator
I've been
to
there.
know if it's warmer.
It's pretty warm all
And
year.
then the same
I'm
group
there.
of people would have to spend some time at not the equator and get some readings and some temperatures that way. And then have another discussion. Like, you can't just come to a chat and be like, hey, it's warmer in the equator, so fuck you. Like, okay, there's no data, there's no experiment, there's no measurement. What are you doing?
I love the equator. It's all summer.
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't like.
I'm
Man,
not
if
saying
you
it's
lived
not
at the
warmer at the
equator-
equator, but what I'm saying is people
That's
aren't
it,
collecting data for their arguments. They're just coming in with shit that they heard on the internet.
What data do you need to collect?
If you're going to argue
it's
for
still-
data, you need to have some fucking data.
The
Yeah,
funniest
we got
part
plenty
with that,
data, bro.
the funniest part with the last guy though
Water
is he
doesn't
didn't even
fucking
seem to
bend,
know how any of what he was arguing tied into the globe.
Right. It's regurgitation, and it's like they don't know what it actually means. It's like hearing the word, intelligent your whole life, but no one ever told you what it meant.
Regurgitation.
Yeah.
Hold on, I regurgitate this.
Yeah, it should be simple. You shouldn't have to talk for like 20 minutes about water currents and stuff and still have no clue where it's going.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. It doesn't
Should be like bang, bang, here's the measurement, done. There's a geometric horizon, testable, repeatable. There it is. Boom.
Bang. Boom, bam, bam, bang.
Well, I apologize for letting it go
Hello.
on so long. At the point to where
no.
he started talking about water currents, I was getting ready for work and was,
I think it was fine.
I think it was great.
I
I think it was good to let him kind of dig his grave for a while.
Yeah, he did very poorly, and you did great. That's how it should be.
So his argument was water currents prove globe. Is that a summary of it?
And then something to do with the equator being warm. And it can't be that warm on a flat Earth, so checkmate, flat Earth.
Well, he asked me, he said, doesn't water moving need a force to move? And I was saying that, well, it could move with the absence of a force, kind of like when you drink the beer and there's no longer a buoyant force there and the ice falls. So he didn't get me in the gotcha that he thought he was going to get me in.
He was talking about tides.
Dave, what kind of beer are you drinking with ice?
Yeah.
It's Larry, and I don't drink beer.
I don't either.
Oh, I just did it again. I'm so sorry, Hank and Dave. My bad.
Oh, look at that car.
Hey, CB, do us a favor. Fuck off.
Well, you commit the ultimate crime. So
Yeah, just fuck off, bro.
No, me and Dave are used to it. It's just I think Dave has a much more Kentucky accent, and we should be able to be distinguishable, but apparently not.
no, you are. I just goofed up. I probably was just looking at Dave's. And I don't think you guys sound familiar.
No, we don't care. Familiar? Did I say familiar? I'm a dumbass. Yeah.
Every time somebody
Dave,
thinks I'm you, I take it as a compliment, Hank. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say Dave and I are brothers. We've known each other for so long that at this point we're brothers from another mother.
But yeah, you said you don't put ice in your beer because that's also a crime.
Is it? Yeah. Now that I think about it, I've never seen anybody drink beer with ice. But yeah, I'm not a professional. PMAC, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, I'd like to put beer in ice. I would. I'm sorry.
You're just ruining a good brew. Same with wine. No ice.
I mean, hot beer. How does that sound?
Just put it in the freezer.
I mean, like
beer.
a warm like Guinness
we
is
drink
okay.
we drink cold beer around here.
Yeah.
Except when it's got ice in it.
What were you saying about Guinness Central?
I don't mind them at room temperature.
Room temp? Yeah, darker beers can be better when they don't have to be ice cold. Or some beers get a little bit better as they get closer to the room temperature. That's true.
When they get closer to the equator.
That guy, I jumped in and he was like, well, if you put a Q-tip to a cloud, it'll get wet. I'm like, dude, what's the point? What are you trying to say?
Yeah.
Dude.
I mean, I wanted to jump in so many times and be like, so therefore globe, but I was like, no, just let him keep going.
Oh, goof.
It's a good clip. To just let him waffle like that and then finally get him to just bring it back to the globe and he like pretty much just instantly rage quits.
Do you feel like you're moving?
You guys always want to talk about the horizon. Like,
I
well,
always want to talk about motion and shit.
The thing that debunks my whole premise. Why do you want to keep talking about that?
Fuck you guys. We're moving, bro. We're moving.
Just give me this free pass, okay, and just let me waffle the rest of my
For
bullshit.
once. Let me just waffle my bullshit.
they always want to work back.
It's been debunked so many times. Can name one so many?
You're fucking strange, bro. You're fucking crazy. You motherfucker.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Central. They always do that. They almost every time they do that. There's mountains and mountains of evidence. Okay, name one. Error 404 error.
Yeah. So much evidence you can't name one bit of it. Gotta name it all at once while not being able to really name any of it.
So we're moving. Oh,
So
really?
they say.
Yeah, that's brilliant, bro. Fuck me. How did that happen?
I'm sitting on the couch right now.
Yes, the couch. Yeah, listen. The couch is moving. If you think about it.
I don't think I'm spiraling around the galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour. Or 400, whatever it is.
But you have to be, though. There's no other reason.
True, it's the only way the equator can be warm.
It's so fucking absurd, right? This is how absurd it is. I was actually taking a piss the other day, right? Taking a piss. This is how absurd it is. I was taking a piss and I thought about what they tell us what's happening, right? And I actually went, I'm just going to stop taking a piss here. I'm just going to stop it. It's just that when they think I'm going to take a piss, I'm going to stop taking a piss. This can't be true. This absolutely cannot be true. It's fucking crazy, bro. And you know what? I did for a couple of seconds. And the world stopped. And I went, Jesus, wow, take a piss. It's crazy. It's crazy. No, actually, I did. Now that I think about it, I actually laughed. Actually, I had a really good laugh. I thought, fuck me, this is what people do.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Hey, bro, he doesn't know. How the fuck would I know that? It's strange. It's really strange, man. I had a moment, I was like, people believe this shit. No, hey, fuck off. I'm done. Right, so go ahead, bruh. Feed the birds.
We got one in the check-in. I'll see if they can make it to the line. I'll be right back.
That's a good. Oh, it's a seal. That's a fucking crow. That seal is so fucking chilled out, bro.
Them dang old communist Chinamen are going to get involved in Ukraine. Boy, I tell you what, it's going to be a big old United States ought to be concerned.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you're probably right. God damn it,
That's
they make never mind the other fucking sign, man.
that sounds like Boomhauer's opinion there, P-Mac.
She,
You take it whatever way you think. I'm gonna tell you now. I'll be my way. I'll be battle. You know what I mean? Don't never mind. China's probably gonna fucking own the Western world, bro. By here we go, 2020. Now 2022, 2024. China's probably gonna own us,
we can
bro.
get, if we can get our boys to quit eating soy and quit sending our bravest and best genetics to go fight and die in the sand for bankers, maybe.
You see the old ways of we go over there, we sort them out, we'll make American dollar mean something. You can't do it in China. China doesn't give a fuck what your American dollar's made of.
You
So
watch P-Mac in 2024. Hero Trump's going to come back and take care of China.
China. That's fuck me. That's Donald Trump. It's China. They're going to own us by 2024 or something. Probably. God bless them. I can't stop watching that fucking seal do the fucking turn. Holy shit. Hey, what's up, bro? I'm just a seal. Empires come and go, right? Shit. Do you remember empires used to, well, apparently, right? Watch people kill each other for fucking entertainment in the Roman Empire? What the fuck was that, man? Does that make sense to you? No wonder fucking Spartacus went, fuck you, motherfuckers. And he went through I think it's about a 5-year campaign, probably longer, about 10 years. Got all the slaves, and he fucked Rome up, bro. He just went, fuck you, bro. Took all the good fighters and fucked them up. Right? Is it?
Oh, were you talking about the when the
Spartacus.
Germans sacked the Romans?
No, Spartacus, right? Spartacus, okay, all right. It may be true, it may not be, whatever they say, right? But apparently, he fucking destroyed the bastards. He fucking destroyed them.
Alrighty. Real quick, fellas. We just checked in Tiny Ty. So welcome, Tiny Ty. He had a couple questions. I think he asked about gravity. We were also talking about how far you can see. He mentioned, being able to see 10 miles, things like that. So, you guys want to talk to Tiny Ty?
Hey, what's up, bro? What brings you to the server?
Friends.
Oh, cool. Glad you made it. You're most welcome here. So, yeah, did you have questions about gravity, or did you want to talk about the shape of the Earth? Those two are related, so you choose.
I was just questioning if the Earth is flat, how would gravity work?
All right, cool. So they tell you that it's the mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time. Which one do you like?
Wait, could you repeat that?
They tell you, right in school, that it's mass attracting mass when you're in elementary to high school. And then when you get to college, they start talking about the bending and warping of space-time. So which one are you more familiar with?
Neither. I haven't gotten taught either of them.
I would find that hard to believe. How old are you, bro?
I'm 14.
Okay, so you never heard of mass attracting mass?
I might have.
All right. So what we're saying that it's specific gravity. Can you search that in your search engine? Specific gravity. That's the one that we know to be true because of systematic experimentation using the scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
If
So
I could
what'd you
throw
come
in
up
one
with?
little tidbit about gravity real quick. If nobody had ever said the Earth was a ball, gravity wouldn't exist ever. Go ahead, Hank.
Right. So what did you come up with your search results with specific gravity?
Relative distance or specific gravity is the ratio of density in a substance to the density of a given reference material.
Meaning medium, like the medium that you're in right now is what we call atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
But it's just gas, right? You're in a medium of gas. You're breathing gas. You sleep in gas. You wake up in gas. Okay, so if you were to go swimming and you were at the bottom of the pool, the medium would be water, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so why is it that a fat man will float without kicking his feet, without holding his breath? I'm talking about an obese man. He floats at the 12-foot region of the pool when a very slender, lean man like Arnold Schwarzenegger would sink to the bottom. Why is that? You know?
Well, everyone has oxygen in them. It's just that like someone like Arnold Schwarzenegger would have more muscle mass. That would
Right,
make
muscle is more dense than fat,
yeah,
right?
correct.
Right, so the reason that the fat man isn't being held down to the bottom of the pool is because fat is buoyant and it's more buoyant than the water. So he has so much fat that he doesn't have to kick and struggle. When if Arnold wanted to have a conversation with a guy, he would have to be moving his feet and his arms probably to stay up
Yeah.
at the surface. Okay, so what happens if you remove the water? What happens to the fat man?
They would be on the ground of the pool.
Right. So what is the cause of things falling down?
Gravity.
Specific gravity. Specific gravity. It's due to the amount of buoyant force on an object. So here's the claim. Any object that's denser than the medium will go down, except for birds. A bird is not an object, right? So excluding birds and aerodynamics from nature, right? Every other object that's more buoyant is going to go up. So what is the causes of things going up and down? Is it mass attracting mass, the bending and warping of space-time, or specific gravity?
It's gas. Gases are the only things that can go up unless they're being propelled.
Well, I don't know if that's exactly true. What about a ping pong ball? It's made of plastic, but if you throw it in a pool of water, it's going to float, right?
Well, that's because it has air inside of it that lets it float.
All right. So what about oil and water? Is the oil made of gas? Because it always floats in the water too.
No, it's just less dense than the water.
Right. It has the state or the phase of the material. It has to do with buoyancy and density. So you know about rain, right?
Yeah.
It's the rain cycle. Okay, so the water heats up, it phase changes into gas, it goes straight up into the sky. And then when static makes the water condense and the phase changes back into water, liquid form, then it goes straight down, right?
Yeah.
So why does the water fall? Is it because mass attracting mass? Because the mass of the cloud never changed. The only thing that changed is the phase from the water being a gas to it being a liquid.
More of the water just like groups up or something, and then it gets more dense.
All right, so now you know what we think about gravity. I'm going to pass the mic and let someone else talk to you about curvature.
Yeah, so you think you live on a ball?
Yeah.
So the surface of it has to be curving, right?
Correct.
So, are you aware of anybody that's measured the curvature of the Earth's surface?
I don't know of anybody specifically, but NASA has.
Those are kind of two contradictory statements. How did NASA do that?
Not exactly sure, but I'm guessing some of it was just estimating, or they measured the diameter of the Earth.
Yeah, it should be pretty simple to just get a direct measurement of curvature from the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Well, what if I told you nobody's done that?
I would like to know what your source was for that.
Well, first of all, you could just prove me wrong by showing me a source that has done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you show me a source or anybody who has measured curvature of the Earth directly, then what I just said is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do that?
I would love. I'm not sure because I've never tried.
Well, yeah, so one of my favorite ways to go about this is by talking about the geometric horizon. Is that something you're familiar with?
No, but I could probably just pick it out from context clues.
Well, it's what they said that boats are disappearing over. You know, they say that boats go over the curve of the Earth.
Yeah.
Right, so there's a geometric horizon. It's just the furthest edge of the sphere that you're supposed to be able to see before it drops away, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And that you have no further line of sight to it, right? It drops too far to see any further.
Yeah.
So that's the thing they say boats are going over.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and one of the ways that they claim that they established the geometry of the Earth is by measuring the distance to the geometric horizon. But I guess I'll just post the black swan. 1 sec. Better yet, Miguel Souza in the Livestream voice text. You see that channel? Let's start with this instead. Simple is good. You see that Livestream voice text channel?
Yes.
Okay, so they say that boats are disappearing over the horizon, right? The physical Earth curve horizon of the Earth. Well, 15 minutes after the hour, there's a GIF where they're zooming in on a boat that you can't see at first, but then you zoom all the way in and it comes back. So how can that happen if the horizon is a physical obstruction of the Earth's curvature?
The line of sight.
Right, but how can you still have that line of sight if the thing it went over was a physical hump of Earth curve?
It's not a hump.
That's the claim.
What do you mean?
Well, that's the claim of the geometric horizon. That's the thing that's supposed to be obstructing the boat, right? Look at the picture below it. It's supposed to be going down and over the curve, and then eventually too far to see it, you lose your line of sight to it. But obviously that didn't happen because we can just use a camera and zoom it back in, right?
Uh-huh.
Can I interrupt just for a second?
For sure.
Let's say you got a basketball and a ruler and two army men, right? You put the army man one at 9 o'clock facing 12 o'clock and one at 12 o'clock facing 9 o'clock. Those two army men can't see each other. And you can get a ruler, and after you tape the army men down, and you could try to make the ruler point at both of their eyes, and you can't, right? And the reason you can't is because of the curvature, right?
Yeah.
So now do you understand how line of sight doesn't work on a ball?
Yeah, because there's an object obstructing the view.
Yeah, that's right. So if the boat's going over the physical horizon claim is true, then you shouldn't be able to zoom it back in with the camera. You shouldn't have that line of sight anymore.
But that could also be just because it's out of the line of sight because not everything can see that far.
Not everything can see that far. So you're saying that the horizon is an apparent location, it's just the limit to how far you can see?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it's not always... Oh, okay.
Well, because which one is it, right? Are boats disappearing over the physical Earth curvature, or are they just going too far for us to see them anymore?
Well, it could be both of them, depending on where exactly you are or how close it is.
Okay, so do we have any evidence that boats ever go over any physical Earth curvature, or are they always just disappearing over the apparent location of the horizon, which is just the maximum distance we can see? Is there any indication of any Earth curvature that boats ever go over?
What?
I'm just going to post something called the Black Swan here. Incoming.
Black Swan.
Yeah, I spam this like 100 times a day. So, yeah, this is an argument that kind of puts the geometric horizon thing to rest. So, based on the claimed geometry of the globe, it's said to have a radius of 3959 miles. From that, we can deduce the geometric horizon distance, which is supposed to be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, in that pic, it's supposed to be at 1.2 miles because it's a 1 foot observer height. So, do you see what I posted?
Yes.
Right. So, you see the horizon in the pic?
Mm-hmm.
So you see that it's behind the furthest oil rig, right?
Yeah.
And that furthest oil rig is at 9.4 miles.
Uh-huh.
So therefore, the geometric horizon is not seen at 1.2 miles, is it?
No.
Nope, not at all. So this image is just utterly impossible on the globe. So, yeah, boats aren't going over any geometric horizon because there isn't one.
Then where would it be going?
Just too far away to see, kind of like you said a minute ago.
If I could add Central Baker real quick, that's just one observation of many, and you can do this yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I could just be some idiot on the internet, so you could do this yourself too.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be the best way to get confirmation for sure. Ask the Earth.
I mean, the Earth is also, like, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, by the way, but I do also have a question on how seasons would work if the Earth were flat.
Yeah, so it's been observed for thousands of years that the sun transits between the tropics. You know about that?
No.
There's the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, and in between them is the equator. And so the sun just goes back and forth between those.
But the sun doesn't move.
Well, it does move. I can see it move throughout the day.
I see it moving. I see it moving as well.
That's just because the Earth.
Well, Tiny, we have to be honest. If I was a globe earther, I'd have to be honest and say, well, my observation is that I see the sun moving.
But that could also just be because you're moving.
Maybe, but also when I look up at a plane flying in the sky, I don't think that I'm the one moving.
Because the plane is moving faster.
Right, just like the sun. So that's what your observation is. You observe these things moving in the sky. If you want to say that it's the opposite of what you observe, we would need, maybe a test, something that would validate that to be the case. But the base level is that we all observe the sun moving.
And Tiny, before we even get to the question of what is actually moving, the observation is that the sun transits between those tropics throughout the year. So whatever the cause is, that's the observation, right?
But then satellites would still see the Earth moving.
Yeah, but you're going to need R, which is Earth radius for satellites, the thing we just debunked.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
so there are quite a few implications to all this, as you can see. It means that you have to rethink your entire cosmology.
But there's also a lot of proof that the Earth is not flat.
Wait, but we just walked through the Black Swan, and I posted a link in the chat that I wanted you to mess around with. Do you see the CB radio post at 18 minutes past the hour, that GitHub link that I posted?
Yeah.
So click on that, and I want you to use this calculator and punch in, and we can go over the Black Swan. Go ahead and punch in 1 foot observer height.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so do you see in the picture that Central Banker posted how far the furthest oil rig is?
Yeah, 9.41 miles.
Okay, so why don't you just choose how far you think the horizon might be? I mean, you can safely say it's at least beyond 9.41. So you can put anything there, put 10 miles, whatever. Throw that in the calculator and hit calculate. I'll put 10 and I'll post a screenshot.
Okay.
Okay, so where do you see the horizon? You see that D1 equals horizon distance. What number do you see there?
Wait. What number would I put in? 9.41.
Sure. I mean, yeah, if we see the horizon behind the rig, so you can put 9.42, whatever you want. You can make it as short as possible. I'll put 9.42. How about that? Okay, so calculate. Now, D1, horizon distance. What's the number
Yeah.
that shows on your screen?
10.94.
D1?
Yeah.
Are you in metric or imperial?
Metric.
Yeah, what's your observer height? I have H0.
Oh wait, I put 9.41 in eye height.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just switch that around. The camera is right up off the shore, the beach. So we're 1 foot off the ground. So so your eye height would be 1 foot.
Something was still wrong there anyway, because to get a 10-mile horizon distance, I think it's like 80-foot observer height, somewhere around there.
So do you see D1? What's the number you got there?
3.5.
At at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah.
Are you an imperial or metric?
Oh, I just switched it to
He
imperial.
said he was in metric.
Yeah, it should be I mean, you can do it in whatever one works best for you, but it should be 1 foot. And you can say you're saying 9.42. Your D1 horizon distance should be 1.224560. Is that what you got? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where that 1.22 comes from. So the argument is that if the Earth is a sphere with this certain radius, 3959, and you'll see that listed on the Earth curve calculator. It might be in kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
So then the distance to that Earth curve horizon must be no more than 1.22. So that's where that 1.22 is. And you look at the graph. H0, you've got the blue arrow. That's as high up off the ground as you are, that 1 foot. So the horizon should be blocked, should be blocking anything beyond that 1.22.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So
Yeah.
when you look back at the evidence, you see that horizon line behind the oil rig. Well, based off of this calculator, you're seeing that green line behind the red arrow.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't be able to see that at all. So what we're saying with this black swan is that we've sort of debunked that idea that there's a geometric earth curve hump blocking boats and buildings in the way.
Okay.
So, I mean, for me, if I was an honest globe earther, I'd be like, well, damn. Well, I mean, either the globe's way bigger than what they are saying, which would be quite a stretch in my opinion, or we've got a lot of flat water here, ladies and gentlemen. So I think the baseline now is that we're on a level surface. There's no curvature here, at least not to be detected. So let's just make sure we establish that. That's the foundation we've established so far, is that we're the water is not curving.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So the thing is that, bro, we're not trying to convince you that the Earth is flat. We're trying to convince you to go out to a large body of water at rest, maybe with a couple friends, a couple cell phones, and a mirror, or a high zoom camera, binoculars, telescope, etc. And we want you to check it for yourself, because that's what I did when I heard the Black Swan argument. Like, after I heard it, I went out on 4th of July to Corpus Christi, North Beach, and I saw buildings that were 10 miles away. Now, I was in the ocean when I saw them.
Okay,
So the water
sorry to
was up to
interrupt,
my.
but
Hold
I
on. I'm
have
almost
to
done.
go
I'm
now.
almost done. I'm almost done.
Thank you for your time, but I'm
Okay,
gonna
you're
take
welcome.
this to like further discussion and think about it. But I'm gonna go now. You
Sounds
guys
good.
can keep thinking whatever you think. Thanks. Bye.
Yep. See you, Tiny. We'll quiz you on the Black Swan next time. Take care, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah,
It all
it's
got to
not
be
that
too
I
much.
think. It's not that I think the Earth is flat. I didn't see any curvature whatsoever when I went to the ocean. So you know what? Maybe it was flat day at the ocean. Maybe it was opposite day and SpongeBob. But I doubt it. 20 years later, Hank goes back to the ocean.
A few moments later.
It got real for him.
That shit got real quick. He was like, "Measure it myself. I'm no doctor, sir. I'm no." I love it when they say I'm not a scientist because they're on the ropes when they say I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, they're saying that they can't make this argument, but some smart sciencey guy can for them.
I like how you assume that NASA had already measured that. It's not nothing to worry about, We talking about Earth's curvature. NASA's got that.
Hey, carry on with what you were saying about Corpus Christi and the measurement.
Sure, I'll continue the story. So yeah, I was in the ocean day and night, right? Obviously not all day, all night. I did sleep. But I made the measurement several times and I never could not see it. So the water was up to my armpits. So I'm roughly a foot above the surface. And I'm guessing there was waves and I didn't have any optical advantage, just my eyes. And I could see it with my eyes. I could see 10 miles away. There's a little area, I forget what it's called, Inglewood or something like that. I can't look. I'm driving, but yeah, Ingleside in the Bay or something like that. You can see it on the map. It's right across the way from the USS Lexington. So I was right north of the Lexington, maybe not even a quarter mile on the beach, and I could see the buildings at 1 foot observation height, 10 miles away. There should have been 66 feet of curvature if you can assume there was 1 foot waves, which I assumed that there was 1 foot waves because I could see the waves coming in. And the thing is that I shouldn't have been able to see that because on the other side of the bay or whatever, I'm not familiar with the ocean because I'm not from there. I could see the buildings and the lights at night. So if that was on a globe Earth, those lampposts would have to be 66.6 feet above the ocean surface. And if you pull up the street view, you can see that, you're on the street, you walk over to the docks, and there's no cliff. And those beach houses, they're not 6-story beach houses. So I shouldn't have been able to see any of that.
So, Hank, while you were standing in the water, were you afraid of being stung by a jellyfish or something?
No, sure wasn't.
Very brave man.
I'll tell you what scares me, and this is real. Stupid people. They can be pretty destructive at times.
Yeah, unfortunately, several of our fellow humans seem to be very stupid, to put it bluntly.
War. What is it good for? Absolutely none. Say it again. All right, now that I'm not driving, we'll go ahead and, yeah, Ingleside on the Bay. So I was looking between there and the Dolphin connection of Ingleside. So that's the area that I was looking at. And if you were to get like the USS Lexington, right, there's a street that's really close to the ramp in Lexington. It's called Shoreline Boulevard. I was in between Shoreline Boulevard and Gulf PL or PI. I think it's PI. That's where I was out on the beach. I mean, literally, like right north of the USS Lexington. Like if you draw a line from north from the Lexington, like I was. Well, let me get north first. No, no, I'm a little closer. A few degrees, maybe. It's hard to describe. But yeah, I was north of North Shoreline and south of Gulf PI. Much closer to North Shoreline. But anyway, yeah, went out into the water and just kind of stood and looked around and see what I could see. And I was trying to see Mustang Island, but obviously I couldn't see that. Um, I just saw some lights and didn't know which lights I was looking at. And then when I pulled up Google Earth, it was like, oh, that's what I was looking at. So yeah, I could see that the white buildings during the day, and I could see the lights at night. And you can call anyone like the host around that area and ask them, if they can see, Mustang Island or Ingleside from that area. Just call them and ask them. I'm sure they've been swimming.
I think he got booted. Connection was bad.
I took my wife on a vacation to a Gulf Beach one time, and I got in trouble for examining the other curvature, if you know what I mean.
Found some. Curvature acquired.
It was not Earth-based curvature, just to be clear.
Are we still live?
Still going. Just can't keep a Glober on the hook in here today.
Oh, shoot, I didn't mean to interrupt the moment of silence for the globe.
Can you mourn an imaginary friend, though?
Well,
I guess so.
when I was little,
It's
I had a
real
pretty
to me.
yeah. I got pretty pissed when I had my stuffed animal taken away when I was younger. So you tell a Glober that space isn't real, it's like taking away their teddy bear. They get pretty mad.
I got for Christmas when I was 11 years old. An astronaut set with a moon rover and everything. His name was Major Matt Mason.
3 M's, huh? That's a 3 threes.
He came with the moon buggy and a helmet and everything. It was cool. It was like 1975. So that was what, 3 years after our last trip to the moon. So it was the hot thing back then.
Okay, Boomer.
Where'd you get that clip?
I don't. There's just so many random ones out here. It's just funny.
A Boomer clip. That's hilarious. I'm technically a late stage Boomer 1962, so I'm at the tail end of it. So I guess I'm still a Boomer though.
If I had to guess people on their age by their voice, I'd probably be way off with a lot of people. I was surprised when some people drop, like, "Oh yeah, I'm this old." I'm like, "Damn, I was super off on that one."
I'm 10.
I'll be 59 in October. What would you have guessed? CB.
A lot younger, Dave. A lot younger.
Well, thank you.
I think that's probably the trend. I always think people are younger than they really are. Like Central, I thought you were like younger than me.
Yeah, I'm getting up there. I'm
I'm gonna
almost
guess
there.
CB. I'm gonna guess CB's age 25.
Pretty close guess. I turned 28 on Friday.
Oh.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday if you celebrate.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate that.
From here on out, your testosterone's going to drop. So make sure that you maintain the muscle mass that you have, or you'll lose 10% per decade. You're welcome.
It's all downhill after 28. Sorry to tell you, man.
No, I disagree. Between 28 and 35 is the strongest you're ever going to be. But then after 35, it starts to go downhill.
Well, that's where I
sailing,
get old man strength.
Ship sailing over the horizon for me.
Yep. Yeah, the old man strength at 35, you'll never be stronger than that.
Sounds good to me.
I mean, unless you're boosting juices in Brazil with Brazilian babe with the bikini wax.
Porra. No juices for me. Like, I thought Indio was a lot younger too. He sounds like a young New Yorker or something. I was way off with that one.
Boston.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's Boston, right?
With Indio, I always think it's funny. I always picture that he actually looks like his icon, which I'm sure he doesn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. The mental image you form of everybody too is like, yeah, probably way off too.
Yeah, I always thought.
And then you see somebody on cam and you're like, shit, now I'm going to have to change my.
That's Mr. Roboto. Sound like me.
Napalm, I heard you say something about seeing somebody on cam, but you were roboting there a little bit.
Those damn satellites, damn it.
Oh, by the way, I found a little thing last night. I I left it in here, but check this out. I'll post it in just a second. But in the Civil War, they had. Sorry, bro. I don't know if I'm talking over you or if you're talking over me, but somebody's roboting. Is it napalm?
Yeah,
It was
I've never heard
napalm.
I've never heard roboting like that before.
That's for 2 years, you know?
It's Welshie, isn't it?
For me.
Okay, now that they're done. So in the 1800s, during the Civil War, they had cameras, right? In the 1800s, during the Civil War, they had hot air balloons. Or no, sorry, they were using hydrogen balloons in those days. So guess what that means? We got satellite footage from the Civil War. I was excited when I was that last night. Let's see if I can find it.
Hank, the robot spread to you. Got a case of the robots.
That's the band Styx, 1980 something, if anybody cares.
Yeah, the music video is pretty cool. I think Hank is back as well.
Yeah, so I figured that that would be some pretty interesting research for you guys to know on and talk about, So the Britannica, it talks about civilian, but when I originally found it, it was the, let me see if I can own the clipboard again. Let's see, lost it, clipboard. Oh, there you go. This is my preliminary research that I discovered like right before I went to sleep last night. So don't ask me no questions. I won't tell you no lie.
That Union Army Balloon Corps doesn't quite have a badass ring to it. Let's see why they did away with it.
That's wild, isn't it? I don't know. I'm pretty excited about it. I gave it to Elijah this morning, pretty early on his way to work around 6 a.m. And he was like, I want the photos. I was like, I know, I do too. I want the photos. So I've been saying that, the Civil War was the first modern war where we had instant information over long distances. And now that I see that we had GPS, I'm sorry, stupid. Now that I see that we had like high altitude footage, how's that any different than, what they consider like satellite footage? Which I don't, is there any satellite footage? Has anyone ever seen satellite footage of the Earth? I think it's all high altitude plane footage. And when you zoom out on Google Earth, like eventually it turns into like a 3D model. So is anyone, this is a satellite as satellite footage gets, is what I'm saying. All right, so one of you guys needs to be on Yahoo. One of you guys needs to search this from DuckDuckGo. Somebody else do Google. Somebody do Bing. Come on, guys. Let's see what we can get. I want them photos. Oh, Brinks. Oh, we had a complicated rock come in here for a second.
Yeah, Brinks is. I talked to them. I talked to them not directly on voice, but I was talking to his typing for like 30 minutes a while back, and I really laid a good case. But he's been lately in the chat just upset. So you know how it goes.
Yeah, Brinks, if you could just send your P.O. box. We don't want your address or anything. Yeah, just send us your P.O. box and we'll send you a case of Preparation H. That way you can be prepared to come in here, okay, bud?
I found in Tech Insider, when I searched for what you said, 19 incredible artificial satellite photos.
So there are satellite photos, huh?
But artificial ones. I don't know why they need artificial satellite photos.
Oh, is that like a complicated rock and artificial satellite as a balloon? Got him.
Ah, yeah.
No, it's a satellite that's raised with hormones added to it and a bunch of pesticides and such. See, the real reason why it costs $1 million a pound to send food up to the ISS, because it's organic. They bought it at Whole Foods.
Finally, Brinks appears in the live stream. He's been coping pretty hard in debate text. You wanted to bring some of that here?
What's up, Brinks? Big Creation Bear is dying to talk to you. Welcome to the server, bro. Listen, don't take it personal, right? Just realize it's just a model, right? He's not attacking you. Does he not have voice capability?
Brinks, you should be able to talk. Let me
Oh
know if you
wait,
can see the chat. I took
he's
him.
just. Oh, sorry, my bad.
He's got a
Nope.
listening pass.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I took the mute off, so he should be able to talk now. I'm just curious if you can see the chat. I don't know if listening pass can see live stream voice text or not. Last time I checked, they couldn't. But if you say hello, we can give you a VC verified role. Then you can definitely see the chat.
Yep, I'd be willing to do that. Brinks, what say you, bro?
They said, can't talk, my throat hurts.
Yeah, that's why I go into live stream voice text to tell people that my throat hurts. Well, if you weren't gobbling down the globe propaganda, maybe you wouldn't have such a sore throat. And if you weren't coming here and getting your globe taken away from you violently as your radius is ripped away, maybe your butt wouldn't hurt. So get that shit straightened out.
Get some good cough drops with honey in them. Those are good. They'll help your throat.
Yeah, and take them as directed. We wouldn't want you to get confused with the directions for the preparation H.
You might have to fill me in on that one, Hank. What is preparation H?
They are
It's
anal
something that
suppositories. Anal suppositories, CB. Come on, man.
that's not what I thought it was. I thought it was oh my, indeed. I thought it was something for that you get when you have hemorrhoids because they hurt. It's like having a toothache in your butt. So when I say people get butt hurt, I recommend preparation H because it's literally like what's that stuff? What's that stuff that they put on the tooth when you get a toothache?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That gel.
Numbing agent.
Novocaine.
That's what the dentist might give you. That's something that you can get pretty high on. But it's like the stuff that you rub on your tooth when you got a toothache and it makes it numb.
Yeah, I can't think of the brand name. I know what you mean.
Oragel.
Oragel, that's it. Yeah, it's like Oragel for your butt.
So like ain't a gel. That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, that's why they said preparation H. You got to prepare the, the. Yeah, I didn't know what it was either until I was listening to the song "Rockin' the Suburbs." And "Rockin' the Suburbs" is a very interesting song, unless you listen to the cartoon version that played on that cartoon. But if you listen to the original song, he talks about driving up to the stoplight and he can feel someone blasting him with hate, sending dirty vibes his way. Because someone's great 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 granddad made someone else's great 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 granddaddy a slave. And then he starts singing, "It wasn't my idea. It never was my idea. I just went to the store for some preparation H." So yeah, it's like the white boys anthem. it's pretty funny. It's a funny song. And then there's another part where he says something about something gonna fight. You're gonna make me say. You're gonna make me cuss on the mic tonight. And then somewhere during the song, he goes, and yeah, I thought that song was the shit like 20 years ago when it first came out. Funny.
We got Pazza C here. He's got some questions for you, Hank. Don't you, Pazza?
No, I've never tried it and would not recommend the brand. This is not a paid advertisement. I've had an umbilical hernia. Never had the roids.
How could hemorrhoids work on a spinning globe anyway, Hank? They couldn't.
Very delicately when you come on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord because your butt's going to get smashed.
Well, quick shout out to the only VC verified in the panel. That would be Tommy Gaming 10. Welcome, Tommy. I don't think we've spoken before, but if you want to say hello to the panel, we'd be happy to chat. You Team Globe or you Flat Gang?
Yo,
Are you there,
we
Tommy?
flat gang.
Flat Gang?
Dang it, that's no fun.
Well, welcome to the server anyway. It's okay that you're late, but at least you made it.
We have to start trying to hide our disappointment when people join and say that. I'm just saying.
If he's a flatty, he knows that we like to play with our food as we devour their arguments.
Like a dog with a steak being dangled in front of it.
Well, you can still ask him about the flat Earth.
That's right. So, what makes you think the Earth is flat? What's your 3 best proofs or evidences?
That was concise.
Alrighty then.
Or just 3 proofs or best evidence that we live on a flat stationary plane with no observable vacuum in nature anywhere. Where So we got a flat earther in here who she got a sore throat too. Come on down. Hope that was the right game show music.
Yeah, you nailed it.
You're the next contestant on The Earth's Not a Globe.
Well, this is a shy flat earther. You ever met a flat earther so shy? What's his name? We got Tommy Gaming. Yeah, Tommy, you there, bud? Tommy, do you do anything more than gaming?
All right, then, keep your secrets.
That's right, Frodo. Frodo, stop tempting Tommy. He's gonna keep his secrets.
Hello?
You there, Tommy?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just having a
Great,
mic
bro.
issue. It wasn't working.
That's all right. We understand. That's why we gave you time. We kind of joked around with some music, but yeah. What are the three best proofs that you live on a flat, stationary plane with no observable vacuum in nature anywhere?
I haven't done that much. Like, I'm still a beginner on it. But I've seen the was it that video of the two oil rigs where it's those two platforms. I think that's pretty crazy.
Nice. Nice.
That would be an impossible shot if everything in the videos
Because
it would be an impossible shot, right?
the second oil rig, you're not supposed to like see that, right?
It's the horizon you're not supposed to see behind it.
Tommy, did you hear?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, but, or you can just like you can see it, but there's no curvature or whatever, right?
Yep. But not oil rigs. Horizon.
All right, Tommy, that's a good first start. How about number 2?
Let's, I don't got much.
No worries. Actually, to be honest, when I first joined the server, that was the one thing that I had too. I had the Black Swan. I didn't have a whole lot in my back pocket, so I don't blame you.
That's what I was like. I'm like a beginner, so I don't know really that much at all right now.
Hey, don't worry about it, right? Many men know many things, but no man knows everything, right? And you said you're new, so you came in and you were humble. So we'll give you time to grow, right? If you stick around long enough, you're going to have so many evidences and proofs that it's just going to be like, damn, which one do you want? Do you want it pertaining to this or pertaining to that? But yeah, we like to keep it directly to the shape of the earth. So back in 2015, I made a video of a broom that I stood in the middle of the floor and it was just standing straight up. And my argument was, how is this broom going to stand here until somebody creates a gust of wind strong enough to knock it down? And if we're supposed to be flying around the Earth and going through space at millions of miles an hour around the, great attractor and the galaxy and all these different converging vectors and all the momentum shifting, wouldn't this cause the broom to knock over? So that wasn't a very good argument. I took that video down. But then later, they said that you could only do it on the equinox, they being the mainstream media. And I was like, those bastards stole my shit and said you could only do it on the equinox. And I deleted that video. Damn it.
Just some advice, Tommy. For me, anyway, all you need is the natural physics of water, and the globe's over with right there. So, water does not stay in a convex shape like an ocean, body of water, stuff like that.
If it did, I would not have been able to see the Ingleside of the bay at 10 miles away on a bright sunny day. Even if I smoked a pound of yay.
Oh, snap.
So, funny story, real fast. On the way back, there was a immigration check, and me and my children and wife were flipping the fuck out. So we threw some trash out the door, and then I pulled up, and I said, "Can I help you, officer?" And he said, I said, what do we stop for? Can I help you?" And he said, "This is immigration." I said, "Immigration?" Because I didn't know it was about immigration. And he said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Well, I'm from," yeah, and I said where I was from. And he said, "Is this your first time here?" And I was like, "Yeah, this is the first time I've ever been to the ocean." He's like, "Okay, be on your way." And dude, we were surrounded by cameras. There was like 15 cameras. And I know they had to see us litter, but they just told us to get out. They just told us to.
weren't dark
Similar
enough.
to my story. One day, this guy pulled me over and he said papers. I said scissors. I win, and then I left. And then he was following me for about 5 minutes. I think he wanted a rematch.
That's a good one.
I got tea in my nose because of you, Jimsy.
That wasn't my intention.
I know it wasn't your intention.
James, say Caesars again.
Cheese.
No, Caesars.
I don't have any tissues. I got tea dripping out of my nose.
Caesar. Caesar.
I have
I thought
multi
it said seizures at first. I didn't get it, but I get it now.
Oh, you get it now.
Sound
You get it now. Good. Good for you. Good
sound
for
like
you.
you
You kind of slow. You kind of slow, but it's okay. You catch up.
sound like you said seizures.
You can destroy Caesars with lava.
It's the music in the background. Has to be. It has to be.
Okay, wait.
It has to be.
Have you?
Dude, I want to know. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, bro.
So, have you guys seen that Black Swan parody meme picture that's doing the rounds?
The Black Swan.
Please post it.
I haven't got it. I just wanted.
Oh.
Hang on.
Is it the side by side?
I did a search for it a minute ago on Google, but I can't find it. But I saw it a couple of days ago. Where did I see it? It just basically.
I guess it would only matter if you related the black swan to one observation and you didn't understand the argument and how to apply it to your life and your own observation. I guess it would be funny then.
Yeah, I think it was particularly just someone taking the piss. It wasn't actually just
Oh, okay. If you find it, I want to see it. Post it in the chat.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now. I saw it the other day.
I have a question for Gemsy. Gemsy, what do Mexicans use to cut their pizza?
You're gonna have to ask Hank because he lives near the border.
Well, Hank, go on.
Let me think about it for a second. Mexicans don't eat pizza; they eat pizza with a capital K in the middle.
That's true. That is true. Pizza. Yeah, that is true.
Pizza. So let me see. What do they use to cut their pizza?
I'll give you a hint. It has to do with Gemsy's recent joke.
Oh, I think I missed it. Scissors? Caesars?
Little
Caesars?
Caesars.
Yep. Got it. I love the Mexican word of the day.
You sure it's not little Caesars?
Yeah, they use little Caesars to cut the pizza. Yeah. Got it.
Little Caesars to cut their pizzas. Dude, I love it when they say pizzas.
That's so accurate, though, Hank. They do say pizza.
Where do you live, Crazy Bear? You live near the border?
No, I'm in the Midwest. I'm in Ohio. With
Oh,
with
that's where my dad's
Radnor.
from.
Nice.
So my dad's from Dayton, Ohio. You know where that is?
Yeah, that's like 30 minutes north. I'm in Cincinnati.
All right, I've been to Cincinnati. I've been to the Rock and Roll Museum.
Rock on.
So when I was there, my dad pointed at the horizon, and I thought that it was far as the eye could see. I thought I was looking at an ocean of ice, but he made me look at what he was pointing at. He said, "Do you see that? Do you see that? Do you see that?" And I said, "Yeah, what is that?" And he said, "That's Detroit." So is it true that you can see Detroit from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Isn't that up north?
Yeah, about 100 miles.
I'm not sure. But where
Actually,
I'm at, I'm in such a valley. There's so many trees you can't see jack. I can
posted that.
barely see Kentucky.
I found the image. Someone WhatsApped it to me.
And what you want to show with that image, Arthur?
No, I'm just saying that's the parody one that's doing the rounds.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the like one day its curvature is there and
Oh,
another day it's not there.
Yeah, no, yeah,
I see.
no.
I see.
I'm just showing you something that's doing the rounds. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
well,
saying.
I
thank
see.
you for reporting. So you just posted it?
Yeah, no. Someone sent it WhatsApp. I found it. It was in a WhatsApp group. I don't know where
Sasha,
it comes
that's a
from.
whole lot of pizza. That's some bagel pizzas. What is that?
Well, a
It's that
parody is quite nice, but when you find a debunk, then let us know.
Yeah, no,
Is it
I
really
know.
a parody though? Because I mean, I get it, but people have posted this before in a side by side next to the other Black Swan. But this isn't this still a Black Swan? I mean, the
Yeah,
horizon's supposed to be at 1.22
Well,
miles.
it proves that when you're measuring. Sorry, Pazza, hold on just one second. I'll let you talk. It proves that when you measure the distance to the horizon, you're not measuring the shape of the Earth, but only the atmospheric conditions of the.
yeah, that one it's also Black Swan.
Yeah, I don't think. I suspect whoever made it isn't actually. No, they're just taking the piss out of the picture.
Right,
They're not
right.
taking. They're not actually trying to make a statement, are they? Really? Because
They're
it doesn't.
coping.
Because it's not. That's not going to convince anybody who doesn't want to be convinced more than the first picture, if you know what I mean. Or you know, it's no. That's the whole thing. It's just turned on its head, isn't it? That's all it's done.
Yeah, I feel
Well, welcome to Globe Logic.
you.
Well, as I say,
Yeah.
it's a parody because no globe person is going to take that picture and go, "Oh, that proves the globe," are they?
It's on par with their actual arguments.
Well, it's not quite right. It says no less than. I mean, you know, that doesn't. They don't say that. They say you can observe the horizon anywhere, you know, near or further away. If my memory serves me correctly. So their min distance to geometric horizon that doesn't exactly adhere to what they say. But it's quite funny though because it's just a flip of everything. Everything's been flipped, isn't it? Basically, every statement's
Yeah.
flipped.
Yeah, I
That's
can
it.
appreciate it, I guess. I can appreciate it. The only thing I don't appreciate really is just that most people lack the understanding to grasp the argument, right? Like, oh well, here's another white swan. It's like, well, then you don't know understand the Karl Popper reference, the black swan. It's like
Can't have any black swans on the globe.
Yeah, so they told us for hundreds of years that the belts going over the horizon was due to the curvature of the Earth, and it's like now they're like, well, that was wrong, but we're never wrong because of refraction. It's like we got the best lies, the greatest lies. We got exponentialized. So, would anybody like
Yeah,
to?
we got
ahead.
lies, but not where the horizon lies.
Good one, Elijah.
Ambiguity is the best humor, I think. The Mexicans got that shit right. So, I have a coworker who's Mexican, and I have one that's half black. And the Mexican goes up to the half black guy, and he starts, saying, we're Mexicans, we got to stick together. And he was like, And I walked up to the Mexican guy, and I was like, bro, it's me and you, right? He's like, what are you talking about? I was like, I'm the Mexican. He said, you are? I said, I am what I eat, ain't I? He's like, yeah, I guess. And I said, comida. I said, you think I don't eat Mexican food? I fucking love Mexican food. And he was like, okay, I see.
How did the meetup in Arkansas go? Is it any good?
I don't know anything about Arkansas.
It's going down right now.
You're doing it now, yeah.
Ah, okay. I didn't even know where Arkansas was. I did a quick Google.
It's in the dirty South.
Arkansas.
Yeah. It's called Arkansas, though, isn't it? It's not called Arkansas, is it? Have I pronounced it right? Is it Arkansas?
No, you got it right, Fazit, yeah.
Okay.
So is the idea like it's like a form of Kansas? It's Arkansas? Like, where'd the name come from?
Yeah, I put in Arkansas into Google, and it came up with and somewhere quite near the top of the list, it said top 10 most dangerous places in Arkansas. I thought, oh, nice.
So I think it's a Native American name. It sounds like Wichita, Arkansas.
Yeah.
It's almost certainly an American native, isn't it? The sound of it.
Yeah, a lot of places have native names.
Ohio.
Right.
Utah.
Ohio.
Nevada. Is that Spanish?
I don't know.
Kentucky comes from Indian. Kentucky comes from Indian name too.
It's cultural appropriation.
Is it, I think Alabama. Alabama. Is that French, Alabama? Some of these southern states have got French names, haven't they?
That's Arabic. Alibaba. That's Arabic.
So Baton Rouge.
So what's actually American?
Oh, it's all American.
Oh, even American is actually Mexican.
Wow, yeah.
Mexicans are
American
Americans.
is actually Mexican.
Yeah, but America is used as a term for a country and a continent and two continents, isn't it? Really, the Americas, North America, United States of America.
The American name was here before the Europeans.
America.
That's right.
Was it?
You've been watching that YouTube channel already spreading around, Amehu Kamu or something like that? Jimsy?
Is it a Native Indian term? Is it, or Native Indian in its?
It's America, right? And they say that it's named after Amerigo, but nobody named something after their first name. It would have been a surname. It would have been a Vespucian map, not an American map, right? So the name America is here, and it's older than Amerigo. America.
Yeah, when people say, "Yeah, I'm from America," you saying you're from Chile or something? Are you from Chile or Argentina? Or are you from Canada or Mexico? When you say you're from America, you're from you're Mexican then. If you're from America,
Argentinian, right?
Generally
Argentinian.
speaking. if you hear that someone's from America in Europe, you presume they mean in the USA. If you say
No, that's
no one
not
said,
true. Hansa,
But
that's
that's
not true.
just in their
I know,
minds. That
I know
doesn't
so
actually
many
mean that.
South, I know so many South Americans who will say they are Americans without saying
Yeah, that's
South
right.
America,
There used to be a girl who used to hang out with Issa back in the day on
and they will be
2chan.
offended. Even they will be even offended with that if you call them South America.
That
Well,
was
she was
Lady
from
Ganja,
Buenos
Hank.
Aires.
Lady
Yeah, I
Ganja,
remember
she
Lady
was
Ganja.
cool.
Yeah, she was cool as hell. I remember one day she was taking a bath and her camera came on, and I was like, "Lady Ganja, turn off your camera." I saved her. I saved her ass.
I was watching and I was mad at you. I'm just kidding.
Lady Ganja, light up another
Yeah,
one. Like,
yeah, she was cool as hell, man. She was using the medicine in Buenos Aires, Argentina, to help people. Makes my heart sing.
Mary Jane. We've got friend Barry here. We talked to them.
I was thinking the same thing, Dave. I haven't seen the name before. Frembieri? Are you there?
It was good, man.
Hey,
It was good.
what brings you around these parts today?
I was pretty bored, so I just joined.
This place is lit. Came to the right place.
Yeah, you can do some research.
Got that here.
What happened?
What's your sphere? Or are you chilling on the plane?
On a plane. Flat
He's
Earth.
asking if you're flat gang or your team globe.
I'm a flat earther.
What's your three best?
Best
You live
what?
on a flat stationary plane.
Best proofs?
Yeah, evidence or proof?
Let's see. I mean, I can use the fact that the water stays level, which is observable, right? But like water being curved, that's not like I don't know how to explain it.
Ding 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 ding.
What else? How and I also bring also
He
use
had me at water. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I also use the fact of videos having video. Wait, what? I have videos of the sun being in the clouds, and I ask people, "How is this possible on your model of the Earth? Tell me how."
Yeah, that one might get nitpicked a little bit because it doesn't verify that the ground is either curving or not. But that is interesting nonetheless. And obviously, if the sun's 93 million miles away, it doesn't make much sense that it's right there.
Yeah, and I think my last one I'd probably say, what do rockets push off of in space?
Good question.
Like, yeah, it's like probably my top three, and then maybe gravity, and how you can have atmospheric pressure next to a vacuum of space.
Yep, never been demonstrated.
Yeah.
Never been found out in the wild.
What do rockets push off in space? Is that what you said? Is that one?
Yeah, because think about it, Pazza. In 2015, we were asking this question, right? And at that time, the moon was in a vacuum, according to NASA. So they went there, they landed on it, said it was a vacuum. And in 2019, arbitrarily, without going back, they said it was actually in Earth's atmosphere. So before 2019, we were asking the question, if paddles push off of water and tires push off the road and jet engines push off the atmosphere, what do rockets push against?
Well, it's as the gases expelled from their rocket nozzles. There's an inverse force going the other way.
Well, see, here's the problem. The force is called thrust, right? And thrust is something that you're thrusting against. Like if I do push-ups on the ground, I can do them all day long until I get the rubber arms and fall down on my face, right? But if I'm standing up, I can't do push-ups because there's nothing strong enough for me to push against. So if there is a vacuum of space and there's a rocket there and it's spewing out all kinds of exhaust, it's no longer a vacuum, and the gas is going to disperse omnidirectional to fill the available space, and there's not going to be anything significant to push against, unless you think you can do push-ups while standing up.
Yeah, I don't think that's directly comparable, but I can see what your thinking is.
You don't think it's directly comparable? Okay, try to do push-ups in a vacuum, thanks. Or, get a water gun, or get some hairspray in a vacuum and put a rocket in an ever expanse, almost infinite, almost perfect vacuum, and see how far you can push yourself around on nothing. I pushed nothing and got something back. Okay, sure you did. Never mind. Sorry, we were wrong. The moon is in Earth's atmosphere. Okay, fair enough. Just as long as you know you're wrong.
But the condensed version of what I heard you say was, Hank, that for thrust you need something to actually thrust on. It's an action word, and in space there's nothing to thrust on. I don't see how that's not related, unless you're defining thrust or force in another way, different from, I don't know, what's in textbooks and what's defined. Paza.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I apologize. I thought you were talking to Hank.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry,
don't worry about it.
I wasn't being disrespectful. I thought you were talking to Hank.
No, that's fine. I don't worry about it. The value is lost. Sorry doesn't fix it.
So is it like your idea, Pazza, that if I had something like a fire extinguisher and I expelled the fire extinguisher, that it would push me in the vacuum?
As far as I'm aware, yes. What do you make of this? I'll send you a link to a video. What do you make of this guy's experiment? Hang on. It's from YouTube. This is some guy letting off a propulsion mechanism in a vacuum. Where are we? Granted, it's a homemade vacuum chamber.
If you guys were curious how to get free energy, apparently those screens in those old school big screen TVs from the 1990s, they got a lens in it, and you can use that lens and turn it into a giant magnifying glass, and it'll heat up water, and the TV is free on the side of the road, and so is the sunlight. And I guess after that point, you're going to need some sort of steam engine or something, but yeah.
What, heat from the sun?
Yeah, heat from the sun.
Yeah, but they have those solar furnaces, don't they? In the desert, where they have 500-600 mirrors augmented in like an amphitheater around a chamber, and all the mirrors are computer controlled, so they're all pointing at the same spot on the surface of this thing, and you can literally smelt metal in there because the combined energy arriving from all the mirrors is enough to get several thousand degrees going.
Imagine if you had 10 TVs, and each TV comes with a mirror and a lens, and you point the mirror at the lens, so you got two suns, basically, or two sources of sunlight hitting the lens, and then the lens is going to have that, capability of heating up water. I'm pretty sure you could make yourself a pretty good little steam engine, or I think they have other forms of engine. I forget, what are the mechanical engineers always talking about building? What is that engine?
What, you mean a steam
That might,
turbine?
yeah, it's something else though. It's a certain type of engine that runs off of heat, that converts heat back into kinetic energy. Anyway, I've been loving this YouTube channel that someone showed me. It's let's see, autodidactic, and I'm loving that YouTube channel. In fact, I'll post a little short video so you guys can get the YouTube channel. I'm sure you're gonna love that video. It's definitely gonna raise an eyebrow. I'm gonna watch that again. That shit was funny.
What is the gist of it? That you can get energy from the sun, basically.
Well, it's just a real quick little video. I think I recorded it. Let me see if I can post that. 6 minutes. I don't know if that's going to post. Damn, that might take a while.
Yeah, trouble is with steam powered systems is they're incredibly inefficient. In an awful lot of energy to get their water heated up to be
Yeah, and
useful.
gasoline engines. How about them? Tell me about them gasoline engines, bro.
Well, they have a practical efficiency, don't they? You know, they are a lot more efficient than the steam engine. If you had a steam powered car, you need.
Well, how much efficiency do you need from free energy? You know,
what, for the sun?
And if you think about it, like, yeah, if you think about it, it's free energy. So if you lose a little bit, no big deal. But you know, the fuel isn't actually what's burning; it's the fumes, right?
Well, the fuel is ionized into the air that's in there. You still got the fuel. That you can't do it without the fuel.
Well, could you do it with the fumes of the fuel?
Yeah, but the fumes are the evaporate of the fuel in the air that will pass against the engine. The fuel's still there. You're still, but the ignition source is the fuel, but it's not in a liquid form. It's been aerosoled into the air, effectively into the air supply of the engine. So by fumes, fumes are the fuel. When you smell petrol fumes, you're smelling petrol evaporate, aren't you? Effectively, you can't have petrol fumes without petrol. Like normally you don't get petrol fumes without petrol. So you need the fuel. But the problem with using the sun's energy in a car is that even if you covered the entire surface of the car with some material or some mechanism that was able to completely capture all the sunlight that fell on the car, it's not enough energy to push it forward like a combustion engine will. There's not that much energy arriving in the surface area of your car. It just isn't. That's why you have all those solar panels on your house. You know, they usually, you wouldn't expect a solar array on a normal house to keep the house in, you know, a couple of megawatts, a couple of, you know, kilowatts of power continuously. They usually use it to charge up batteries cumulatively, and then they're used in a, you know, disjointed way later on when the power is actually needed when it's dark or whatever. But solar arrays, they look at the size of a solar array in a field. You know, they have to be colossal to actually meaningfully put themselves back into the system properly. And the trouble is, of course, with other solar panels is that if they're not perfectly perpendicularly aligned to the sun at any given time, then their efficiency drops off quite quickly. Because at the moment they're not.
Yeah, that's addressed in the video that I posted. It's going to take a few minutes to upload, but he addresses that, how to fix that, so that you can patch holes in your efficiency loss. And yeah, that's pretty cool. But I just wanted to say that the video that I'm posting, he tells you how to get those lenses out of those TVs, or he tells you how to find them, and then he tells you what you can do with them. And he mentions that you should do research on growing your crops with those, but he said he's terrified of the FDA and he doesn't want to get further into it. So yeah, if you get some of those lenses and you take the beam out of phase, meaning that you're not focusing the beam to make the hole, to burn a hole in something, then you are going to have a great deal more sun. And what makes plants grow? Sunlight, right? So if you could focus that sunlight not to a focal point, but to a greater amount of sunlight, and you were to grow these in some sort of vacuum, let's say a vacuum chamber that was filled up with CO2, I don't know why you would do that, but maybe you might win some awards at the vegetable contest.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I mean, if there's a way of utilizing lenses and mirrors to get more sunlight than is commercially available, then people would be jumping all over, wouldn't they? It wouldn't just be one person's using. It's generally speaking, if these sort of things are known, then they'd be utilised straight away. They wouldn't be. Yeah, I'm very suspicious of a lot of things, but
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's not true.
Name one technology
Something as simple as no, that's absolutely not true. So for instance, you have something like watching movies for free. Now people will say, "Oh, I'm so broke, I'm this, I'm that, whatever," but they have tons of subscriptions for things that you can get for absolutely free on the internet. All you have to do is a little bit of extra click work. And when I say a little bit, it's changed since 2015, things like that. Like it's very little, if at all, work to do to watch things for free. But people will pay for it and suffer through the ads so that they don't have to actually do this little bit of work that I'm talking about. Whatever work it is, if you're not aware, that's fine. Everyone that I've spoken to about it that knows about it, their answer to not doing it is literally because they don't want to be bothered. So when it comes to knowledge or doing things differently, people aren't going to do it because it's the better solution. They're going to do what's popular.
Yeah, I mean, there's an analogy there, but at the end of the day, you're not breaking any expected laws of physics by downloading films. You're not embracing a multi-trillion-dollar
So you're
energy.
making my point, because while it's infinitely easier, here's yet a task that people would rather pay for because that's even easier. See what I'm saying? So when it comes to breaking the laws of physics, as you called it, people aren't going to be trying to do that because they obviously believe it's something that breaks the laws of physics, something that they can't do. They'd rather just do what everyone's already doing. It already works. So they're not going to do it for the possibility of something greater. No, that's not what they're going to do.
I'm deeply suspicious of a lot of things, but one thing I'm not suspicious of is the notion that someone discovered a water-powered car or a perpetual engine, and the government is just hiding it from us, or science as a general is hiding it from us.
Well, I'm not talking about in general people hiding stuff. Hank just shared something. You had an objection. He said, well, he speaks to that objection, blah, 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 blah. The bottom is we're not talking about things that are hidden. We're talking about things that are out there, but people just aren't interested in. Like I said, they'll go with the more popular option, not what's better for them.
If you've got a vested interest in solar energy, yeah, you'll pursue the route that gives you the most power for the least cost all the time. That's business. So if this man claims to have found a way of getting more energy out of a surface area that collects the sun than a solar panel or a piezoelectric solar panel or whatever technology they're using now, yeah, then by definition, every industry involved in that trying to make money out of it will be all over it like a bad rash. So
no, that's the opposite of what companies do. They don't go for more efficiency. I don't know what you're talking about.
Every single car manufacturer goes for more efficiency in their internal combustion engine. Don't
No,
they?
they go for more. They go for more profit overall, in general.
Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt you, bro. Kaz, can I just try to steelman you here? Are you saying that companies will go for free energy rather than profit, free sunlight, and a way to amplify it? Because the TV lenses are free, because people just throw those things away.
There's a
Is
multi-trillion
that what
dollar
you're saying?
there's a multi-trillion dollar industry trying to provide most of the world's infrastructure with alternative power sources. Yeah, it's not like it's being suppressed. Believe it or not, there are companies who've got a vested interest in producing the best technologies they can to afford everyone the most electricity they can from whatever sunlight arrives on their property or on their roofs or whatever you're on their land. Yeah, those companies, if any of those companies come up with a mechanism and can put it into manufacturing in a manufacturing realm, that effectively means that when you buy their kit, you get 3 times as much electricity as what people are buying elsewhere. They will be all over it because that means nothing more than more profits for them. So the notion that these multi-million-dollar research laboratories that are looking into the best way to harness sun's power, yeah, have overlooked old lenses and mirrors, because he's only talking about lenses and mirrors effectively. I don't give it any. I don't give any counters. The people working in this industry aren't going, well, that's a better way of doing it, but this is the way that everyone's using, so we're sticking with it. They're interested in giving themselves a business advantage and nothing more than that on their competitors. And it works the same in electronics. If you can make a chip do the same as your competitor but use a tenth of the power, you have an absolute advantage over them, which will equate to nothing more than profit. And that's why every single phone and every single piece of technology you have, laptops, everything, your car, every single piece of electronics in there is in a continuous, aggressive pursuit to make it more efficient, quicker, and use less power. Those are the paradigms that drive the entire electronics industry and globally.
Okay, if that's true, then how come there's not a huge market for hydrogen cars? Because when you add Brown's gas to the combustion chambers of your engine, what it does is it burns all the fuel at such a high percentage, close to 100, that the catalytic converter has sensors on it, and it can no longer sense the correct amount of carbon. So what it does is it tells the computer to increase the fuel mileage that you were getting, and therefore it takes away that percentage boost of gas mileage that you got. It goes away because of the new computers. So my question again, why is there no HHO cars? Because the hydrogen causes the gasoline to burn at such a complete rate that it can't be detected by those sensors in the catalytic converter.
So in this situation, yes, I understand what you're saying. So in a situation where you'd have a pressurized hydrogen container in your car, yeah, and the hydrogen is fed into through the.
Man.
Sorry,
I'm talking about a HHO generator on demand. I'm not talking about a pressurized container of hydrogen. The only hydrogen is going to be in the bubbler and the hoses. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah, extracting hydrogen from the air is a costly process. It's not a simple one on the scale we're talking about.
Not from the air, brother. I'm talking about cracking water. Brown's gas. Cracking water.
Yeah, but how much energy have you got to put into water to get this to crack it into hydrogen and oxygen? Have you looked at the equations?
Yeah, you're going to need some amps, right?
Yeah.
Can your car handle about 10 amps?
Yeah, but you're just saying amps. What is the power consumption that you need to yield the volume of hydrogen you need to have a significant effect on the combustion stream flow? You didn't give me any figure. Where'd you get that from?
From the people who have experimented with the Brown's gas in their small cars. You can build a tiny on-demand HHO generator for chicken scratch.
Yeah, with the inference there, I mean, I can't. I again, with that citation, it's just me and you conversing. But the inference there is that all of the world's manufacturers of combustion
You don't
engines
need a citation.
are all in
You
cahoots.
don't need a citation for H2O. What is H2O?
Water.
Right? And what happens when you crack it? With
You
electrolysis.
break the covalent covalent bonds between the atoms in it.
Right. So you got an anode and a cathode. One is going to produce oxygen, one's going to produce hydrogen. So you take that hydrogen and you do what with it? You feed it past the little sensor on your air intake closer to the engine rather than closer to your filter, your air filter. Right. So you just bypass that sensor, right? And you feed the hydrogen into your engine. You don't need a citation for that. That's like common sense.
Okay.
And the interesting thing about Brown's gas is you can take a little football needle that you use to air up your football, and you cut the tip off of it. That way it comes straight out. And with Brown's gas, you can cut metal, but it won't burn your hands.
Okay,
I literally seen dudes cut metal with the shit and then put that shit on their hands, and it doesn't burn their hands. I don't know how the fuck that works.
Okay. According to the I just looked it up, yeah, and according to the according to the figures around the electrolysis involved, it takes about 260 kilojoules per mole of water. So it takes 260 kilojoules to split water into hydrogen and oxygen per mole of water, or just shy of 5 electron volts per molecule of water. 1 liter of water would take at least 16 megajoules, or 4.4 kilowatts, which is more energy than it would take to launch a liter of water into deep space, it says. So
Bro,
the fact is,
that's a really dishonest way of talking about Brown's gas, because you can do it with a fucking battery.
yes, but you took, but if the amount of hydrogen you have to feed into an engine, yeah, to make it
You know how long a tank of water would last in an HHO generator? Weeks.
It's not. It's
weeks of delivering pizza.
No, you're missing the point. It's you can have 10 liters of water. It doesn't make any difference to me or you. Yeah, the fact is the amount of energy needed to split it. Yeah, it's quite high. 4.4 kilowatts. Yeah.
Well,
what if you have
4.4 kilowatt hours is the energy stream you need to split a liter of water into its constituent parts. Yeah. And
bro,
how long?
You don't, dude. Do you understand how much hydrogen is in a liter of water?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
I'm not talking about doing this in an hour, right? That would take weeks of driving your car on delivery before you needed to fill up your water tank again, before you needed to fill up your generator. It would take weeks.
You're missing
you
the point I'm
realize there's
making.
a lot of cars on electricity today, right? No. Yeah, you understand that?
What's that? Sorry.
There's a lot of cars running on fucking batteries.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So,
what's that got to do with what we're talking about? We're talking about splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen. That process takes a colossal amount of electrical energy. 4.4 kilowatt hours is a huge amount of energy.
And there's cars today that are driving about on half of that.
Yep. Are they driving?
What?
I don't know what you're saying.
You're trying to convey to us that it's impossible for cars to run on water and electricity. Half the cars today on the fucking road are running on the very same thing. For like 100
They're
miles.
running on what are they running on?
They're running on
They're
water.
running on batteries.
Yes, they're using electricity.
Yes, that's not water and oxygen. That's not hydrogen and oxygen. They're using batteries.
Right. So what's your point?
Right. Well, you just made the point that why are you comparing dry cell lithium batteries to hydrogen and oxygen systems?
I'm not comparing nothing to nothing, bro. I just said that there are cars today on the road that don't pay tax. They pay no tax. The government doesn't ask them for tax because they're running on batteries or electricity, or
they're running on electricity from batteries.
yeah. So they fuel up at a fucking pay point.
Yeah.
And the government charges them no tax.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. That's the way it goes at the moment. They're trying to incentivize us to population to move over to electric cars. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, but I don't see what's that got to do with what we were talking about exactly. It's just a different point you're making. Is that it?
Sorry, I thought you said something about cars can't run on electricity, or water, or batteries, or
No, I didn't. No, I didn't for a second say that cars can't run electricity. It's patently obvious that cars run electricity because they're electric cars.
well, okay. So what's
That wasn't the point.
What was the point you were trying to make?
We were talking about having a system where the efficiency of splitting water into getting the hydrogen out of water in real time, the energy efficiency requirements of that. But I think it makes it impractical in a car.
Okay, let me explain why it's not, right? Because you're not running the car solely off of hydrogen. You'd heat up the engine and blow it. What you're doing is you're supplementing with hydrogen, a very small amount. And when you do that, that small amount of hydrogen causes the car to run at much more of efficiency because hydrogen, when you make it, it bubbles up. If you put Dawn dish soap in the water and then you light the bubbles, they'll literally pop, right? So when they go in the engine and they get mixed with the air gas, with the air that goes into the air gas mixture, they're going to go inside the engine and pop. And when they pop, that increases the efficiency of the engine. And it burns up most, if not all, the fuel to the point to where the sensors in the catalytic converter can't detect any carbon. So when they do that, right, it's built into the computer system to have an increase in fuel. But if you were to get a kit for your car to where you can turn down the amount of fuel, you can tune the fuel down and turn the hydrogen up till you get the perfect admixture to where you boost the efficiency of your car. And your claim was if something like this were possible, that these people would do it. But I don't think you understand. Big Pharma, if you go against them, they're not going to give you a Nobel Prize for taking their money away and curing cancer. If you go against big oil and you create a carburetor that can go 300 miles to the gallon, you're not going to get a fucking Nobel Prize for taking their profits away.
Sure, but the point I was actually making, I didn't say it was impossible. What I was suggesting is that it may be economically impractical. Now, some of the car giants like Toyota and some of the other ones around the world, they are spending a huge amount of money researching into hydrogen or hydrogen hybrid combustion engines. Yeah, they are doing that. That's happening. Okay,
So-
but the point is, okay, right?
So is Fred in his shed. So is Fred in his shed. And he does his own mechanical work because he doesn't want the people who change the oil to go, what is that? Is that a bubbler? What is that for?
So you're saying we can run on fucking water?
Well,
hydrogen is a fuel that you can introduce into a gasoline engine and supplement the gasoline and turn down the gasoline because the hydrogen's free, right? Water's free, but the gasoline costs a lot. So I'm saying that theoretically, that you could run your car off of Brown's gas.
Wow.
With the tuner, you have to be able to tune your fuel up and down. Because if it gets too dry, then your engine will overheat and you'll burn a hole in your piston. If it's too wet, because the computer system and the sensor on the catalytic converter thing that I told you about, then it'll be too wet. So you get a tuner and you tune down the fuel and tune up the hydrogen, and then you do a bunch of driving and do a bunch of tests on your gas mileage until you get that perfect tuning, and then you tuck it all away and hide it and never bring it to a shop. Now, I'm not giving any kind of advice. I'm just saying, in theory, you could experiment with your car and Brown's gas.
Right.
But if you do, don't take it to the shop. If you take it to the shop, you should probably remove all your experimentation and patch the hole with a piece of duct tape where you pierce the air intake behind the sensor in between the engine and the sensor.
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I think the general. I mean, there are hydrogen cars, but I think the general they use fuel cells to convert hydrogen directly to electricity. They don't. They it's considered a better way of getting energy for the car rather than producing hydrogen to put it into the combustion chamber. Well, I presume you could do it, but it seems as far as I'm aware.
Half the cars today are running on fucking air.
What's the guy Bobblesar? He has a hydrogen car, but what he does is he fuels up his tanks at the house with electricity, and then he gets in the car and it runs off of pure hydrogen. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I've seen a video saying that, reporting that. I don't know if it's true. But that would be dangerous in my opinion. You have 4 tanks of hydrogen? Man, that's a lot. That's a lot of energy to be sitting on, driving around town with people playing with their cell phones. So my thing would be hydrogen on demand, because the very small amount of hydrogen, it wouldn't be enough, energy that the gasoline would be in your tank. You would have more energy in your gas tank than you would in those little tubes. And as long as you have, smarts and you have blowback protection, those are things that you insert into the nozzles to where it makes the gas flow one way, not 2 ways. So you don't get any backfires back into your uh, hydrogen fuel generator and the bubbler.
Yeah, I mean, I can get you could use an awful lot of electrical energy taken out of an internal combustion engine to drive electrolysis to get hydrogen, which you then feed into the internal combustion engine to make it more efficient. There's no argument you couldn't. That's not physically impossible. However, from what I can gather, if you have hydrogen on board in a car, you get more energy efficiency for the car as a whole system if you feed it through these high-tech fuel cells they're building, which effectively turn the hydrogen much more efficiently directly to an electrical supply, and then drive the car that way. And then you obviate the requirement for an internal combustion engine completely. However, that said, you're then looking at a long-term aim to supply hydrogen like you do fuel at pumps. So that's why the industry is going that route, obviously, because it makes more sense for them in terms of their infrastructure and the fact that they can carry on charging you. Now, even if he's going the route of splitting hydrogen using electricity, by definition, you won't get it's good for supplementing. You can utilize that kind of technology to supplement an internal combustion engine to lower your fuel costs. But you are never going to have a car that just basically has water going one side and just trundles along of its own fruition, because by definition, the energy you put into
that's
the
weird, bro.
energy.
Because I've seen a guy who had a motorcycle that wouldn't start. The only thing that he did was he poured water into a tank, and then the damn thing started, and he drove off. But maybe that video was, maybe it was CGI, maybe.
But the thing is that the definition, the amount of energy you need to split the water. Yeah, well, as I mentioned, if you just had a car with a tank full of water,
Depends on the size of your generator. If you build a giant generator, yeah, you're going to need quite a bit of energy. But if you take a little PVC pipe and you put some stainless steel plates, one on top of the other, one on top of the other, one on top of the other, with gaskets in between, and that gasket's going to leave just enough room for the water to flow in between, then it's a really small plate. It's not going to require that much energy. So what you do is you have negative on the outside, positive on the inside, and you switch them back and forth. Each one's going to take 2 volts, and you do 6 of them. And when you do that in a small little PVC pipe, you have a very small little generator, and all it does is it makes little tiny bubbles pop out in your bubbler, and then the gas that comes out of the bubbler is going to be either Brown's gas or hydrogen, however you hook it up, and then you just feed that into your air intake past the sensor.
Yeah, but the crux of the problem is this. Yeah, you have a car, you have electrical supply going to a system which is producing splitting the water into hydrogen, right? You then feed the hydrogen into a system. If you haven't got an internal combustion engine or you're not using petrol, then you have to feed the hydrogen into an engine and burn it, combust it to generate propulsion for the car, energy for the car.
You do know some engines are modified to run off of propane, right?
Yeah. So hear me out, right? But then you're taking some of the energy from the car, and you're feeding it back into the generator to build more hydrogen. So you have a closed system where you have an amount of energy being passed around, and the car's generating heat, which means it's dissipating energy. So you, by definition, have a system whereby you're not producing enough energy that you're consuming internally. You've got a system where you can't have a system whereby you just literally just take the energy out of water without any cost. So without the engine there and without the fuel, the petrol-driven engine there, you don't have a working system, because you just can't pour water into a system and get energy out. It takes water at a covalent level, the covalent bonding level. Water is quite stable. It takes an awful lot of grunt electrical energy
That's
to
why
crack.
people add salt and other things into it to make it crack at a much lower rate.
Sure, but electrolysis. But if the energy you put into electrolysis to get the hydrogen out, even if you burn the hydrogen you get out with the oxygen you get out with absolute efficiency in an engine, you won't get enough electricity to propel a car and to burn the. You wouldn't even need to generate enough electricity to go back round and do more electrolysis. You've got a system which is going round and round and round. You, by definition, you have resistance. You have energy loss in that system. So you can't just have a loop going around like that. It won't work. It has a practical.
No, that's why you still got to go to the pump and get gas.
Yes, because
so you're still in the system. All I'm talking about is utilizing Brown's gas to increase efficiency. I'm not talking about a perpetual motion machine.
No, and I maybe that's where I misinterpreted what you're saying. So yes, from a practical point of view, that guy in his garage can arguably create a system where it's making him pay less for gas, because he's using some electricity from the engine to generate hydrogen to enhance the combustion in the.
You got it.
Yeah.
However, theoretically, right?
Yeah, theoretically. However, you know as well as
I'm
I
not
do.
trying to I'm not trying to get taken out by
Yeah, and I'm not dissing what you're saying. I'm really not. Yeah, but however, I'm a bit suspicious of that sort of thing, because you and I both know. Well, I certainly know that if you have, for instance, air conditioning on in the car, you go 200 miles, and then you have air conditioning off in a car and you go 200 miles. There's a marked
fuel
efficiency change. Yeah, but that's what you're doing.
Right.
What you're doing is you're taking a fair bit of electricity out of the engine, out of the electrical generation system of the engine, which is energy directly from the combustion, which is energy
Well,
directly from the
there's always a
fuel.
surplus. Hold on. That's different. You're talking about taking kinetic energy away from the engine because it's got a pulley and a belt, right? Yeah, that's going to decrease your efficiency. But the electrical system, there's always a surplus of electricity, and the computer tells the um, what's it called? It's called a sater on a motorcycle, I think. What's it called? Um, Alternator. An
Engine management
alternator.
unit.
It tells it to disengage the alternator when the battery is fully charged, so it doesn't overcook the battery. So there's always a little extra surplus electricity with the engine.
Yes, but the moment you start drawing off the engine, you're taking the energy out of the drive chain by definition. So you're using a little bit more fuel. When the moment the aircon goes on,
Agreed.
you're using more
But when
fuel.
you increase it, but when you increase the efficiency from 15 to 20% to like 90, 99%, what
Yeah,
happens? Yeah.
I know what you're saying. I'd like to see the figures on that, in more detail, because I do. I mean, like I say, I'm very, very suspicious of corporations. I'm very, very suspicious of industry, because it does fuck people up the ass on a lot of things. Yeah, but the bottom line is technologies in general, they're all at each other's throats to try and get as much money as they can for their products.
Oh my.
And they're I work in tech, and I know exactly what's going on in terms of electronics, and I know exactly what's going on in terms of some of the material sciences. And if they can get a one up on each other, they will. And the idea that a lot of the people involved in this kind of work aren't looking into it as well on these huge budgets is it makes me suspicious when people claim that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I know from personal experience that they don't sit on much. The only time they ever sit on technology, in my experience, is when they have a strategic requirement to further themselves in the stock market rather than. And it's only temporal. It's always temporal, because you run the risk of someone else developing it before you. Because a lot of the time, these companies don't release patents until the 11th hour anyway, because by definition of releasing a patent, you're disclosing what your strategy is. You're disclosing what you're doing as a corporation on some level. You might not be giving specific details, but they can certainly steer how your competitors behave. So, I'm sure he can contrive something which means he's spending less fuel.
Could I bring something to your? Oh, I was just want to mention something about why the government may have an interest in suppressing certain technologies. Is that it would become a national security issue if it devastated the economy, because these companies that are depending on the oil industry and traditional power, if that was turned on its head, it would potentially devastate the economy. So from that angle, I would say they could have a strong interest in keeping things the way they are.
Of course, I don't disagree with that for a second. But of the world's nations are all vying or across all technologies vying with each other. Russia has a huge oil petroleum surplus. America has a huge production in oil and gas. A few countries in Europe do. A few countries in South America, and obviously the Middle East. Yeah, the OPEC countries and so forth. That leaves an awful lot of other countries who are very, very technology, very vibrant industries. Yeah, and countries and nations that are completely capable of defending themselves against corporate shenanigans. Okay, who've got a vested interest in getting the world off of oil and onto electric and into alternative energy sources as quick as they fucking can. Yeah. So I grant you there is a very Machiavellian You know, we're all being grabbed by the balls. I mean, the petrol prices are going up, petrol prices are going down. I mean, you know, like at the moment they're blaming what's going on in Europe, between Europe and Russia, for the escalating oil prices. It's only speculation. I mean, throughout this entire process, the oil industry is producing exactly the same amount of gas. It's not stopped producing gas, and if anything, the oil industry is generating worldwide more gas. Has got more gas, oil and gas manufacturing capability than it's ever had before. The fact that the prices are going up is only a reflection of the fact that they were all being shafted by the companies who are increasing their profits eternally, continuously, perpetually. You know, so there's a lot of places in the world where, frankly, getting themselves off of international energy independence, it would be a huge advantage to them. Countries like Japan and countries like, you know, lots of countries in Europe,
Yeah, that's the story. If competition is real, sure. If this isn't just a system here to enslave us, yeah, sure. All of these things, these ideas that we have, based on the things that we can know, which is some of the stuff that you're talking about. Yeah, looking at it that way, of course.
Sure.
Yeah, but I don't think that the world works that way.
Well, if they really genuinely truly wanted to enslave us, they wouldn't give us fuel in the first place.
No, I mean, it's no question we're already enslaved. So obviously, you and I are talking about two different things. If you're bypassing the point that we already are.
I know. I agree. I get the point that we all live in a society where ultimately we're slaves. We're slaves in the infrastructure we live in. There's
No,
no
that
question
wasn't my
about that.
point. That's ridiculous. That was not my point.
What was your point?
Well, that's stemming from my point. That's the context you would get from listening to my point. But that wasn't my point.
What was your point then?
I said, well, in a world where everything that you said was real, and you know, these countries and these companies are in competition. Yeah, I could see how that was true. How they would then be, you know, working under those laws. You know, the natural way of, you know, coming across some information that you don't want your competitor to come out with first. Yeah, I get all that. That's all good and well. In the game that we all play, on the level that all of this shit is real.
Yeah.
But I'm just beyond that at the moment. That's all.
Sure. I get it.
When contemplating, I'm not beyond the game. Of course, we all still have to play the game. I just mean mentally.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's very difficult to distinguish the boundaries for that kind of thing. You know, it is very difficult to work out to what extent we are all being led around on the same leash. And there is a bit of that obviously going on, but for you know, I mean, my take is it always, if there was a true world order and they genuinely wanted us enslaved, we wouldn't. In many respects, let's put it this way: in many respects, as a populace, the world populace, we've never lived longer, and as far as we know, we've never had a healthier diet or a healthier lifestyle. As a general rule, we're living to be older.
That's just crazy, dude. That's just crazy. That's just
Well,
crazy talk.
But it's certainly true for
it
the
might
last
be crazy,
2,000
but
years.
let's take it, you know, to mean that it's true. Because it probably is in relation to the past. Who knows? Again, that's somebody's story. But okay, so we want to feel like we're the most healthy in this time. Then fine, you know, fair enough. What the hell was my point? Uh, damn, I lost my point. Never mind.
Longer and had way many more children than today's people are capable of.
Who did?
I just want to say something real fast. Obviously, you know, hydrogen is combustible. Which almost do research. Leave it to the professionals.
I'm a professional.
About now?
Yes. Are you
Yeah,
in the car?
obviously,
Yeah.
don't try this at home. Hydrogen is very explosive and dangerous gas to work with. If you don't know what you're doing, just leave it to the professionals. But I would encourage people to look into Brown's gas if you ever need to cut some metal. I've seen it.
Hank,
Oh,
I heard
And
you talking
I
about
also
the.
remembered. Oh, go ahead, Jim.
I just wanted to say that one of the applications of the hydrogen gas is to be to heat heating system for buildings and homes. So that was used in the past a lot, like hydrogen gas for heating.
And you're talking about the kind of slavery where things are suboptimal. And when I say suboptimal, I mean on a scale that the modern human would think, yeah, that's slavery. I mean, because we've all been taught what slavery is, because I didn't live during that time, right? Most of us didn't. So, well, probably all of us. So that being said, when we hear the word slavery, we only think of the suboptimal uh, quality of life, and that's the one that you're using to make your point. But I'm talking about the kind of slavery where, like one of my favorite animes, JoJo Bizarre Adventure. I even sampled one of the episodes. It says, what did it say? You should raise them to be free, otherwise they might rebel. And this guy by the name of Wolfgang, I can't remember his whole name, but he says none are more helplessly enslaved than those who believe they're free. So you're talking about what kind of slavery? The slavery that we're taught about in grade school. And I'm talking about the real slavery that movies are subtle about and that we
Yeah,
all know that's going on.
I know what you're alluding to, the distinction between a physical slavery and a mental slavery, a psychological slavery. And maybe that's the trick that they've pulled, is that they've moved from a time
I
when they
don't. I
enslaved
don't
it.
think you get it still, bro. I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt. What he's talking about is the difference between chattel slavery, where you can see the chains, the cages, and the
Physical
slavery,
slavery.
and the
Physical
difference
slavery.
between banker slavery. Banker slavery is different. So the banks
Psychological.
control. No, it's not. Well, a part of it is psychological, but part of it's still physical. You just can't see the cages, but you can see the slavery when you pay your taxes and when you pay your tithe and when you go to
Of
church,
course. Of course,
right?
I know.
Think inside of this box, or when you go to college, think inside of this box and you're not allowed to explore. Like a lot of people complain that QE is too strict on his version of the scientific method, quote unquote, right? But then they complain about Lemon coming in and talking about ether. Well, which one is it? Is Lemon, is he too liberal, or is QE too conservative? I'd like to know. Any Glober want to answer that question?
Sure. No, I can't. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I did get what you meant. We've shifted from one paradigm of slavery to another. If that's the case, yeah. So we are all still enslaved, but in a different way than we were when we were, for instance.
In the financial system, the Federal Reserve System.
Exactly. Unless I think I've spoken to you about this before, that we're literally living under a virtual system where all this imaginary currency is just hurtling over our heads, and it's meaningless. Yeah, it certainly is meaningless on any tangible level, but nonetheless, it is a mechanism for complete control. But I don't. The only distinction I would make between what I hear a lot, not necessarily on here, but when I have this discussion with people about this generally, is that they tend to imbue. They tend to.
Thank you.
I think there's a tendency to imbue the people who are running things with more mental capacity and more skill than they actually have. Ultimately, I think that a lot of people who run the system are equally as much greedy, self-serving fuckwits who are short-sighted on occasions as the rest of us. I don't think they're higher beings in any respect, and they make mistakes and they fuck up. So you know, it's difficult to see how a whole system could be kept completely out of view. But you know, I'm not saying it can't be. It's difficult
But
to.
it's not kept out of view. That's the thing. What's kept out of view.
Well, if you work on the premise that most people don't realise, then it's kept out of view in that respect, isn't it? That's what I'm saying.
No, because kept out of view is one thing, and people not seeing what's in front of them is another thing. You have
Well, that's what I said. Most people
you
not seeing
have.
it.
I know, but the way that you painted it was kind of weird. It's like, you know, because like who would agree if you tried to say the same thing about drug abusers?
Well, sorry, I don't follow. What's the analogy there? What would I be claiming about drug abusers?
I mean, well, that the drug abusers, clearly there's a healthier reality, but they just don't see it. That's being, what's the word you used?
Oh, yes,
Kept from them. That doesn't make sense in that context, does it? Because nothing's being kept from them. They just choose not to see it.
Yeah, I mean they're living they're in a delusion of sort, aren't they? Brought about by their drugs.
The earth is sphere.
Right. So extrapolate drugs to any addiction. All of these addictions that are not of our doing, but we succumb to. Well, ultimately, that's still the fault of the observer, which is ultimately you, the individual.
Absolutely.
It's just not flat.
What's up,
Yeah, I
Brinks?
mean, you know, you're gonna go out. What's up?
We've been trying to get into
My
the
last
chat for a
point
while.
is, my bad. I just want him to hear this. You know, I like sometimes when we complain, it's like, are you gonna do that to the end of your days, complaining about things when ultimately your life is on you? It really, like, when you wake up, when you go to sleep, like the person in your head, that's just you and the creator, maybe, but definitely just you.
Sure.
So,
Yo, Brinks.
Earth is just not flat.
So why don't you want to discuss the evidence?
Bro, NASA is the evidence.
What's the evidence?
NASA makes cartoons and movies.
But we still should be able to dissect the evidence, right? Evidence isn't just believed automatically. We should be going through it with a fine-tooth comb, make sure it holds up, right?
Like, for one, you can't see curvature.
You can see curvature? As
said
I
that.
think Pazza would disagree here, and Pazza's not a flat earther, so
No, you can't measure. I don't think you can accurately measure the curvature of the ground. Looking across the terrain, or the sea, or whatever. It's inconclusive.
Brinks, what do you think about that? That's coming from someone who's not a flat earther. So where did you see curvature?
Yeah, I'd like
You
to know.
just don't see it.
You can see it where?
In your dreams.
Don't see it. It's just naturally like.
Well, you can on occasion see visual artifacts you can infer as a curvature, but you can't prove it's the case. And in the same way as you can, it's inconclusive. It's there's a lot of the time you make observations which clearly don't fit the obvious paradigm. So looking to the horizon is not a conclusive way.
Yeah, you can point and declare unicorns all day. That's no problem. But you can't definitively measure any Earth curvature. We know the reason why, but let's see if you can figure it out.
I'm sorry, it's not inconclusive. There's a definitive claim, and it's just patently false, patently wrong, incorrect, not inconclusive. Like DNA that isn't there, meaning the accused, the DNA of the accused isn't on this evidence, so it's inconclusive whether or not it links him to the crime. No, with the horizon, it's incorrect that it's a geometric horizon. Two different words.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Okay, but can you argue it logically?
There are observations that sometimes appear to fit the model, and then
I mean, before we go into all of that, can you argue it logically?
Argue what logically exactly?
That I'm wrong about the difference between incorrect and inconclusive, and the subject matter within.
If every single observation of the horizon,
All right, he left.
I just need you.
Yeah, Pazza derailed it on us. We've done this with Pazza like 20 times.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, never mind. If you're not going to give me an answer, then directly, I don't want it, Pazza.
I don't think that every observation of the horizon is conclusive proof of a flat Earth. If that's what you're saying.
No, I didn't. I
Is that what
never
you're
said
asking?
it was. I never said it was.
No, and I misunderstood what you were asking me. I'm sorry.
The horizon is a visual phenomenon, and it happens because of the way that optics work. So technically, no, it wouldn't have to do with a flat Earth. What it would have to do is whether or not something is obstructed from you. So we can conclude that that's not happening. So that's concluded, but it's not inconclusive as far as anything is concerned. I in what context? What's inconclusive?
What's inconclusive? If someone believed in the globe said to me, every observation of the
Well,
horizon.
it's not a flat Earth proof. So what's inconclusive?
Well, this is what
Like
I'm about to tell you.
so let's lay it out like this. So it's not a flat Earth claim, but the globe Earth claim that the horizon is geometric, derivative of the radius. The horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that's either correct or incorrect.
Yeah. The question is, can you consistently and persistently observe?
That's not the question.
What's the question then?
The question is, does the formula tell you where the horizon is? Is it incorrect or is it correct? That's the question. Period.
The formula will tell you where the geometric horizon should be. Yeah, that's what the formula does, doesn't it? It asserts a geometric horizon.
Right, and then you go to National Geographic and every other definition, and it says the horizon, the geometric horizon, is the visible boundary between the Earth and sky.
Yes.
So the only incorrect part about that definition is that there is no geometric horizon. Because the geometric part is implied by the size of the Earth. We already know that that's not true. We just know that the horizon is the visible line between the Earth and the sky. And we know that using different optics will give different results. That's all.
And the different atmospheric conditions give different results as well, don't they?
Yeah, like different atmospheric results, like a dirtier air or less clear air, will make it harder to see more. Meaning you will see less visible because the visibility is less.
Absolutely, and I don't think we disagree in any of this. I think the only thing we disagree on is the fact that I think that because there is a variable there, I'm not going to draw a conclusion one way or the other.
Well, I mean, there's no. I mean, we can agree on everything, but you started out saying it was inconclusive, and I said, okay, can you argue that logically? So far, you haven't touched it with a 10-foot pole.
Well, any
But
observation,
but that's what you do because I mean you don't answer anything directly, so I would expect us to be on an entirely different point than where we started.
Of course, I mean, personally, any observation I make of something over time that shows that there's some invariance that I can't attribute to makes me unsure what conclusion I should draw. That's all I'm saying. That's it, basically.
Okay.
So, and I know that even though I may not have been on that beach in California and looked at those two oil rigs, I know that the guy who took those photos says that on some days he sees one thing, some days he sees another. So, yes, you're right. You can look at it and say, well, it should always be there because it's geometric. But the point is, are you looking at the geometric or are you looking at some other distortion you can't account for? That's the point I'm
Well,
making. I don't know.
no one has ever seen the geometric horizon. In any black swan that you've seen, the ones that I've seen, you post, yeah, they're all black swans. So, again, is
Again, yeah.
1.2 times the square root of the observer height the distance to the horizon? Never, as far as I've seen so far. But that doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. But it's just funny that in this conversation where the horizon's supposed to be uh, a measurement away or a calculation based on a measurement away, and the fact that it's basically, as a matter of fact, you can't point me to a video that shows me a geometric horizon.
I may not be able to do that, no. But the point is,
Yeah, no one can. So the point actually is that no, the formula is incorrect.
Yeah,
not inconclusive.
Sure, and I'm absolutely certain that most people who believe in the globe who come to visit this Discord think that are of the because they haven't looked into it. They are imbued. They are indoctrinated with the notion that the horizon is always viewed at the same distance as a geometric horizon. I'm pretty certain they always think that.
Yeah, and then they have to learn how to move the goalposts because they don't know their own claim, so they come in here and try to prove it, and thus learn their claim.
They think that because it's literally marked with an X and labeled horizon in all of the diagrams. So they would think that because that's what's taught, that's what the propaganda says. I can give you 5, 10, 15, 20 videos right now where they tell you the horizon is here. Here's how you can find the horizon using this formula. You know, they might use, you know, different iterations, maybe some longer form or whatever. But at the end of the day, they'll before 2020, they'll say, yeah, this is the horizon. I still argue with people to this day that don't even understand that the horizon is not at a physical location that is calculable using the belief in a globe. Like it's totally unrelated. You can't relate it. You can't put it together. Can't make it work together. Just doesn't work that way.
No, I don't. I've never come here and poo-pooed any of that. And I know that a lot of the people who are in your community use get expensive lasers and they go and do lots of tests and they find that it doesn't fit the narrative. I get that. I get all of that. I don't think that, and I don't think the vast majority of people who, like you say, well, let's put it this way: the vast majority of people who believe the Earth is a globe, don't really give a fuck one way or the other. They're told it at school. They look to if they do look to the horizon when they go to the beach, they don't really think about the distance of the things they're looking at in empirical terms. They just say, "Oh, there's the horizon. Great, get on with the holiday."
Hey, I got a question, bro. I got a question.
Yeah.
Might be off topic. Does light travel at a constant constant speed?
In a constant density medium, I believe it does. Yeah.
Okay. Is the density of the atmosphere constant at 1 foot observation height?
this is where I think this is where I think there's the breakdown, because I think that the density of the atmosphere is due to the temperature of it in localized region of it, the localized temperature of it in region.
Right. So when the light
That's
bends
a red
down, it's
herring.
because the air is.
Is that
Go
a
ahead,
yes
bro.
or no?
So what
No,
was the question again?
I said that was a red herring. Is it a yes or a no?
What's the question again? Then rephrase the question and I'll answer it again. So
It was a yes or no question.
Well, what was the? I didn't hear the question. So repeat the question.
Is the light traveling at the same rate of speed as it travels through the same density of atmosphere at 1 foot observation height?
Yes. If all the air between you and whatever is emanating, the light source is emanating from that gets to your eye is exactly the same density, I believe it will get, and I believe it will get to, it'll travel the same speed as all the way as it travels to you. Because there's no distinction. If light will travel at the same speed through a uniform dense medium.
Did he cut out or did I?
I think you must have cut out.
Did I cut out?
No, I heard everything you said. I just didn't hear Hank respond.
Yeah, you cut out for me, bro. I didn't hear what you said. I apologize.
No, sorry. I was saying that on the basis that the science says that the light travels at a uniform speed in a uniform density medium, it doesn't really make a difference whether you're 1 foot off the ground or 10 foot off the ground. If the path of the light from this light source or the object which has got light bouncing off of it to your eye is throughout the entire journey in a single density medium, then the light will travel the same speed all the way.
So when is the
Sorry, go
Atmo
ahead.
when is the Atmo ever static?
When is the what? Sorry.
When is the Atmo or the gases above the surface? When are they ever static, or are they static?
I don't believe they are really. I believe that the sun's shining, so it's heating the water. It's also heating the air. So there are.
So it's in constant motion, flux, right?
Yeah, I believe. I wouldn't argue about them. If you look far enough down that road on a hot day, you can see all kinds of visual perturbations caused by fluctuations in the density of the air.
That is my only point, is that there's all these fluctuations in the medium that light is traveling through.
Yeah,
But
I agree with that.
the other thing with what's going on, any kind of obscuring of what you're seeing at the horizon, refraction can only shorten your length of view. Like I think Hank was saying that earlier.
Yeah, with the demonstration of the Skunk Bay time lapse, I can show you how the refraction that you guys call it, we call it atmospheric turbulence. When this happens, right, it causes the bay to disappear from the bottom up. Now, if you replace the land, right, with a giant ship, it's going to make the ship disappear from the bottom up. And this is obvious with the Skunk Bay time lapse, right? This sort of atmospheric refraction, as you guys like to call it, is happening. And it's doing the opposite of what you say. So if you guys could show us like a Beaver Bay time lapse where the opposite is happening, I'd love to see it. But until any further, anytime you guys invoke atmospheric refraction, I'm saying things are disappearing from the bottom up because I have a demonstration to back it up.
I think I've seen photographs of refraction. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert, but I've seen photographs of refraction, meaning that the boat gets elevated above the horizon. It appears to be, and there's a mirage of it underneath, sort of thing, a perturbated mirage. So there's lots of effects going on there. And I've also seen that view across a bay of a little town on the edge of a peninsula, and you can see it's a time lapse, and you can see it all flexing up and down, and you get all different angles and views of the buildings and the roofs of the buildings disappearing and appearing, and the whole thing's wobbling up and down. So I'm in total agreement. I think there's an awful lot going on there. It's not a static system; it's a highly dynamic system, if the science of optics in a gaseous medium is anything to be taken into consideration, there is some perturbation, there is some distortion going on. Now, does that distortion, where I'm not convinced is that distortion indicates that the equations are awry. Clearly, there are observations that are made that just completely, the black swan is a typical example. You can see a horizon further than the furthest oil rig. No one's arguing with that. The photo's there, yeah, and it's in his video, and you can see it in his video. What I don't know is if I'm being completely honest with myself, is what that actually does prove. So there's a lot going on. This is the trouble, isn't it? You're never gonna be able to. You can't make a measurement of the flatness or the curve empirically by those sort of things because there is that variance. So
it should be pretty easy to do since it was claimed to have been done with primitive technology like sticks and shadows thousands of years ago. So in 2022, there should be all sorts of ways to just measure some Earth curvature.
But the sticks and shadows experiments, those sort of things, they don't rely on looking at light objects at a far distance horizon. They're to do with the sun's rays and how they.
You're talking about a geometric horizon that isn't even that far, though. 1.2 miles at 1 foot observer should be easy enough to measure that. They claim that they do measure that. If you listen to McToon debates and stuff, he'll try to give you a measurement of 1 3/4 inches of Earth curvature or something like that over a half mile. It's ridiculous. And then when we get out to the greater distances of like 10 miles where you should have 66 feet of curvature, it should be completely obvious. He goes, "Oh, we can't see that. That's invisible refraction." It's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. There's a
hold on, Cosmo. Just give me a second. Think about this, right? And you might say this is a non sequitur and fair enough, right? I acknowledge that. But think about what I'm saying. You guys shoot a laser at the moon and get a few photons back, and you consider that a success, right? You bounced it off of the moon. But we shoot a laser across a lake and detect photons with a camera, right? Which is an eye basically. And you guys are like, "Oh no, that's not right. That's completely incorrect. We're getting more than a few photons, right?" And you guys are like, "No, that doesn't count refraction."
So I'm just wondering what's going on beyond the half mile to every distance beyond that, it seems. Where up to a half mile, you can find 1 3/4 of Earth curvature or whatever it's supposed to be. Can't remember exactly. But beyond that, it's always hidden. It's pretty convenient.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, I'm not going to staunchly defend the observations made because, like you say, there's a massive degree of variance.
Yeah.
The only thing I picked up there was as you moved on to talking about the Aristotle's type shenanigans, but that's got nothing to do with looking at the horizon. That's a different set.
Right. Well, that was also claimed to have been done in ancient times too, in the 10th century, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So ultimately, what has happened with the black swan is that it's falsified the radius, just like we've all said. This is objectively what has happened. The rest is just excuses once again from the globe side, and basically apologies for why you never see their Earth curvature ever in nature. Doesn't occur in nature. So all we get
I
are
love it when people use the word apology correctly.
Stories about why you don't ever see curvature anywhere. That's all we're getting. It's just
unless it's some minuscule.
We're like the therapy session trying to bring people out of the cult that are finally sort of waking up. Blue pillars, purple pillars.
Sure. I think there's a lot. I think a lot. To be honest, I've been perfectly honest because I've been here quite a while now. Yeah, I think a lot of people would benefit from listening to what you've got to say about a lot of this stuff. Yeah, even if they're not convinced by what you're saying. Yeah, because there's a lot of critical thinking going on here that most people just don't entertain. Right, that much I'll concede you to blue in the face. Yeah. However, maybe, and again, I'm not saying this is necessarily something that you're not doing right or anything, but I think that, maybe it's a consequence of people being, if you want, indoctrinated into a particular mantra. But they will always say, "Where is your model?" Do you know what I mean? Now, I know that.
And we're going to say, where is yours? Because we don't see it in reality every time we try to look for a geometric horizon. Where's your model?
But I think if there was a convincing model, then the argument would go away completely, wouldn't it? No, maybe it's not an attainable thing. I don't know.
It has. You just think that it hasn't because in 2018 we were saying refraction is causing this, and you guys are like, no, 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 no. And then the black swan comes out, and then all of a sudden you guys are like, yeah, refraction, right? You think that you're winning when you say refraction, but you're repeating what we were saying.
No,
so you can't just agree with us and then hold on. Were you around back then?
No, I don't think I was.
Okay, we're gonna have to take my word for it. Back in the day, we were saying that we can see too far, right? But we didn't have the horizon argument, that one, right? We didn't have it down yet. So we were saying the horizon moves around based on refraction.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
And you guys were saying it's geometric. We took away your geometric Earth curve. So now you guys, like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, you're too small, you have to go to space. Well, if you have to go to space to see it, as far as I can tell, it doesn't exist. Because if the only place you can see it is up there, then maybe unicorn nipples and Pegasus fly around up there, and the only way you can see them is if you go up there.
I grant you and I and everyone we know isn't going to be able to verify that as a consequence of that, are we?
So if you can't verify it down here, and you can only verify it up there, you better start cracking some hydrogen and get yourself a balloon.
And I think on that level, in that context, yeah, you've got a strong case to make when you're discussing people how it works. But all the sciences what the big gap that is still missing is, and the toughest audience for you will be those who are familiar with the night sky.
No, the ones that are invested in their paradigm. That's the biggest challenge.
Yeah, they're not the problem at all because they want to run away from the core of the issue, which is the surface of the Earth. So
Sure, but you and I get what you're saying, but you're not doing yourself any favors by just talking about them in those terms, because an awful lot of science is invested in observation of the extraterrestrial.
Well, it sounds like they got way ahead of themselves.
It's not science.
Observation of celestial bodies is science. What the conclusions they make might not be.
What's the independent control variable?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Sorry, what was that?
What's the independent control variable if it's science? In the experiment?
What?
You said that something that looking into the sky, knowing about the sky is science. You said it, not me.
But they can.
Where's the independent control variable?
Time.
In the experiment, if it's science.
Time.
So you can manipulate time?
No. Astronomy is all about making correlating measurements of things that you observe over time.
Show me the independent control variable right now.
Time.
It's cosmology. It's not science. I mean, it's looking at the sky and making up stories about it. They might be
astrophysics, astronomy, or cosmology. Show me one single experiment with the independent control variable.
He just said that time is an independent variable, which means that time is the cause of space. And, that sounds very Einsteinian to me.
So how did you manipulate time, please?
You make observations at different times. That's how you manipulate time in that context.
You would have to slow down. You would have to slow down, speed up, or stop time. That's what controlling means.
No.
Yeah, you have to manipulate it.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Can you give me some of this time and so we can put it in a bottle?
Yeah, I'll send you a quote over.
I got news for you. I used to observe Sandra Bullock and think that she was hot, and now I think she's a dude. So my observations could have been wrong, and Obama's got quite a package down there. I don't know if she's packing like a 9mm or what, but
If you're making an time can be an independent variable in scientific experiments. If you make measurements of something and you notice a
And
cyclic,
listen, then you have to.
No, it literally can't.
Yeah, you have to by its very nature.
Because time is an inherent variable in literally anything. You can't use time. That's insane.
Because, like I said before, you would have to stop it, slow it down, or speed it up, or some variation of those three in order to control it as an independent variable.
Or remove it. Just remove it.
Or remove it. That's what I mean by stop it. So you'd have to just remove it completely, or speed it up, or slow it down. Some way you'd have to do both. Stop it, speed it up, and slow it down to check your variable to see if you've controlled it. So how did you do that? Got a time machine?
Well, the thing is, he's not going to agree to what science says because he thinks that QE went back in time and showed Francis Bacon the scientific method. But I think we should look into Francis Bacon's scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't he the one that came up with it? So we can show these ballers that he's not the one that invented, manipulating variables, right? Maybe like they would understand because they think that you can look at something and gain knowledge, right? You can do that, but how do you know it's the right knowledge? How do you know that it's correct? Because you might be able to look at me and guess my weight, but if you don't know that I was very athletic when I was in high school, you might be wrong because I might have a great deal of muscle under this fat.
with all due respect, guessing your weight's not a scientific experiment, though, is it? And it doesn't fall in the.
Neither is any other observation.
Fair enough, if that's what you think. If you don't think there's any observational aspect to scientific experiments.
Well, where's the scientific reason?
That's a big straw man. Well, I guess it's not since you asked in the form of a question. Hank, do you think that observation is not a part of the steps of the scientific method? Did he really ask you that question? Yes, he did. So why don't you go ahead and answer it?
So observation is the first step. You observe a natural phenomenon, right? So once you observe the natural phenomenon, then you can start asking questions like, I wonder what causes that. And, if you got a king, right, he might say this is the cause, and everybody has to write it down, right, because he has letters after his name, right? He's a king. Everybody has to write down and do exactly what the king says. But if we're all free men, right, some of us might ask questions. What do you think is the cause of this? I don't know. How do we find out what the cause is? Well, let's go find that cause and manipulate it. And if we see, when we manipulate the cause, we see the effect, well, that may be most likely the cause, right? So then you say, hey, I think this is the cause. You check it out and see if you can get what I got. This is how I did it. Let me know how it comes out. Let me know tomorrow, right? And the interesting thing is that free men can test it out for themselves instead of just obeying the rhetoric of the king, right? Because the king saith, so you must do. But we're not under a king, are we? I'm not, anyway. So I'm going to check it out for myself. So I have one question for you. If you can't manipulate the variables in space, how do you even science space, bro?
Because that's not. Astronomy is about making measurements, looking for behaviors, and you do that by making concurrent measurements over time. That's the only variable you've got to play with, time. You make a measurement, you make an observation.
Okay, now you make an additional claim of measurement. How did you measure to the stars, or what are you measuring?
The position of things. That's what astronomers do. On the foundational level, they observe the positional context of something, and then they observe it again and again and again.
And then they just put the rest up as far as how far it is, based on radius value.
No, that's not the first thing they do. That's not the first thing they do. They look for the
Yeah,
behavioral.
they do. The distance, all the distance. Listen,
Sure.
All the
No,
distance,
I'm not listening to you tell me what
all the
astronomers do. I know what astronomers do.
all the distances are based on the radius of Earth.
Yeah, just
When was that validated again?
We're talking about Listen, we were talking about the foundational context, the foundations of astronomy.
Good. The
well, the
foundation.
foundations of it are the assumption that he was just telling you about, which is the globe
Well,
radius.
the
Foundations of
astronomy has to do with well, see, astrology, that's something that was around for a lot longer. And they would actually do what it is that what I think that you're trying to say.
astrology
Measure,
is what
and
it
I
is.
don't think the word is measure, but they would see the positions of the stars, and then they would try to correlate that with events and things, and that, or definitely natural events like weather and things like that. Stop trying to interrupt. Let me finish, and then you can go ahead. But see, there's a difference between them and astronomers that deal with actual units. But all of that is derived from, like Sonny said, the radius of the Earth. So that's the whole religion within itself, separate from astrology.
I understand what your take is of theoretical, astrophysics. I get that. I was talking, and I have been since the get-go, about the foundational aspects of astronomy. Okay, and when the foundations of astronomy were put in place, people believed the Earth was the center of everything. Yeah, I'm not saying that the foundations of astronomy have got anything to do with the radiuses or anything like that. Okay, the foundations of astronomy are based upon making multiple observations of things, the positional context of things, and with the sole purpose of trying to determine cyclic or measurable or quantifiable behaviors in the way things move. That's it. That's all the foundations of astronomy is about. That's all I've been talking about.
That's what they were doing in astrology before astronomy. That's what I.
Astrology did a little bit of that, but what astrology does is it tries to prescribe some connection between the position of things and some third party phenomenon. It's gobbledygook. Astrology.
So why are the astronomers? They're going based on the radius of Earth as the foundation. You want to talk about foundation? That is the foundation of the whole entire thing.
No, the foundations of astronomy don't rely on the Earth having a radius or being a
Yes,
sphere.
they do. All your distances, all the cycles, all the timings.
Oh, you're not listening to what I'm saying. The foundations of astronomy.
Well, you're right, because the
in a time
foundations of astronomy do have to do with kind of a geocentric understanding, but more importantly, it's a system that's for all intents and purposes you can see as 2D.
Yes, you're talking about astrophysics. I'm talking about astronomy.
No, I'm talking about the cyclical view of things in the sky and yada yada yada. Yeah. Okay. So
that's all I've been trying to talk about for the last quarter of an hour, is the fact that the foundations of astronomy are in measurements over time. The only variable they got to play with is time.
But they're not really. They're not. In what way is it a measurement? Like what's you're being very ambiguous. So be more specific.
They looked to the when they started looking to the heavens as in a proper regimented way, in an experimental context. They were trying to work out how these things are moving, where they were moving, and then the question of why is a different question altogether. The first attempts at why led to astrology, which is wrong and crap, because people aren't.
But they don't have a how either. What do you mean? Like if you saying this, they set out to understand how things were doing what they were doing. How did they do that? Because that's not been done.
Well, that's something you have to take up with the astrophysical sciences.
Are you talking about time in
of the luminaries, like the sun comes up and the day cycle, the night cycle, and the yearly cycle of the luminaries, and that's what you're talking about time, the timing of the cycles.
Yes, that's exactly what they're trying to work out. They're trying to predict all these things, predict the position of these things, trying to look for patterns in how they move. That's all that the foundational astronomers were doing. Most of them believed in gods. Some of them believed that these celestial bodies were gods. Some of them believe. Ptolemy is a prime example of a classical early astronomer who was looking to the stars with the passion of his religious faith to try and measure these things within the heliocentric model.
They were all doing that. What do you mean?
I know. But the point we're arguing about different things. All I was saying for the last half hour is the
Well,
foundation.
we're not arguing. You're talking about religious people who looked at the sky and made religious assertions. Yeah, what we were talking about was the scientific method and how observation alone is not is not completing the scientific method, and not only that, just waiting for time to pass by doesn't make time an independent variable. Like the independent variable would have to be the cause. Time doesn't cause anything.
Yeah, if you put the timer in your oven, but you don't turn the heat on, it's not gonna cook the meal, bro.
Let me write that down. That's an important statement that you made there.
Yeah. So the point is,
you're the one that thinks that you can actually manipulate time in a scientifically valid way.
Manipulate time
in a scientifically valid way, meaning it being an independent variable and you manipulating it. You're the one that thinks that maybe not in the way that I've laid it out, but you're the one that thinks that that's possible, that time is a variable. So, I mean, that's no more ludicrous than him saying the very obvious.
Do you understand though that if your scientific experiment is all about measuring something over a period of time to check if there's any cyclic
that's not what a scientific experiment is. It's not a measure of something. You're not looking to quantify things. You're looking to qualify things. Like what causes what. It's not about a measure. The measure can be some kind of part of your control, right? The time might be some part of your control, but it's not going to be the independent variable, the thing that causes anything.
No, but the scientific evaluation of the position of things over time is a scientific exercise.
So you think?
Observation is just the first step. You need to do the other steps for it to be a scientific experiment.
The only reason you're arguing this is because you have a belief that these people are doing science. You can't just say, yeah, that's not science, because, well, it kind of takes away from the feeling of people's belief system being valid. Like, of course, you're not going to say, well, no, you guys, you're missing the point. Yeah, well, the only point is when it comes to the scientific method and scientifically testing things in an empirical setup, which the empirical setup is only born from you asking a logical set of questions in a way that it can only be one thing, meaning you asked a hypothesis or you've given a hypothesis. You made two statements. A causes B or A doesn't cause B. That's the only way this method can be utilized. That's the only way it can work. If you, the researcher, are competent enough to understand the method, that's the only way it works. All of these other questions about well, what if you let time pass as you're watching something and maybe something, none of that is relevant unless you need it to be for a belief that you have.
If you set up a fridge 70 degrees and put meat and dried age, do you think it's time that is dried aging the meat? It's passing, and the microbes in it doing the work. Time is not doing anything to the meat, is it?
It's a factor in it, but it's not the cause. No, it's not the direct cause. No.
So let's say that I have a child, right? And they're born tomorrow. This child, right? It's born tomorrow, and I want to conduct an experiment. I want to see why it gets married. And the only thing that I manipulate is time. Is time the reason why the child got married, or does it have to do with hormones and sexual attraction? So I can just observe the time pass. Looking at my watch, 20 years later, she got married. Well, that must have been the cause of it. Must have been the time. Because I didn't manipulate anything else. Like, that's what I observe, right? My child turns 20, all of a sudden they're getting married, right? Must be the time. There's no possible way it could be the hormones, right? And the child wants to, copulate, right?
Yeah, time caused her to get married. She got married because of time.
Well, of course, the biological clock was ticking, so it was the cause.
But Hank, you cannot actually have a child that is born tomorrow because it's tomorrow. You cannot have it at this moment because it's born tomorrow. So you gotta.
So, like, you can't have a 10-mile geometric horizon and 1-foot observer.
Yeah, you could put a dwell adjustment on that ticking clock and slow it down some.
You know how, like, because the kind of person that winds me up the most is in these conversations. In my mind, it's like building. You get on your knees are aching because you're getting older, right? You're screwing in that last bolt, and you got it in nice and tight, and it's nice and tight. You got it in there, boom. Everything is all good. And then what happens? Clover comes right behind you and just like gives it one screw to the left. It's like, what the hell are you doing? It's like, no. Like, that was the open and shut case right there. Yeah, well, as the bolt just gets looser and looser. The more that they talk, it's like, what's the point? Like, I really feel like I'm in the Matrix. Like, because this isn't even a conversation where my opinion matters. I came into this conversation with a question that should have had an absolute answer. That's why I'm here. I didn't come here to fucking talk about opinions with people or ask questions about things that should have direct answers, only for people to say, well, I know these words mean this, but in another context they could mean something entirely different that I can't really logically connect or justify in any way, but everyone believes it, so we'll just go with that. Because let's face it, people aren't that dumb. We have a lot of people who put in a lot of years, a lot of times in their careers, and that's important. Their lives matter. and they're not all lying, or at the very least, they're not all under this illusion that suddenly this small percentage of flat earthers just happen to wake up to. That's not happening, of course not. That's the ramblings of a Glober.
Elijah, do you have any time right now?
I'm late. I should be home. Trying to play COD Mobile.
You got time for that?
Huh? If I, maybe if I had saved 30 minutes in my pocket, I could pull it out and then be home right now.
Well, right now we're borrowing your time because you're here with us. So, can you give me some of your time, some more, before you go play?
Well, I mean, nothing else to do. Unless I could somehow manipulate it and get it back.
You know what?
But
Just
I
save your
can't do
time for
that.
later. Save your time for later. Just save it.
Man, it is busy tonight. They don't want me to go home.
It is busy, bro. Stay busy. You can play Call of Duty later, bro. Just make that extra.
Nah, I'm going in the house.
You're tired. You're being up very early today. I spoke to you in the morning.
Yeah, I like to tell myself that if I go home at a reasonable time, I'll go to sleep at a reasonable time and I'll wake up on time. But that never happens because I'm just as indisciplined and as lazy as the rest of us. I'm nobody special.
Hey, but once you go to your home and take a break and sleep, tomorrow you wake up and feel better again. Just take some time off. Come on, bro.
Yep, it's like India Irie said, God's grace washes me new every day.
If you take
And
some time,
honestly, that's how it feels when you wake up. When regardless of how unless something really shitty happened that you still have to take care of when you wake up because the problem didn't go away. Unless it's something like that, yeah, no, like, and let's say you had a bad day, the day is over. It's nothing worse could happen. It's not going to be this perpetual thing. If it's not anything like that, and it was just a bad day, you wake up, you can be a totally different person. You can feel a total different way. You can be renewed and take solace in that renewal.
Is that thanks to time, taking time off?
Yeah.
Time costs you to feel better.
Yep, that's what it seems like.
I'm pushing the time thing because in reality, if you go rest and sleep, that's your body resting, and not using energy and whatever sleep is, because probably nobody know exactly how that works.
Spare
That
time.
that step that you took, is not time. Time is the measurement what he's talking about, the measurement of passing. Like if we build a clock and we measure that passing with a mechanism or whatever, 2 hands of a clock or whatever, we're measuring that, but that's not the cause of the effect of you feeling rested. The measurement of passing.
Observation. There are stars in the sky. Question. They appear to be moving. Are they moving in a pattern? Research. Measure them over repeatedly and over a period of time to see if there's any pattern you can determine. Hypothesis. Evaluate the measurements you've made and look for the pattern. Experiment. Is the pattern repeat itself cyclically? Data. Wait for a
You didn't
certain
even
period
give
of
a
time.
valid hypothesis.
A valid hypothesis is I can see a cyclic measurement in them over a period of time. Experiment, wait a period of time, make more measurements, see if that correlates with the cyclical nature of the original evaluations I made. Conclusion, the stars move around the sky in a certain cyclical pattern, given a given time frame, based upon my original hypothesis, my original research, and the data that I did at the experiment, concluding that they would be different places at different times. That's it. That's astronomy. That's the foundations of astronomy. Now, when it comes to, you know, cosmology and one thing, they're just straps on. They're things that have been bolted onto astronomy, and they're all clumped together. But the foundational part of astronomy is effectively the geometry of the sky. That's it. And there are plenty
Welcome
of
to
scientific-
Flat Earth. That stuff that you just mentioned, that's impossible in the globe. It wouldn't be like that in the globe.
No, you can't say that. That doesn't wash with all these people that are making the measurements. The vast majority of people who've got a telescope and are passionate about this and making measurements wouldn't agree with the assertion you just made. So,
Well,
I
my
understand.
assertion is that it's not a valid, testable hypothesis. To look at the sky and then look at the sky later, which is ultimately what you're doing.
If your only hypothesis is
Recording patterns, so called. I wasn't finished. Are you triggered? So you're looking at the sky, you see one pattern, you look at the sky, the pattern is slightly different. Okay. This isn't science.
Okay. If you don't think
Because
that
what science is, when you have a variable, it's something that the researcher has to vary. And when you read up on experiments, or when you read up on people who have done experiments, they say that this is key. So this is a component you just doesn't exist in astronomy, because you, the researcher, cannot manipulate the independent variable. Because the hypothesis is what? A measure of, yeah, that's incorrect. A hypothesis is a what causes this question. And then the no, and then I don't understand what you mean by no.
it's not true. Not all hypothesis is that I can.
No, I know they're pseudo scientific hypothesis, and they're the valid hypothesis that can be tested. Yeah, I know.
If you're telling every scientist who is looking for patterns of behavior for experimentation, they're not doing scientific experiments, then you've got a challenge on your hands, because there's an awful lot of scientists.
Not really, because the only thing that I know, is that what the shape of the world is and the word science don't belong in the same sentence. That's all I know. That's all I really care to discuss with people who are ignorant on the subject. I don't care what people think they're doing. When people say this is science, I'm gonna press them. I really don't care who it is, unless they've already provided how is science, and then I can just go and do my own research. But if they're just talking, not providing anything, I'm just gonna ask the reasonable questions. They may give me the answers. They may not be able to give me the answers. In which case, I'd say, "Oh, all right. Well, you don't have the answer I was looking for. This is pseudoscience."
Yeah.
As per the definition, because as individuals, I I can discern that because I have all of my cognitive skills. I don't need somebody to help me think that. It's just okay. Well, I mean, it's pretty simple.
Excuse me for
So
interrupting.
somebody
Anybody
testing
fucking
like seismic waves or some shit. Dude, I don't give a shit what they're doing. Do what you want to do, bruh.
Sure.
Excuse me for interrupting. Has anybody talked to Kylan Slayer?
I haven't.
Sounds familiar. Yeah.
Slayer, would you like to meet me in VC check-in 1? We can get you VC verified. If you move up there, I'll follow you. Hey, Indio, I got a question for you. Don't these people say that light travels at a constant speed? Aren't they like known for saying that? Indio may be busy, or I may be off the internet. I don't know.
I hear you.
Well, anyway, I thought they said that light travels at a constant speed, and I thought the way that they determine the distance to the stars was light, but they say it was parallax. So I went to Panda last night, and they showed me a star, what appeared to be a star, traveling in a GIF over other stars' path, but they said it wasn't parallax, and I was like, this isn't parallax? But anyway, so they say that they can detect it when the Earth is on one side of the sun and on the other, and they say that that's parallax. And I was like, well, the Earth is never in the same place twice in your model. It's hurtling through space. And they were like, yeah, but if you ignore that, your satellites can detect parallax. So they said it was a star that was close by. We can detect parallax. But anyway, my question was, does light travel at a constant speed? And if it does, how is it refracting through the atmosphere, traveling at a constant speed? Anybody can chime in. Feel free.
Well, because I've got to go, but I mean, if it's refracting in the atmosphere, it means it's passing through layers of different density medium. So it is changing speed. The
Well, then
original
light
assertion,
doesn't travel at a constant.
light travels at a constant speed in a path of a medium of constant density. That's the statement that's made. Light travels at a constant speed in a constant density medium. That's it.
Okay, is
That
space a
being the
constant?
case, that being the case, since obviously, obviously, you guys have the claim of things being refracted to explain what should or shouldn't be seen on a globe, which would mean that there are different densities because you don't actually have different what's the word, mediums. So you've come up with this model, right, with varying densities to have light bend around a ball 7/6R, but at these different constants, let's call them, if we can call them that, then we would be able to see this with light, right? Like the effect of these different constants. Or am I way off, Hank? My bad. Am I taking it away from?
No, that's the question. Does it fly through space at a constant speed, right? And if it does, then how do you explain gravitational lensing, right? Because that's supposed to be bending the light, causing this what I call refraction. You call gravitational lensing, right? So then, if it's doing that and it's interfering with dark matter or dark energy or nebula clouds or anything else that it comes in contact with, then it's not at a constant. And if the speed of light's not at a constant, then that's problematic for you guys.
If we're talking about you observing, for instance, an oil rig several miles out of sea, then I don't think the cosmological factors come into it. It's a tiny distance you're talking about, isn't it?
Nobody talks about the oil rigs at that distance, though. They talk about the horizon being where it shouldn't be.
All right, well, the horizon distances to the horizon in that photograph.
It's
If you want,
crazy.
light travels
It's
slower
crazy
in
to
the
say
air.
refraction is happening at 1.2 miles. All of this is happening because refraction is happening at 1.2 miles. That's actually the craziest shit I've ever heard.
No problem to see 1.25 inches of Earth curvature at half a mile, but 1.2 miles, forget it. Of course, the curvature just gets exponential from there, but forget it.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay? That's your guys' argument. Because I've seen the curvature picture, and I'm wondering if they were to keep pushing the distance, right, make it a quarter mile, isn't that thing going to show so much curvature? Because you guys are saying that the angular size of this object, right, the apparent size, is what's demonstrating curvature. No, you guys are saying it's curvature, right? And I'm saying no, that's angular size. If you were to keep pushing it back and pushing it back, I'm going to say that it's going to get so small that it's going to be way too much curvature. And it's based on angular size, not on any curvature rate. Things get smaller when they get further in the distance, right? Right.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know specifically. Excuse me. I do know there's a branch of science that deals with atmospheric refraction, and they've got a load of equations, and they apply it, and they're happy with their model. Now,
It's
either
not
they're all wrong.
science. It's
Okay, fine. I know you can tell me that. You can tell me that. Yeah, that's fine. You can say it's. You can shout it's not science as much as you want. Yeah. There is a branch. As
Well,
far as I'm aware.
what makes it
As far as
science?
I'm aware. Now listen. Listen. As far as I'm aware, there is a branch of science with its own set of equations dealing with atmospheric refraction and observations at the horizon. Now, I don't know whether it's real or not. I don't know whether it's a massive illusion that they're trying to create to cover something up. I don't know if they're accurate. I don't know if they're just making shit up.
You're confusing pseudoscience. You think that's science, but it's called
What you're
pseudoscience.
talking
Okay.
what
Yeah,
you're
sure.
talking
You're
about
asserting.
is what you're talking about is purely mathematically derived. So there's a difference between math and science. What is your need or necessity for putting science in front of something that's clearly purely mathematical?
You're arguing.
He's using math to claim pseudoscience as science.
No. Listen, I'm not saying. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying there is a branch of science, as far as I know, that deals with atmospheric refraction, and there's no contention in that particular scientific community, as far as I know. That's all I know. Yeah. So you.
Well,
I've got.
that's
So
why I'm asking you. I'm pointing out a problem. What do you
you're
think?
pointing. You're asserting a problem. You're not pointing one out. I don't know what their equations are, so I'd have to go and read their equations, work out what their equations were, study it, and try and find the loopholes myself, wouldn't I? Which evidently you guys have all done, haven't you? Someone here must have obviously poured through all of their equations and pointed out the fallacies in them, surely.
Well, just give us any that are valid and experimentally validated.
Well, I don't know, do I? Because I haven't looked at them.
I haven't even seen a refraction claim that compensates for a 10-mile horizon at a 1-foot observer.
No, you've obviously looked at it more than I have.
Yeah, I don't even see them claiming that.
How
Yeah, go ahead.
can obstruction make you see more? Isn't that supposed to make you see less?
Well, the claim they're making is that light is refracted over that geometrical.
Because there's stuff in the way. There's stuff between the observer and the object being observed.
Yeah, I know that. That's obvious because there's a geometric horizon in their model.
So things in the way not supposed to kind of like block the view instead of amplifying.
Not because he's under misapprehension, Jimsy. If they were trying to articulate that light was coming from around or beyond the geometric horizon, that would be one thing. But they've straight tried to tell us that it's projected elsewhere. They didn't say the light was coming from beyond. They're saying that a new horizon is projected from elsewhere.
I think they're
So
saying
what
that light.
happened to the light from 1.2 miles from that obstruction? What about that?
Yeah, from what I can gather, they're saying that somewhere distant in the ocean, the light that's emanating from that part of the ocean is being distorted and it gets to your eyes. That's what they're saying, aren't they? Effectively, that's all they can be saying. Observation of something is because light gets from something to your eye. That's it. That's the fundament, isn't it? We're not arguing about that. That's just. I think we can all agree that you only see something
What
because
we're
light
looking
gets
at
from.
is an actual hologram of the object that we're trying to look at. We're looking at a hologram caused by the light being refracted, going into your eye. That's why you see a.
Well, no, a hologram is a representation. It's not the representation of the thing. It's a representation. It's not the actual thing you're looking at. If you make a hologram of an object, you're not looking at the object later on. You're looking at a hologram of it. Yeah, they're proposing that you are the light that gets from the sea some 10 miles away gets to your eye somehow. That's what they're alluding to.
So at 10 miles, if I had a line of sight to a target and I tried to shoot it, I would miss because that's a refracted target, right?
Yeah, you will miss because it's not the actual target. It's just an image of the target that is being projected, and you're not shooting at the actual target.
In exactly the same way as when you look.
You will miss. Right, Pazza, he will definitely miss.
It's because the projectile won't follow the same refractive path, if there is one, as the light would have done. Obviously. In the same way as if you look at a fish in water and you try and spear it and you don't take refraction in the water into consideration, you'll miss the fish. You know, for the sake of the same analogy could be drawn there.
I mean, like, Navy railgun uses line of sight up to 100 miles, no problem.
I just want to point out that every time we start, talking about refraction, they always invoke like a three media refractor. So they're talking about a straw and a glass and the water, right? And there's three media right there that's causing this amount of refraction. And it's like, well, we're talking about one medium, right? So if I'm underwater and I don't have any goggles on and I see a shark, I know where the shark is. I don't have to wonder, is that the shark or is that the refracted shark? Right? But if the shark is in a tank, right, and I'm looking through air, glass, and water, like I'm wondering where's the shark at? Where's he actually at? Right? And unless I'm looking him dead on in the glass and he's eye to eye looking at me like that's a tasty looking man, like I don't know where he's actually at, right? So you stab where the fish appears to be, you're going to miss the fish. You have to stab where the fish appears not to be, right?
Sure, that's
But that's
exactly what
two
I'm saying.
media. Yeah,
It was
that's two media.
But I was making a
So
very
it's a
simple analogy.
false analogy. It's a false analogy because you have two media.
Well, the only way in which the only context in which he was using the analogy was the guy was talking about if the light bends. This is a question. This is what he said to me. He said if the light is bending the way they said, so that it's projected to be somewhere else, then if you try to shoot a gun at it, you'd miss it. And my answer to that was yes. And I only drew the analogy in that context in so much as you try and spear the fish and you don't take consideration the fact that it's not where it visually appears, it's somewhere else, then you'll miss the fish. That's the only analogy I'm drawing. I wasn't drawing a implicit analogy between the two types of refraction.
Now, is that...
But the point is, but the point is that that's what they're claiming. They're claiming that the light has emanated from the surface of the water 10 miles away is somehow getting to your eyes. That's the fundament of what they're saying. They can't, anything you see is because the light gets from something to your eye. That's it. Now the mechanism they described, they've obviously got a set of equations which they're satisfied with themselves.
Okay, but you keep saying that, and I've looked at those equations, and the most extreme equations that I've even seen them claim only place the horizon up to maybe 1.8 miles at the 1 foot observer height. Not 10. 10's extreme because their radius is off by 2 orders of magnitude if it's 10.
Sure. Well, I'd have to have a look at them as well then. I'd have to try and work that out, wouldn't I? That's the key. I wouldn't take your word for it. Just I wouldn't take theirs for it.
Well, I mean, you can go to Flat Earth Insanity's Horizon Calculator. It's a globe source. And with the most extreme refraction, and it's well over 7/6R, the maximum distance to the horizon is 1.8 miles at a 1 foot height. But yeah, don't take my word for it. Go to his website, look for other, refraction calculators and stuff, and do it yourself.
Sure. Maybe
He says sure, but I guarantee you this guy's going to come back in here next week, and he's going to be like, "Well, refraction." It's not like he's going to go to Flat Earth Insanity. He's going to check it out, and he's going to be like, "You know what? I have to admit it, guys. This whole time I've been talking about this super mega ultra combo refraction that doesn't actually exist, and you know what? I was wrong, and I think that."
Well, what I'd actually have to do is go and look at what those people in that scientific community say about it, because it's all right you saying you've looked at the equations and they don't work. That would infer that all the people who work in that science are either idiots or they're being deceptive. Yeah.
But what I'm saying to you is that I don't even hear them claiming that there's any kind of refraction that would get it there. The only place I hear that is just in comments like these, when somebody just vaguely drops the word refraction and then doesn't elaborate.
Yeah, I mean,
like in the model, that's not even accounted for. I don't even see that in the model.
I'll go over that. I'll go over that. See what it is.
It kind of sounds like you're saying refraction.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't catch any of that.
You know when the parrot repeats words, but he doesn't know what he's saying. He's just repeating the words like a parrot. It's like refraction, refraction. That's what you're doing.
And even though the model doesn't account for that 10-mile horizon, it's still begging the question anyway, because the first supposition of it is the globe radius itself, which is impossible by that observation. So it's pretty fallacious.
I didn't laugh at my joke.
I'm sorry, I interrupted the moment.
No, go ahead, bro. You got this. You're pretty on point with refraction. Get this.
I'd have to go and look at what you've looked at and see what the situation has been like.
Sure, check it out. See if you can find a refraction model that doesn't beg the question and makes for a 10-mile geometric horizon on a 39-59-mile globe at a 1 foot observer height.
Righto.
Sorry?
So righto. Yeah,
okay, cool. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever actually heard a British guy say that except for on TV.
What's that, righto?
Righto. I did see the cutest little video of a little girl, like 2 years old, barely learned to talk. And she was a British girl, and she was talking about the pads on the bottom of the cat's feet. And she was going, "It's a shame, isn't it, Mum?" And I was like, laughing. You guys, a shame, isn't it? Isn't it, Mum?
Isn't it?
It's a shame, isn't it, Mum? She was talking about how cute they were.
It's like they're always reading poetry or something, right? When they're speaking.
Come and sit in the average bar in England and London of a Friday afternoon, you won't find much poetry there.
Yeah, I say.
Oh yeah, there's some colorful language, especially if the football game's on between, Manchester United. Man, I wish I was in Arkansas right now instead of covered in dish soap. But that's life. Yeah, man. So this ultra refraction, we'd love to see a demonstration.
Ultra refraction.
Yeah. What's a gas that's very dense?
Is that a new refraction? Ultra refraction? Come on, man.
extra super duper
Wait.
ultra.
I was making fun of it. Someone's actually positing that as something as real.
No, I'm just saying that's what it
Oh,
has to
good.
be because
Yeah.
super
Okay,
refraction
thank God
means like
that's
above the normal refraction.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to start drinking again. Okay, that's serious.
Ultra
Yeah.
refraction.
They had ultra refraction on that Black Swan day.
Yeah, and we can't find it
Yeah.
any other day, just in the images that you provide. Thanks.
Weird.
Yeah, on the 4th of July, there must have been some ultra refraction that day because I saw the buildings 10 miles away.
Yeah, so like, do they have to account for more? Like, so say you're pretty far away from a fireworks display, and the fireworks are built a certain way to, go 150 yards in the air or something, right? Would they have to calculate for the curve if it was going to be further away? And then, it wouldn't be directly going upwards. It'd be kind of going, a little sideways. Why do we never see sideways fireworks, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Nobody? Super.
I'll give you the global response. It's only 1 degree for 69 miles, bro.
Oh, so you wouldn't notice it?
Nope.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they would say.
Would I notice it in space? Fire in space? It's a trick question, by the way.
Anything's
do your
possible in
best.
space. I mean,
There you go.
you can throw an object and it never falls down in space.
That's what I like to hear. There's no such thing as up or down, because it's all relative to, well, nothing is the other thing. So how are you going to leave Earth to get the detection of the rotation? Where'd you go so that you could look back at the Earth and say, okay, it's spinning at this rate compared to where I'm at, which is stationary. Does that make sense? No one did that. No one.
Yeah, I would just like to point out that the buildings I saw, they weren't 6-story buildings or what I would call skyscraper. But if there was 6-story buildings, then I could explain it. I'd be like, man, dang, want to go to the ocean again. But at this point, if I go to the ocean again, I think I'm going to see the same thing. Because if I went during the 4th of July, that would be like, the hottest time of the year, meaning that the water would have to be colder. So wouldn't that cause the light to bend, right?
So wait, are you saying it would be colder so the light bends more or less?
It would be bending more, right?
Why?
Because that's what they say. I don't know. I haven't ever actually seen light bend like that.
Oh, okay.
Some say it's a king thing. I'm not claiming it.
Because I was running
I'm
under
claiming
the... It's good.
Heat waves. Heat waves is the only thing I've ever seen, which is like you're in a pool, right? Somebody
I've seen
makes
heat
it
waves. They're funny
splashy.
looking. Yeah. Looks like the ground's got a big puddle on it.
Yeah, I've seen heat waves, right? I've seen a little bit of turbulence. I've never seen things set and rise depending on the atmospheric conditions.
The easiest way to see heat waves is frick on your grill, man, when you're grilling out.
Yep. That's right. He's talking about your propane and propane accessories there, Hank.
You just look down the street and all you can see is like a turbulence or a disturbance. Like if you ever lived in a city or just anywhere with like a traffic jam at night, and the further out you look, the more affected those red lights, those tail lights look. But they don't make the cars look like they're places that they're not. Car looks like it's 2 blocks away. It looks like it's 2 blocks away, and it is 2 blocks away.
It is.
Right.
Yeah. It's like everybody wants to make up a story that doesn't match reality. Like, it looks flat. Well, then it has to be that it curves, okay? Now, come with me on this one now. This doesn't make... It makes the opposite of sense.
What's really interesting about this whole discussion is if you, which is something we tackle all the time, right? The radius. But if you exclude that, they have nothing because everything is everything is derived. Like it's like we figured out it's a globe because of this, and therefore everything that comes after that can be kind of assumptions because it falls within the parameters where it's likely that this is what's going on because this is what the Earth is. You know what I'm saying? But if you knock down from the get-go that you don't have this, then all those things just fall apart, right? I mean, I'm pretty much speaking to the choir here. I'm sure you guys all know.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Think about it. Just think about it, man. Just think about it for a second. Like, look at Einstein, right? Like Einstein's pure mathematical. You know, his theory of relativity, and that only is even possible because we think it's a globe, right? And the way everything is working, that's what I'm saying. Everything is derived from that core source that we're literally debating here every day.
It's a conceptual bending of a conceptual thing, bonded together by being sandwiched in between two other assumptions, presumptions, and lies themselves.
Assume globe and then reverse engineer everything you experience to fit that assumption. How to prove the globe. Step 1. Assume it's a globe. Every time.
And then you're unstoppable. Then it doesn't matter what the flat earthers are calling it the truth, boy. It's established fact already. Sorry, done deal. Can't reinvent the wheel now, flat earthers. Come on, get over yourselves.
If there was a globe proof, they would be slam dunking it in our face.
Yeah, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't know each other.
Everything that they're slam dunking, right? Like let's go from the mainstream perspective. Like people who don't really give a shit. They think that the arguments that have slam dunked us were the ones that start like, if the Earth were flat, this. It's not, therefore it's a globe. It never did they slam dunk us with, this is how we know it's a globe. You see this information here, this comes from this physical measurement or this physical thing that I did, and this is how we can tell that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, this guy didn't sneeze on Broadway today
No
at 4:30
assumptions
p.m.
whatsoever.
Right. Yeah, it's like they make up things that don't need to match for it to be reality. Like, this guy sneezed on Broadway at 4:30. Well, no, he didn't. Okay. Well, I'm going to assume he didn't base my life around that. You didn't even know if he sneezed in the first place.
We have water currents, therefore globe.
Right.
It doesn't matter that there's no Earth curvature. Night and day has to be the consequence of a spinning ball. Never mind that I can't measure this thing to be a ball in any way. It has to be because night and day.
It's sad. It's so deeply ingrained.
Night and day is a proof.
They say, how could it be any other way? That's how deep the indoctrination is. How could it be any other way? They can't bring themselves to consider that there could be an option B. Go ahead.
Yeah, they can't fathom any other possible scenario where there could be night and day.
Right.
Even though they can't measure the first thing about what they're claiming, which is Earth curvature. It's
night and day is proved. We have night and day. What's your proof of a globe? Night and day. Literally.
Really? So ketchup's yellow, mustard is red, and it's just because I say so, and those two things mean Earth is a globe.
No, better argument would be ketchup is red and mustard is yellow, therefore hot dog.
Exactly. Therefore hot dogs. That's perfect.
Yeah. Yo, Jose, you gonna be on?
I want to, but I actually didn't get a lot done because I had a meeting today in the admin mods, and it took up a lot of my time.
That's why I'm trying to get us to, play Brawlhalla sometimes play because Brawlhalla, those are like 5 minute or less matches. You know what I'm saying? You could do a lot more in there in that little 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Quick rumble tumble. I'm trying to get you guys to play, man. Nobody.
If you're still up in 30 minutes, I'll do it. I need 30 minutes though.
Well, in 30 minutes, we're all going to be playing Connor Mobile. Let's face it. but if these motherfuckers don't show up and you are willing to play Brawlhalla, and I know you are because we've already played. Yeah, we already played like pool, so you're not afraid to play something new. Then yeah, for sure.
My zero. Yesterday.
Hey Elijah, I'm excited about Warzone coming into mobile.
For sure.
Wake me up from my mistake.
P-Mac.
He's listening to a bad
too much
Incubus
shit.
record.
It's too much shit going on though because I got it. Sorry, because they got this Apex Legends shit coming out, and that's gonna split. You know, like what's the point? Why you come out with a new game that's essentially? I mean, all versions of first-person shooters are gonna be trash unless. I mean, because I'm super surprised that Call of Duty Mobile even exists. I didn't even know they were doing it on that level till I saw it and was like, oh, this is what I've been checking for since like fucking 2013. Oh, nope, still suck. Guess mobile gaming hasn't come that far. Next year, nope, still suck. Then one day I just looked and I was like, Call of Duty Mobile, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro, I was surprised too. I only downloaded it because I was trying to download Nazi Zombies, but I forgot only the iPhone could do it. And I used to have like an iPod back when I was younger, and I was trying to do it with Android. I'm like, and Call of Duty Mobile popped up, and I was like, what the fuck is a Call of Duty Mobile? So I downloaded it and I tried it out. And that's when I got all you guys on. I got Chocolate on that shit. I got you. I got a bunch of people on that shit. I was like, dude, get this game, bro. This shit's actually fun.
And it was actually worth it. And I didn't even want to play with the phone at first. Now I'm just beasting.
Can I do a mic check? We've been
Who
joined
was
by
that? That
Jack
sounded
Whisper.
very muggy. I could barely hear who was just talking.
Me.
Can you say that again?
My mic's bad.
I'm just fooling with you, Dave.
Oh.
Your mic is perfect.
I'm at home on my
As
laptop
usual.
now, so it should be working a little better. We got Jack Whispers here, BC verified. Hello, Jack Whispers. What's up? Do you want to talk? Back to whatever y'all were talking about. Sorry.
Nah, it's good, bro. I love how you're straight to the point, man. That's what this place should be. And always give attention to the new people first, and then we'll go back to our nonsense talks.
Yeah, I try to watch the new people come in. That's what we're about. We're trying to educate people, not convince them, right? We have information to share with people if they want to know about it.
Yeah, they be wanting to convince us. Like, just think about it like this. No. Look. Think about it this way. Okay. Can you imagine? No, nigga. Like, no, I don't want to do any of that. Do you have a measurement? Do you have physical, tangible evidence? Okay, I don't care about your belief, about your story.
You could do it.
I don't care about your biopic, bro. Put that shit on Lifetime.
Well, if you went out to your yard, Elijah.
What I don't understand is why they think that we haven't been indoctrinated the same way they have been for all these years. Like we were just taught when we were young or something that the earth was flat.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of them
Yeah, that is
understand
pretty
bias.
funny. It's like
So
they
they
think
got
we were born flat earthers or something, huh? Like we were born this way always, and we never got the same indoctrination they did. I feel you, man.
Right. Yeah, I
so
find that
there's this thing
funny.
called anchor bias, right, which is your first belief. Then there's sunk cost bias, right, because you put time and effort into believing this, right? And then there's confirmation bias, and it's like, what are you guys starting to think of now that I'm going over these bias? It's not us. I don't have anything sunk in flat Earth. At any time, somebody could show me a measurement, or I could go to the ocean and then find that curvature. And it's going to be like, well, back to being a glober, because I got way more research time sunk in the globe than I do
Right.
the flat Earth.
Well, I was trying to prove that the Earth was a globe for like the longest, and I'm like, I can't deny it anymore. There's no like real evidence.
Yeah, all the evidence is like cartoons or a just so story or an affirmation of their indoctrination by repetition instead of demonstration.
Secondary correlations, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's how they think about us. They think that we were born like flat earthers or something. Because the guy yesterday was like, well, he said, I won't change my mind and you won't change your mind. And I'm like, bro, we all changed our minds. What are you talking about? Like all of us.
Yeah, we had to have changed our mind from what we were taught from like younger when we were younger, because everybody was taught about the planets, the solar system, the galaxy, whatever. And we actually had to re-educate ourselves about this. It wasn't like we just heard the earth was flat and we're like, oh yeah, the earth is flat. Like, no.
Yeah, it's flat. I'm just going to go with that. Sounds good. Just shake off the years and years of conditioning.
Yeah, or you could tell them this today, and tomorrow they'll forget again. So, like, yeah. So I don't know what they think. That's very interesting. Like even when you tell them that we learned the same way they did, they just assume like we forgot it or something. There's some kind of.
Well, I've heard a lot of people tell me that I need to go back to school.
Get re-indoctrinated.
And
The program
I'm
is
like,
you got to go
I'm
back.
actually one of the top students in my class. So how are they going to tell me I need to go back to school? I'm like baffled by this.
Well, that's the thing. The best way to get over the globe model is just to learn it. So might as well go to school. Yeah, become a flat earther.
They say the best way to get over a woman is to get another woman. And I say the best way to forget about that globe there is to learn the fucking truth.
Was that a haiku? What's
I
it
don't
called?
think it had 5 stanzas. No, I don't think it was a haiku.
What's the other one? It's like,
What?
it's like haikus. I used to know when I used to win poetry contests. Not that I use any of those forms.
Right.
Those other weird forms.
The haikus are funny.
Sometimes I made stuff rhyme. Sometimes I didn't. I wish I knew about the Earth because I'd have definitely wrote
Yeah,
a
hell yeah.
dope ass poem.
You mop the floor with some flat smacking.
Sometimes they rhyme all the time. I don't understand.
Like, what would it be like as a little Eli in like 6th grade? Like, a flat earther in 6th grade. Can you imagine? There are actually kids out there that, because of what we're doing, have that ability.
Yeah.
To go to school and be like, yeah, well, all this shit is weirdo stuff. You guys believe this stuff. And
that'd be
whatever.
You notice the people telling you to go to school, though? They're telling you to go to school so that you can learn a model that you already know better than they do.
Yeah. Yo, teach. Guess what?
Like you're teaching them their model and they're telling you, go to school. Like what?
Like, yo, coach. Oh, no, I don't have a good joke. Never
Yo,
mind.
coach, that basketball court.
It's the Glober camp. It's like, you know, when they send their team over to play us, it's like, you know, the worst kid on the team is the coach's kid, and like nobody says anything, but every time he puts the team out, he puts his son in, and then, you know, all the other parents are like, Jesus Christ, again, we're gonna lose this one again, dude. Can't he just sit Patrick for one inning? Oh my god.
Get that little Peckerwood out of there.
That's yeah.
Sorry to anybody that identifies with Peckerwood. I apologize.
A basketball game doesn't have any innings. Just saying.
It's a baseball term.
My bad. I thought you said basketball at the start of it.
I don't think I specified a ball, but you know what? Anything's possible at this point, man.
True that.
You got people identifying as clouds and shit. It's over.
Even the spinning ball you're standing on is possible, right?
Right. Exactly. The complete opposite of what we experience, what everybody experience, is actually the truth. Flat because it's curved.
That's how you can tell is it true, because it's a lie.
Right. Pressurized means open to an infinite vacuum, adjacent to the thing it can't go to.
It's so curved because it's flat. That's why it's it's curved, because it's so flat.
Right. Yeah. And there's so many scientists that agree with the globe narrative that that no one can even find one.
Yeah.
You know, one citation of work where they found it was a globe, i.e. with direct measurement of curvature or anything else.
And
science equals a consensus of a priesthood. Yeah.
They keep telling us we have the wrong method, don't they? But I still am waiting for the right one. Why haven't they decided that part when they tell us we're using the wrong math? Like, okay, show us the right way. We're still waiting for that right way. Which way is that?
Yeah,
you gotta take the left. You gotta take the left way to reach the right way.
Yeah, that's a really good point though, Sonny. Like, we were just in the lobby a few minutes ago and some guy's like, oh, you guys think it's 8 inches per mile squared? It's like, well, here's the math how it all works out. And he's like, not providing the correct math. He's just saying that everything we're saying is wrong, you know?
He's one of those guys who chants that 8 inches per mile squared is incorrect over and over again, no matter what you show him.
You know what's really interesting is if you guys want to really beat them at their own game, using the correct math is like, it's actually more intrinsic. It's a lot more work and it's a lot more precise, but it's not like it makes much of a difference. But if you use the correct math, the observations that we're seeing get worse for them, because the more precise is, the more curvature there is. We're actually giving them the 8 inches per mile squared is actually giving them a handicap, and they don't even realize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, they keep asking. Well, anyway, no, the last person that said we were doing it the wrong way, we asked him for a citation. So he did provide a citation of the right way. It was the same formula, just in kilometers. Thanks.
No way.
Yeah, that was so stupid.
Wow.
That's a good one.
The argument used that they say it's a parabola, which is correct. That 8 inches per mile squared does turn into a parabola, but that's like at a very large distance. When it's being used under, like a lot of people argue that it's good up to 400 miles. I think that's like the handicap we give them, but I say it's a little bit higher. I think it's closer to like 800 miles from what I've seen.
I think it's more like 1,500. I'll post a pic.
Well, you're about to go antipodal after 1,000 miles anyway, so big fucking deal. These people are numpties saying that. Who cares?
Yeah, it would be nice to know exactly, because I'm seeing people post down to 100. So, and I've heard. So yeah, I'd like to know.
Well, 7.999999999 something. It's like
9.
But if they want refraction, I say the black swan goes from 1.225 to 1 mile. They wanted refraction accounted for. You heard Mick-Toon. They want refraction, so it can only shorten the view. So there they go. We'll just make it 1 mile.
There's no mathematical expression for a sphere, is there?
What's that?
Like, why would you ever need a parabolic equation if there's a mathematical expression for a sphere?
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a math person. I'm just saying, what the hell when you Google are these answers here for if they're not really the answers? Like, then who's really fake news? Me or you?
Inches per mile squared is exact, and it was done by one of their fucktard priests, and I just put it in live stream, so you could post this to him and tell him to read it and fucking weep. It's exact. His words.
Check.
Yep,
They're just
there
gonna
you
throw
go.
him
There's
under
your
the
source.
bus like
There's your
everybody
source.
else.
It's over. Say again.
Gonna go ahead and save that for later.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna save it.
Yeah.
No, I said
He goes
they're
through
just
it
gonna
for-
deny it like they do everything else.
He goes through it for, let's see, over an hour. It's over.
Isn't that the gentleman that tried to get Brian fired?
Yes. So at your leisure, go through the video. In the end, it's fucking exact. Thanks.
What a numpty he is.
I'd like to see them challenge his maths. I'd really like to see that shit.
Can you give us a quick breakdown on who George is? I know the name. Hasn't he debated with you before, QE?
Yeah. His maths are spot on, though. In this case, he's correct.
They were spot on when they didn't know it had anything to do with the destruction. when they didn't know it was the beginning of the end. Now they can't even add 1 + 1.
That's what I was going to say. You probably made that video like QE, or do you know?
Say again.
When they thought he probably made that video when they thought they had a geometric.
No, I don't know when this came. I don't know what the rationale was. It was just, I can't hear. This was a long time ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Back when they were still having boats go over the rise. Y'all go ahead.
I can't recall because it's been too long. When is this video from? I don't even fucking know. Let me check it. Shut the fuck up. Fucking ads. Well, YouTube doesn't seem to be posting the fucking dates. I'm looking down at the comments. That's over 3 years ago, so. There you go.
Yeah, that's about right. About 3 years ago.
February 23rd, 2019 is when it was posted on YouTube.
There you go.
Pre-Black Swan, I want to point out.
Black Swan.
Black Swan.
Black Swan.
Angle.
Black Swan.
Horizontal.
Right triangle.
Elevation angle.
Motherfucking elevation angle, bitches. Or I'll smack you upside the face with this right triangle.
Can we play ball with a triangle?
Here, catch.
Have we ever tried to talk to Six Gorillion?
I messaged them in the
Yeah, we
chat.
tried already 6 trillion times.
Yeah, I messaged them in the chat. They said that they might get verified some other time.
with the excuses.
We did just check in Zanilla, sound like vanilla, right above Sunny. If anyone wants to chat with her, I might suggest Jose if he's there. Someone really friendly would be nice.
I'm friendly.
Well, yeah, that's true, Jimsy.
Yeah, what are you trying to say, man? I'm not friendly.
Oh, she just said she
Yeah,
was a little
not
shy.
since QE is here, he has to point that out. Someone friendly, please.
No, not that. She just said she was a little shy. That's all.
We'll chill. No
We don't
problem.
want to scare the little girls.
If Jose is there, that would be great. El Bob.
Sorry, did I hear my name?
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm Jose. Yeah, someone said Jose, so yeah, it was for you.
Vanilla, are you there?
I had the water running.
Vanilla, you should talk to Jose. I think you guys would have a nice conversation.
I don't only want to just talk to Jose.
The opposite of nice.
I'm open to talking to anyone.
Yeah, someone said no. I'm busy right now. I'm just listening, man. I gotta get these dishes done.
Jose, stop with the excuses, bro.
Is Vanilla very low for anybody else? I can barely hear her.
She's low to me too.
Sorry,
Yeah,
let me just fix my mic.
I turned her up a little bit. Well, almost to 200. But that's okay. Well, she said she's willing to talk to more than just Jose. So, see, there we go. So, very well. Who would like to
Don't
start?
say Jose anymore.
Sound like Jose's busy. So
He's not available.
I nominate Sonny. I nominate Sonny. Go ahead.
Okay. Now I'm feeling shy. Hold on a second. Welcome to the server, first of all. How long have you known about Flat Earth?
I'm actually new to the topic. B. Carl's actually sent me the server link because we talked for a little bit about other fringe topics, and
Okay.
I just feel like there's a lot to learn about the perspective of Flat Earth, and I'm open to it. I've always been more of Hollow Earth and Inner Earth type of person. Like I was always drawn to those type of theories.
Okay.
But to be honest, the Flat Earth arguments, I'm not really good with math or science.
Okay.
So it's kind of hard for me to understand when you guys talk about like kind of complicated equations.
All right. Hey, that's no problem. Welcome. Glad you made it here. We can keep this really very, very simple. These are kind of like three premises that the globe Earth makes are curvature, because if it's a ball, it has to have curvature, right?
Okay.
Yeah. And rotation, so it's supposed to be spinning, so that's obvious. And then we have gas pressure next to a vacuum of the supposedly infinite space out there, but we know we have gas pressure here. So let me just ask you real simply, just be as honest, just be honest with this. If you know how this was done, and it's not a gotcha at all, just kind of find a gauge, like how much you know about the globe Earth itself. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, cool.
What's the question?
So I'll go through the three ones I mentioned. So the first one is, do you know of any time in history that Earth's curvature was physically measured?
Round one.
No, I don't. But there's a lot of arguments where, if you go on an airplane, you can see the
Right,
curvature,
right.
or if you're on a sailboat, you can see, like when the sailboat goes far enough, it just
Okay.
disappears over the curve.
Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're just going to go over these questions you were very honest about saying you don't know, and any other questions about any of these 3 points that we go over, you'll have plenty of time to ask these great people any question you want about those. So I'll just go through them briefly, and we'll get that over with. Then we can go to your questions afterward. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, good. So on curvature, you don't know. That's great. That was honest. Now, do you know of how, when, and where axial rotation of Earth was detected?
No.
Don't
No, I
mind that. You said you don't know. Very good. That was my answer too. Now, as far as this last one is gas pressure next to the vacuum of space. So, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Round 3.
So gas has to be contained, right?
Well, yes. In order to so we're supposed to be a pressurized system. We are a pressurized system. We know this. That's fact. We have pressure at sea level, 14.7 psi. So psi is measured in the square inches that the gas molecules bounce off of or press against the walls of a container. You have to have a container. So have you ever heard of anyone demonstrating gas pressure without a container?
No, but when I think of
Mhm.
gas and containers, I think of the helium tubes to fill up like balloons. That's when I think of
Mhm.
pressurized gas.
Okay.
But yeah.
Right. So pressurized gas has to have a what?
Container?
Yes, absolutely. And this is just the way it is. Like in this reality, that's the only way we know is that gas pressure it behaves this way. You cannot have any kind of gas pressure or even measure it or even know it's there without a container. Like, how would you measure pressure of a gas that wasn't contained? Because gases go omnidirectionally, right?
Right.
Yeah. So this place they are telling everybody and teaching in every classroom on Earth, this outer space fantasy cannot be proven. And the purpose of the points is to show everyone and yourself that anything you think you know about the globe itself is only a belief. There has been nobody that's provided any proof at all, empirical or otherwise, to prove any of those 3 points: curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container. And so that's the end of the 3 points. Thanks for being for participating, and enjoyed talking with you. And now you can open up to the panel, everybody. Enjoy your time here.
Fatality. Flawless victory. You gotta add those. Come on, CB.
Thank you for taking time to explain 3 of those concepts. So I have a question. So you mentioned in the first concept that something about space. So you guys don't necessarily believe in the idea of space. So if there's not space, what is out there? Like why
Negative. Negative. No, it's not that we don't believe in space. The actual claim is there is no vacuum of space. Thank you.
Okay. I think that makes sense. So if there's no vacuum in space, then like astronaut suits, there's no need for them. Like, so if there's not a vacuum, what is there instead of a vacuum?
Don't need to know what it is, but I definitely can tell you what it's not. It's not a vacuum.
We make no claims as to what it is out there. We know that like space is actually only like the distance between you and I, or something you're measuring, length, width, and height. We know we're in a contained system. We have actual proof of this that's verifiable and repeatable. Every single time we measure gas pressure, it always does the same exact thing. There's been nothing contrary to the behavior of gases. So until we can see an actual demonstration of somehow that gases can contain themselves without a physical barrier, all bets are off on space. So whatever they're saying is out there is not, it's not that. It's not that at all. So space may be the final frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement.
Like someone I know will say either the second law of thermodynamics is false or someone is lying.
Well, I
Yeah,
can't.
Someone
sorry,
does
go ahead.
say that, don't they? Sorry,
Yeah.
Nina, go ahead.
I can't speak for everyone, but what I think is out there is actually water.
Yeah, that's pure speculation, though. You can't validate it.
No, you can't, but that's my opinion. I'm not saying that it's speaking for everyone.
Yeah, there's a very well known book that mentions this, so we all sort of know about that. There are some other facts in the book that I call facts in that book.
Yeah, but
that
it doesn't say that. It says it's above the firmament, so
right,
kind of a little wrong there.
Hmm.
Water's above the firmament.
Right.
Right. So.
Right.
But does she understand that we don't have to state what it is? We can just kill whatever they say it is. We don't need a replacement. Falsification is independent of replacement.
Hmm. So do you understand that part?
Yes. So you don't make claims; you just prove
No,
whatever science is out there.
no. We make claims in that context specifically about the vacuum of space. It is not a vacuum of space. Now, if we want to talk about some other topic, then yeah, we definitely make claims.
Right. And if you'd like to know more about those, would you like to know?
Yes, I would like to know more of your claims because it's kind of hard because someone who has like no background in like science or math, like to be honest, like the schooling system, like I never paid attention in science class. Even when they explained to me how the Earth is curved, I still like don't really understand. Like so, in a way, I'm
Okay.
kind of on the fence where I'm.
All right. Well. Actually, you know what? You're in luck because this whole entire question is not a scientific question about the surface of Earth. It being this or that or the other thing is not a scientific question at all. It's a simple geometry question. Because see, they told us that Earth is an object, right? A sphere has certain dimension, or it has geometric limitations as a sphere, right? So it's actually only like a third grade, or if that's maybe a little, like a fifth, sixth grade geometry problem.
I got her covered. Is she in live stream?
Let's make sure she gets there. Are you able to see that hashtag live stream voice text directly above this live stream?
Are you talking about the YouTube live stream?
Yeah, the hashtag live stream voice text directly above this
yeah.
live stream,
Okay.
the room we're in.
You added me in there.
Okay, look in there. Yeah, look in there and then go down to the bottom, and QE is going to present some information for you.
Okay.
I gave her a link to my website that has the flat Earth proofs, 7 of them.
Oh, this is a cool website. I mean, like I heard of Eric Dubay and his whole 100 proofs on why the Earth is flat. And to be honest, like I only read like a few points and then just went over my head.
Right.
So, like just hearing about Eric Dubay just made me like completely turned off.
Yeah, and right now you're talking to Eric Dubay's great grandfather.
Yep. So you're in luck. You're actually in luck here because QE here is one of the best teachers on this whole topic. So you're found yourself in a great spot here tonight.
You don't have to be an expert in science or math to go through each of these proofs one by one. I broke them down to where anyone can understand them. So just take your time, go through them, and if you have any questions, give them to Sonny if I'm not here, and we'll move on from there.
I do have a question, but it's not related to the proofs. It's like, what is the reason behind deceiving the masses?
Why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie?
Yeah, it's.
Why would they lie?
It's an impossible question to answer, unfortunately.
But what do you guys think? Like,
we think thousands of things, but
I mean, maybe 52 million reasons a day.
I don't know.
For NASA,
it's 68 now, Jemsy.
Money is one reason. Power, control is probably the most reason, because if you have all the money and you own everything already and you've got all the politicians in your back pocket and you've got a bunch of other human beings that are slaves mentally and physically to this unfair monetary system, then
Let's just say what it is. They're trying to hide God to the can't fog of mere masses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's it.
I agree.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Trying to hide God.
I mean, the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is a container, and the necessary antecedent to the container is a designer.
It's true.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Everything. Now, can I prove that? Yeah, I could. I really don't want to do it now. I think it's self-evident. Do you follow that, Zanilla?
So one of the reasons why they're lying is because they're trying to hide God.
Yeah, they're trying to hide the creator from. Now,
Right.
This is important. This is the conditional statement is very important. So the reason is they're trying to hide God from the can't fog a mere masses. That's the important part. The dumb people.
Well, and I think what QE, not that he needs clarifying, but I think what QE is trying to say is the people that cannot think for themselves, basically.
Mm-hmm.
They have to have somebody leading them by the nose because they can't see past their own nose. They don't know how to make their own decisions. They have to have somebody that's leading them along.
Yep. Yeah, because you can't have a flat domed earth in Shangri-La. Yeah, even somebody that can't tie their shoes is going to say, container. Somebody designed that. Follow?
Yeah, I do follow. So it's implied that every flat earther is not atheist. They're religious to some sort of degree.
No, don't go with every flat earther. Number one. Number two, creator is not religious. It's the opposite of that. Astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, paleontology, anthropology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is, and yes, I'm still laughing, theoretical physics, they are all religions because they make claims without evidence. So they are religious, whereas I can demonstrably, scientifically validate a creator. So it's the opposite. It's flipped on its head. Follow?
Yes. So the creator it's an entity, like a being, right?
We don't know.
You don't know.
Nobody does. Nobody knows that. Yeah, that's the question every human ever born wants to know. No one has
But
ever.
we can see his fingerprint or the fingerprint everywhere.
There's also proofs of the creator on that website that he sent you there too, Zanilla. So check those out as well.
Thanks for saying that. I was just going to add that if you go onto the website right there, other than Flat Earth Proofs, the main site, scientific evidences for a creator. So there you go.
So I have another question. I'm sorry if it sounds like a bit stupid, but
you can ask as many questions as you want. I'm just having a hard time hearing you.
Flat? Sorry, if Earth is flat, then does that imply other planets are real or fake, or other planets flat?
No, anything in the fairy tale vacuum is heretofore crushed. You can't appeal to anything. Anything they say that's in a second law of thermodynamics violation, that means everything. Mm-hmm. Planets, quasars, all of it it's nonsense.
Right. So you can't say it's in the medium that they're claiming. But what you can do is look up like every other being here and look up and see lights in the sky. That's all we can verify. We see a light in the sky. Yep, we see that just like you do. We all see it all the same. But the thing is, we're not going to make a story and tell you that these lights in the sky are something billions of light years away, and they're doing all this crazy stuff. It's supposed to be now here's the thing, it's supposed to be a gaseous If it's gas in a vacuum, what does gas do? It doesn't coalesce into a ball. It expands in all directions. So it's a violation of second law, so it can't exist. So do we see lights in the sky? Yeah. Can we verify what they are? No. Do they have any correlation, or do they have any similarities or properties or characteristics of Earth itself? So that last part is the question: is do the lights in the sky have anything similar to Earth?
You're listening to religions telling you what's up in the sky, by the way.
Sorry, what was the question?
Now, what I said was you're listening to religions and then parroting what they've told you about planets back to us. You're actually, remember I said astrophysics, cosmology, and astronomy? They're all religions.
Mm-hmm.
So where'd you get that information that they're all planets? Did you get it from them?
Probably.
Yeah, you did. So you're part of, how would we say, the congregation? Follow?
Yes, I'm following.
Yeah.
What I think he means by that, I could be wrong, is that we were all taught the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the thing is that when you say the other planets, you're implying that the Earth is one of those lights that you see up above in the sky. You're saying, oh, lights in the sky, therefore I'm standing on a light in the sky. And
Sorry to cut you off, but I'm just remembering my friend has a telescope, and I've actually used his telescope to look at, other planets and stars. So what is it that I'm looking at when I look
lights?
At the
observable phenomena.
Lights?
But I once saw the surface of Jupiter with this telescope. So
you did? How Jupiter is a gas giant per the religion. Gases don't have surfaces.
Yep.
So even if you did see something, how could you verify that it was the surface of something?
His telescope is connected to his phone, so it doesn't matter for him. So I'm guessing.
Oh.
I'm guessing there's a flaw in that.
Sounds
do
like
you see any do you saw any similarities to the Earth, like trees, monkeys jumping around eating bananas on the top of those planets?
No.
Oh, okay. Any similarities at all to the Earth that you're standing on?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and my other question, I've read a theory like a while back saying that the moon is a reflection of the Earth.
Speculation.
Yeah, no one is latching. No one's latching onto any of that. That's all speculation.
It could be, but who knows?
Unverifiable. We can't verify anything about the moon either, just like the other lights in the sky. We don't know what they are, what their source is. So saying that anything else about them correlates with something else on Earth is it's a what is it called? Non sequitur.
Well, I will say that there is a bit of mystery involved with a little flat Earth, right? Because the globe side, they're telling you they've figured everything out. Oh, the moon, that's a rock ball. Don't worry about that. When when that's not necessarily true. Well, now, like I said, there's a little bit of mystery, but we can't say what it is. It's just speculation. How would we verify what the things in the sky are or aren't?
And we can speculate, but not on this room. We could go to a different room and maybe speculate later. But here is more
down to earth,
empirical.
Yeah, this room is live streamed to YouTube, so we try to stay on empirical facts that we can verify and prove. A lot of the questions you're asking is speculation, so at some point we have other rooms in the server where you can go speculate all you want.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting question, though.
But those questions are great. You have great questions. Keep them coming, because we get paid by the minute. By the question, actually.
Gemsy, no, yeah, you're hilarious, Gemsy. So yeah, feel free. You are asking great questions. There's no wrong.
Great questions.
There's no wrong questions here, right?
Unless you say, "Where's the edge?"
Oh
Unless
no!
you ask, where's
no!
where's the edge?
Question about the edge. So I'm guessing the edge is the ice wall, right?
That's the edge of the shore where the water ends and the ice begins. Yeah, that's an edge.
The shore of a lake,
shore.
like the shore of a lake.
Yeah,
Container of the oceans.
I could go along with that. It's like the shore of a big lake. Yeah.
Yeah, when you go to the beach and you're at the edge of the beach, and there's a water and there's a sand. That's an edge.
Yeah.
That's
We know
not the
water.
edge of the
We know
earth.
water has
It's
to
not
be
the edge of the
contained.
earth.
No, it's not the edge of the earth. Not at all.
No.
No, and we don't know what there. If there is, what it is, where.
Yeah,
it
there is. There's no
nothing.
question. No,
No,
there is an. I don't know if you'd call it an edge. There is an enclosure you're going to reach. You're going to reach some type of physical wall.
True. That's true. I would agree with that myself.
Yep. You must, because
Container.
how else are you breathing?
Right. That means all the way around contained.
Yeah.
Can't have some big leak there. Yeah.
You see that? You see that, flat earthers? This is a good education for some flat earthers that, I don't know, been Jedi mind tricked into thinking about infinity and infinite planes, and we just don't know. Yeah, we do know. Yep.
Infinity? What's that?
Somewhere. Now, do I know where that is? I've never been there, but I know it's there because it's a necessary anesthesia.
That's true. We can only go there. We can't go there physically yet.
Yeah, I don't need to see the cow or tell you the color of the cow's tail or how fat the cow is, his body fat percentage. If somebody drops a ribeye down on my plate, I know there's a fucking cow somewhere, or there was,
or a buffalo.
Yeah, damn snappy, snippy. Sparky.
Yeah, the container is a necessary antecedent to the gas pressure.
Yep.
So now you know, Zanilla. If you ask somebody for measurement of a surface and they start pointing to the lights, you got a big problem there. Because if you were to go to the hardware store, tell them you're putting in some flooring, and you ask them that you need help to measure your ceiling light so you know how big the floor is or what the surface condition of the floor is, what do you think would happen?
I'm sorry.
She's not a
You
contractor.
kind of lost me.
Yeah, she's not a contractor, Sonny. Come on.
Okay, that's okay. This will come into play later. No worries.
She's never built a house yet. Come on. One day she will. Don't you worry. Now that she knows that the ground is level, now you'll be able to build a house level. Right. And that's very important when you're building a structure.
Level. We use
you will never take into account the curvature or the spinning of the earth to build any foundation of anything practical.
Yep.
Unless you making cartoons and movies, then you can.
Adam, they cooked the bejesus out of that steak, man.
That looks like a great steak. Dang, I got chili tonight though.
It looks a little well done.
I would still eat the heck out of that steak, though.
I didn't say I wouldn't.
No way. 3D printed, I'm good on that.
Wait, 3D printed? Okay.
They look that good, 3D printed or not. That's that's kind of gross. I'd probably eat it anyway.
Got any more questions, Zanilla?
I have a question, but it's not off topic, but it's more of like about the Discord itself. Like, I was wondering if there's any like people who believe in the globe that are here to debate, because I really want to witness that debate going on.
Yeah, we got one here right now.
Matthew Eats is here, yeah.
Oh, somebody, my name is still that.
Yep.
Here you go. I'll start you off. Matthew, can you provide a direct measurement of Earth, please?
No, you can't direct measure it. You can only calculate it based on indirect.
Well, did I ask for a calculation?
No.
Okay, I want a direct measurement. Can you provide that?
No.
Okay, somebody else go.
So, Matthew, can you provide a direct measurement of curvature?
No. Can I ask a question?
Can you define curvature?
Can you provide a direct measurement for the height of Mount Everest?
Can you the height of Mount Everest? What the fuck does that even mean?
I'm saying that we still say Mount Everest has a height, even though we can't provide a direct measurement of it.
Oh, so that's your get out of incoherent jail free card.
Exactly.
Well, go to the person who asked you for a direct measurement and see what they say.
I'm sorry, I was getting lost at who was asking which question.
I think it was Jimbo. I think it was.
Jimbo.
Was it
Jimbo, I asked him about direct measurement.
Oh, Dave. I'm sorry, it was Dave. Yep.
So
Sorry
did
about that.
Sonny, but, you know.
Okay, so Dave, I'll ask you. Can you provide a direct measurement for the height of Mount Everest?
Dave asked for. Oh, never mind.
No, I cannot provide a direct measurement of Mount Everest. I haven't done that. I don't know anybody that has.
Do you think that Mount Everest has a height?
I'm pretty sure it does. I can't be 100%, I guess. But
so even though you can't provide a direct direct measurement of its height, you still think it has height?
Yes, you could.
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Similarly,
Go ahead,
I
Quan.
still think there's a curvature, even though I can't provide direct measurement.
Yeah, I know you were going to do. That's fucking stupid. Yeah, I can.
No, it's a good
provide
analogy.
Direct measure of it.
Okay, so there's a sample. Who was it that was asking for an example of a debate?
Yeah.
Me, I asked.
Oh, CB. So CB,
no,
what type of thing were you curious about, or like what?
It was right above Sunny, Zanilla. She's fairly.
Yeah, I just was wondering if there's like some people who believe in the globe to debate what the fuck.
Yeah. Matthew, he's a professor, university professor, and he's a globe believer, and he will tell you he believes in the globe. Go ahead, Matthew.
Okay, so Zanilla, just based on our little exchange about direct measurements, what's your opinion about the different things that have been said so far?
So I understand that both of you guys are asking if it's possible to measure Mount Everest, and one of you guys said no, it's not possible.
I think we both said it's not possible
It's
to
not
directly
possible.
measure.
Okay, yeah.
And I was making
define directly measure.
Me?
No, Matthew.
An example without I'm not sure how to best define it, but an example would be to take a ruler and put it right next to something you're measuring, and then directly read how wide that is. Like if you want to measure how many millimeters a quarter is, put a ruler right there and read how many quarters. How many?
We can measure it with trig.
So this is a good question for you then. Would you call that a direct measurement, or would you call that a calculation based on a direct measurement, or what would you call that?
I'd call it trigonometry.
Yeah, no, and I think that's perfectly fine to use trigonometry. It's just that I think that many people would see that as not a direct measurement, but
It is a direct measure. Elevation angle is direct measurement.
Yeah, the elevation angle is direct measurement. But
Yeah,
then
that part. Yeah, but then it just goes back to what a fucking triangle is.
You have
So-
a distance. You have a distance from an object, and you have an angle to the height. You can
so if you're
figure it out.
measuring Mount
Matthew
Everest,
knows what I'm talking about.
no, and yeah, if you're measuring Mount Everest, one way to do it would be to directly measure the angle to the top of Mount Everest. But then after you do that, I think you have to do a trigonometry
After you do that, see, it's already over. You see Zanilla.
Mhm.
You see Matthew said after that?
Yeah.
Well, what he's skipping is to measure an elevation angle to begin with. That baseline that you're using, you know what a triangle looks like, right?
Yes.
So that baseline is flat. So in order to measure any elevation angle anywhere, stars, Mount Everest, airplanes, anything above your head, you must have a flat horizontal plane baseline. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, okay. I see. I see what you're
You
saying.
see that?
Yeah.
Look at that, Matthew. Thank you
I
very
was
much.
imagining, like, why can't you just take like the longest tape measure in the world and just go up Mount Everest? But I see how
No,
that works.
no. See, the Globers are saying that there's a triangle that has a curved adjacent, the bottom section, but no sailor is sailing along a curved surface of water. How would you calculate your speed? Anyway, if it even were true. I mean, we have no
the
proof.
elevation angle. So Zanilla, there it is right there. Globus just posted it in live stream. You see that? You see
Yeah,
that angle
48
of
hours.
elevation? You see that flat baseline right there? The only way you can get an elevation angle if it's flat or level. Welcome to Flat Earth. Or elevation angles don't exist.
Or you can use a tangent to a curve.
You can't use a tangent. Where'd you get a tangent from? Why do you need a tangent?
And Matthew still needs to tell us which navigator or ship's captain he talked to that told him they'd do it this way.
No. Why does he need a tangent?
A tangent is a straight line.
No,
and so
no.
you can
I
use-
didn't ask you what it is. I asked you, why did you need one?
Because the ground is curved, and so if you want to get an
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So you reified what is in question with a curve.
What are you drawing a tangent to? The horizon?
Tangent to the globe. You can ignore this whole thing and just do a right angle to the direction of
tangent
down.
to the globe.
Especially if you can't see the horizon.
What globe? That's begging the question. Where's the tangent at? Show us where a tangent is on the sextant.
It's not live, Rick.
Show us where a tangent. Show us the tangent mirror on the sextant. Welcome to Flat Earth, Zanella.
Yeah, this is it. This is the best.
No, Zanella,
You didn't tell her about the snacks and stuff.
Yeah, I forgot all
about that. Snacks in the back, DJ's rolling them up, and bathrooms on the
left.
Left.
Okay, so Zanilla, you see the diagram that Sonny posted at 50 past the hour?
Yeah. The triangles.
Yeah, those are triangulation to the stars if you were going to do use a sextant on a flat Earth, right?
Mhm.
Do you know much about trigonometry or triangles? Have you ever done trigonometry? I know it might have been a while.
Yeah, they taught me.
Oh,
a
I
little
can't
bit
wait for
grade
the next
12, I
statement.
think.
Matthew,
So-
you really gonna try this shit?
No, I'm just asking. So if you
She
if you want to
doesn't.
get
She doesn't
R1,
know. She doesn't know.
Like you're talking about like the Pythagoras theorem, like
Yeah.
a squared plus b
Exactly.
squared.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep. And so it's real simple. Goes down to the basics. Do you have a triangle that has more than 180 degrees?
A triangle more than 800 degrees?
100, no, 180 degrees.
Mm.
The ballers are saying that there's something that exceeds this limitation of triangles.
Then
with
it's
a
not
curved
a triangle.
with a curved adjacent. Yeah, it's not a triangle.
So in those three triangles in Sunny's picture, you see R1, the radius from the ground point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so in order to calculate that, you need to know the height of the star.
No, you don't.
You don't calculate
That's a
R1,
fucking
bro.
You're going on mute right fucking now.
You do not calculate R1. You are just there. What the hell?
You don't need the height of the star. That's fucking horse shit.
Isn't that crazy? That's just nutty. He's never been on a ship, never navigated. He accuses me of not knowing what
You're on mute.
me not knowing what I'm
He's on
doing.
mute.
And I've
You
sailed
don't
6.
need- Hold on, Sonny. Fucking
Okay.
relax.
Shut up. Shut up, QE.
Sextant navigation, you do not need to know the height of the star. There is not one fucking calculation, not one claim in any fucking celestial navigation manual in the history of the fucking world that states anything about the height of the star or the sun.
Yeah.
Not one.
Yeah. Just tell us one that does it. I need an actual citation. Somebody actually using the method you're talking about, Matthew.
Yep.
I've asked you
Yep.
this a dozen times.
Yep. Before you come
Yep.
off mute, there, Matthew eats horse shit. You got to provide that citation. We're not listening to anything out of your numpty dipshit
Yeah.
file.
See, because what it comes down to, and Matthew wouldn't want you to know this information, but you see those circles that are there at the bottom of each of those triangles?
Yeah.
Yeah. So those are called the circle of equal altitude because they have to be level, right? In order to make your calculation, to triangulate where you are at the apex of all three of those triangles there. So what the Globers are trying to say is that you have this curved surface at the bottom that is like those circles of equal altitude they would be like pancake wrapped around a sphere. You get that part?
Yeah. Yeah.
So they'd be flopping around. So how could you ever find an exact location based on something that's curving in all directions like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'd never have an elevation angle. You'd never know your exact location on the surface. It's just ridiculous.
But why was Matthew saying that you need to use the star to calculate?
He needs the elevation of the star because he's a numpty dipshit that wants to provide some kind of horse shit that he can't back up. See, we're still waiting on Matthew to provide that citation that you need the height of the star to calculate the distance to the ground position of the star. You don't. You'll never find it. It doesn't exist. He's full of shit.
Yeah, they're trying to confuse
Matthew has been a globe believer. He's hung around here for at least a few years, and he's not being treated unfairly. I assure you.
Why has Matthew not been convinced yet if he's been here for so long?
Well, because he's a religious fanatic. There we go. So, QE is correct. Hold on. QE is correct. No navigation manual ever includes the height of the star. There you go.
I admit it. No navigation manual ever includes the height of the star.
That's true.
Okay, so Zanella, what's your impression of the talk that's been going on about this star stuff so far? You asked about an example of how debates go.
Yeah, so they already debunked you. Has there ever been a time where you have debunked them? Like,
it would depend on who you ask.
I don't know. They seem like they got all the proofs. Like they have all the receipts, and like you're just silent. Like I don't know. Like, why would you say that you need a star to calculate the thing?
Oh, so you're right. I was silent for the past 5 minutes because I was muted and could not speak. So that's part of the answer.
Yeah, you're going to get muted now again, too. So her question is, why did you state that you needed the height of the star? And then immediately when I challenged your dumbass you went ahead and conceded, you acquiesced that I am correct. No navigation manual ever includes the height of the star. So why did you say that, sir?
Now, why
Because
were you so confident in
oh,
your
I'm still
answer?
confident. I can explain.
You're still confident in your claim that you just said that doesn't exist? Really? This is
How is this
classic level double speak horseshit.
Yep.
So,
Noah, this is good to pause Matthew like this because it's good to take note at these little junctures and have you notice because you already see it. You apparently are a smart young woman, and so this is all we get from the globe side. We ask for a measurement, they go to the stars. We ask for we ask for
Wait a
like you
second.
said, the receipts, and there aren't any.
Yeah, but wait a second. Let her ask that question again.
Yep.
Can you ask that question again to Matthew there, Zanella?
Why he was so confident in his answer? Like, why were you so confident that you needed the star to do the calculations? But when you actually looked it up, there is no navigational manual that includes the height of the star.
Yeah, no,
Why were you so quick to say that?
Yeah, that's a great question. In my mind, I was speaking about two different things. The triangles in the picture that Sonny posted at 50 minutes past the hour. What I was saying is two different things. What I was saying is number one, that in that diagram you would need to know the height of the star, and then number two, know.
You don't need to know the height of the star. And people, when I put somebody on mute, do not take him off. So he's circling back. He's doing a crazy Ivan. So ask him the question again, Zanella.
Okay, Matthew, I'm going to ask you again. So why were you so confident in your answer of the star, knowing that calculation of the star?
Yes, because in the triangle, the picture of the colored triangles, the diagram we've been talking about, it's just a regular triangle, and one of the sides of the triangle is the height of the star.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not.
He's just
no.
repeating what you were saying before. It doesn't really answer my question.
So he's saying at one moment he's saying that it was wrong. Then he goes back and he still reinstates the same claim that he was wrong about, and admittedly wrong about.
Okay, maybe I can try explaining it this way. The diagram that Sonny posted, I believe, is wrong. That's why.
Right.
In what way?
In what way?
Could I have 3 sentences in a row to explain?
No, you said it's wrong. So in what way is it wrong?
Because it includes a height to the star.
It does fucking not. What are you talking about?
The from the right angle to S1. What is
That's
that?
because you don't know how a sextant is used and what the purpose of it is for.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the triangle in your image.
No, that's because you're looking at it from all the wrong way, and you're going up into the sky just like you do with the other things in the sky when we're asking about the ground floor. You're doing the same thing
I'll solve
now.
it quickly. Hold on. I'll solve it quickly. Just relax.
Okay.
So that line that's coming down to form the right angle, that is the star's ground position. We're not doing trigonometry or trigonometric calculations to try to solve the right triangle in celestial navigation. That line coming down from the star reaches the ground point at the 90 degrees, the geographical position of the star. That's it.
Right.
End of story.
It's only the zenith. Yeah, that's it. It's only the zenith.
There you go, Matthew.
And you know where you get that, Matthew?
Yeah, this is the first I've heard of it. You guys explained that diagram this way. So
listen, do you know where
line?
Do you know where that zenith comes from? That zenith reading?
Yeah, you look it up in the chart, I think.
Yeah, because it's been known to be on that location every time checked.
Okay, so we do know the distance of R1.
You look and see if it's 90 degrees.
That's the R1 from 0
yes,
to the
you
ground.
do. Yep. Yeah, you do. And
we do know theta 1.
Yes.
So could you use trigonometry to find?
Not in celestial navigation. You can't.
You just measure the elevation angle. That's it.
No, not in celestial navigation. We just told you that they could give a shit less about the height of the star. Has nothing to do with the topic whatsoever.
Yeah.
See, you want to switch it. What he's doing is he's looking and seeing a right triangle, and he says, okay, well, let's solve that right triangle. Well, celestial navigation isn't into solving right triangles. They're into finding the ground position of the star. You following that, Matthew?
Yes, I got that.
And that's how you know where your location is. When you move a certain distance, you measure the angle again. Is it the right angle or not? It's about your distance along the horizontal plane. That's all it's doing. That's all its purpose is about the horizontal plane. That's the entire thing.
But there is no horizontal plane if the Earth is curved.
Right.
Exactly.
Did they ever try and solve the hypotenuse?
No, they don't. I'll do that.
How you really doing?
I'll do that in
How
the
you
machine.
really doing?
In the machine shop.
I'm fucking exhausted. I'm glad you're doing okay.
Oh, Hank.
Hank, you're hot micing.
Okay, so Zanilla, I think I might have had a wrong impression about the flat Earth explanation of those triangles. I was assuming they were doing trigonometry.
It's not a flat Earth explanation.
No, I'm talking about the one that you posted at 50 past the hour. The colored
It's not a flat Earth explanation.
Hey, I got an idea, Matthew. Why don't you tell Zanilla why you think the Earth is a ball?
Eyewitness testimony, pictures, sunsets.
No, like I'm talking about proof, not like hearsay or someone said or like I got pictures of unicorns.
Yeah, you gotta be specific.
Yeah, one at a time. If you had to put all your eggs in one basket, right? What would that basket look like? What's that proof? What's that thing you would give out that this is it?
Sure, it's something that anybody can see many days of the year, especially if you're by the water. Halfway through the sunset, you can see the bottom. You can see the top of the sun, but not the bottom. And the question is, why can't you see the bottom?
Really? What's the cause of that?
The water is blocking the bottom.
Oh, it is. Okay, so you know that for sure. So that's a natural cause and effect relation. I'm not done yet. So that's a natural cause and effect relationship. What do we do to validate natural cause and effect relationships?
Test them? I don't know.
Yeah, it's called a fucking hypothesis and then an experiment. So what's your hypothesis for that claim, please? You're busted. You're like an ongoing train. I could do this in my fucking sleep.
It gets monotonous after a little while.
It's an ongoing train wreck dumpster fire that you fall into. It just snowballs every single time. I'm shocked that you don't learn. I mean, this is going on over a year.
I think it's possible that's what his purpose is. I think maybe he's our best ally.
Another Glober said, you better be careful because they can use you as a sounding board or whatever. But,
no, we don't have to. You do fine yourself. We don't have to do anything.
No, Matthew, we want you to represent the.
He's an expert baljitsuit.
Baljitsu.
Yeah, baljitsuit. See, Zanilla, baljitsuit. What they do is, in defense of their fucking bullshit claims, they just take punches right in their faces.
Yeah. So his answer to your question was he believes in the globe just because the water covers the sun.
The bottom half of the sun. Yeah. Did you see my picture at 4 minutes past the hour?
Yeah, we still haven't got any validation of the reason why, though.
That's the reason. Like, you put all your eggs in one basket.
No, I put lots of different baskets, but that's the best one.
Well, pick a better basket, Matthew. You got a better one.
They can switch baskets. It's like, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
All right. Well, Matthew, that's you're looking at the sun to prove the Earth, right? Do
Right.
you have anything on the Earth to prove what the Earth is?
It's kind of big. It's hard to tell from the surface because we're so close to it. So
No,
it's
no, but
hard.
I mean, like, there's got to be one thing on the Earth that proves what the Earth is, right?
You can go to lakes and look at observations there.
You can, but not how it was actually really done. Not, you can. What about when was it actually done in the first place?
You mean like Lake Michigan, where you can see Chicago 50 miles? Like kind of like.
Because from what my understanding, there's this Earth curve chart. It has specific drops over distance of a ball that size. I don't know why they don't give us that specific information. Where are these drops over distance? It's measurable easily by the average individual with a cheap ass Kmart binocular could do it. 5 miles away, should be seeing 17 feet of drop. Where is it? Not there. Not there. Nowhere to be found. Where is it?
Oh, it's invisible. Refraction.
Yeah, the refracted feet of the people I see walking in the water 5 miles away with the binoculars. Can see their feet in the water 5 miles away. How is that possible on the ball, Matthew?
I mean, the standard answer we always give is refraction.
So I can see
watch this. Watch this train wreck. Hold on, Sonny. I'll take it. Refraction. Can you define that with citation, please?
Just light bending. I can't.
Citation.
Citation, please.
I don't have a citation handy. I
Oh,
can
wait a
give
minute.
you-
Why not?
Go.
Why?
Well, wait.
Wait. Why not? Why don't you have it?
Oh, because I use refraction to mean light bending.
No. Why don't you have a citation by now?
If you use it
never leaves
at all, you should have a citation for it having been used once.
After 30,000 times of saying refraction, you should have a citation by now.
I doubt that it would be helpful. That's why.
Oh, you doubt it would be helpful. What is that an appeal to?
Appeal
be
to
helpful.
consensus and appeal to authority.
It's an appeal to not being helpful.
It'll be helpful, but to us, as soon as you post the citation.
Yeah, it'll be helpful. All right.
Come on, you can do it, Matt. Just one. Ever.
Just one. That's all we ask. Ever. Any of the three categories: curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container. Been waiting all this time. Come on, man.
You should let Zanilla cross-examine this numpty.
I agree.
Go ahead, Zanilla. And go ahead.
What was the question?
Oh, you take it.
We were talking about sunsets and then refraction. Well, what do you want to talk about?
So, what's refraction?
It's a get out of jail free card that Globers use to explain away their invisible Earth curvature.
No, she asked him specifically, what is it?
Yeah,
so we're going to need
that's
citation.
exactly.
Generally, refraction describes how light.
Negative. We need citation with what refraction is, not just what you say it is. We need support for that.
Yeah, what it actually does.
No, what it actually is.
What is it? What is it?
The bending of light in atmosphere.
Where
Check the live stream voice text.
The citation, please. What? Why is there a disconnect about the citation part?
Because I don't have a good citation.
That's no excuse at this point, Matthew.
You see what they do? Let me try to Zanella, hold on, Sonny. Okay. Let me try to explain what they do with this refraction. See, they were killed with the black swan with this refraction. But anyway, what they do is they use an equivocation fallacy. Because you know what an equivocation fallacy is?
No.
So an equivocation fallacy is taking one term and defining it two separate ways in a single argument.
Okay.
So what they do is they take refraction, which is actually Snell's law. So refraction, you must have two different mediums. And at the boundary of those two different mediums, light will change speed and then change direction. But we're talking about the atmo here, right? There's not two different mediums. There's only one. It's called fucking air.
Mhm.
So they try to invoke this fairy tale refract. Yeah, there you go, Sonny. Thank you very much. That's refraction. But you see the two different mediums right there. One's air. He doesn't have it here. And the other one could be something else. But in the atmosphere, which is a paradox, I'm going to use it because that's the regular colloquial language. In the atmosphere, you only have one medium. Air.
I see. Mhm.
You see it, don't you? You see right in this drawing right or diagram right here, that interface, that boundary is the most important. It's critical with refraction. That's what makes light refract.
Yeah, and even to go further into that interface is called the plane. It's called the plane of what is it called? Plane of incidence. It's called the plane of incidence.
So
And who is that guy? Who is that guy? Quantum. Man, I had the citation for all this stuff. I can find it. It just takes me a while.
Who? Andrew Thomas Young?
No, I'm talking about the guy who did all the information about how light refracts off of interface, how it interfaces. What's
Who
the dude's
knows?
name?
You talking about Dr. John Dee, maybe?
No, someone way back in the 1800s or something.
So Matthew posted a citation confirming what I just said, Zanella. You see his little photograph here? You got two different mediums. You got, number one, you got a big problems here. Number one, you got a monochromatic light source. That is, there's one wavelength of light. Well, in sunlight, we don't get one wavelength. We get all of them. But I digress. Number two, you see he's got another substance here, right? You see where it bends at the interface? Ask him where the interface in the atmosphere is.
Where is it, Matthew?
In the atmosphere, there is no interface. It's only one medium.
Kablooey!
So what's the point in invoking this?
If you read the second half of the first sentence, it says, or from a gradual change in the medium.
Negative.
Like temperature or humidity or
Negative.
Something like
That's not Snell's law. You're speaking, that's wiki horseshit.
Snell's law says one medium.
No, Snell's law says two mediums.
Two mediums? Okay.
You want the definition of it?
Yeah, but I'm looking at like stuff on Google and it's saying one medium and two mediums.
No.
Like there's like is
Nope.
it both or is it just one, right?
No, it's two mediums.
Two, okay.
Yeah, here you go. We'll go to the physics classroom. How about that? I got about 30 of them, but I don't want to dominate the live stream. There you go. I'll go ahead and read it. From physics classroom, refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave. We got a big problem right there because light's not a wave, but I digress. As it passes from one material to another material. The refraction occurs where? At the boundary.
Mm-hmm.
And is caused by a change in the speed of light. I don't know. I think I just said this about 3 minutes ago, but I digress. And is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave. Remember, we still have problems with a wave. Light's not a wave, but I digress. Upon crossing the boundary. See that?
Yep, the boundary.
Yeah. So where's the ask Matthew where the boundary is in the atmo?
Can I have like a visual? Like Central Banker posted the image from your website. So can we use that image as an example of like
Central Banker?
You're talking about the black swan?
Yeah,
It says bye-bye ball.
Does that talk about? Are you referring to that image when you talk about refraction?
No, that's what the Globers try to explain away with their fake version of refraction.
Okay.
Oh wait, ask Matthew where the refraction is in that image.
No, ask him where the boundary is.
Yeah, that.
Yeah. Like
Sure,
where
and
Matthew,
some
where's the
kinds of refraction don't require a boundary, and two different atmospheric refraction.
You're
Okay,
going
which
on
kind?
mute.
Which kind?
You're,
Which
go-
kind?
you're going on mute, you fucking clown. Some
Which kind,
kinds of
Ben?
refraction.
Why did you say
Hey,
that?
listen. You know what he just did? He just pulled what I told you they were going to pull, an
That's right.
equivocation fallacy.
Exactly.
He said some kinds of refraction, right? So relax. He's going to use that term, single term, with two or more different meanings. That's a logical fallacy. So he just did what I said he was going to do.
This is what
Right?
they have to do, though. They have to do this because they have no other way out other than to just go into these little mind games with people. And I guess they've convinced themselves of it, even though there's no proof for anything they're trying to say.
No, they're
But
just making it up.
making it up, literally.
Saying that there are two different causes of refraction is not an equivocation.
No. We're not talking about causes of refraction. We're talking about refraction itself. You think you're going to Elmer Fudd sophist your way out of this? It's impossible. I'm getting tired too because this is fucking bull. This is like you're just like a average rank and file, skank and file baltard.
It's just getting. It's so.
We all do the same things, don't we?
Man, Matthew.
And listen up, Zanella. You're not just talking, even though he's acting like a regular skank and file baltard. You're talking to a professor in a university.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyone could be a professor. Like
no, anyone can't. Nope, they can't. So Matthew Eads is an actual professor at a university. So he's not your average skank and file baltard. This guy has, I don't know what he has.
Higher level on the skankery list.
But
so are you saying...
I'm saying you can defeat him.
I mean, if Matthew is a professor and he has all this education and background, why is he unable to understand what you're saying? Like, why can't he just acknowledge it?
Paycheck. He understands it, right?
Could be his 401k, his portfolio. It's all global stuff. You know, that would be a shame to lose. Like, of course, you'd want to fight.
You can be a flat earther and a professor at the same time.
For all these corporations that have globes in their you know, like you spent your whole life working for these people. So
who said that? Paycheck.
That's me.
That would be the Glatt Flobe.
Okay, can we get
hilarious, man?
Can we get a response from Matthew?
Yeah, sure. So Zanilla, that's a great question. Why don't I understand these things that they've been saying? Part of it is that sometimes it's hard to understand, but I think for the most part, do understand what they're saying. I end up coming to different conclusions and disagreeing with what they say.
Yeah,
so there's a difference there.
Okay, so I'm going to stop him right here. See, what the problem is with that, Zanella? We're not here as a subjective type of, I have a different opinion. You know, that's subjective stuff. That is for, you know, whose favorite color is the best or cake decorating forums. See, this forum, we're into empirical data, right? Confirmed, validated, objective. See, he's in the wrong forum. He needs to go to the religious forums and to the cake decorating ones that have opinion. Maybe his favorite fantasy football running back opinion.
I know. Philosophy of crochet techniques, maybe.
Yes. So he's in the wrong forum. This isn't based on opinion or subjectivity. It's based on objectivity. See where I'm coming from, Zanella?
Mm-hmm.
Hyperspecificity.
I'm going to have to take my leave of you. I mean, you can stand on your feet. I can tell right away.
Exactly.
That you have it going on. You don't need, you know, to be a science expert or a mathematics expert to figure out that the earth is flat, motionless, and contained. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure talking to you. I'm out.
Thank you.
Later, QA. Thanks, man.
Thanks a lot. Quantum
Thanks, QE. Good night.
Hey, QE.
QE has left the building. Anyway, so yeah, don't let the velocity of the. Wait a minute, I had some words that I lost it. Hold on, sorry about that.
I vote we let Zanella and Matthew talk and see.
Oh, wait a minute! Don't let the velocity get you with. Oh shit! The specificity of the velocity. No velocity. Sorry.
Anybody got any other questions?
I just question like
Matthew is unmuted.
Oh yeah, I didn't get to say goodbye to QE, but if QE, if you're still listening, nice chatting. It's always a pleasure.
Sure, he was devastated, and
I'll answer. I would answer for him, but no, I won't. Never mind.
you know we all love you, Matthew.
I know.
And I'm speaking for everybody, which I should never do, but anyway.
No.
Okay. So Zanilla, I can answer that question about, like QE was saying, this is about objective observations. And so, for example, we all agree that if you look at the sun as it's setting, you can see the top half but not the bottom half. So that's what we agree on. That's the objective part. The part where we disagree is a different explanation. So I would explain, oh, you can't see the bottom of the sun because the water's in the way. Most flat earthers would say, oh, you can't see the sun because of the law of perspective or something like that.
Yeah.
So that's where we disagree and agree.
How do you know that you can't get the bottom of the sun back if you just zoom in with it?
Mm-hmm.
Zoom in on it.
Yeah, so those are things we would need further.
Yeah. Well, why do you ignore them when we?
Well, we've had videos here where we've done that, where the sun's pretty much all the way gone. You zoom in on it, it comes right back.
Yeah,
pretty much. That mean?
Did they fuck up and call it horizontal because it's not horizontal, or what are we trying to say?
We're just trying to where's that curve at? Where is it?
I got some questions for Matthew, if you guys don't mind. Am I coming in clearly?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, Hank. Loud and clear.
Matthew, do you see the gift that I just posted?
This which one? Wait.
23 past the hour.
I just popped it.
Yes. Okay, with the candle.
All right, cool. So you claim that there's refraction going on. So in order to get refraction, normally there has to be some sort of glass or something. Does that mean that the atmosphere is acting like a lens or a glass? If refraction is happening?
It can, yeah. It can act as a lens.
Okay. So what we have here is a source of light that is being recorded, right? And you can see that the candle is setting. Is the candle actually getting lower to the table, or is it staying the same height?
It's getting slightly lower because it's burning.
Okay, so I'll give you that. Maybe,
I'm just screwing with you. Yes, it's the same height.
Yeah. So it's a negligible amount, but you are correct. But yeah, that is a variable. We would take it if it would take a little bit longer to take this photograph, but this is a very quick photograph taken. The movie's 30 seconds, so not a whole lot going on, right? But for the most part, it's appearing to set, right? And at a certain part, it looks like the bottom of this is setting. Is that table a sphere?
That table is perfectly flat.
No further questions. Thanks.
So I admit that this is what could be happening with the sun setting.
Cool.
Welcome to the flat Earth, man.
I said it's what could be happening. I said don't.
It's been flat the whole time.
I know. Let's see if we can resolve this. Do we have a geometric horizon or not?
We do.
And where is that? Can you give us longitude and latitude of that location?
We'd have
please?
to calculate it. We can't see it.
Well, my calculations say it must be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Do you agree with those?
That's exactly right.
Is the calculation empirical evidence?
No.
Good boy. That was the right answer. Nice. Yeah.
Well, for Zanilla, I just posted the black swan in the live stream voice text. So what I just said means that the horizon in that picture has to be at 1.2 miles, but it's not.
Yeah, Zanella, if you're still here, why don't you walk her through that biker real quick?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Sure. So you heard what I just said, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, the 1 foot observer height, the geometric horizon that Matthew just said exists has to be at 1.2 miles. but you can see the furthest oil rig is at 9.4 miles, and the horizon is somewhere beyond that. So it's about maybe 10 miles or more. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it definitely looks odd.
Yeah, so that horizon that is past the furthest oil rig should not be there if it's geometric, like Matthew just said it was. It should be at that 1.2 mile distance that he agreed it would be at.
Interesting. Matthew, do you mind explaining this picture for me, just to hear from your perspective?
Sure. Like QE said, sometimes people use the same word for mean two different things. There's a geometric horizon and an apparent horizon. The geometric horizon refers to the raw geometry of the Earth, whereas an apparent horizon refers to where you actually see it in images and when you look over the, when you look at something. And so this image shows the apparent horizon, which differs from the geometrical horizon.
Okay, where do we see the geometric horizon?
We never see the geometric horizon.
So how do you measure something you don't see?
Exactly.
Oh, you don't. I mean, squinting at the
So you
horizon is a
don't.
bad
So
way to
you never measure. So you can't measure the geometric horizon ever.
You can get close within a margin of error if you minimize refraction.
How do you get close?
By minimizing refraction at higher altitude.
Okay, when was that done?
If you
to
just
verify these drops, 3 miles, 72 inches, 5 miles, 16.667 feet, 10 miles, 66.67 feet. Like how did they verify these?
So you'd have to do it over.
No, I didn't ask you would have to. I didn't ask how you would have to. I asked you, how did they do it? It has to be documented by now. So where is the documentation that this was ever done?
Oh, I don't think anybody's ever measured the.
So it never was?
It's just an assumption.
Okay. I rest my case.
We got to at least let Matthew, respond. So.
Yeah, I would say that squinting at the horizon, trying to measure the apparent versus geometrical horizon is not a good way of measuring the radius of the Earth.
But the horizon should be at 1.2 miles, so what does refraction do to displace it by an order of magnitude?
It curves 0.07 degrees per mile. That's all you need.
Yeah, but that is a huge discrepancy. That's 66 feet of Earth curvature missing there. Yeah, well, if you compare it to that, if you want to try to put it in those terms, it sounds like a small amount. But if you look at how much refraction the globers are actually claiming with the refraction formula and whatnot, they're inflating their Earth radius by 2 orders of magnitude to get the geometric horizon to that distance. So it's not a little thing.
Like,
what does refraction do to do that?
Refraction deals in degrees, not feet. And so a tiny number of degrees.
What about magnitudes?
You have inflated your radius by 2 orders of magnitude.
Right.
So how did you use refraction to do that? Quantify it for us.
0.07 degrees per mile. That's all you need.
And so
so that doesn't square. That doesn't square with the standard refraction claim of 7/6R at all. As a mathematician, you know that gets your geometric horizon, your Earth radius to maybe 4,600 miles, which gets your geometric horizon to maybe 1.3 miles. Why is it at 10? You still have 260,000 miles of unaccounted for Earth radius to go.
Refraction can't extend the distance to the horizon, only shorten it.
Refraction can extend the distance
no, it can't.
indefinitely.
Show me how and where and when and what type of refraction is doing this. I need to see an exact citation for this statement. You just made a claim.
Yeah, and the way that it works is by inflating the radius, and the standard formula that you use doesn't get it anywhere close. So you try to ham wave it by putting it in terms of degrees of the Earth's circumference, but that's not even how this works. So, I mean, how are you getting your radius to 264,000 miles is the question.
Yeah, and then after you do that one to 264,000 miles, which is just past the habitat or rig, you're going to have to explain in the same video, the islands are 29 miles, just say 30, okay, 1 mile difference. But 30 miles to the islands, what would that make your radius? Millions and millions of miles.
Yeah, it's like 1.6 million miles or something like that.
Yeah. Right. Uh-huh.
So that's not just a little matter, it's not just a few degrees. This is like orders of magnitude. That's 3 orders of magnitude now that your radius is wrong by.
Is still the truth.
You're trying to downplay it.
So it's still a
I will
globe.
downplay it by
even though-
by mentioning that refraction has to do with degrees, and all you need is 0.07 degrees per mile change. That's all you need.
Yeah, but that
for an
you haven't
infinite
shown
radius.
us what type of refraction is showing that exact. You need to show it exactly.
Well, the thing is when you say it like that, when you put it in those terms, you make it sound like it's this minuscule little thing. But if you look
Because
at the
it is.
refraction, the way that it's actually claimed to work by Andrew Thomas Young, and that with the terrestrial refraction claim, nothing it does gets it anywhere near being able to have a 10-mile geometric horizon at a 1 foot observer.
And Zanilla, keep in mind, note this. This is no big deal to Matthew to say it's just negligible that it makes the radius at the islands in the same view of the Black Swan makes the radius at least almost 2 million miles. And that order of magnitude is no big deal.
He just puts it in terms of his presupposed, degrees of his presupposed Earth
Right,
circumference, and then he makes it sound like it's this tiny thing, but it's not. It's a
here's the
huge error.
Here's the thing. One of their spokespersons for cosmology, which is what they're talking about, what we're talking about is cosmology. So on their side, this guy Michio Kaku says that they're flying by the seat of their pants. They don't, that people are mistaken to think that they use anything like the scientific method where you do cause and effect. He goes, nothing could be further from the truth. We fly by the seat of our pants. We're off by magnitudes of 10 to the 120th.
Let CB play it. He's got it. Gracious Bear, you there?
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
So, Zanilla, did you catch what I said about how they're using refraction by essentially inflating the Earth's radius to push out the geometric horizon distance? Did that make sense to you at all?
Not really, to be honest.
Because they use the R, so what they're doing is every observation they can just deflate or inflate the Earth however they see fit.
Ball geometry.
Well, right. Remember, yeah, sorry to cut you off, Stormfire. Maybe just go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add that it's as simple as that. It's the ball geometry. That's what she's not linking.
Right. Yeah. So you remember when I said that the horizon distance in that Black Swan pic should be 1.2 miles, right?
Hey, Banker, post that image. You know the image with the drop, and it shows the horizon at each elevation?
Yeah, I got it. 1 sec.
Yeah, use that as a reference. That's good.
Okay. So, yeah, that's just showing you what the geometric horizon is, and that's the thing that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles, but is actually at like 10 or something like that in the Black Swan. So, that 1.2 miles comes from their claimed Earth radius of 3959 miles, right? So, when they say that refraction is making it appear way further back, what they're doing is they're kind of blowing up the Earth radius, right? They use the standard formula of 7/6 times R, R meaning the Earth radius. So 3959, are you with me there so far?
Yes.
Yeah, so that blows it up to something like 4,600 miles, and then they can derive from that maybe a slightly more distant geometric horizon of 1.3 miles. But here's the problem. That 10-mile horizon could only be geometric if the Earth's radius was something like 264,000 miles. So that's a huge discrepancy. See what I mean?
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, and so he's putting it in terms of degrees of the Earth's circumference, which he's just presupposing and begging the question on anyway, and making it sound like it's a little thing, sort of downplaying it, right? But it's not a little thing. It's a huge error, and nothing in their math even accounts for it. So it's crazy.
What does Matthew have to say about that?
Sure, I posted it in the Livestream 35 past the hour. It's called the coefficient of refraction, and if it's measured to be between 0.5 and 17 at 5 meters above water, and it depends on the time of day, humidity, that kind of stuff. And all you need is a coefficient of refraction up to 2 and then light can bend at the same rate as the curve of the Earth, so it makes it inconclusive.
And show us in the
So can I?
information where it bends over a geometric curve.
Sure, it's in the
Where's
PDF that
that
I
part?
linked.
Yeah, it's in the R part, isn't it?
No, this is just
Oh,
looking at refraction, not
no.
talking about R.
Yeah.
Just like
Oh, you're not
refraction
talking
over
about R?
density.
There's no 7/6R?
Not in this
So,
study.
Matthew,
Oh,
I
okay.
got a question for you. So, when we do measure the distance to the horizon, are we measuring the curvature of the Earth, or just the, like you say in your little thing that you just posted, the atmospheric conditions of the day?
Yeah, you're measuring the atmospheric conditions of the day. It changes based on temperature, humidity, all that stuff. That's why it's unreliable to look at the horizon.
Right. But you guys told us, I'm kind of lumping you in with education. All of education told us that boats go over the horizon. You guys told us that for 100 years, and it turns out that was an absolute lie, wasn't it? Or at least misinformation.
No, it's impossible to zoom in on boats that have gone over the horizon.
Well, I can get you a video right now of a boat going over the horizon.
And I have at least
further
3
than the vanishing
videos.
point.
I have at least 3 videos. I'll post those right now too, of somebody doing exactly that, zooming into boats that have disappeared.
Yeah, B. Carl's just posted one right now. What say you, Matt?
Here we go.
Okay, so Zanilla, just to make it clear, what they're saying is that when boats go over the horizon, even if the sun goes over the horizon, you get a powerful enough telescope, you can zoom in on it and bring it back over the horizon.
No, a simple zoom, a binocular, any kind of zoom camera. You can zoom back in after
That's
it's
kind of a straw man.
Yeah.
It's not every time. It's only up to the obstacle, because
Only
you're
up
always
to the
at an
point, that's
obstacle limit
true.
every single time you're using any kind of equipment.
So you're trying to.
It's true.
You're trying to have it both ways again. You just said that the boats do go over the horizon. What's the horizon? It's the vanishing point, right? So if I'm standing there at the beach and I watch a boat go over the vanishing point, aka the horizon, it went over the physical Earth curve hump, according to you, right? But now I grab a camera, zoom it right back in, and you say, "Oh, it didn't go over the horizon." What are you saying?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused by that, because if that's true, if we zoom in, doesn't that mean that the Earth is flat? Because
Yeah. You shouldn't be able to do that because you should have lost your line of sight to it because it went over a physical obstruction, right? He just said it did, but I mean, apparently not if you look at the live stream voice text.
Glad, if you can hear me, you should reconnect. You're chopping up pretty bad.
Zanilla, have you ever seen a sunset over the water?
No, I don't live close to the coast, so I've
Okay.
never really seen.
It's pretty amazing when you actually see it, because as the sun appears to start getting so close to the water that it appears to be touching it, you can see a straight line of light all the way from your feet that are in the water to the sun. And if it was curving, that would be broken in half and you wouldn't see that. But because it's like almost nearly perfectly flat, you can see that it's not a shadow, it's a light all the way from your feet to the sun. It's pretty amazing. And that lets you know that it's not just flat, but it's fucking flat.
If it were round, there would be a specular highlight, not a
And also
linear
with the
track.
moon. You can also see the same thing with the moon. If it's full enough.
You would never see a line of light from which I can do at the harbor here across the way, 5 miles across the harbor. I can see street lights going across along a line across the shore. Those street lights are shining. I'm looking from the other side across the water and the city, looking across the bay. I see the lights at night coming all the way from the street lights, reflecting on the water right at the shore. So in other words, I see the street light, then I see reflection of the street light a little bit lower, which is where the water is, right? Then a line of light going all the way to my feet, all the way across the water. You could never see this effect if water was curving on a surface.
Unless it were curving just a tiny little bit.
You could never see that going all the way to your feet, even on a sunset.
Okay,
you would
but
never see the light coming across the water. No. You never see this on a ball. No, period. Absolutely. End of story. No, you never would. Period. Show me how.
It's a matter of scale.
No,
exactly.
it's not a matter of scale.
Because what he means by just a tiny little bit is a tiny little bit compared to this humongous presupposed Earth radius that he's using, right?
Exactly.
For the record,
Right.
that's
But
not what I intended by it's a matter of
if you take the comparison out, though, it's not a tiny little bit. It's 66 feet of drop off at 10 miles. It should be pretty obvious because the horizon itself should be at 1.2
At
miles.
that
It's
point,
actually quite a lot of curvature.
At that point, and at that point, the light is hitting a surface that's facing away from you and is lower in elevation. How is that hitting your eyes now? Explain that.
Because it's still higher than your elevation, I would say.
Crickets, please. Says what, Matthew?
The sun is still higher.
I'm talking about the surface. Why are you talking about the sun again? That's what you try to do. Listen, Zanilla, they'll be going to the sky 9 times out of 10. You're asking about the ground. They're already in the sky, and they just stay there.
So I'm just wondering.
Sky, we're talking about the Earth's surface.
I never got any clarification from Matt about what the hell is going on with boats over the horizon.
2 things make boats disappear. One is the angular resolution, at the limit of our eyesight or a telescope. And the other is the distance. If it goes over the horizon, then you might not be able to see the bottom. Refraction can bring it back some.
Okay, so the physical Earth curve horizon doesn't actually seem to be a factor, even according to what you just said.
It sometimes is a factor, but sometimes it's
when?
Not. Depends on.
It should be all the time a factor if it's geometrical. It's not a aberration of weather or barometric pressure or some phenomenon. It's a physical object or physical barrier.
You just said it went over the obstruction, but then in the next sentence you explain that away by saying, well, refraction could bring it back. So it's like you just neutralized your own statement and said that there is no Earth curve obstruction.
Yeah,
sometimes you can see around corners.
It goes over the geometric horizon, but we
It's
cannot
picky,
ever see.
It's shy.
Okay, so when do we see it go over the geometric horizon that you said is at 1.2 miles, and then in the next minute agreed we don't see it at 1.2 miles? When does that actually happen?
We never see it go over the geometric horizon. We sometimes see it go over the apparent horizon.
So what about the boats then?
So where's the curve again? Where does it start? If it doesn't, you're starting there.
You know, that's double speak, Zanilla. You see how they're in one side and out the other side of the same thing. Double speak on the same. It's like we're talking to a 2-tongued demon.
Yeah. Hey, Matthew, do you think that you've had anything cogent to bring to the conversation this evening, or what? Like, that's not your best, right?
It's my sincere belief that everything I've said today has been cogent for anybody listening.
Oh, okay. Now give me your human
leave
response.
it up to the audience, I guess.
No, that's exactly right. Leave it to the audience. People who are smart will understand.
Deep in the freaking beast, the belly of the beast, here we are, fighter. Having on a Sunday.
Just kids these days aren't trained very well on how to smell fish. You know?
Well, let's ask.
It seems this apparently is the norm, and these days with the Glovers, they still are coming back with their ridiculous antics. When will it ever stop? Thanks.
Zinola, what do you think? Did Matt convince you of the geometric horizon?
He wasn't he wasn't that convincing compared to you guys. Like, you guys gave me like links, images, and like broke it down for me like really well. And you also pointed out fallacies that Matthew made, and Matthew is just like sitting there.
Well, he's saying that the boats are going over a thing that is there, but also doesn't appear to be there.
Mm-hmm.
There's the definition. The difference is geometric horizon versus apparent horizon. They're two different things.
It should always be geometric. If it, the physical Earth curvature should always obstruct a thing that goes over it if it's there.
So he's very confident in this radius, geometric horizon we're supposed to have, but he can't provide any information on where it actually is. It seems to change back and forth. It's there, it's not there. It's invisible, you can see it. So we're still waiting. It's really just strange.
Sure, yeah. Didn't explain it very well, I think. The geometric.
No, it has nothing to do with your explanation, Matthew. We got you.
I think you explained it as well as a Glober can from that side.
We got it. Yeah, it's very clear. Very clear and concise. out of both sides of your mouth. But anyway, I digress.
I mean, you say, yeah, the boats do go over the geometric horizon, which is there, but you don't see the geometric horizon, so you can still see the boats after they go over the geometric horizon. And
But then when it doesn't see you, the boat you don't have the geometric horizon again because refraction. Because somebody showed you images of things that shouldn't be there, so you had to make refraction be your get out of jail free card.
Because that's what it actually does.
It's a get out of jail free card. It doesn't explain anything, and you can't explain it, and you don't know what it is. And the way you're trying to explain it is not what actual refraction is. So you're basically back to making shit up again, Matthew.
So this does expose one of my preconceived notions. So Zanilla, I will admit that I appeal to refraction because of a preconceived notion that the Earth is a globe due to other things. And so if something doesn't match my globe preconceived notion, then I assume that it must be due to refraction or some other phenomenon.
But Matthew, this wasn't the first preconceived notion that you've made. Like, you actually made the same mistake when you were talking about the mountain and the star argument. Like, you repeated the same mistake twice. And
so
on the elevation angles, it's exactly.
Oh yeah, so there was a triangle, and I made the mistake of assuming that geometry could be done with that triangle according to the flat earthers, and they were saying that you don't do geometry, that you don't do trigonometry with that triangle.
And once again, it's not the flat earther method. Navigation's been done this way. It's not flat earther information. This is navigational information.
Yeah, I like how he puts it in terms of degrees. Like, it's just degrees of the Earth's circumference that it's being refracted by. So it's basically like you're taking this huge error, but then you're just comparing it to the other thing that's really, really, really big. And then when you do that, it sounds like it's not such a big error.
Yeah, I use degrees because if you look at any of the equations that have to do with refraction, they all have degrees in them, not feet in them. If you have a tiny error in degrees, that compounds the farther and farther you go.
So really? That's not what 7/6R sounds like to me.
So, Matthew, would you agree then that is to minimize the errors? Doing that is minimizing the errors. Would you agree to that?
Doing which? I'm not sure what you're asking. Sorry.
You said what is that method you're using? We were just talking about it.
If you go,
you were using degrees.
Sorry. Yes, degrees. 0.07 degrees sounds like a tiny number.
Yeah, it does.
But if you're off by 0.07 degrees and you keep going miles and miles in a row, you're going to end up off by quite a bit.
0.7 degrees of what, though?
Curvature over 1 mile. That's all that's required in order for refraction to explain.
So the curvature is just built in.
Degrees are degrees.
You just said it. You just nailed it right on the head there, Matthew. The curvature is just built in.
Yeah, so it's completely circular this entire time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that the Earth is a globe, and you're saying, hey, look at this black swan. It shows that the Earth cannot be a globe. And I'm saying, this error in refraction, this amount can explain it. So it doesn't necessarily imply.
But that's not even how the terrestrial refraction model works, though.
The deceitful part is, though, that you have in your mind the whole time before is that Earth is a globe, and this is my stance, and I shall not move from this globe stance.
No, there's lots of other reasons I believe in the globe, and squinting at the horizon is.
But it's still there in any conversation we're having with you. You are assuming, and you're maintaining that. So what that is called, that's a logical fallacy. It's an appeal to inertia.
Hey, can you present your other reasons to Zanilla? I think she wants to hear why you still hold on to this.
Sure, I could. How about this? I'll list a couple, and if you have any questions, we could talk about one or two of them.
Yeah, and appeal to inertia is that you plan on staying in that position, and any information that comes across that doesn't fit within that paradigm will be dismissed before it passes through the gate.
Yeah, so first of all, I don't think that science provides proof of things. That's logic and math. Instead, I would say evidence.
No, you're just being a sophist, but that's okay.
No, I'm just saying that, scientifically we don't 100% prove things. We just look at all the evidence and come to the best conclusion.
Absolutely false. Science is only about cause and effect relationship. That's it. Period.
You're thinking of logic. If this, then
No, I'm thinking of science. Cause and effect. The how and why, not the what is. The how and why. How does it work? Wow. Show us. Show us your variable.
Okay, so I preface that by saying I'm not going to mention any proofs, but just what I think is strong evidence.
Yeah, because you don't have proof. We know this.
Okay, yeah, I don't have.
Mhm.
Okay, so Zanilla, here's an example, a list of different things. Photos from space, eyewitness testimony, the constant size of the full moon, satellite dishes point to the sky straight above the equator.
To geostationary so-called satellites, you mean?
Sorry, I was making a list for Zanilla.
Okay, sorry.
We can talk about whichever.
Okay, we'll go point by point after. I'll let you carry on.
Zanilla's got this, man. Like,
there's a 24-hour sun in December in Antarctica that goes the other direction compared to what happens in the north. So there's a list of a few things. Zanilla, any of those sound interesting?
Okay, let's talk about the 24-hour sun. I actually read a while ago that there's a period of time in Iceland where they have like sun for like 24 hours. So can you explain that? I don't know.
Yeah. In this case, we both agree, flat earthers and I do, that in Iceland you can go outside in the middle of June 21st, way in the north there, and sure enough, the sun stays above the horizon the whole time, and it rotates from left to right, goes around you sort of in a clockwise fashion.
Left and right are relative to some fixed position. You mean east and west?
No, I mean left to right on the horizon. If you're standing out there looking at the horizon.
And
yeah, but in what direction though? Because left and right would change.
He's right about the sun moving, though. The sun is moving. You're right. Go on, Matthew.
If you're looking at the horizon, the sun isn't going to go up and down. It's going to go from left to right.
Oh, so it's moving. The sun's moving. Cool.
In a matter of speaking, yeah.
No, in a matter of actuality.
Okay, but what does this have to do with the refracted, invisible, it's there, but you can't see it, Earth curvature?
Nothing. My point was, now what happens if you go down south in Antarctica in the middle of June or January 21st, you see the same phenomenon, 24-hour sun, but it goes from right to left because you're standing upside down compared to the North Pole.
All you really described is that a car went down the road, you were on one side of the street, and somebody was on the other side of the street on the sidewalk, and the car came from your right and left to your left, and for their other perspective, it came from their left and went to their right.
Yeah.
That really does not have any bearing or value in this discussion whatsoever. It's
I see what you're
completely
saying.
independent to the observer.
I see what you're saying.
Well, and also, are we sure that there even is a 24-hour sun in the south?
No.
Okay, so let me address each of those separately. So first of all, the standard explanation among flat earthers for why there's a 24-hour sun in Iceland, and you're right, the left to right from one or whatever is one direction, the other. So you could describe it as clockwise. Looking down from the sky down to the observer, the sun moves clockwise from east to west. And so it appears that the sun is moving clockwise around the North Pole, according to flat earthers. However, if you go...
That's the way it is, objectively and measurably, yes.
Got it. Okay, so this... So the observations we agree on. Now, if you go into the southern hemisphere near the South Pole, then it happens to go counterclockwise.
No, only if you're looking the other way.
Yeah, that's just because you're looking south instead of north.
No. I'm talking about
all of the luminaries go from east to west.
Wait. Is he trying to say that the sun is objectively moving in the opposite direction?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
he is, but
I
that's
don't
not
know.
why he was trying to dance around east
He's
and west.
trying to
Yeah,
straw man.
exactly.
Left and
Yeah,
right.
pin him on.
Straw man us is what he's trying to do. Straw man.
It's going from east to west. Clockwise or counterclockwise is just a matter of perspective. The
All the
sun is going
luminaries,
east to west, no matter
they,
which way you're looking at it from.
they all are. They're all going.
And to use his argument against him, both flat earthers and globe earthers agree that the North Pole is an actual
So you
place.
see how they do that, Sanilla? See how he goes? See how he goes? Like most flat earthers. See how they throw in that shit, like trying to pile us all in together.
We agree on the observation as well.
That's a logical fallacy right there.
Right. We agree on the observation. Not
Yeah,
the
you're full of it.
Yeah, but you're trying to make it sound like the sun is going two different ways or whatever. It goes east to west, and the only thing that changes is which direction you're looking in, whether it's south, north, etc.
Yeah, because he's trying to convince people that they're upside down.
Yeah.
I know, but if you look south, it appears to go counterclockwise. It does the opposite if you look north. That's all there is to it.
It's insanity.
So
if you're in the southern quote unquote hemisphere and you're looking south and the sun is behind you, it's still moving from your left to your right. It's only if you turn around that it turns from right to left.
Okay.
It's irrelevant.
I'm confused.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I need to explain it a little bit better, I think. Let's imagine that you're lying on your back for 24 hours in Iceland and you look up during one of those magic days, and from your perspective, looking straight up, the sun moves counterclockwise from east to west, right? So there's the sun moving counterclockwise in a complete circle in 24 hours. You got that?
He's trying to gaslight you based on something that we all agree with in the
No,
northern
it just goes
area.
from east to west.
As
So
it translates to a southern hemisphere, a presupposed
why do we
nonsense.
have to lay down and imagine, Matthew?
I'm describing an observation. That's
Yeah,
the
why
first
do we
step.
have to? But why do we have to imagine first?
Because I'm not going to buy a plane ticket to Iceland.
Okay, it goes. The sun goes east to west, right? That's it. East to west. It doesn't matter where you are. It's east to west, right, Matt?
Right. And if you're in Iceland, you look straight up. That's counterclockwise.
Okay.
Right.
Then
It depends which way you're lying on your back.
Yeah, it does.
The North
Lying on your
Pole or-
back, looking straight up.
Okay, but can you lie?
Boy, how fun!
Okay, you're lying on your back looking straight up. Can you turn around 180 degrees and then lie on your back that way and look straight up?
On the South Pole, you can.
You can do that anywhere on the Earth.
See.
Oh yeah, but so if you, I see what you're saying. No, but it's still the sun would still be moving counterclockwise. That's why I'm saying.
If 15
Turn around
people
the other
lay
way. Turn around the other way. Then what's it doing?
Yeah, the sun would still be moving east to west. Whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise would depend on the direction you're looking at it from.
Yeah. So what's the point?
Okay, so give me a couple minutes or a couple sentences to describe the whole thing.
Just what's the point?
Point is, it goes clockwise in one hemisphere and counterclockwise in the other.
It doesn't. It goes east to west. You look north or south or east or west.
Dumbass. Shut the fuck up.
Well, I just invited someone new in. We got some new people listening, and so hopefully you guys could just keep the conversation going. I told them about, Matthew and everything. So let's just, everybody take a deep breath.
I could take over if Sonny's getting kind of tired.
Yeah,
we can take over
we
a
can
little
move
bit.
on.
No, I'm okay. It's all right.
Can I share a brief anecdote that is
All right,
incredibly
pass the mic
prescient?
back to you, bud.
When I was 11 years old, I was in Luxembourg, and there was a big clock in front of a building, and I was there with my father and my grandfather, and the clock's face was made out of glass. And my grandfather and my father had an argument to end all arguments. I thought they were going to fight each other. And it was over whether or not the hands on the clock move counterclockwise if you're standing on the other side of the glass.
It's so obvious.
True story. They almost killed each other in a foreign country because they could not get to.
Obviously, your grandfather didn't understand perspective.
And my dad was like, the clocks, they move clockwise. And my grandpa was like, not from over here, it doesn't. And
he didn't.
It's basically the same conversation.
Yeah,
If
it's
you're
perspective.
upside down, does it make it move the other direction? No, it's still objectively moving in the same direction.
I actually have that conversation with Globers in the lobby every day. They don't understand that.
Imagine a clock facing straight down.
Now you're just trying to start World War III.
No, let's just imagine that the Earth is a globe out in space spinning around and has a specific size.
Yeah, you'll notice that all globe proofsies start that way with "Let's imagine the globe."
Let's imagine what if Sanilla? What if it were a globe? Wouldn't it measure to have curvature in nature?
And I've always wondered why there were specific airplane flights if the Earth was like a globe. Like, wouldn't it be faster to go one way than just the other? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Because of rotation, or is that what you're asking?
Mm.
I think. No,
Right,
there's
like if
yeah.
He's bringing up like the emergency flight evidence, that kind of stuff.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, some of it's pretty compelling. I think that the ultimate test is just whether the ground is curving, right? But yeah, some of those flights do look to be absolutely impossible on the globe map.
Do you have an example of one?
We don't.
Yeah.
Well, we have lots actually.
Yeah,
But
No,
there's
he made
quite
a
a few.
claim. I'm just curious about some specifics. That's all.
Sure, there's Bali to LA. The emergency landed in Alaska, which on the Google flight path using the globe map doesn't look conceivable at all.
Hawaii would have been much closer, or just continue to Los Angeles.
Well,
1,200 miles shorter.
Those two flight paths, according to the globe map, I mean, they're thousands of miles apart. It's
Guys,
a humongous detour.
I hate to do this to you, but this is not the best argument.
Yeah, I agree with it. I don't think it is either.
We don't like to make these arguments anymore. They are compelling, and this was an earlier argument that we used to look at, but now we like to stick to directly measuring the surface, right?
Yeah,
Because if you want to know my shoe size, you measure my feet, right?
And because the flight paths are just lines drawn on drawings, so.
And because that argument's pretty much been debunked.
Well,
And
geometric
flight
horizon
radar
you were
doesn't-
arguing for was debunked earlier tonight by you.
The argument's been debunked by there being no proof of curvature of globe Earth. So I don't know how you did that.
Can I ask Matthew? So those things you listed, do you remember what those were roughly, right?
Yes, I remember.
Right. So you know the difference between primary knowledge and secondary information?
I could take a guess, but I don't know those specific terms.
Just in everyday terms, like primary knowledge is something I can experience firsthand. Someone tells me a tree is hard, I can go and kick it, and I can find out, oh, the tree is hard. You know, that hurt my foot, right?
Right.
Where secondary information is something that I pretty much take someone's word on. If they say there's purple trees that grow on the moon, well, I can't go to the moon and look for purple trees. I can just, you know, kind of listen to what they say and then repeat it and try and make sense of it.
Okay. I like that distinction. Yeah.
So I don't have primary information. I don't have knowledge of something. I'm just taking someone's word for it. That's secondary information, right? Once I go to the moon and I see the purple trees and I feel it, touch it, smell it, whatever, then I have primary information.
Right.
So all that stuff you listed was all secondary information.
Right. It's all secondary.
Do you have any primary information, primary knowledge?
No.
You don't? None?
Well, I guess then you're just using workarounds.
Do you base your worldviews off of things you never experience all the time?
I believe that there are radio waves coming off of my cell phone.
No.
And I have no
You hear what I
primary
said.
knowledge of it.
Those are
Your
measurable.
worldview. Yeah. I'm talking about your worldview. Like, if I want to figure out a man, I'm not going to take someone's word on it, right? I'm going to investigate for myself, you know. I'm going to have some primary knowledge, you know, and then I'm going to use a urinal so I figured out I'm a man, right?
So there are some things we cannot have any primary knowledge about.
Do you think this is one of them?
Yes.
Like unicorns.
So
like radio waves on my cell phone.
Radio waves are measurable.
What about geometry of a
That would
ball?
be secondary knowledge by using a secondary knowledge, some equipment and all that.
Do you think?
Okay, tell me what secondary equipment you can use to measure Earth curvature.
Satellites in space taking pictures.
That is a reification fallacy.
Multiple layers of fallacy right there.
Yeah, begging the question. You can't have satellites without R. That's the first thing you have to measure. So it's a story that you're using to reify the rest of your story. That won't do.
Yeah, you don't have satellites in a vacuum of space without having gas pressure without a container. You haven't provided the fundamental, foundational parts of your that would bolster up your story at all. Yeah, you're foundationless.
Okay, so yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, that's a whole different area to talk about, and I'd be okay talking to some of the new people here if you don't want to start down that path.
That's a new conversation. What baseless claims is not a new conversation from you, especially.
Oh, talking about gas pressure and necessary antecedent for gas pressure and all
Yeah,
that.
but we've only heard baseless claims from you, sir.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Does anyone in here know who Antonio Subrats is?
Yes, I've heard that.
Yes, we know Antonio. Rest in peace.
Antonio was a really good friend of mine. I just learned about his passing tonight, and I've been out of this for like 4 years, and I'm coming on tonight for the first time. And like everyone I know is gone off this platform, and I'm just like searching around for like someone who knows him, just to talk to him for a bit.
My condolences. I'm sorry to
I
hear
didn't know him. I've only been with him in a hangout maybe once or twice. So I didn't know him. I just know who you're talking about, bud. But if there's anything I can do to help you out, you let me know.
Dude, thanks, man. It's so weird how we met, online and everything, and no one knows in my life about him. I'm sure no one in his life knows about me, but we've had mutual friends on, in the flat earth discussion realm. And I'm like floored right now because like I realize that all my friends are like gone, and I know no one from.
That's not true. That's not true. Yeah, there's still people around. It's just some people, they come and they go and they come back, like yourself. You said that you're one of those people. I don't think flat earthers are ever really gone. I think sometimes they're just on hiatus, taking a little break, because you have to breathe out in order to breathe in, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, like I said, if there's anything I could do to help you out, I didn't know him personally. I spoke to him a handful of times, but that's it. I mean, I know zero about his life. I wasn't subscribed to him. I didn't watch a whole lot of his stuff. I think I seen him on Flowbusters maybe once.
Man, there is so much that he was working on that he wasn't telling people about. And he was bringing together Mud Flood and everything. And supposedly the book is done, but nobody knows. There's been no information out about the book at all. Just his last Instagram post is, the book is done. It's ready to print.
Well, I mean, if it's ready to print, that means he's got a publisher and this sort of thing. And I would just be on the lookout. Because if it's ready to print, that means the contract is signed, right? It's like you don't have two fighters who say that the fight's on unless the contract is signed, right?
Oh, no. The words were, it's done and being proofread. So it wasn't there yet. It was like, he was giving it to like, I think Orphan Red would probably get a copy because she's a Mensa girl and some other people. So I think a handful of people have a copy. I'm sorry if you guys have no idea what I'm talking about, but I'm just putting out feelers just to see if I can piece together my old crew from like 4 years ago.
Well, who's your old crew? Who were you hanging out with?
Jesus. Oh my God. I'm trying to think of like people who had groups on Discord.
How about this? Which Hangouts or Discord servers were you on?
I was on a lot of Discords with Cathexis. Does anyone remember Cathexis?
I do. He did some really good stuff with QE.
Of course, we remember Catexas. I was hanging out with Catexas back in 2015, 2016. Free Chan.
Right, same time.
Nearly every day. So, do you remember me then? Because I was there in Free Chan. Like,
What was your name back then?
Hank Hill, just as it is now. Same avatar.
Oh, I mean, your voice matching with Hank Hill's voice is bringing something back, dude.
He is the Hank Hill.
Hey, Caveman.
It's funny.
Caveman.
Oh man. Yeah.
Can you spell me this gentleman's name, please? Can you spell it out for me?
Antonio, Antonio, Antino.
Antino?
Antonio.
Okay, and what was his last name?
I put it in the voice chat.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'm like
Antonio was a go-getter. No, don't worry about it, bro. Antonio was a go-getter. He was a high achiever. He was definitely the type to not procrastinate. He was a go-getter. He liked to get shit done, and he did a lot of good work with a lot of good people. So, yeah, he's definitely still missed.
One of our
I don't know if you know about Rob Skiba also passed away. I think I do remember you, Caveman. I think I remember screaming Caveman for some reason, like the old cartoons.
I'm trying to get a hold of Hoosier Flatty.
Do you guys mind if I interrupt real quick just to see if I can welcome someone new?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
And all right, cool. Yeah, UDP. We just did a quick check-in, and I see they've got quite a few questions in the lobby. Some questions about, the sun, going around the sun, like talking about how small we are compared to the Earth and stuff. So these are great questions. I was wondering if UDP, if you wanted to ask, there's a whole panel here. We'd be happy to discuss some of these things.
Yo, UDP.
So if anyone has Cathexis's current Discord, I would really appreciate that name.
This might sound dumb, but some people's arguments are that, like, the Earth isn't moving, and so Jack says yes, the non-motion of Earth is observable. How do you think this is possible if the Earth is moving? My argument is that it's the same way that flies can fly in a car. Since they're so small compared to the car, they're able to fly freely and not be held back. And it's the same with us compared to the Earth, which is why rocks,
so what's the difference between the car and the Earth?
Can you run them back?
Can you point out
Hank, you should run them through the 3 questions first and then address that.
Yeah, and also the argument just was, well, we can't feel any movement, just the same as this other thing can't feel any movement, so therefore movement.
Well, let's answer her question first, at least. Go ahead, Hank.
Everybody wants different things. I can't make you all happy. So here's the thing. I want to do my best to answer the question, but I have to point out something first. Is the car and the Earth the same thing?
No.
No, they're different. Because there's no windows and windshield or wind for the Earth, right? So it's not quite the same thing. So this is called a false equivalency fallacy, or in plain English, you're comparing apples to oranges. So the reason they're making this bad argument that you got off the internet, because you were looking for proof that the Earth wasn't a sphere. I'm sorry, proof that the Earth wasn't flat. right, is because they don't have better arguments than this. And just a simple, analyze your argument, you'll realize that it's a bad argument. But we want to ask you some questions first, right? And after these 3 questions, you can ask us whatever questions you want, and we'll try to answer them, okay? So it doesn't matter if you know or don't know. This is not a traditional test. We're not trying to get you and gotcha. We're just trying to show you what you know as opposed to what you might believe. So anytime in ancient history, there's 3 claims that the globe Earth makes: that it's got curvature, that it's spinning, and that there's a vacuum without a container. If you go up high enough, space is a vacuum. So, number 1, anytime in ancient history up until modern times, has anyone directly measured the curvature of the Earth? And if so, how did they do it? And if you don't know, you just say you don't know. We'll move to the next question. It'll be quick. But if you know, we're gonna dig deep and find out how you know.
No.
Hank, the answer was no, as in I don't know, right? UDP, which is fine. Yeah, this is just a status report, so no worries. No one's gonna bang you over the head. So go ahead, Hank.
All right, number 2, anytime in ancient history up until modern times, has anyone directly measured the spin of the Earth on its axis?
I personally couldn't estimate it, but I'm sure people have.
Okay, you're sure someone else has done it, but you haven't done it. Do you know how they might have done it, or any more specific than that? Was that a no?
Yeah, I'm not a sciencey person.
Okay, no big deal. The truth is, we're all sciencey people. But anyway, last question: is there any way that you can demonstrate a vacuum without having a container to contain the atmosphere and keep it from pressing into the vacuum?
You could use space as an example, but that might not count.
So if you have a flat tire, can you just take it to the tire shop and tell them, you know what, take the tire off, it's a bad tire, and just fill the rim back up with 30 psi? Can they do that?
Could you say that again? I couldn't hear you well.
If you have a flat tire, if you have a blowout, right, can you take the tire to the tire shop and say, you know what, I don't get paid till Friday. Just take that bad tire off and put 33 psi back in the tire rim. Sorry, back in the rim. Can you do that?
On the rim.
On the rim, sorry.
No.
Is that possible? No, because you need the tire to contain the pressure, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you answer these 3 questions, and what it tells everyone, including yourself, is that you have a belief that someone has measured it, and they told you, and you believed them. So at this point, you kind of have a religion, right, about your cosmology. It's like not that the cosmology is your God, but it's like a belief system that you have about your cosmology. So now that we've established that you have a belief, we're going to tell you that we lost our belief. Would you like to know why we lost our belief in the Earth being a sphere?
Yes.
Okay. So the thing is that they give us a radius. You can search everything I'm saying right now. Radius of Earth would be what you type in, and it's going to give you the answer. They tell us that it's 3,959 miles, 3,959 miles, right? And then you might say, well, okay, well, how do you know everything else? Well, there's the Earth curve calculator, and you can pull it up, right? And it'll tell you where the horizon should be. But when you go out and test these claims in reality, outside where the dirt is, the real Earth, it doesn't hold up. And it's not off by a little bit, it's off by orders of magnitude. So it's off by a lot. You know what an order of magnitude is, right?
Yeah.
Right. If you're 10 years old and your great grandmother is 100 years old, she's an order of magnitude different on age, right? Because she has an extra 0.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So now that you understand that, do you have any questions for us?
No.
Do you want to see what we're talking about when we say that we have this evidence?
No, okay.
You made it all the way here to the finish line, and it's like, I have, evidence to show you, right? And you're like, no, I don't want to see your evidence.
Yeah, but do you understand how the fly being in the car is not the same as the Earth? Because the car has windows and it is contained. Contained.
Well, instead of a measurement of the Earth moving, it was just an explanation for why we don't experience any Earth movement.
So,
well,
better
space
analogy
is not
would be
infinite, so you could say that
Hold
could
on,
be
Bong.
like floors in the windshield, because space is ever expanding. There is an edge, but you can't reach it.
Okay, but that's a really cool story.
You just what space is ever expanding? Who told you that?
Well, just to come back to Earth, UDP. If I was a baller, and I was just being honest, I think that the base position is that we don't observe any movement of the Earth or anything. Like, we see the sun moving. That's the observation, and I think it's a little. I mean, now that I'm a flat earther, I think it's silly to think that the buildings we're in are moving. You know what I mean? So, like, going upside down and stuff like that. So, I don't know. I think the Earth moving thing's a little silly, but if there was a test or something that we can do to prove it to be the case, then I'd be happy to change my mind. But I think it's, base level, nothing's moving.
Well, the stars in the sky and the sun and the moon move in a clock perfect precision, so perfect and precise. Where would anybody get the idea that the universe is expanding? It's how we have
Well, let's
clocks.
get back. Let's get back to the shape of the Earth, right? Because every time we talk to a globe Earth believer, they go to the sun, the moon, the stars, anything but the shape of the Earth. And then at the moment that I offer this young person our evidence, they automatically go into outer space, which is a little bit dishonest, right? Because imagine if they said, hey, I got the curvature right here, and I said, I'm not looking, see no evil, hear no evil. That would be dishonest, right? I would, of course, I would say,
I don't
of
think it's
course I
dishonest.
was.
I think it's just natural curiosity. What about this? What about that? What about, you know what I mean? It's like the way kids are like, and you just got to help them focus on, this is important. And if you understand this, what about that doesn't matter. I don't think she's being dishonest.
Well, we
It's like,
offered her evidence, though, for what we're trying to show her, and she went, no, I'm not interested. I'm not curious about that.
yeah, she's spent like
That's
years at
dishonest.
school having people drum things in like constantly every day. This is the first time she's hearing it from us, probably. She keeps coming here, and we keep talking to her. It'll start to sink in. That's what I mean. Like it's the programming, it's
The
the
reason why I went into the outer space
cognitive.
topic is because I was going against your
Young
argument of like, how would you put 33 psi on the rim of the tire, like not inside? But you didn't let me have a chance to talk, so I just
Go
wanted to
ahead.
say.
Go ahead.
Well, you can't put air in air. I mean, think about it. It's like
Go
saying,
ahead,
"Can
let
you
her
put
talk.
some water in my water?"
Let her speak, Bong.
Yeah, go ahead then.
No, I already said what I wanted to say.
Did you get the point about the tire and everything? Like, you need the tire to have the 33 psi. No tire? Well, how are we gonna have the 33 psi on the rim? How are you gonna drive around? You need the container. Is kind of the point that's being made here.
Yeah.
Do you understand that part, UDP?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Earth.
Because when you're talking about space, basically you're talking about gravity being the container for the Earth. So can you use some gravity in place of a tire on a car?
Yeah.
No.
But then gravity.
Yeah, that's correct.
Gravity is a theory that comes from the idea that there is a mass that's warping or attracting other masses in the middle of space. So gravity, even gravity needs curvature because it has to be a thing in the middle of space. Vacuum of space, and there's no curvature. So if no curvature, then no gravity, okay, and then no all these other things that come with the globe model. So curvature. That's the first. That's the beginning. Yeah. If you don't want to be confused, you have to start with curvature.
She deafened.
I'm still laughing at the 33 psi. Good one, Hank.
33 psi. What?
Let me get my 33 spooky music out real quick.
What do you say your thermostat in your house to? 66 degrees. Tires are all at 33.
Well, I mean, they were fairly honest. I know they deafened. They maybe they got a call or something like that. But I did think that they were being fairly honest. You know, we get a lot of people in here that get super defensive really quickly, and the last people we've spoken to have been pretty genuine. So that's good.
Zanilla was very honest.
Yeah,
she was flat smacking people already the first night.
I know.
She didn't come in with preconceptions, though. Like she just came in like interested and open-minded.
That's true. That's true. You can tell the difference.
You guys are professionals. Awesome.
Thanks, man. Is Matthew a flat earther? Did he leave a flat earther this time?
Yeah, that is funny.
I missed that part.
You know what?
Who said we don't have comedians in here?
I had that chat about him the other day. It was like somebody was saying he's probably a really incredible flat earther, but he just can't. You know, he just can't come out. He's actually trying to help us out. You know, and he's really on our side, man. But he's just pretending to be on the other side because you know he's got to keep his job and whatever.
He sort of has to. Yeah, I think he's like. Yeah, I think he's our best opponent.
I think so. No doubt about it.
He's our best proponent. Believe it or not.
I hope he doesn't tell his students about the live stream.
I'd love to be a fly on that wall, man.
You could leave a comment on his videos on his YouTube channel.
I actually asked him about that directly, and he just said, "Oh, I assure you, I'm not a flat earther." So.
I know, but he has to play that role, man. But he does help us out with math and shit. He's helped me out a couple times. I'm like, what's the math on this, dude? Is it, you know?
Yeah, and we've taught him about his whole model.
Hey, anybody have that video of that famous astrophysicist from Russia doing the interview?
Yeah, Wakey interview.
Wakey. Okay, that's his name.
Yeah.
Is he still on YouTube?
Wayki. Type it into YouTube. Keep scrolling. It's down there, man. I found it the other day.
His name just happens to be Wakey.
Dude, just look at the body of his work, and then you can decide whatever you want to call him. I mean,
that guy's a legend. Yeah,
fucking legend.
Done a lot. Yeah,
fucking legend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've watched that guy like probably the whole time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He did some great stuff with this new bullshit that came out 2 years ago today. He was all over that. I learned so much from him on that shit and had a lot of laughs. He's very funny. He's got a great sense of humor. But all his videos are on BitChute now, man. You gotta go there or what's that? Rumble or BitChute. And his webpage. He's got a webpage too, so there you can find his videos on there too.
Looks like he got
his Elite Full Throttle series.
Full Throttle was
so good, dude. I was watching that too. That's what kept me going, dude, during those during that period.
Right? Yeah, me too, man. Half of my ass off.
It was like comedy
masks on their ass and shit. And he's got a fucking meme about it or something.
Yep.
It's just like, oh my god, it was so good. So good.
What's his content about?
Flat Earth and truth, and then he does quite a bit with astrology.
Okay.
Pills.
Red pill. Red pill. He's a red pill bitch.
Red pill.
Yeah, he's great, man.
That big old giant red pill knock you upside the head.
Big red pill. Yeah.
Bam.
He's got red suppositories.
I'm not talking about no little baby pill. I'm talking about big old balloon red pill.
He's like, put this in your butt.
Oh shoot! I'm gonna just knock you over the head with it. Boing. It's gonna be bouncing. The reverberations are gonna be
red suppository.
Amazing.
That's funny, man. Nobody's ever said that. I should get an award for that.
It's like YouTube in the 2000s, right? Like late 2000s, like the golden age of red pill. You know what I mean? You guys remember that?
The golden age of red pill.
Red pill.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember red pill philosophy?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Still around?
Here and there, man. I think I saw definitely on like BitChute, man. Check that out. Or brand new tube, one or the other.
He was one of the first people I used to watch.
He's out there somewhere.
Too much to keep track.
I just saw one of his videos not too long ago, man. He's still around. Could be she. Might be she. I think it's a she, right? Might be. I don't remember. Oh, shit. So how you guys doing? Everybody good?
Hanging in there still.
Yeah, man. It's a nice...
the biggest enemy is food.
Hey, it was 2 years ago today, man. They shut down New York City, man. Or the whole...
2 years, amazing.
2 years went by that fast.
I don't know if it was a lost 2 years. It was kind of like the lost weekend. So in that respect, I guess
felt like a weekend. That was a fucked up weekend.
But nothing lost, nothing. It's the weekend that lasted 2 years. The lost weekend.
Coco 19, the lost weekend.
I thought it just started a weekend. It was Friday night, and then all of a sudden, it was Sunday evening. I look back, it was 2 motherfucking years later.
Mm-hmm.
So is New York back to normal, or
time travel? Pretty much everywhere that I've been, man. It's pretty normal. I heard they're still making the kids wear the masks in Los Angeles.
Isn't that just on Halloween?
Wow, those cucks.
The cocks, yeah, they totally cucking it up, fuckers.
Hey, flat earth dude.
The entire state of California said you don't have to wear them anymore, man. Fuck off. Yeah, question?
Hey, what do you remember? Was it March 15th or March 14th when New York shut down? Do you remember the exact day?
13th.
Oh, 13th, okay.
Yeah. And then California was 20th. Like right the 20th at 8:30 at night.
Yeah, I was thinking it would be hard for them to get every single place in the world to all do it the same day since we're on different times. But it's right. It's all right around the Ides of March, which is March 15th.
Right. It was 13th. Like I remember New York, and then a week later it was California.
Yeah.
I thought they killed Caesar.
Yeah, the Ides of March. Yeah.
Yeah, they did it right out the.
What's the symbolism there?
Yeah, there was some. Yeah. There was definitely some symbolism going on there, Bong. Oh fuck yeah, man!
The Ides of March. The Ides of March. What it is backwards for Die Ram, which is the sign of Aries dying around that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. You know how these cocks work, man. I don't have to tell you guys, shit.
I know how these pussies operate.
Fuck yeah, and we'll keep calling them cocks and pussies and assholes and fuckheads and whatever else I can think of.
Nothing archaic about those ideas, huh? Greek gods and shit. Nothing archaic about that.
Because human beings means lower than animal.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is why they call you a human being. I'm like, don't fucking call me that bitch.
Yeah,
when kick your ass, motherfucker.
They assume that you're lost at sea. You're an inebriate. You don't know how to take care of yourself.
Right.
They want to give you a bib when you show up because they think
you're ungodly. You know, you're against God. You're a profane. You're the profane. That's what a human being is. It's a profane thing to the world, to men, to God, religion.
Monster. I tell you, a monster from the wilderness.
Yeah, that's what they.
Shout out to Power Sign in the chat. Power Sign.
Yeah, it's a shit like, I am a human being. I deserve to be treated as such. What, lower than an animal? What?
Just come on over here. Put these little bracelets on. We promise we'll take them off.
But Michelle Collar says,
"Come on, Sonny. I got a nice little star to put on your jacket. Come on."
It's amazing for me to know exactly where you come from. I can deal with human. I can't deal with all these genders. You see the spiritual tone happening there, right? I can deal with human, but I can't deal with with all these genders. What does that mean?
Has anybody seen Fauci?
No. What, big ears?
Has anybody heard from that cuck fuck?
Nope.
Nothing,
They haven't
right?
strung him up. They haven't strung him up yet. Oops, that's probably not going to be allowed.
Oh,
what kind of accent? Is that a New York accent?
I'm just
tie your
joking.
shoes. Tie your
You know,
shoes.
we don't do any kind of doctor's advice. This is not medical advice here. Make sure ask your doctor if it's okay for you to think for yourself.
Make sure you tie your shoes. Don't tie your shoes. Wait, tie your shoes twice.
That meme should have won a fucking award, man.
Some people
I gotta
go. Some people say grounding. Some people say grounding. Putting your bare feet on the ground is good for you. But make sure you ask your doctor. We don't give medical advice. Make sure it's okay with your doctor. Ask if it's okay if you're close to the earth.
Fuck that, dude. It depends on the community, man. I don't want the nastiest feet in the neighborhood walking around all over the place just barefoot. Do you feel me?
I'll never be able to go to your house then.
You don't have nasty feet, dude. You've built up calluses that are like,
Flatter's got some nasty feet, man. I've seen them in person, man. They're pretty fucking wicked, man.
What if you go to beach?
I would wear like shoes, bro.
Stop walking around. Stop walking
They're
around.
just like skin blocks. You could fucking
skin blocks.
Going to the beach with the disgusting feet.
Get some actual shoes. Stop walking around outside with those socks on. I think.
No, I mean it's good for you, dude. Your feet were not made to have some shit on them all the time. So
you're right.
That's just the way that is.
You're right, Sean. You're totally right.
Hell yeah! I love walking around with my feet. It's like, look.
I love walking around. If you don't walk around with your feet,
I wonder if they were bare.
Nothing better than walking
Better
down
than
the
walking
beach
around with your
barefoot,
hands.
man.
Walking around on my hands.
Down the beach, put your feet like right where the water's breaking. Oh fuck, walking in that shit. It's like
Times like standing on my head, but feet are they feel the best.
I'm gonna have to spend some.
I feel like that's an excess of enjoyment there, Kenny.
This summer.
For the given.
Oh, there's the
Grouchy Fauci.
Frauci. I love that one too, man. That was yeah. Anyway, I hadn't seen him around lately, man. I was wondering what's going on.
Once a constant presence on major news shows, Fauci's interview schedule has become more sporadic in recent weeks.
Don't worry, he'll still be in your dreams.
All those fucking lunatics. Anyway,
back to
yeah.
Yeah, Fauci's been in Ukraine, making sure they.
You gotta wear your mask. You have two's good. Yeah, two's good.
This little Italian guy running the fucking world already. Jesus.
Wow. They're going to use the Fauci altitude to repel the Russians.
Dude, somebody's got to do a fucking video.
And that's a tall Italian.
Him over there going, well, if you shoot the bullets into the building and the thing blows up, it's, you probably should have your mask on.
The reason he passes as a real American is because he's actually an Italian with gigantism.
You got your booster. Yeah, you got to be boosted. Yeah, make sure.
You need to wear a bulletproof vest because that keeps your fellow soldiers safe when you wear a bulletproof vest. You can't get hit by bullets.
I know you guys just in the light jacket thing.
If you knew how despicable these characters were, you'd probably throw up in real life.
You guys saw JP doing the life jacket thing. It was hilarious. He just did a follow-up to that, by the way.
Those people are far sicker than you could even imagine, even for a flat earther.
Hey, who's JB? Is it Joe Biden?
JP.
Yeah. Oh,
JP, man. He's like that comedian, long hair guy. It's kind of funny. He does these like, he did a thing on Flat Earth, man. He totally nailed all the points, by the way. He's like, totally like planes can fly. Of course, they don't fly around the globe and drop their nose.
JP. I thought JP was Joe Baller. Joe Baller.
He was, I don't know if you guys have ever seen JP do the Flat Earth thing, man, but that's how I first found him. Was he was making fun of the Flat Earth, but he was nailing all of our points. And I'm like, this guy's like doing reverse psychology on everybody. I like it. It's hilarious. Yeah, he's pretty funny, man. Even Jacques thinks he's funny. Anyway, he's out there, man. He's pushing truth, trying to do it his way, man.
Oh, man, he makes such fun of those libtards.
Mm-hmm.
Just shreds them.
Great job. You know, he's some of his shit's kind of like, fuck, dude, really? Come on. You got to smoke more weed or something, man. That was weak. Come on. But no, most of the, at least the stuff he did during Coco and the Flat Earth thing was pretty funny, man. But
yeah, I've never seen him do Flat Earth.
Oh, it's hilarious, dude. He totally, of course, gas pressure can exist next to a container. Duh. He's like making fun of all of our points, man. Every one of them, man. The ships go over the horizon. Yeah, that's it. And he was like
the guy with the long hair, like with the beard, like blonde.
Yeah, he's kind of got a beard, long
he's got
red
hair.
Yeah, he's funny as. Yeah, can't wait.
He did the Flat Earth thing, man, and that's when somebody sent that to me, man. I was like crying. I'm like, fuck, he's actually telling the truth in all his shit. And
what are these flat earthers thinking? Of course, there's no geometric.
Exactly. It was funny, Sonny. I don't know. You guys got to check it out, man. He's on YouTube. You know, check it out.
I hope he becomes a flat earther.
He is, but he can't come out and say it because he'll lose. He's got like I don't know, 1 million subscribers or some shit, right?
Exactly.
You can't. Guys that have 1 million subscribers never go, "Hey man, I'm Flat Earth today, bro. Fuck off."
Dude, yeah, now I know who you're talking about. He's fucking, short guy, Gun City. That dude.
Yeah, he's totally built like a fucking train.
You know what I think is funny about him? He's built up a little bit, and then I love how he just makes fun of it though. Like,
he does.
He makes fun of fit people and all kinds of shit. It's so great.
It's great, man. It's good. It's not. I couldn't say nothing bad about the guy other than it makes me laugh, dude. Come on.
Yeah, he's great.
So if you got to laugh about some of this shit, dude, and he does a great job of it, and he does make me funny as shit about the libtards, man.
Of course, there's no measured curvature ever in human history. What are these flat earthers' problem?
Yeah, I saw that one. It was good.
It was good, right? Okay, you guys.
Yeah, he didn't throw us under the bus at all. Like at all.
No. I didn't even see it. I'm just making shit up as I go.
That's what threw me off, man. He's when I first watched it, I was talking with New Perspective. I'm like, he's the one that turned me on to it. I'm like, I go, dude, man, he fucking he's on our side, bro. He's like, yeah, right, man. Yeah, he is. I'm like,
well, he has to know the truth, and but he that kind of guy. He's always satirical, always doing the irony thing. He can say whatever he wants. Nobody cares.
You guys have seen real hit pieces on Flat Earth. I mean, there's some really cucky shit out there, man, that try to make us look stupid. But this guy wasn't. He was trying to make us look stupid, but he was bringing up all the relevant points, man.
Yeah, but if he's doing sarcasm, then it just goes the other way around,
Yeah.
People see, it's just
well, hey, man, I'd rather have people laughing at the truth than not even considering it. So.
Exactly. Yeah, think about it, because if you're laughing at it, there might come a time when you laugh and all of a sudden.
I mean, how many comedians made a living on that shit? Carlin, Richard Pryor.
They'd be like, I liked it better when I was laughing.
Red Fox. I mean, these guys made livings on telling the truth in a funny way.
Yep.
And I love that, man. And that's probably why I'm so fucked up today. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Carlin's the reason that I get a little loose sometimes, for sure. His stuff from the 70s and early 80s. Goodness.
Hardcore shit, Eddie Murphy,
absolutely.
Richard Pryor. What's
it's just cute stuff. Like he's like, I remember when doing drugs was legal. Taking a plane flight. You could get on and get off, or you can get off and get on, or you can get off and get on and get off. And it's just like perfect, though.
Good stuff. Yeah. So yeah, there's good humor and truth, and I just want to always encourage you guys to laugh about some of the ridiculous shit that goes on around here. There's good time to be serious. If a professor comes in here, man, we gotta step up and be pro.
Yeah, be serious in asking for that independent variable.
We got to get the independent variables, dependent variables, and we got to define a couple of things like gravity. We'll get there. But gravity. You know what? We're still talking about gravity. We're still talking about air pressure. We're still talking about spin, rotation, velocities. Yeah. Hey, how about Jay Tolan coming out with the new one today, man? I don't know if you guys caught that this morning. I happened to get up kind of early.
Yeah. Can you drop a link, or do I have
Jay Tolan? Are you subscribed to Jay Tolan?
Of course I am.
You got to go on there and check him out, man.
Okay, well,
but no, man, he did a little a 3-point observation. Did all the math, calculated it all, and the stars are like 4,200 miles. Booyah.
There you go.
So there's that. Jay Tolan killing it.
Jay Tolan won.
Isn't it? He's not everybody's cup of tea, man. He really is.
Yeah, especially people that are expecting to see a ball. That's a big problem because he's seeing 1,000 miles.
He's like,
anywhere. It's funny. You could just put this ruler. I mean,
but the dude got a video. He got a video from an airplane of fucking 1,200 miles.
Yeah. I mean, even if you take, even if you go plus or minus 200 miles, okay. Instead of going any further out, let's just say 1,000. Even cut it down.
That's my thing, Sonny. You got 1,000 miles.
Cut it down 400 miles. Go to 800 miles.
800.
Even 800 miles.
Even 800 is like ridiculous, right?
How much drop is that supposed to be? 800 miles?
No curve, motherfuckers. No curve. Sean, no curve. Where did he still here?
It's probably 1,200. It's probably
800 miles, no fucking curve. 800 miles, man. Not 100. Fuck this 80 fucking mile shit. 50, 200. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Got 800 miles, no curve.
Refraction, infrared, baby.
Infrared, got landmarks, fucking demarcated, all that shit, man. Every fucking mountain. You didn't demarcate like one mountain. You had every fucking mountain.
Your glad flow robot Domo
Camminato.
Domo
Glad is the roboto. Glad is roboto. Oh, he dropped. Okay, he'll be back. He was trying to say something funny. I know he was, and he had it right there, and it just slipped away.
Okay.
It's all right. It happens. It happens to the best of us, man. It happened to me many, many, many times.
Another time.
I'd be talking for 20 minutes. Like, I was muted? Fuck. What the hell happened? I had some great shit to interject.
When I hit the switch the other way, and I was talking for a minute straight.
Yeah.
Before.
Yeah, you're totally piffing, and you're like, oh, fuck, I got nothing.
At least once a day. That happens at least once a day.
Pay attention to that little microphone button there, man. It's down there in the bottom left. You got it, man.
I'm quick with it. There you go. Are you back?
I think so. Here, let me do.
Yeah.
Good. You're back. Am
I good?
You're good. You're good, man.
Hey, thanks.
You're fabulous.
I don't know what I was saying, so whatever.
Okay, cool.
I don't know what you were saying.
Anyway, I don't know. We thought we lost you there for a second.
Anyway,
no worries, man. No worries.
Keep laughing about this shit. It's fun. It's entertaining. It's the greatest thing ever happened in my life.
Yeah, the best way to do it is to have a good time. It's not this doom and gloom like I've been lied to. In fact,
I'm gonna die.
It's liberating. I'm like,
Fuck
really?
off.
Oh, it's all bullshit. I don't have to know it. Oh God, that's great.
Kind of gets more fun. I think it's more fun. Life is more fun. Shit.
Yeah, I get to find out for myself this time. I think that's pretty great.
There's
It's
stuff to
invaluable.
explore. There's a bunch of stuff to explore, man.
Yeah.
You know, I've gone through everything from, Illuminati baby eaters to, I've looked at it all, man. And I'm coming back to flat Earth. I'm going to stick with that. I think it's a safe, fun.
It's a safe bet
place.
because anybody
You
can
can
prove
go
it to themselves.
Trannyville for, so many weeks. You can look into, fucking corrupted money, bankers, and it's you can go down some rabbit holes that are just fuck off, But flat
The
Earth,
best thing about flat Earth, you can go grab it with your hands.
And you live on flat Earth. And you can check it out yourself. You can check it out.
Yeah, Hank.
Yeah, just real fast. I want to say for me, it's like I get to be a kid again, right? Because I remember being like 2, 3 years old, asking my dad, "What's that light?" Right? And he had the answer. It's the moon behind the clouds, right? But now, from now on, for the rest of my life, I get to go, "What is that? How does that work?" And I get to ask those 1,000 questions again.
Yes.
And I think that's what we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be inquisitive. We're supposed to be little 3-year-old scientists without the lab coats with snot bubbles.
Yep. But they fucked it all up.
Exactly.
They put fluoride in our water.
Listen to this. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, dude.
They injected us full of fucking who knows what, and you're ADD, and you got to get some fluoride, and you need to, yeah.
That sounds like those words that all need some banjo behind it. I'm just saying.
Banjo. We need banjo. You got a banjo?
Banjo and cowbell. But anyway.
Come on, banjo.
Anyway.
Dude, if you don't have a banjo, Sonny, I'm buying you fucking banjo.
I don't have one yet, but okay.
Dude, I'm buying you a fucking banjo.
Here's what I do.
You know who's an incredible banjo player? Steve Martin.
Steve Martin, he is.
It's crazy.
Oh, the wild and crazy guy.
Right here. I'll
and
post some
who
shit.
else? Who else? One of the Eagles. Was it Glenn Fry? I think so.
Fry's our guy.
Hey, I did want to chime in about what you were saying a minute ago.
Yeah.
Like, because I hear people say on here, like, if you're still on flat Earth, like, you're doing something wrong. But like, I think you begin with flat Earth like you do here, and then you get into a bunch of other stuff, and you always come back to it. So
Amen,
I think
brother. Amen, man.
so
Totally. 100%. I'm right there, man. I'm like right at the cusp of
flat Earth is like a gateway drug.
I went through my very first eye-opening thing, man, was the United States government smuggles the drugs in from Vietnam. And I was like, what? Yeah, fuck off.
I know, right?
I saw the proof and I went, oh, fuck. And that was like...
we were scared about paraquat because that really hit home close. Because
1992, man. I'm like, I'm listening to this shit. I'm like,
what?
The U.S. government is a drug dealer? No.
Yeah.
Not the drug.
Then we're like, hell no.
It doesn't work like that.
We went to rallies. I went to these big rallies in L.A. like to sign decriminalize or legalize pot like years ago.
Decriminalize marijuana
years ago.
Dude, guy was a dynamo in '79. Check this out.
Shut up.
Steve Martin nailing some shit. 1979.
That was a good year, man.
I got one more hour. Hey, you cucks! I got one more hour of my birthday. Wish me
happy birthday! Shoot.
Whose birthday is it?
Kenny's.
It's mine.
Kenny.
Kenny.
Hey, bro.
Friday the 13th.
How old are you gonna be? Like 15.
He was born on Friday the 13th, man.
I'm gonna have to do a blues song.
That's fucking really cool. Wow.
Friday the 13th. What year are you?
What's that, Orion?
It's my birthday too, man.
Ah, fuck off. Fuck off. No way, Ray.
Yeah. Friday the 13th, 1992.
Oh, fuck. I was 64. Oh, fuck off.
That's awesome,
Dude, we
guys.
shared a birthday. Dude, new level. Check it. We're on third
That's
level.
a new level.
We got 3 stars. We're on
that's
the
a reason
third
to be
level.
another reason to be here, huh?
Wait a minute. When's your birthday?
Friday the 13th, March.
Oh, me too. Nah, just playing.
right, here's the blues song from Sonny. Everybody shut the fuck up. I'm kidding. No, I can talk over Sonny. Plug that thing in, man. You gotta pick up on that thing. Ladder.
Oh, lordy, lordy. I don't like working in the fields. Lordy, lordy.
I'll never roam again.
Boss master is such a dick. Well, I had the blues this morning.
When I got to take a rip, I got to split. Mama, Papa told me, son, you better watch your head. Your head is full of snakes, you know, you're better red than dead. Well, they're starving back in China. Well, that's what
It's
they always say.
freestyling.
Can't get head in a head shop. Your jeans are full of crap. You're full of beans. You're in your teens. You lost your mommy's globe map.
Hey.
You lost your mommy's globe map.
Rock me, little schoolgirl. Rock me all night long.
Keep in your pants, man. Keep in your pants. The moon ain't spinning around your head. I just love it when Sonny jams. He can just play some shit. We can talk over it, man. That's been proven. It's actually better when we talk about flat earth while he's jamming. It just flows better. Yeah. Ain't no pressure in that gas.
Lord, I got the flat earth blues.
Dude, I did a whole night, man, on my channel of flat earth blues songs, dude. There's like 400 of them. I swear to God.
All my friends think I'm insane.
But they're the ones that need to get their head examined. They ain't seeing straight, man. They ain't seeing what's happening.
Hey.
Those poor souls, man, think they're spinning on a ball.
They don't know what this reality is at all.
They don't know what this reality is at all. Shit, what's Cole and Dresser, man, in the chat, man? Damn. Dude. You ain't spinning round and round. You think everything goes up and down. I love late nights, man.
You think people walk upside down.
You think they're living on a ball upside down.
But you just a clown.
I like it. That'll work. We can roll it out, man. Let's do that. Ain't no sunshine when the globe is gone. Ain't no sunshine when the globe is gone. Shout out to One Big Pond, man. We give it up. Dude, Sonny is such a good blues player. Robert Johnson is like, fuck yeah, man. You know, be in my band. Start a band.
It's jam night.
Now gather round, everybody. I gotta tell you the truth. Yeah, the world ain't really spinning, and I got all the proofs. So stop looking at me funny and listen real good. The world ain't going to go around in the world like walking your neighborhood. Oh yeah, that don't make it round. Yeah, we may be having a ball, but that don't mean we live on one.
We don't live on a ball.
Oh man, not at all.
Stationary. Oh, it's funny, man.
How do you like that? The never-ending blues song.
It's so good, man.
How do you like this part? Like,
I know. I mean, you're smiling your ass off over there. Andy's throwing the record. I ain't spinning on no ball. That's right, man. You gotta get raunchy with that shit, man. Raunchy with the flat earth blues, man. Fuck.
That's only my acoustic too.
I know, man. You're just like, that's like a park in the day, a day in the park, man, for you, bro.
But I can overdo it. That my arm's hurting. I'm like, why is my arm hurting? Oh,
well, it's because you're fucking old. Fuck, dude.
Old as fuck.
You're old as fuck.
I'm the youngest dinosaur you ever fucking met.
Anyway, happy birthday to me. Thank you, guys.
Oh, happy birthday. Shit.
How old are you?
58 years old, man. I can't believe I made it this far.
What?
I fucking can't believe it.
You're not a baby anymore.
I'm the 58-year-old fucking Xer. Okay.
Wow, what a tripper.
So fuck off.
Still plays video games all day.
No, I'm a fucking Xer, man.
Lives in SoCal.
Dude, I came out after the Beatles, all right? I came out of my mom's vagina after the Beatles did. Okay?
You mean after they broke up?
Sorry.
But the Beatles came out of a vagina. I don't know if you guys know that the Beatles came out of a vagina like a fucking, like a baby. It just was.
You mean the Beatles or the replacement?
Oh my God, it's a baby! Oh,
What about the clone Beatles?
January 1964, man. Beatles came out and just fucking smacked the television world on its fucking ass. And
I know a lot about the
everything
Beatles.
changed. Everything
It's a
changed from that
It's a
moment. I don't know
darker
if you
story
guys
than
know
you'd
this,
ever imagine.
but it made Elvis look like he was pooping his pants. I mean,
Oh yeah,
the
they
Beatles
blew
was
Elvis away.
everywhere, man.
Elvis was pissed.
was just here in America,
I'm gonna
man.
kill those
Elvis was
motherfuckers.
cool here in America,
over
but
here.
they
Take
didn't
him off
get
the
him
show.
over there. They got him. The Beatles got him, but anyway.
The Beatles are a bunch of faggots.
Do you know that song "Happy Birthday" by the Beatles, Sonny? Anyway, I'm just
Say
kidding,
it's your
man. I'm just
birthday.
kidding.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, that's it. You know, it's not.
Has anyone sung "Happy Birthday" to you yet? Kidding?
Nobody's saying "Happy Birthday" yet, man. I want to hear Yoko Ono. I want to hear Yoko Ono sing me
Oh
"Happy
God.
Birthday."
No, I got a better one. How about Marilyn Monroe? Happy birthday, Kenny from
President. Females left in here that we haven't run off that could sing.
I'm a fucking punk
Or
rocker.
Mr. Smithers from Simpsons.
I want some Yoko fucking Ono.
Oh, dude, I saw a clip from that Get Back movie where Yoko gets off the mic.
Fuck
oh my God, it's horrible. It's
so bad, man. It's so bad. That's why
you guys are horrible.
He's sitting there with the Beatles jamming along, just going, wow.
I know. No wonder they couldn't stand her. Get that bitch off.
Hey, did you guys see any of you guys see the Get Back documentary that came out? It was like 6 hours long. Just came out last year, late last year.
I don't know.
Oh, in the movie theaters.
Well, it might have been in movie theaters, but it was also on Disney Plus. And if you're a BitChute member or not, you can catch it on BitChute, man. It's like 6 hours long, man.
Really? No way. Really? 6 hours?
6 hours of the Beatles, and Yoko's in there, and yeah, it's a scene, man.
Yeah, most of the time, Yoko's just sitting there being quiet. But when
1969 scene, man.
when she goes for the microphone, look the
early
fuck out.
69. Yeah, early or late.
That's
it was late 69, early 70. It's the Beatles in the studio recording music. And they're trying to figure out all this shit, man. You got to watch the fucking thing, man. It's 6 hours long. But I watched the whole thing, and I was like,
Is that the Peter Jackson movie? Get Back?
Yes, Peter Jackson put it out.
I can't believe it's 6 hours. He put that in theaters.
Yeah, they did put it in theaters.
They fucking
Apparently,
sit
I
there
don't
for
know.
6
Well, it's fucking
hours.
Disney. It's owned by Disney, man. Disney bought it.
I must have been really high then.
Anyway,
it's
it's them. First, they start out in this Wingingham studio. It's some kind of like stage studio, movie studio. And then they go, oh man, this place sucks. And then they go, let's go back to Apple Studios because that's where we own that fucking property, and it's a studio, and we own it because we're the Beatles, and we started Apple Corp. And let's go back to that. And so they halfway through the thing, man, they jump over there to Apple, and they're
they're on the roof.
And they end up on the roof. Then they end up on the roof. That's like the last part of the fucking whole thing, man.
Like halfway through, George just quits. I quit this fucking.
George like quits. Yeah, George.
Did he really?
Fuck guys, this is.
Oh yeah, that was.
You guys don't respect me. Fuck off. I'm out of here.
It's all show.
It's all show, Sonny. It's all show, and that's why I want you to watch it because you're going to point out more show than I can point out because it is all show.
I know George had like
Are we gonna have
20
a beat?
great fucking songs ready to go.
I'll have to learn how to do Liverpoolian. I don't really get it.
But no,
I don't get it.
dude, where the mics are in the room, I don't think they say they used a lot of the
on the field of grass.
That's all he knows.
I'll ruin it.
Don't hatch
I'm not
it.
going to go any further.
Don't hatch it, man. Don't hatch it up. Don't.
You guys know that Paul McCartney is this guy named Bill Shepard, right?
That's
is that the right one?
I've looked into this quite a bit, and
Bill.
Well, it's His name.
But did you know that John Lennon was also replaced, as well as
Yeah, that
Ringo
one I haven't
and
really.
George?
Well,
They
let's
all
just
been
say all of them.
replaced, man.
I didn't
The
hear
red
about
herring is Paul McCartney, and Paul McCartney's not dead, by the way.
Really?
He still lives in Liverpool with the original John.
Paul McCartney's. Oh, okay, I gotcha.
John Halliday is his name, and the original.
This is a little off
Like
subject.
I'll put the
I
picture in the live
apologize.
stream.
No, I've been through this research for years.
I have too.
Yeah, I've seen it too. This is a little off topic. Kenny, he was here. He wasn't here earlier. Kenny figured out something pretty interesting. I posted it in live stream voice text, but apparently the American Civil War, they had balloons and cameras. So all the way back in the 1860s, they had satellite photography.
That's fucking awesome, man. Look at that.
And balloons. Check out that balloon.
Hot air balloons, man.
Hydrogen. They used hydrogen.
Really? Hydrogen's not easy to make in 1861, man. How do you make hydrogen without electricity, bro?
They had electricity in 1860s.
I know, but it was limited, man. They must have had a fucking hell of an amount of it. Fuck. I don't know, man. Seems a little odd, but I could see a hot air balloon, but it looks hydrogen because it's lifting off, and there's no like tanks there next to the dude. Yeah. All right, I'm buying hydrogen. Okay. Yeah, I'm down. Sonny, play anything you want, man. Play anything you want. I'll be back.
Taking requests.
Yeah, I want to hear that Sweet Home Scandinavia.
Freebird.
I can play the intro to that shit when I get home, but when they start rocking their socks off.
If I leave here tomorrow.
E minor.
One moment.
Would you still remember me?
Minor.
If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me?
Still remember me. For I must be moving on. There's too many places I gotta
see.
If I stay with you, girl, things just
couldn't be the same.
'Cause I'm as free as a bird
now. How about you?
And this bird you cannot change.
Lord knows I can't change. Lord,
Help me. Song is too long.
Yeah, it's too long, but let Sonny roll, man. Let him...
Who's gonna sing in the next verse?
Start the next verse, Sonny, man. What's the next verse, bro?
I don't even remember now.
You don't remember?
Repeat verse 1.
Yeah, I think it goes to the back. It goes
My
back.
buddy had a band name, the third verse.
No. Bye bye. Bye bye, babe. It's been a sweet love. Notice the feelings I can't change. For I must be traveling on now. It's too many trees. I don't have to see. I don't know. Make it up. Lord knows I can't change.
Lord help me. I can't change. Free bird, yeah. They're gonna fly.
Chugga, 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 chugga.
20 minutes of guitar solos now.
I used to try to do the lead with my voice, literally like. Oh shit!
Hey, there's some side by sides of Lennon was replaced and McCartney was both replaced. Wow, what a trip, man! Interesting stuff. Who knows, man? I don't know, man. At this point. All I know is these motherfuckers made some great music, man. And whoever put it out, Tavistock, I don't know, man, but it's good stuff. It's totally brainwashing fucking music.
They had a staff of writers. They didn't even write all their own stuff. They were more like the Monkees than you know.
Well, I mean, their first stuff was all the teenage pop. I want to hold your hand. I want to love you. I want to kiss your butt. Yeah. It's like, it was like easy fucking money, man. Easy money. We could have all wrote those songs, man. Everyone.
No, those songs are solid gold, and they didn't even have any originals when they got discovered by Brian Epstein. They played cover tunes.
Yeah, they were playing Elvis and shit, and Johnny B. Good, maybe.
Yeah. And when they took him over to EMI for George Martin to hear, he said he thought they were rubbish.
Rubbish.
Yeah.
You guys are horrible. Get the fuck out of here.
Horrible with a capital H.
Anyway, music's a funny thing, man. Music is so manipulating to the mind. People do not realize how manipulation in music works.
I mean,
and the system has used this to the absolute maximum, to the fucking max.
I mean, I got sucked in by the Beatles.
We all got sucked in
worship
by the Beatles and the Talking Heads and the fucking Led Zeppelin. And fucking,
I wasn't.
They had to work their way up to those bands, but I mean,
I was strictly about the guitar. That's all. I just want to know how
you guys sucked in.
The rest of it, I really like. It was okay. Like it was all right, but yeah.
You even got sucked in by the Osmonds. Fuck's sake.
The Osmonds. Wait a minute.
Dude, it was so bad, man. That 70s shit was fucking wicked, fucking mind manipulation shit, man. Wicked.
You've been too long in Orange County, bro. You got to get out. You still have time.
Are you in Orange County?
I'm in OC, yeah. Fuck.
That's
No,
where I
man.
used to live.
I'm in the hills, bro. I'm in the hills, man. I'm in the hills.
Are you in the Laguna Hills?
No, man. I'm in different hills.
Which hills is that?
The hills.
I got the hills of Eastern Orange County, man. Check it out. You guys can look at the fucking map.
Like Yorba Linda? By Yorba Linda?
Yeah, close to Yorba Linda. Yeah.
Yeah, I was homeless there for 2 years.
Fuck off.
Isn't that like an Air Force base over there? Or
No. We don't have any bases over here, man.
Oh, nothing over there. Okay.
There is an interesting phenomenon that happened not too far down the road here from me, man. It was some military lab they had back in the 50s, man, blew up. And
where? Down there?
Yeah, the place called Gypsum Canyon.
I've heard of Gypsum Canyon. I didn't know there was a base out there.
Well, that's it, man. I was just fucking around one day and looking around on some stuff, and I ran into this explosion that happened at this place called Gypsum Canyon, like back in the 50s.
So what were they doing back up there?
They were doing some fucking like chlorine fucking bomb thing.
What?
Yeah, and I got all fucked up and
weird shit. Believe me, you know what's going on up in those hills? Wait a minute, dude. You know what's going on? Do you ever watch this guy's a Glover Chinsney. He does like earthquake predictions, but he's also spotting these plumes of heat plumes and drill points and things going into like where there's supposed to be old calderas and stuff. So there's a whole bunch of drilling going on and underground explosions and things like that. Like there's shit going on. Somebody's doing something weird underground.
Hey, man, if they're going to spray the skies, who knows what they're fucking going to do here?
You know, they've been doing stuff weird in California anyway. We have one of the largest aquifers in the entire U.S.
That's right.
And so it's feasible. And I've thought about this before. This is speculation part, though, that there was a huge inland sea there. Now, there is some proof of that inland sea there. And also Indian legends, Paiutes around the time that these Sitakas were around. They're supposed to be red-haired giants, but we won't go into that part. I digress. So what was I talking about? So they're drilling all these drill points all over California from what this guy's even shown, and he's called the USGS out on some stuff, and they like shut him down for it. So he's on the right side, but he's still a Glover. He still hasn't figured out. Yeah, maybe he doesn't care because it was falling or whatever.
Well, you know what? I heard something earlier today, man. It's like, let those people kind of get into whatever they're into, man. Just let them go. Encourage.
The only thing I'm saying is about the drilling. That's good. The drilling and underground explosions near hot points, near calderas that are, you could tell there's a heat signature coming out of these places. So they're not just superfluous. It's something that's actually there that is measurable from UV. You go and measure you can see the heat plume. And then with the drill points being in these same places, then weird shit, other stuff happening like fires and heat above the surface that is above ignition range. You know what that means?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fires above ground.
Yeah.
But no burning.
Everything's all off topic anyway. Do you mind if I interrupt just a little bit?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Have you watched on TV shows where the people are chopping wood and they're not using a splitting maul? They just pretend that they're chopping wood.
They're pretending to chop
wood? Because they can't chop wood with a regular axe, right? You don't split wood with an axe is for chopping.
Yeah, who was talking about chopping wood?
Nobody is. I was just watching a TV show. and
Oh,
they're like trying to chop wood, and then they're just sitting there with an axe, and I'm like, that's
what
not
a
how you
relief.
chop wood. But anyway, so it's just so weird. I mean, this is kind
You
of
don't
the
use an axe to
deception.
chop wood?
Yeah.
You don't know. Use an axe to chop a tree down, but you don't use an axe to split the wood after
wood.
you chop it.
Well, sure
But
you do.
usually, I mean,
Yeah.
I've used a chainsaw to take a tree down, chop the whole motherfucker up
And then split
into
it.
sections, and then use a splitting maul to chop it into
Yeah.
sections so that you can put it in your fireplace, right?
Yeah, people have done that with axes for centuries too.
But you don't split with an axe.
Depends
You
on
have
what
to have a
size
maul.
log.
If all you got is an axe, you work on it.
Well, I mean, you could do the best you can, but have you ever had a little axe trying to split?
You know, Daniel Boone didn't have a chainsaw.
Okay, Grandma, walk 20 miles down the road. Get me that maul.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can have just like a maul. What a maul is sometimes you can start it with a maul and then hit it with a sledgehammer or something to to split the wood. But you wouldn't take an axe and just try to hit it as hard as you can
No.
to split the wood. You want a splitting maul.
Unless you're making kindling. You could do it if you're doing kindling.
Yes, of course.
Well,
So
I
it's
also
just like
wonder-
this. I was just noticing this on this show I was watching. There, this is like
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Well, a motherfucker can't split
chuck
a
wood.
fucking
Could
big
chuck.
ass oak. A motherfucker can't split a big ass oak a log with an axe.
A beaver will use his teeth chop down a motherfucking tree.
I know, right?
Anyway, they put this shit on. It's like all these hefty motherfuckers like trying to go through split a log with a simple axe. That's retarded. I mean,
With a butter knife.
suspension of disbelief, I guess. When it comes to these TV shows, it's like you can't split a log that way. I've split so many logs, but you can. The axe is going to be very fucking difficult for you to do that.
We were in the weeds. You took us all the way into the forest. Fuck. Man, come on.
Way in the forest.
Yeah, no shit. I was just
can't see the tree.
pointing that out.
We were already in the weeds, man.
I mean, it's like, how many of you guys have split wood?
I've split wood, man.
You can't do it with an axe.
You can, but you got to know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, you got to know where to hit it, and you're gonna have to hit it several times, and it might get stuck.
Yep.
You need a splitting maul. You need a splitting maul.
We've gone so long doing so much with so little. Now we can do almost anything with
Dude, with the Hollywood shit, they
hey, what
they convince people you can split. You can split a fucking log. You can split a log with an axe.
Can we do
one hit?
with an axe?
See how that works, folks? I
Tartaria
just knew the rumpus was coming. I just backed off and let it happen.
Can we Tartaria with an axe and just fuck off? Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Can we starve for it? Can we starve
You don't got to pay for the glove.
Anybody out here
Sorry,
starve
if
for
I'm-
it?
if I'm rubbishing,
Starve
my
for it
bad.
with an axe. That's all I want to know. Can
Yeah, they
anybody
built Tartaria with an axe and a hammer.
fucking axe?
You can do it with an axe if it's like 4 or 5 inches, but
I want Star
you
Force.
can't split a log with a fucking
goddamn Star
Ain't
Force.
got no proof or axe.
Oh, Star
I want
Force.
20
I got a
acres
video.
Star
I got a video for that. I mean, you want me to share
A
the
20-acre Star Fort. Oh,
20 acres. Yeah, I've seen some info on that.
20-acre Star Fort, man. You got one? Anybody got a 20-acre Star Fort laying around with an axe?
I don't think they're that big.
They're huge, dude. They're fucking huge. Some of them are fucking huge.
Probably used to be some in Orange County, too. Probably down here.
What are we
too.
talking about?
Sonny, I've been looking, man. Dude, I want to go to a Star Fort so bad. I'm like,
We need
A
to
Star
change the
Fort?
subject so bad.
I want to go to a Star Fort so bad.
What
You
is
gotta-
that? I'm sorry.
Star Fort, check it out, man. Google it, fucking YouTube
You can't
it,
just tell me.
shoot it. I can tell you, man. Geometric formation that it's happened in every single fucking continent on the
Geometric formation.
every single fucking goddamn.
I know, but it's
continent
not a geometric
has Star Fort.
formation. Not,
all at the same time.
From my understanding of it, I don't think it's a
You kidding me?
geocentric.
Fuck off.
Is it a hole in the ground or something?
It's a
No.
star, man. It's got points like a star. Think of
Yeah,
a
they're
star.
everywhere. Like
And
actually,
it really has to do with Tartaria more than
because
natural formation.
what's the island that the Statue of Liberty's on is supposed to have been one? They're everywhere in every city.
Statue
like,
of Liberty's on a star fort.
So if you haven't seen, who does that a lot? Autodidactic is one.
Didactic. You got Martin Decky.
The Tartarian research. What is it called? Something.
I've never heard of this.
Let me take a piss with you. Fuck. These cocks lied to us about all kinds of shit, man, and it pisses me off a lot more than it pisses off John Levy. Okay, I mean I love John Levy.
John Levy is another one. Yeah.
Levy's the fucking shit
Here's
to the ball,
Autodidactic here,
but he's so mellow, man. The guy's so.
We'll help you along here with your.
This is mind blowing shit.
Strange shit happening on Earth.
Like, he's so cool about it. I love it. But
Check out his channel.
I'm kind of the opposite, man. I'm like, look at these motherfuckers that built this shit fucking in 1555. It was absolutely incredible. And fucking correct.
Oh, there's Robert Sanjanus' channel. Okay,
what channel?
Robert Sanjanus. I don't know if I've seen his stuff in a long time. I'm not sure I'd even remember. Does UAP does some stuff, man. Tartaria and Star Force, doesn't it? Yeah, I think so. Totally.
UAP did some good stuff, but
yeah, I'll put it. We're gonna
Martin and Levy, man. These guys are the.
So we got Autodidactic, UAP, and Martin Litka. British. Flat Earth British. Don't be static in the flat Earth.
Don't be static. Hey, man.
Shit.
I love this place, man.
Not everybody gets honorary wanka.
Wanka.
Like I.
There we go. Now we're getting into it.
I. Hold on a second. Boy, that Sonny's in a good mood. What the fuck?
Sonny is in a good mood. How about that?
Character is just like weird.
Sonny's in a good mood. Hey, man, you got any more guitar playing?
Hey, I have something. Splitting wood with a good maul. It's a really
with a good maul
release. Yeah, with a good maul.
Okay.
And you're chopping like for hours on end. It's a good physical release, man. It's freaking awesome. Love it. I mean, you get in a flow. You set this.
I don't know if I was ready for the release part in that time.
Yeah, dude, I'm talking about physical release.
But anyway,
I mean, you're just like, wham, boom, and these logs fall off. You just,
it's like an orgasm.
Yeah, you're in the zone, man. But when you're splitting wood, it's awesome.
I'm pretty zoned.
But if you try to do it with a regular axe, you're going to get very frustrated.
Hey, don't get frustrated.
This guy's all about.
That's the key, man.
Chopping wood.
I want you guys to understand this, man. Do not get frustrated, no matter what.
I had to come in here and fuck with you guys. I've been listening.
That's
you guys
good. Cool. That's cool, man. We
anyway,
love you.
I just came back from a cool meetup. We had.
Did you do the meetup today?
That's right.
Yeah.
Shit.
I'll send a pic. I got a pic. Hold on. I got a pic.
Tell us more.
Did you live stream that?
Well, we didn't live stream, but
I asked him to last week, man.
We had eight people, and then another guy that I hadn't met before came in, and he said, "You got room for 10 more." And what he meant by 10 more was him and his wife. We already had 8. It meant him and his wife and his 8 children.
Oh my God, 8 children!
Yeah, so it was freaking awesome.
8 children. Well, yeah, that's all right. That's at
It was cool, man. The kids were really cool. They had a good time. Yeah. was really
indoor
fun.
activities occurring over in that geographical location.
It was fun. We had a good time.
Yeah, teach the children
You know,
flat Earth before they
walking
get
tall.
indoctrinated.
Yeah, do that, please,
That
for
was
everybody's
fun.
sake. You know what? New Earth is a really great channel.
And Nathan Thompson was there. I don't know if you
I haven't watched. Oh, Nathan made it, huh?
Yeah, he
Hey,
was there.
I heard Nathan come on here earlier.
Yeah, he
this
was
evening.
on here. Hold on, here's another one. See all these channels I'm putting in the live stream voice text?
I haven't heard Nathan in a minute. I met Nathan, I don't know, at least 3 times.
I met him last time we had a meet up at the same place, and that's where I saw Nathan last time. Second time I met him. So.
Nathan Thompson showed up. Okay. I'm
Yeah,
gonna leave it at that.
Well, he said he was. He was already in Arkansas. So.
Yeah, he's in Arkansas right now.
I'm gonna leave it at that. How's that? Okay.
Cool. He was
Hey,
there,
man.
and all the. There were
So
several people
on the
that I know.
meetup, man, did you guys like discuss like air pressure without a container, or were you guys more focused on the apparent horizon? Which one was it?
Just talking to each other. I don't,
You guys were hanging out talking about
yeah,
flat.
we all know.
I know that, but
bullshit, you know, it's not.
there had to be some laughs. Like,
There was
hey man, how about that air
yeah.
pressure without a container? Oh, that's funny.
No, there was a guy, Mike, I had never met before, that he showed up, and he's in his 60s, really cool dude, and he was talking about his story, and he was like, his mom was a flat earther way before the moon landings and shit. She told him about it before, when he was a kid, and then when this started coming up again, and he really got into it, and he's seen all the Mark Sargent, freaking Eric DeBay videos and stuff, and he's like, what are we supposed to do about this now? How are we going to change the world with flat Earth? And it's like, dude, we've been trying. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he was really excited. He was like,
Hey,
what are we going to
we've
do
been
now?
trying. No, we've been doing. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, we've been doing. I mean,
been
I'm just
doing.
saying, it's just one at a time, boom, boom, boom.
It sucks.
I showed him my YouTube channel. I was like, hey, man, this is what we're doing. The Discord, and I was like, hey, man, we have dozens of people join our Discord every day. But I mean, he's like, well, I don't do the tech stuff, because he's older. I was like, well, this is what I'm doing, He's like, he seemed really excited. He's like, all right, we have to change the world and show everybody that Earth is flat. He's like, man, I mean, we've been trying to do that for a while, and we're actually doing it the best way we know how to do it.
Hey man,
So, yeah, cool guy,
none of us have ever been through the waking up of other people's process. It's like, oh, once you wake up, man, it's like, oh shit, how do I wake other people up? Hey man, guess what? The Earth is flat, and you're not spinning around the sun at fucking 66,000 miles an hour. Do you know that? And you're like, and they're like, gravity. And you're like, oh shit.
All right, I just put it in live stream voice text. That's us tonight.
Fuck, there's the picture I was looking for. Hey, you got to put your hand up to your face next time, man. Because that's where you see the horizon is. Look at the horizon behind you. You have a horizon behind you.
Well, we were in a patio with
That's a fence.
It's eye level horizon right behind you.
Yeah, it's the fence.
Yeah. How about the eye horizon is eye level, bitches. If anybody has a problem with that, man, let me know, because I want to prove the fucking horizon doesn't rise to your eye level. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. It rises to your eye level. Why? Because it's flat, man. And the only way the horizon can rise to your eye level is on a flat surface, bitch.
Look at that picture, man. Of it's.
Which one are you, man? Tell me which one
I'm the
you.
guy in the
I
back.
don't know what you look like.
Yeah, I'm the guy in the back with the red pill and blue pill shirt on with the beard.
Red pill, blue shirt. Which one?
You can't really.
I can't see nobody's shirt.
Well, anyway, I'm the guy in the back with the smile and the beard.
Beard?
Is that you, Santa Claus?
Yeah, that's me.
No,
And
you're Santa Claus. I love you, bro.
and look there. See all the kids in the front. Those are the guys. The guy holding the kid and all the other kids.
Hey, you got to send this to Mark Sargent, man. You got to send this picture to Mark Sargent.
I probably will. Yeah, I'll go ahead and send it. Maybe Brandy will too.
He'll post something. Hey, man, Flat Earth meetup worked out. Check it out.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was like 8 of us there already, and I was like, I think we'll probably at least get 10. And then we had 8, and then this dude showed up with his wife and said, "Oh, do you have room for 10?"
Yeah,
like,
we
holy shit. And so he showed up with his wife and 8 kids. I had to see all the kids in the
Right on, brother. Woo, Helio. Fuck yeah, man. I can't believe you pulled this off, man. Thank you.
Oh, I do it at least a couple times a year, bro.
Fuck yeah, man. I know you did it, but I'm just so happy you did it today.
Good.
Thank
It's
you.
fun stuff, man.
It's my birthday.
I'm gonna do it again. I think I'm gonna do it on my birthday this
You're on
year.
your birthday.
Yeah, it's in June. In June, we're gonna do it again.
Yeah, let's do it again.
I know you're.
Bro, can you invite me to your birthday, Helio?
He is.
Yeah, man, come to Arkansas, man. We're gonna do another one.
Come to Arkansas, man.
Helio, my birthday is in June.
What day?
That's a secret.
Okay, well,
Yes.
mine's the 22nd, the first day into Cancer. So I'm a Cancer.
Mine is the 12th.
Oh, so you're Libra? Is it Libra? Capricorn?
Gemini.
Okay, yeah, Gemini. That's the twins, isn't it?
Yes, and I have a twin. Like,
do you really?
Yeah, he's been in the server before.
I think I remember that. Wow, that's pretty awesome. But yeah, that was our meetup tonight. We were there for about 2.5 hours at that restaurant. We were on the patio. I had one server. She was great. Her name was Brittany. Shout out to Brittany.
How was it? How was the food? How was everybody? Everybody good spirits?
Oh yeah, we had a great time.
How was the food?
The food, yeah, it was at Woodstone. It's a pizza place. They have 2 locations here in Fayetteville, and yeah, they have great food.
Oh, that's good. I had that's better.
It's like a craft pizza place. I think it's like brick oven kind of shit, you know.
How did the family with the 8 kids know about your meeting?
Actually, I didn't get to talk to them much, because they were at the other end of the table. And so I didn't really get to talk to them much. I don't know where they actually came from.
The Flat Earth family.
There was one lady that came. She came from Kansas. Drove 4 hours to come and meet us.
Fuck off. 4 hours.
That the lady right in the bottom,
what the hell's
right
her name?
Got too much time on her hands.
Her name's Hillary.
Deserves a medal.
Hey, I'm going to tell you guys a quick story about a Flat Earth meetup.
No.
My first Flat Earth meetup, I drove 100 miles one way to go to.
She drove 4 hours from Kansas.
I didn't drive 4 hours one way. Oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
I got to give it to her. I drove like maybe 2.5.
She was really freaking cool too. She was really cool.
Hey, when you're motivated, man. That's all I got to say, man. I wanted to meet more Flat Earthers in person than anybody that's ever lived in the entire human history. I'm like, I was trying to get to a Flat Earth meetup so hard. Dude, I'm like, everyone that showed up,
What is it about the
fucking Cosmos said no. You don't want to. You're not going to go to that one because you're busy that day. And it's
You
like,
don't want to miss one. If you can get there, get one. You know, if
you
somebody says
gotta get to a
you want
flat
to get, you got to.
You
Fun.
got to. I don't give a fuck.
I'd to go to one of those that has like speakers like Jeranism and
It doesn't matter.
Mark Sargent.
Yeah, but this is really just
man,
you know,
you
there's
show
no
up.
speakers. We don't set
There's
up
no
a big
speakers. Yeah,
just-
fuck that.
This is different, but I mean, they have actual conventions.
No,
I've
sure.
never been to a flat Earth convention. I should have. Especially
I'd like to do
back in
that.
2019. I should have gone to or is it Denver? I think that.
Yeah.
But I
One
think
day
I think I could do this at least once a month, and there'd be at least 5 to 10 people show up.
Yep. So yeah,
Maybe.
man, it's just so cool hanging out with flat earthers, man. And you're like, oh shit, I can talk to you about anything. I can talk to you about Illuminati baby eaters, and you'll be like, yeah, what's the point? And you'll be like,
there was a lot of Vax talk.
a lot of that, yeah, that kind of shit, yeah. You can spill it, man. You're like, and nobody's gonna go, oh, this guy's a lunatic. It's like it's freedom, man.
There's someone. Hey, there's someone named Shala Rambo in the chat, and VC verified, and
Yeah, I'm
also
pretty sure Shala Rambo
Shalantir. Shalantir's here also with no roles.
Okay, then bring them on.
I just want to come and give you guys a shout out. I have to check out.
Helio.
Shalantir, I unmuted
you,
you.
brother.
Are you
I
able
love
to
you,
say
man.
hi? Shalantir. Sonny's getting sleepy, so
Great meetup
someone else
today,
might
man.
have to like
Thank you, Helio.
Thanks, man.
catch
I'll see you guys on the flip side.
All right, man.
all over.
Yeah,
Hey, Helio.
Shala Rambo's been here before, so
No, Shalantir's a different one, but thanks, Helio.
Shala Rambo.
No,
Hey, Rambo.
Shalantir. Shala Rambo's already VC verified, but Shalantir's not.
Thank you for leaving, Helio.
Welcome, Shalantir.
Okay,
It's late night, Sonny, man. It's almost
Shalantir,
my
are you
bedtime.
there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
Hey, there you are.
good.
There you are.
Nice to hear you, man. Okay, great.
Cheers, man. Cheers. What time is it where you're at?
Hey, happy birthday, bro. Cheers.
It's 10 to 8 in the morning.
Oh shit. You're all the way over on the other side of the flat plane. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you upside down when comparing to?
Are you
to me?
upside down? Are you?
Yeah, what's it like being upside down all day?
No, he's sideways, man. Come on, he's sideways on the globe.
So I'm actually just here to listen in a little, so I have to do some stuff next to listen to you.
And you're going to listen to
Not gonna
this and
talk
try to
much.
get something done.
That's okay.
Well, you made it in the right time. It's crazy drunk late night.
Yeah, we're trying to maintain. Yeah, all you flat earthers, make sure
midnight.
You eat
It's almost
something, stay
midnight here.
hydrated. Everybody, stay hydrated. Yeah.
Quarter to midnight here.
So while Shalantir's just listening, that's great. We've
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth, man.
welcome.
What brings you here, man? Real quick, man.
There
What
we go.
brings you here, bro?
I'm just I've been on a couple flat Earth Discord chats just to listen in, just what kind of people, what kind of topics, and to learn mainly.
Cool, man. Welcome, first of
Thanks.
all, and you're always welcome. Don't be shy. This place is giving and taking at the same time. Mostly gives, and we love science, and we love where we live. This place called Earth, and we love it, man. And I want you to embrace loving Earth. And if there's nothing else that comes out of this, cool, man. Just embrace where you live and
It's our mother.
live the life you love and love the life you live, baby. And just examine exactly where you live, man. I'm not saying anything else than that. I'm not like, believe me here or believe me there. I can't examine the world through your eyes. You know what I mean? I can only examine them through my eyes.
Bro, you said something after you say you're not saying anything else.
Exactly. Thank you, Jimsy.
So Shalantir, we'll just go ahead and talk with you. So we got people here in the panel who are great that can present evidence we have if that's something you're interested in, or if you have a certain perspective about what you think the globe Earth is. We're glad to hear.
Oh, just to be clear, I'm not a glober, so.
Oh, okay. Well, that clears up a lot then. Actually, that way.
Yeah, sorry for not making that clear.
You don't sound like a globe tard. You don't sound like a globe tard now.
He don't.
I've been into this topic for quite a few years, so I know pretty much. Yeah, I know a lot, but still, there's always something to learn. So.
All right, good to see you here. Good to see you here. Someone will probably be able to give you VC verified. I probably could.
Give him a pass. Give him a pass, man. Feels right. Feels right.
Who do you listen to mostly? Slantier?
I think I have to change that name. Nobody can actually pronounce it.
Yeah, you should.
Can I just call you Lance?
How do you pronounce it? What do you say? How do you say it?
It's just Chalantir, but it's actually it's just shellfish in English, I think.
Oh, okay.
Shellfish. It's German. Yeah.
I would just keep it. Don't change it.
Yeah.
Wait, shellfish?
If someone can't do 3 syllables, then I'm sorry. There's something else.
No, it's fine. It's not. It's just I see it's giving some people a hard time to pronounce it, and it sounds kind of funny. But
flat earthers usually aren't shellfish, so.
Let's say it again.
They're very generous. Flat earthers usually aren't shellfish. They're usually very generous. You said it means
selfish.
He's trying to make a joke.
Fish. I didn't get it. Sorry. So my English isn't all that good. So
that's perfect, man. And I'm glad your English isn't perfect because guess what, man? I'm some dude, man, that has a completely fucked up vocabulary.
Yeah, and likewise, your English isn't perfect either.
My English is totally fucked, and
you're like out there in left field, bro, dude.
If anyone is gonna claim perfect English in here, that's me. That is I.
Take it easy on Kenny for 7 more minutes for his birthday to be over before you start razzing him.
Yeah, fuck off.
Oh yeah, we'll ring it in.
Fuck Cox, man. Fuck, man. Fuck.
Right to the.
I just ordered your gift, Kenny. I just ordered your birthday gift, by the way.
We're having a watch for you. We're having a watch for you, old man.
Hey, that's it, man. I'm catching up to you, Sonny. I'm right behind you, baby.
You never catch me.
I'm never gonna catch you. Hey, isn't that a factual thing like flat Earth? I'm never gonna catch I'm never gonna catch you.
Someone else older than you.
Bro, you know how fast that bicycle, that electric bike is?
Yeah.
You can't catch Johnny, bro.
Fast as hell.
That is the fastest electric bike in San Diego County. I'm sure of it.
Except when Sonny gets on it.
No, it's really not ever been about the bicycle. It's about the rider.
How dare
that's
you?
That's why it's not the fastest when you ride it.
How dare you, Sonny, bring it back to reality? How dare you?
I'm the freaking pilot.
Hey, Greta would be like, "How dare you?
How dare you?
What
People
a
are dying because of your bicycle riding."
That's how I ask people how they're doing. I ask them, "How dare you?"
Don't do that, man. That fucks them up. That's like telling the robot to like do some disco dance. It's not gonna work out, man.
No,
don't do that. It's not. Yeah, that's like It's like we have to reprogram people, man, and it's impossible because some of them have these incredibly different algorithms, man. I don't know what they are, man. But most people, man, are like, "What do you mean water's level?"
I know.
I don't know. It's water. It's like
It always is.
buoyancy. It's
On the
buoyancy
top.
water. It makes a buoyant thing, and it spins, and it's perfect in my head. And I believe that the spinning water ball thing, it's good. Yeah, it's good. It's good for me. It's good for you. It's good for everybody. Please subscribe to the spinning water ball over here, please.
We'll be back with Uncle
check out the
story time.
check out the gift I just got, Kenny. I just put a gift. The
You and
gift
I gonna hang
in
out,
the
man.
live stream.
Fuck off. If there's nothing else I do in my life, man, if I only get to hang out with Sonny for like a couple of days, my life's gonna be completely perfect, man. I have no doubt. I have no.
You've come full circle.
I've come full circle. Give me a weekend with Sonny hanging out in San Diego. Fuck off.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, fuck
That'd be
off.
cool. Look, so the projected harvest time has been put off, but on the plus side, that means a more bountiful one.
We would. I mean, if
say.
it's Sunday out, walk out.
Elizabeth and pretend nobody knows.
Nobody has a chance, man. They don't have-
Actually, Sonny, I might have an excuse to come down and swing by and see you this week. In fact, there's a guy down there that's going to help me with some stuff for the rocks that I got. Jade.
Oh yeah.
The Jade dude, yeah.
Well, that's
I
cool.
may end up crashing over at your place or crashing in on you.
Might have to, so I'll give you my number.
All right, cool. Yeah, just DM it.
Yeah.
Hey, Sonny, man, fucking DM me your number, man.
I think
wanna
I already
put you in
have.
I gotta put you in my phone. Fuck this, dude. We're like 80 miles apart, man, in a straight line.
Yeah, so we ought to
You
go
know,
do
you're
some
not that far,
activations and shit because that would be fun as hell. Like we could have a lot of fun along the way. And
hey, Sonny, man, I sent you.
I don't have the transportation part. That's my problem.
I'm coming down to get you, man. Doesn't matter. Hey, Sonny,
I can help pay for gas. So see, I can
fuck all that, man.
pay my way, like, and buy my own food. Like
money's not. Sonny, you and I are gonna go sailing. That's it. That's the bottom line. That's
I'm
my
about to find a fucking boat, man. I'm
You
starting
and I
sailing
don't
away for a while, sounding better and better these last few years.
Sonny, I got a guy, man, in San Diego Harbor that will take us out on his boat.
Really? Cool.
It's like a 40-foot boat, dude.
Sounds great.
All right. I'm talking this summer, man. I'm not talking like.
Yeah, well, it's good.
I'm talking this summer, man. I'm gonna hit this guy up. You and I are going sailing this summer.
One day.
June, July, August, right?
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
You and I are going.
Those are good months.
If nothing else happens in my life, you and I are going sailing, man. Fuck the rest of it. It's one of those things that has to get done.
I'm wondering which harbor.
Let me warn you, Kenny. Let me warn you, Sonny. Kenny's one of the most generous people I've ever met, and he will live up to his word.
I'm living up to my word here.
I know he is.
I'm not gonna fuck this up, man. I've fucked up a lot of shit in my life, and if I can go sailing with Sonny and play guitar, and maybe have a smoke or two.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a fucking great day. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking
around over by the harbor, and there's a bunch of people walking around. There's like a bunch of flat water all over the place.
Flat water everywhere we look.
Yeah, like
we got the head sail. We got the jib going. We got the main. Fuck off.
We haven't done that in a long time.
Fuck off, dude. Just imagine grabbing the wheel of. When you got the sails up, oh fuck! You know what I'm talking about. I don't have to explain this to you. You've sailed thousands of fucking miles.
I sail in my dreams.
Me too, bro. I sail and play guitar in my dreams. How about that? Can we
I
do
also
both?
I remember
Bro,
sailing in my dreams too.
we can do both, bro. We can sail and play guitar in our reality. How about that, Mongos? Fuck. Reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to record the Pink Floyd if I come to your place. I heard you playing that earlier. Or was it yesterday?
Yeah, I did. I did play part of that. It was kind of weird because I was trying to scroll because I don't have it in one place, which is really nice. But yeah, I got the good mic now. I got it on the tripod.
Nice.
Pretty bitchin'.
I feel like we just welcomed a new guy and we're not even giving him a chance to talk a little more.
Well,
Chalantier.
he was listening, but we should engage a little bit. That's true.
I asked him who he listens to mostly, like as far as like, is he a Nathan Oakley guy? Do you like to do you listen to this channel a lot? You just joined this first time joining here, or where do you get your flat Earth fix?
Hey, sorry, I was away, so I didn't engage. You talking just about who I'm listening to on Discord, or?
Oh, I just thought you have like a flat Earth fix. I used to listen to Nathan Oakley for about 1,000 shows, and then listen to other things. But what about you?
Yeah, I started with Nathan a couple of weeks ago, so I'm new to Discord, so I've never used it before. So I started listening to Nathan, and well, you can always learn, and it's interesting, but I just don't like the style of communication over there very much.
Right. Well, you
So
you can get him on YouTube. But if you've been in this a couple of years, you watched a lot of YouTube flat Earth stuff, and before that, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, well,
You
all the
start with
guys.
like 200 proofs. Did you do the 200 proofs first?
I think
that
that was one of the first from Dubai, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was one of the first long videos. That was about there's a 6-hour one, I think, or a very long one. Yeah, that was one of the first. Watch some of Dubai stuff, and of Sharon and Dave. Yeah, and then I was actually the best videos. I think it wasn't really about just flat Earth, but a channel I really like is the truth. The truth is stranger than fiction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
It's
good.
more on a biblical side and brings all the different stuff together. That's really good.
That is a good channel. Yeah, for sure. Did you have problems with your? I mean, as far as what country are you in? Do you mind if I ask?
I'm in Switzerland.
Oh, okay. So, do you think there's a lot of flat earthers in Switzerland?
I have no idea.
How about your friends or family? Did you have conflict, or do you have any flat Earth friends out there?
No, I don't. But I talk to some of my friends, and they're let's say open-minded. They're not against it, whatever. And I talk to my parents with it as well, and so my mother is open-minded. My father not so much, but it's still cool. I have no conflict.
Open-minded, but that doesn't mean they want to hear it, right?
No, not at all. I mean, I was talking. I talked to my mother about it quite a while.
Well, maybe not interested then, because if they didn't like get into it enough to call themselves flat earthers, then they're just
well. My mother is already over 80 years, so it's
okay.
But I think she is pretty. She's also she believes in the Bible, and so therefore for her it was quite an eye opener, because that makes a lot more sense if you believe in the Bible, and then you hear about the Earth. That makes a lot more sense for that system.
Yeah, you would think that people close to death or close to that age, think that it would give them more comfort. If there's more confirmation of a creator before they pass on to the next world. Your dad, I mean, on the other hand, my parents didn't want to hear it either. They're about that age, so. Yeah, I think you get past a certain point, you'd rather not know, but then there's the whole philosophy part of it. And if you're a man, if you're a religious person, then it would seem that most people would want to embrace it, but you don't find that often.
Yeah, true. It's kind of weird. I've talked to different persons who believe in the Bible. So I had very different reactions. So not hostile reactions, but for some of them it's not proof at all. A big universe is more proof for them for a god than a small created whatever. I've heard all different kind of stuff.
Ah, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, if you think about it, the grand universe, like, yeah, it makes. I guess you could see it that way. That the
Yeah,
universe
some
is so.
people see the greatness,
Yeah,
the
vast.
greatness of
Right,
God in
right.
that
Such a
imaginary
thing.
space. Yeah.
Or that
Yeah.
that God created the Big Bang, and that's why it's so
Yeah, some people might
magical.
think. Yeah,
Right?
exactly. Yeah.
There's a workaround.
Yeah.
Kind of built in for their side on everything.
Mm.
Have you debated anybody? Have you gone to that length, or do you get
Yeah,
into that?
I just usually not in voice. I talk to some guys over YouTube in the comment sections. That's all I did.
Ah, okay. So is this your first time pretty much talking on air?
Oh
Or
no, it's well, in this how do we say that? I don't talk. I don't talk much. I
Yeah.
don't feel really comfortable, so I have to get used to it.
Well,
But
your English is great. You sound good too.
thanks.
You have a good voice, so don't feel
Thanks.
uncomfortable.
No, I've been talking. Just you asked who I am listening to, and the last couple days, or maybe last 2 weeks, I been over to Next Level from Bev. That's what I'm listening
Okay, Bev.
to. Yeah.
Well, that is Levo. Look at is it Levo? He's funny. His laugh
Yeah,
is hilarious.
it's hilarious. Yeah, it is, and
Yeah.
I think it's very, yeah, kind of very basic and at the same time really advanced. So the what they're talking about is actually very basic, but extremely important, and I think one of the best proofs we have.
Isn't SE Montreal cool?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that
Yeah.
dude. He's cool. His
Yeah.
voice, he's got a good sense of humor too.
Yeah. No, I think it's a very welcoming and nice place over there. So I feel okay there.
What do you think's going to happen? Do you think Flat Earth's going to end up being revealed? Do you think that they're using it? Do you think there's going to be like a paradigm shift for everybody else too at some point?
I have no idea. I think the one of the things I've heard and I think is pretty compelling to me is the alien invasion stuff. So if they want to pull that trigger, then most people should still believe in space. So I don't know what's going to happen next. But I think that's.
I thought you were going to
Sorry.
say you were going to go with my theory. Well, I've been talking for years about outer ponders, and I thought you were going to go with a theory that I like to present, that they're going to do the alien invasion, but they're going to absorb the flat Earth and say, yeah, we're on a flat Earth, but we couldn't tell you because we're surrounded by ancient aliens that are our ancestors, and they're more advanced than us, and that's where the UFOs have come from. And now we have to obey them or be friends with them or whatever.
Well, that will be a possibility. I think I come from the biblical perspective, so I see the whole thing unfolding from that the heavenly beings from above actually come down, but that's another possibility. But,
well, then does the Bible try to say that heavenly beings are from other planets?
No, not at all. But I think the Bible is very clear on what the stars are in that regard. I think there are the heavenly bodies of the spiritual beings living up there.
But that's not to say that we become stars when we die necessarily, right?
No, that's not what the Bible says. No.
No. Okay. So those stars are the heavenly beings so the stars are going to come down.
Exactly.
Well,
What we would call angels. I mean, the Bible is makes an equivalent between angels and stars all the time in the Bible. Describes them as living, singing, praising God, and so on. And actually,
zooming in on them with a P900 makes that a lot more believable, don't you think?
Yeah, I think that's one of the arguments I don't use anymore, though, because I think it's they're fascinating recordings we have from stars with the high powered zoom cameras. But I think that's actually an argument from the globe side, which I think is that's because I don't push it anymore, because that's actually out of focus, I believe.
Well, some of them are, but some of them aren't, and that's the thing. They like to say they're all out of focus. But if you do manual focus, and you do get a good shot of them. There's detail and different frequencies to each of them.
Absolutely, that's what I believe.
If you get that argument again, you could try to find some that aren't out of focus, and you could tell the difference.
Yeah, but that's why I think I have to do it myself, but I don't have a P900,
Yeah.
so that's kind of hard to do. But I agree with you. It's of course it's something completely different what they tell us up there. So, and I believe
if it was just an in-camera function problem, you'd think it would be a consistent frequency-looking thing every time. You know.
Yeah.
It was just that. But yeah, the fact that they say they're trillions of miles away is just like that just blows it. There's no way you get any definition from something coming from that far away.
Yeah, true.
You would think. Yeah, that's good. Cool.
Yes.
Well, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks. I was going through Discord and I thought I'd just listen to you guys for a couple of minutes, but I have to prepare my breakfast now, so maybe just listening in the background and
cheers. All right.
Hey,
Yeah. Well, I just
thanks,
wanted to
guys.
give you a
Have a nice
little
day
intro.
or good night.
Right on. Yeah, you too.
Thanks. Cheers.
Too. All right, guys. Back to the party. Flat Earth Dude, you still here? Kenny? Bong. What's up, Bong? Come on, no awkward silence right now.
Fuck off, man. Jimmy would say, fuck off.
Fuck off.
Fuck off, you fucks. Fuck you, NASA. Fuck you. All you cocks that believe in parallax. All you cocks that believe in bendy water. You can all fuck off. Fuck you and fuck off. How about fuck all? Because you ain't got fuck all. So fuck off.
You got a little Jiggy Jedi tribute there.
That's a Jimmy Jedi, man. Yeah, because you ain't got fuck all. Because you don't know shit about fucking parallax and fucking bendy fucking water. Fuck off. All right. You guys got some bendy horizon.
Happy birthday, Kenny.
Yeah, thank you guys. Keep it real, man.
Yeah.
Keep it going.
Happy birthday, dude.
Yeah.
But I come on here to, take a piss on this globe, eat bullshit, spendy fucking shooty space fuck. Fuck off, man. You ain't got dick squat unless you've seen it on a fucking video screen. Flat, curved, don't matter. You saw it on a screen, man. You never been to outer space. Fuck off. None of us have. No, nobody I know has ever been to outer space and said, "Hey, man, fuck man, it's spinning globe because I was there." No, nobody we know has ever come on here and said, "Hey, man, I've been there. I saw it, dude. It was incredible, man. I saw the spinny globe thing, man." It's trippy, bro. It's tripping me out.
Have you ever had a baller show you a spinny ball video and try to claim it's real?
Well, we've all seen many spinny ball videos.
Yeah, but like in a debate where they'll like, okay, show us your evidence, and they'll actually post something
Yeah,
that they think is
yeah,
real.
I've seen that. Spinny ball videos.
Oh man,
I got one. I got one. I got one of Vladimir Putin taking a shit inside of the ISS. It's amazing, man.
Over the pipe hole that you have to hover over with no seat.
I got a video of Putin taking a poop in the ISS.
Yeah,
it's absolute proof that the ISS.
Do you have a video? Do you have a picture of it? You can label it Vladimir Poopin.
Vladimir Poopin on the ISS. On the ISS, man. He took a shit on the ISS.
It sounds like a meme that needs to be made.
The Russian side, right into the American coffee.
Right? Exactly. That's a good. That memes are gonna fly. That one's gonna be made for sure. Hey, Bong, we can barely hear you. By the way, your mic's messed up.
I can hear him, but that was funny as fuck all, man. Woo! Thank you, dude. That was like off the charts, hilarious.
Chugga, chugga, chugga.
Putin taking a poop on the ISS is hilarious, man. Come on.
Right in, and they use the poop for coffee, and we drink Russian piss, so that it fits together. Bong, what are you trying to say? I can't hear you.
Bong, go ahead, Bong.
That was so funny. It hurts. I almost died.
Exactly, Bong. I was totally with you, man. I'm like, I should mute because this fucking hurts too much. It's too funny.
It's gotta be the meme. Has got to be Vladimir pooping with him hovering over like the little pipe hole, but then the pipe hole is actually a coffee mug, and Don Pettit is holding it.
Chugga, chugga, chugga. I'm gonna make you guys piss your pants. Chugga, chugga, chugga. Oh, that one is my favorite of all time, man. Chugga, 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 man. It's right up there with like, with the NASA's faking this shit, and they'll show you they're faking this shit
on purpose. Yeah,
on purpose, man. On purpose.
Yeah. That's a little wink and a nod. I guess we have to thank them for that. And if they did it really well, then we'd have even more reason to be mad, because we wouldn't have an argument a lot of times because it would look really good, right?
Yeah, it would look good. Hey, geometric horizon is not an actual horizon. What? Or it is, or it ain't. Fuck all, man. Come on.
Are there any ballers here? Are they just like not coming in anymore, or what?
They're done, dude. We won.
We won.
Enjoy the victory, my friends. Hey, where's Fauci? Anybody seen him? Anybody?
Yeah, he hasn't been around.
The ones on Discord, anyway.
They gave up. Too bad, ballers. I mean, actually, it was one in 2016, but they still try once in a while.
Hey, I want to tell you guys a story. So, like 2 days ago, Saturday in the afternoon, I was going to I think it's like the largest swimming pool in Oregon. It's like almost 50 meters long. It's Tualatin Hills Park and Recreation District. Anyway, I was going there with my buddy, right, for the open swim. And it's like where the whole pool's open. You can go on the platforms and swim laps in the middle. And then there's like that open swim in the shallow end that like mostly just like children playing and shit. And there's like a whole bunch of children playing in the shallow end. So when we go in there, my buddy, he's like looking through the glass over towards the pool. He's like, man, it's too crowded. Like he's like telling me like he'll go in if he really wants me to make him go in or whatever. But he's like telling me he doesn't want to go in because it's just too crowded. It looks like that to him because he's like looking at the crowded part of the pool. And I'm like pointing at the middle of the pool and being like, no, we're gonna go to the laps, where those people are over there where it's not so crowded. There's only like one person each lane, And I was like saying to him, and like the guy behind the counter was like pointing out to him like, yeah, so it's kind of like driving, on the street. You just stick to the right and you can like, fit more than one person in each lane. And I was like telling him like, yeah, there's only like one person in each lane. You can fit like up to 4 people. And then as I'm like explaining it to him and like standing next to the guy behind the desk, I'm like saying, yeah. And besides, if it gets too crowded or whatever, you can just start talking to people about flat Earth and until they get up out of the pool and walk away. And then right as I said that, the guy behind the desk immediately said, no.
Right.
I really need to keep a recording device around with me so much more. I need to do that.
We have a friend you guys know probably as Musicians for Truth, Dread. He came on Kenny's show the other night and he was talking about his new girlfriend and how I don't know if he said he did this or he wanted to do this, but he said the first time they have sex, what he plans to do is right when she's about to come, just whisper in her ear, "The Earth is flat."
The Earth is flat. Hey, try it. Let me know how it works out because I'm a kind of guy.
Or just not tell her done and then be like, you just fucked a flat earther, just to let you know.
She's going to gush harder than she's ever done before.
Oh shit!
I think actually he said she's warmed up to it already.
He did have some success, man. So shout out to Dread, man. All right. Hey, guess what, man? Earth is not spinning ball upside down. Continents, planes. No, I gotta go. You guys got this, man. You guys are pros.
Kenny, before you go, can I message you about guitar intonation? Could you help me out with something?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, nice one. I'll message you. I'll look at it when you get up tomorrow.
Yeah.
Nice
Hey,
one,
man.
bro.
Hey, if intonation is right at the 12th fret and like, 3rd, 4th.
Yeah.
Pretty
I'm
easy.
struggling with getting one string in. I don't know if it's because the bridge is fucked or something. Something's up. But
Yep.
I'll send you some pics and awesome video, right?
Sharp or flat needs to come in, out. Yeah. It's simple. It's not that complicated, man. Hey, it ain't like the globe Earth. The globe Earth is complicated. I've heard. I've got some rumors that this globe thing spins around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles a fucking hour, bitches. Not like a day. It's 66 fucking thousand miles a fucking hour, bitches. And I want you guys to get that through your head, man, because that's a big number, man. And it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and it's shooting through around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles an hour, fuckers. And you guys can get your head around that. Let me know, because I've been looking, and my head ain't spinning last time I checked. Around the sun at 66.6 fucking thousand miles an hour. Okay? If anybody's got any evidence to the contrary, let me know, because I've been outside. I looked, the stars, moon, sun. Yeah, I looked. And I have no evidence of us shooting around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles an hour. Okay? If anybody's got any evidence to the contrary, let me know, because we're here 24/7, 365, man. We're here to accept any possible fucking evidence